A New Era of Garen. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Marvel Universe. Daring to showcase Yasuo in my presence is a blatant disregard for my esteemed Garen. Mid lane, you engage him, and I shall wield my great sword to ensure Yasuo learns his place, guaranteeing your victory with ease. What? You claim to be in the final match of your Bronze 3 promotion. Fear not. With my S1 Garen boasting an impressive 800 points, I assure you of your ascension, allowing you to witness firsthand the prowess of my great sword, which vanquishes all flamboyant antics as dedicated Garen player. Obliterating the opposition and leading my teammates to triumph is merely the fundamental aspect of my gameplay. There's no need for teammates to shower me with compliments. Have you not noticed how the reckless have become world champions? Garen is undoubtedly the epitome of the reckless, the epitome of the brainless, the epitome of the godlike, the mightiest among the kings. As the saying goes, 10 Yasuo equals 10 pitfalls only the enemy can achieve godhood. Garen is confident in shattering this curse and turning Yasuo into a mere pawn. Selecting Garen, I equip the unyielding grip, swapping in flash and ignite, and gently click confirm, entering the game interface that a beaming youth sits at his computer, eagerly awaiting the game's commencement. In his excitement, he strokes his stubble, silently vowing that if he doesn't slay Yasuo 10 times, it shall be deemed a loss. As the adage states, each version brings forth its own deity. Garen remains the stalwart champion who can endure, strike, and eliminate foes without ever succumbing, possessing the dual powers of silence and the spinning blade, ensuring the demise of enemies across all lanes. As the game initiates, the youth's years of lane experience inform him that the opposing Yasuo is formidable, yet utterly ineffective against his Garen. No matter how swiftly he dashes, he cannot escape the nightmare of my great sword. In a mere 30 minutes, the enemy Yasuo has fallen to his blade 10 times. To nurture the science of farming, the youth even graciously gifted 1 kill to the opponent. Demacia. Once again, the great sword displays its might as it strikes down the enemy Yasuo. The youth maneuvers his Garen into the brush near the enemy's high ground. Choose Yasuo again, and it seems his player shall face a 1 after today. After speaking to himself, the youth grabs a Coca-Cola, opens the cap, and takes a hearty swig. A godlike Garen paired with cola doubles the joy. In his blissful state, the youth glances at the computer screen, only to discover that the enemy Yasuo has exited the base with alarming speed. Finding himself exposed in the brush, the anxious youth tosses the soda onto the table in a bid to aid the opponent in overcoming his addiction. Just as his hands hover over the keyboard, an unexpected incident occurs. The soda lands perfectly on the power strip, and smoke begins to billow from the computer. The youth's body convulses, and he slowly collapses. In the game, why has Garen gone idle? My promotion match is at stake. What a stroke of bad luck. I thought I was destined to win, yet now I find myself losing. He's definitely a fraud, selling out to the enemy. What a disgrace, betraying his own soul. Indeed, it must be the players. I've seen the news about the rampant cheating in ranked matches of League of Legends. Each game can cost hundreds. What a misfortune. After enduring 10 minutes of watching as the 3 lanes were destroyed, a few players reluctantly typed out GG, harboring disdain for the cheating Garen, cursing him to be reborn in a world plagued by disasters. In the Marvel Universe, a young man rose early to unlock the doors of his shop, welcoming a new day, silently praying for customers to grace him with their presence, lest he face starvation. The shopkeeper, named Garen, harbored a secret had traversed realms, much like the tales of reincarnation found online. Previously skeptical of the notion that electric shocks from soda were a standard for such experiences, he now believed after his own encounter. Before the age of 12, Garen had a singular dream: to stand atop the world, gazing down upon it, surrounded by copious wealth and throngs of beautiful women. Alas, the grandeur of dreams is often met with the harshness of reality. The tender age of 8, tragedy struck when both of his parents perished in an accident while on a business trip. His grandfather, who ran a small shop, raised him, but last year, when Garen turned 17, his grandfather also departed, leaving behind a dilapidated store and a young man too. Fend for himself. As Garen gradually matured, he began to perceive the stark differences of this world. His dreams shattered before they could even begin now. His sole focus was on mere survival in the days to come. The premier arms manufacturing company in this world was Stark Industries, led by CEO Tony Stark, who graced the covers of tabloids each month. During World War II, Captain America led the Howling Commandos to vanquish the Red Skull and his Hydra organization, becoming a celebrated hero, his fame enduring to this day. When Garen learned of these events, his aspirations of standing at the pinnacle of the world transformed into a desperate will to survive in the solitude of his shop. He commenced his daily routine. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, then a 10-kilometer run. Plus, he would never turn on the air conditioning though he wished to. He lacked the funds. This regimen was inspired by a renowned figure from his past life, who had succeeded in becoming both bald and strong through such an arduous routine. Regrettably, after 6 years of perseverance, Yasuo has only seen a slight improvement in physical fitness, with no signs of balding whatsoever. Sighing, he sat alone at the counter, surrounded by a heap of worn-out items, his mind racing with thoughts on how to survive moving forward. Today marked his 18th birthday, having been reborn. He should at least be able to attract beautiful women instead of languishing in mediocrity. Furthermore, with nearly 40 years of life accumulated across 2 worlds, he remained a virgin. How utterly disgraceful. He contemplated seeking out Tony Stark with his familiarity with the storyline. Surely he could secure a position as a lackey without much difficulty. However, reflecting on the matter, the president of Stark Industries, a super genius no less, posed a challenge. Given his limited abilities, persuading Stark might prove rather arduous. Perhaps he could venture to find the enigmatic Kamar Taj, kneel before the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, and beseech her for mentorship. Yet, glancing into his pockets, he realized he lacked even the fare for a plane ticket, let alone the journey to the legendary Kamar Taj nestled in the Himalayas. By the time he might arrive, he could very well succumb to starvation. What other avenues remained? Should he approach S.H.I.E.L.D. and claim to be a time traveler from the future? Perhaps predict a few major events? Yet, it seemed likely that the moment he prophesied something, Hydra would eliminate him. Indeed, the S.H.I.E.L.D. division of Hydra was not a place he wished to visit. Was there a simpler solution? There was one who could take Peter Parker's place and allow the spider to bite him, potentially becoming Spider-Man himself. However, reflecting on the analyses from his previous life, it seemed that while Peter Parker would indeed mutate and transform into Spider-Man, the same outcome was not guaranteed. For anyone else, while Garen racked his brain for alternatives, he noticed the power source nearby. A flicker of temptation crossed his mind. What if he risked electrocution? Perhaps he might become a being of electricity or even return to his former world. Garen hesitated, the allure of the idea growing stronger, his gaze fixated on the power source as he swallowed hard, his thoughts racing. His fingers, seemingly possessed, began to inch toward the power source, which now appeared as a siren, beckoning him closer with devilish charm. Chapter 2. The Gift of Transmigration. As Garen found himself increasingly tempted, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Host, Garen. Age, 18. Anti-addiction measures have been lifted. Personality, brave, fearless, reckless, confrontational, lecherous, and avaricious. The conditions for successfully activating the League of Legends system have been met. Data assimilation has commenced with a progress rate of 99%. The system has been successfully activated, linking all data and logging into the host account. The hero has been successfully locked. Unalterable Garen, the Might of Demacia. Skin locked, Steel Legion. Main talent system activated. Grasp of the Undying, Bone Plating, Revitalize, Overgrowth. Secondary talent system activated. Fleet Footwork, Gathering Storm. Summoner spells activated. Flash, Ignite. Equipment system activated. Ninja Tabi, Sterix Gauge, Deadman's Plate, Thorn Mail, Randuin's Omen, Spirit Visage. Level, 18. Gold count, 4, 883 coins, earning 24 coins daily. In disbelief, Garen marveled at the reality of the Transmigrator's essential gift, which had manifested as his most familiar hero, Garen himself. Gazing at his muscular, powerful arms and his towering physique, he still could not fathom that this was indeed true. Glancing into a mirror, he was relieved to see his own handsome face, and in a surge of excitement, he clenched his fist and revisited the system. Upon inspection, he found himself momentarily stunned, then struck by a bolt of realization. Wasn't this the very build and talents he had meticulously crafted to counter Yasuo? The winds hard? The familiar Steel Legion skin brought him back to the battles of yore, rekindling the confidence he once possessed before a match began. Yet he pondered, would he lose without his teammates? Setting aside nostalgic thoughts, he focused on the system. The first shop presented all League of Legends equipment. Longsword, attack power 10. Price, 350 gold. Blade of the Ruined King, attack power 40. Price, 300 gold. The equipment and prices mirrored those in the game, with basic attributes remaining largely unchanged. However, some functionalities appeared to have been ingeniously modified by the system for enhanced rationality. Observing his gold reserves, he purchased the Black Cleaver, and to his astonishment, the usual 6-item limit on equipment had vanished. There were no restrictions, offering him the potential for infinite gear. Garen's heart raced with exhilaration. He could only utter a single phrase. System, you are magnificent. Imagining a future where he would acquire all equipment. He realized that it would transcend mere fear. It would be positively terrifying. Calming his overjoyed spirit, he proceeded to the next shop, the skill shop, a product of the system's ingenious modifications. Upon entering, the offerings dazzled him, causing his mouth to water. Compared to the previous equipment shop, this selection was truly extraordinary. Summoner skill, Purification, priced at 1,000 gold. The hero, Dr. Mundo's skill, Last Stand, priced at 1,000 gold. The hero, Darius's passive skill, Bleed, priced at 1,000 gold. The talent skill, Dark Harvest, priced at 1,000 gold. Without a moment's hesitation, Yasuo procured the Bleed passive, the effects aligning perfectly with his expectations. The skill could be equipped infinitely, and he envisioned a future where he would acquire all abilities, swallowing hard at the thought. Possessing 300 passive skills and 800 active skill from the League, outfitted with an arsenal of equipment, he felt invincible. Not even the might of Iron Man could deter him, nor would he fear a reckless confrontation with Thanos. It must be said, his traversal gift was indeed splendid. Perfectly suiting his tastes, Garen, the brawler, resilient and capable of achieving godlike prowess. In a state of excitement, Garen spent the entire day tinkering with the system, eager to unearth new functionalities. Alas, the system remained aloof, indifferent to his efforts. Eventually, a gnawing hunger struck him, and as he glanced at the day's 0 earnings, he rummaged through his pockets, discovering a mere $3, his entire fortune. Was it possible for a protagonist of Destiny, endowed with a system, to face a dinner of dirt tonight? The activated system could not immediately satiate his hunger. What a tragedy. As night descended upon New York, the city shimmered with vibrant lights. Flourishing like a newborn, the epitome of opulence, New York was indeed a paradise for the affluent. Virginia Potts, Tony Stark's secretary, was in a state of distress, her footsteps quickening as she rummaged through her bag. The treacherous Obadiah had audaciously contacted terrorists to kidnap Tony Stark. At last, she unearthed a business card. Agent Coulson from the Department of Strategic Homeland Security, Defense, and Logistics. 3 sleek black Chevrolet vans traversed the streets. Coulson, a level 6 SHIELD agent, was tasked with investigating the kidnapping of Tony Stark. Just moments ago, Stark's secretary had contacted him, revealing the mastermind behind the abduction, Obadiah, a veteran of Stark Industries. She possessed critical evidence. Coulson's current mission was to protect Virginia Potts while apprehending Obadiah. In the Stark Industries building, Obadiah observed his computer screen, infuriated to discover that Potts had copied his data. This was a grave situation. He had initially intended to prolong Tony Stark's life, but now he was forced to initiate his contingency plan. At Stark's residence, Obadiah easily subdued Tony with ultrasonic weaponry, seizing the arc reactor that sustained him. Looking at the dying Tony, Obadiah felt no pity, hastily departing to his secret base, where his Iron King suit awaited. The 3 black Chevrolets came to a stop at the entrance of Obadiah's hidden stronghold. Coulson checked his device, confirming that Obadiah was indeed present at that location. A dozen agents disembarked, checking their weapons, preparing to infiltrate and apprehend Obadiah. The agents of SHIELD do not engage in reasoned discourse. When faced with resistance, They shoot decisively. They are all elite operatives, yet they remain blissfully unaware of the formidable challenge that awaits them. Within the base, Obadiah's crimson eyes gleamed with intensity as his massive armored suit activated. With a single powerful swing of his iron arm, he sent several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents flying, crashing through both bodies and walls. One unfortunate agent suffered a grievous injury. His chest caved in, leaving him on the brink of death. The agents unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire upon Obadiah, but his formidable armor rendered their bullets utterly ineffective. At that moment, Obadiah had but one objective: to hunt down Potts and reclaim the evidence. He knew that once he secured it, the U.S. government would surely align with him, and the military would extend lucrative contracts his way, solidifying his status as a privileged figure in America. Meanwhile, Garen meandered through the streets of New York, hoping to encounter some hapless gangsters from a television drama to rob, for even heroes face financial woes. Surely, he could not resort to brute force to dine without payment. That would be beneath his dignity. Chapter 3. Garen takes action. Garen wandered aimlessly along the bustling streets of New York, fervently wishing for an oblivious scoundrel to cross his path. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts and the screeching of brakes pierced the air. Garen rubbed his eyes and looked ahead to see a metallic armored suit hoisting a 7-passenger van, poised to smash it into a passing black car. Meanwhile, Coulson was fleeing with Potts, astonished that the operation had gone awry. Dozens of agents were unaccounted for, and the enemy possessed a functional armored suit. With Coulson's driving skills, they narrowly escaped several perilous situations, but their luck was running thin. They were in New York, the most congested city in the world, and Coulson was cursing its traffic. Garen watched in awe as the ironmonger wreaked havoc on the streets, tearing apart vehicles with ease, and he couldn't help but cheer silently for the spectacle. The crimson armored suit descended from the sky, delivering a powerful punch to the ironmonger's head. "Tony, I was contemplating whether eliminating you would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, but now I realize this suit is your final gift to me," Obadiah declared, his confidence unshaken as he faced Tony Stark. Without further ado, Tony engaged his uncle Obadiah in a fierce battle on the streets of New York, where the two armored suits clashed in a sci-fi spectacle featuring artillery, missiles, and lasers in chaotic disarray. Coulson seized the opportunity to use the car's communicator to urgently report the situation to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, the bald, one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was gazing out at the illuminated nightscape of New York from his office when the call came through. "Director, we have a crisis. The mission to apprehend Obadiah has failed. He is now engaged in a fierce battle with Tony on the streets, and chaos reigns." Coulson relayed the current predicament succinctly. As Fury listened intently, his assistant, Hill, called out from outside, "Director, there's been an incident. You should see this." Hill brought a computer into the office, where the chaos of New York streets unfolded, vividly depicting the fierce battle between Ironmonger and Iron Man. At that moment, Obadiah lifted a car from the roadside and hurled it towards Tony, who swiftly obliterated the vehicle mid-air with a laser cannon from his palm. The streets echoed with the cries of terrified bystanders. Yet Nick Fury discerned that Tony, clad in his crimson armor, was no match for the towering Ironmonger. "What are you doing? Why aren't you rushing to assist? Can't you see that Tony is outmatched by Obadiah?" Nick Fury expressed his unwavering confidence in his S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who were all selected elites from various departments, having successfully executed missions to eliminate terrorist leaders and thwart nuclear threats on numerous occasions. Coulson, overhearing the director's words, retrieved his sole weapon and, with a tone of regret, remarked, "I'm sorry, Director, but I only possess a small-caliber handgun," which wouldn't even pierce their armor. Nick Fury glanced at the armored figures on the street, cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness, acknowledging that it would indeed be a tall order for Coulson to confront such formidable foes with a mere handgun. Tony's armor sent Ironmonger flying, and as he received alerts from JARV ICE, Tony realized his energy reserves were critically low and desperately sought a solution. Pepper Potts, witnessing Tony's predicament, approached Coulson anxiously, urging, "Quickly, find someone to assist Tony. Aren't you an agent? Before Coulson could respond, a voice interrupted, Madam. I believe I can be of assistance. For $10,000, I can handle that giant right now. Coulson, startled, instinctively aimed his handgun at the young man who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Don't be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely overheard this lady seeking help, and I believe I can alleviate her concerns, the young man reassured, palms raised in a gesture of peace. No problem. I'll give you $100,000 to help Tony right now. Hurry. Coulson shook his head at Pepper's reaction, doubtful that such a youth could offer any real assistance, especially considering that even a dozen trained agents struggled against Ironmonger. To him, Pepper's desperation seemed akin to grasping at straws, clouding her judgment. Very well, my dear lady, you shall find it exceedingly worthwhile. The young man replied to Pepper and then turned to Coulson, saying, Sir, I would appreciate it if you could act as a witness. Thank you. Before Coulson could respond to the boy's request, he witnessed an astonishing transformation that surpassed even the sight of Ironmonger. The young man donned a suit reminiscent of Ironmonger's armor, enveloped in a formidable exoskeleton, wielding a technologically advanced sword nearly a meter in length. Coulson could hardly fathom how this youth had undergone such a drastic change in mere seconds. Where had this armor and colossal sword come from? Spatial manipulation? As the young man activated the suit, a system notification chimed in the air. The host activated battle mode, becoming fully digitized. Endowed with the passive abilities of eternal stamina and invulnerability, remaining in peak physical condition until death. Long live Demacia, he exclaimed, invoking a classic line with a touch of youthful fervor. Garen unleashed his devastating strike, his colossal sword emanating a radiant blue light. Agent Coulson, report the current situation, he commanded, momentarily stunned as he witnessed Garen's prowess, while Nick Fury's voice echoed incessantly from his phone. Swallowing hard, Coulson replied, Director, I am witnessing something even more astonishing. At that moment, Nick Fury observed a towering figure clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive sword, charging onto the battlefield through his computer screen. Obadiah's attention was solely fixated on Tony, oblivious to the threat approaching from behind. Seizing the opportunity, Garen raised his colossal sword high and delivered a decisive strike upon Ironmonger's head. Obadiah felt a jolt to the back of his skull, an immense force striking him, and sparks erupted from Ironmonger. Turning around, he beheld a figure in an iron suit brandishing a blue giant sword. Tony's ally. You're courting death, Obadiah thought as he attempted to command Ironmonger to retaliate, only to find its cannon rendered inoperative. Justice is on my side, Garen proclaimed as Ironmonger turned. Initiating a spinning maneuver, he deftly twirled his sword, inflicting significant damage upon the surrounding foes. Obadiah realized that his seemingly invincible Ironmonger was beginning to sustain damage, its armor cracking and wounds appearing under Garen's relentless assault. Unable to remain passive, Obadiah activated his most formidable weapon. A compartment in his shoulder opened, launching a miniature missile, Stark Industries' latest model, capable of obliterating a small mountain. He had no doubt that his adversary could not withstand such an onslaught. Garen ceased his spinning as he noticed a missile hurtling towards him. Courage skill activated. A tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the entire street, sending nearby buildings and vehicles soaring into the air. Tony, witnessing Obadiah's missile launch, swiftly darted to Pepper's side to shield her, while Coulson narrowly escaped the devastation. Chapter 4. Demacia's everything shop. As the dust from the explosion settled, Tony and his companions found it hard to believe that anyone could survive such a cataclysm, especially considering the destructive power of the missile he himself had developed. An ordinary person could not possibly endure such devastation. Yet, our protagonist is Garen, the man heralded as the embodiment of Demacian strength. As the smoke cleared, Garen stood unscathed, firmly gripping his enormous sword, gazing resolutely ahead, entirely unharmed. Not a single scratch upon him. Damn it, he swore, fully aware that the missile had reduced his health by 30%. Obadiah, witnessing his foe remain unscathed after being directly struck by his missile, felt a flicker of fear creeping in. Generally speaking, those struck by such a cutting-edge bomb would now be left with little more than an urn to collect ashes, preparing for their final resting place. Observing that the opposing Obadiah remained unmoved, Garen also found himself content to stand his ground. He possessed a unique ability, the passive effect of his armor. The rage of the Berserker allowed him to recover a quarter of his maximum health after disengaging from combat for 5 seconds. How much will Tony pay you? I can offer you 10 times that. Obadiah, recognizing the formidable foe before him, sought to employ a monetary strategy. As a stalwart champion of justice, how could Garen possibly be swayed by the allure of wealth? 1 million up front, and I shall spare you. Garen was taken aback to discover that Obadiah, in addition to being a formidable opponent, was also endowed with extraordinary capabilities. The moment wealth was introduced into the equation, Obadiah swiftly seized control over Garen. Assist me in eliminating them, and I will pay you handsomely. Seeing that his opponent harbored a greedy disposition, Obadiah endeavored to manipulate him into dispatching Tony and Potts. Without money, what are you even saying? Garen retorted, incensed upon realizing that Obadiah lacked funds. What gives you, a burly man and not a charming lady, the right to expect me, a chosen one, to act on your behalf without immediate compensation? A devastating blow. Garen's great sword suddenly radiated a brilliant blue light as he activated his ultimate ability, charging towards his adversary. At that moment, Garen resembled a celestial being, enveloped in a resplendent aura of righteousness. He leaped into the air, his sword striking down upon Obadiah's armored head. Unfazed by Garen's offensive, Obadiah retaliated with a colossal iron fist, believing himself to have the upper hand against the mere flesh and blood of his opponent. Garen wielded a two-handed greatsword, broad and sharp, immensely heavy. When thrust forth, it acted like a piercing spear, and when swung in a broad arc, it resembled a colossal battering ram. Caught within the grip of the Iron Tyrant, Obadiah felt the force of Garen's blows reverberating through him, leaving him momentarily dazed. The Iron Tyrant unleashed a full array of weaponry, guns and cannons firing in unison. Yet Garen, emboldened by courage, stood his ground, resolutely bracing against Obadiah's onslaught. He commenced his spinning leap, his great sword whirling around like a tempest. Behind him, Tony Stark and his companions were astonished by the spectacle of battle unfolding before their eyes, their mouths agape. Such a display of combat, reminiscent of a low-budget sci-fi film, was unlike anything they had ever witnessed, both fantastical and wild. Where did you find him? Tony inquired of Potts, astonished. I hired him for $100,000. She replied candidly. In truth, she had begun to regret her decision to send Garen into battle, concerned that a youth might lose his life due to her monetary persuasion. Yet, Garen's performance thus far was undeniably impressive. A fatal strike. Garen's sword once again collided with the Iron Tyrant, and this time, Obadiah was sent crashing to the ground, his steel armor showing signs of wear from Garen's relentless assault. At this moment, Obadiah contemplated fleeing, but the damage to his Iron Tyrant's power system left him unable to rise. As Garen beheld the Iron Tyrant he had vanquished, he commenced a merciless taunt. Raising his colossal sword once more, it gleamed with a radiant light. Suddenly, the Iron Tyrant removed his helmet, revealing a visage of sheer terror. Obadiah. Spare me, I surrender. Garen paused, lowering his weapon, casting a glance at Potts, for his employer was present. Let him go. After all, he is my uncle, Tony Stark. I would rather not witness his demise before my eyes. Who are you, and why should I heed your words, fool? Garen disregarded Tony Stark's authority, his gaze fixed intently on Potts. Very well, I shall heed Tony's counsel and spare him. Potts interjected, unable to refuse Tony's proposal. The chaos in the streets of New York began to subside as the newly arrived S.H.E.L.D. agents escorted Obadiah into their vehicle. In a quaint CF, Garen, having resumed his disguise, indulged in a hearty meal while Tony and Potts sat opposite him. Have you never eaten before? Tony remarked, coldly mocking Garen, for the latter had just overshadowed him in Potts' presence. Is this how you speak to your savior? Garen continued to feast, responding with muffled words as he consumed his meal. Garen, the payment has been transferred to your account. I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. Potts expressed her gratitude. For in her eyes, Tony was no match for Obadiah. had she not enlisted Garen's help. The question of whether she and Tony could even be seated there was debatable. Upon hearing Pot's words, Tony retorted, "That fool would have been no challenge for me." Garen finished his meal, glanced at Tony with an air of disdain, and then rose to depart. In truth, Garen felt exhilarated. Having earned a handsome sum of 100,000 for his brief appearance, and having bested the genius Tony Stark was a thrill beyond measure. What was his next step? Naturally, it was to ascend to the pinnacle of life and marry a wealthy heiress. I, Garen of Demacia, shall from this day forth uphold justice and act as a champion of the righteous. Upon returning to the shop bequeathed by his grandfather, Garen checked the system notifications. During the recent battle, the system had persistently alerted him, though he had paid little heed. Host has sustained damage. Health decreased by 1800. The passive ability Heart of the Berserker has activated. Health is currently regenerating. The opponent has been marked as the archvillain. True damage has been activated. Yasuo, witnessing that his system possessed supported combat functions, was astounded. Most alarmingly, the system had classified Obadiah as the archvillain. It is crucial to remember that once marked as such, even the mightiest foes would struggle against a single strike from his formidable sword. Congratulations, host, for completing a task involving a beautiful woman. You have acquired a random skill, Brutal Strike, a skill of the Stone Golem. Passive, armor increased by 30%. Active, normal attacks inflict additional physical damage to the target and nearby units. To my astonishment, a delightful surprise awaited me. Not only did I receive a cash reward of 100,000, but the system also granted me a skill, a truly fortunate turn of events. Sitting on my bed, I was momentarily lost in thought before I retrieved some paint and wooden boards. Demacia All-Purpose Store officially opened its doors today. Chapter 5, The Just God Natasha, a level 9 agent of S.H.I.L.D., is known to her adversaries as the Black Widow. Her specialty lies in her ability to allure men with her charm, a skill in which she has never faltered. She is the super ace among Nick Fury's agents. Early in the morning, I ventured to the bank, as possessing such a substantial fortune for the first time warranted an enhancement to my lifestyle. As a former gaming enthusiast, or rather a recluse, I knew that after acquiring wealth, purchasing a new computer and securing a reliable internet connection were essential. Not to mention replacing the antiquated device left behind by my grandfather. Emerging from the tech hub, I wore a broad smile and sought out a restaurant that caught my eye, intending to enjoy a delightful lunch before heading home. While I was engrossed in my new smartphone, a striking beauty with fiery red hair entered the restaurant, surveying her surroundings as she approached me step by step. "Excuse me, are you alone?" Natasha inquired, noting that her target was a rather large young man. I was so absorbed in my phone that I seemed oblivious to her presence. "Ahem. May I ask if you're alone?" Natasha coughed twice, hoping to capture my attention, convinced that no one could ignore her. In truth, I had heard her first question. Such a captivating woman entering the restaurant was indeed a sight to behold. However, I did not believe I had anything that could attract her interest. Completely engrossed in the marvels of my new device, I must admit, the technology in the Marvel Universe is astonishing. It felt as though I had discovered a new world. Then I heard her voice again. "Excuse me, are you a person?" What a peculiar question. Am I not human? Am I a dog? Faced with such a foolish inquiry, I chose to disregard her. To my surprise, the individual asking such a nonsensical question was relentless, repeating her query when I did not respond. I finally pulled my attention from my phone, lifting my gaze to see what sort of person could pose such a question. Upon looking up, I realized it was the same beauty who had just entered the restaurant. Inwardly, I mused that indeed, God is fair. He bestowed upon her an angelic visage and a devilish figure, but seemingly deprived her of wisdom and perception. "Excuse me, may I ask if you are a person?" Natasha observed me looking her way, though my expression was peculiar, and I shook my head repeatedly, refusing to answer her question. Taking a deep breath, she smiled and asked for the third time. To be asked 3 times whether I am a person felt like an affront. Did I truly appear to her as some sort of canine? "Madam, I believe you ought to consult a physician regarding your eyesight or perhaps your mental faculties. If I am not a person, then what am I? A dog sitting here?" Garen, in a fit of temper, dismissed any concern for appearances and retorted without hesitation. Upon hearing his response, Natasha stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, and wondered to herself if he was truly a fool. After swallowing hard a couple of times to regain her composure, she positioned herself opposite Garen, observing the somewhat peculiar beauty seated across from him. Garen glanced around the once sparsely populated restaurant, now bustling with patrons. Perhaps he had misinterpreted her intentions. She might merely be inquiring if he was alone due to a lack of seating, rather than insulting him. As he contemplated whether to apologize, she posed another question. Could you lend your phone? Natasha decided to approach him under the pretense of needing his number, fully aware that a boy of his age would likely be eager to connect with her. Was it simply because she had spoken to him that she now desired his phone? Or perhaps she had seen him purchase the latest model in Tech City and wished to possess it herself, despite lacking the means? Various scenarios flitted through Garen's mind, with the likelihood of her being a gold digger increasing with each thought. He glanced at Natasha, who wore a cheerful expression, then down at his newly acquired phone. No, he must refuse her. He could not allow her to perceive him as a pushover. Impossible. I just spent over $10,000 on this phone. Don't dream, miss. Garen remained silent until he spoke, causing not only Natasha to be taken aback, but also a middle-aged man at the adjacent table, who sprayed water from his mouth in shock. Holding a metal fork that began to bend under the pressure of her grip, Natasha's brows furrowed with intensity, as if she could crush a crab. She sensed she had met her match. After 2 deep breaths, Natasha plastered a smile on her face and gently replied, I think you've misunderstood. I don't want your phone. I merely wish to have your phone number. Garen felt an undeniable complexity about her. She was far from ordinary. Failing to obtain the phone, she resorted to attempting to extort his number instead, exuding an unwavering determination. Yet, how did she know his number was a desirable one? I am unaware of how you gleaned that my number is indeed a coveted one, but I can unequivocally assure you that this number was passed down to me by my grandfather and has been in use for 10 years. I will not part with it, so do not bother trying. Garen earnestly stated, word by word, before rising and departing the restaurant, disregarding the lunch that had yet to arrive. As Garen departed, Natasha found herself gripping the fork he had left behind, now split into 2. 10 minutes after his exit, the patrons of the restaurant began to rise in an orderly fashion. It turned out that upon Garen's entrance, all the guests, including the waitstaff, had transformed into agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., covertly creating opportunities for Natasha. However, what they collectively failed to anticipate was the unexpected failure of the typically invincible Natasha. Seated in her chair, Natasha reflected on the recent encounter. Shuddering at the memory, it felt like a nightmare. The first contact had ended in failure, potentially due to the opponent's heightened vigilance, or perhaps she had inadvertently revealed her true intentions. With her initial attempt thwarted, Natasha reported the incident to Nick Fury. He had intelligence regarding a shop called Demacia's General Store, which could facilitate a second meeting. It was imperative to understand the source of Garen's power from the previous day. Nick Fury placed his trust in Natasha. He believed no man could resist her allure. To be candid, Natasha was somewhat reluctant to approach Garen again, if he had not been feigning ignorance. She could only lament that while the divine had granted him formidable strength, it had withheld the faculties of a rational mind. God had stripped him of both wisdom and emotional intelligence. Exiting the restaurant, Natasha felt the need to strategize. She must be thoroughly prepared. Chapter 6. Business Opportunities. The following day, Garen had spent the entire night gaming, now sporting dark circles under his eyes as he continued his relentless pursuit in a game reminiscent of his past life. As a novice, he dominated the virtual arena, not only reducing several opponents to tears, but also mercilessly criticizing his teammates, fully embodying the persona of a gaming prodigy. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of a cheerful doorbell rang out. Without lifting his gaze, Garen muttered, If you have business, wait a moment. I'm busy. Natasha observed Garen, disheveled and bleary-eyed, staring blankly at the computer screen, muttering incessantly like an imbecile. Come on, you fool. Are you really that dense? What a disaster. Moments latte. Garen set down his mouse and glanced up, only to be met with the sight of the same green tea BTCH who had asked for his number the day before. You truly are persistent. he remarked. But I'm no easy mark. I suggest you abandon this pursuit. Despite my accomplishments and wealth, I will not be your patron. Before she could respond, Garen had already conjured an explanation for her visit. At that moment, Natasha contemplated drawing her weapon, but instead, she could only lament Garen's erratic intellect and his audacity to boast of wealth despite his 18 years of financial decline. What audacity, what breadth of heart! I have a request for you, Natasha stated, producing a thick stack of dollars and placing on the counter. Since Garen had opened a general store accepting commissions, it was fortuitous, as the world was rife with peculiarities. Employing him would not only allow her to observe his abilities up close, but also grant Natasha a superior opportunity to exert control over him, an arrangement that benefited both parties. An S-H-I-E-L-D was not lacking in funds. Upon encountering the enticing allure of American dollars, Galen discreetly powered down his computer and turned his full attention to Natasha. After all, she was a customer, and that elevated her status to that of a potential benefactor. It is imperative to clarify that my services come at a premium. However, you may rest assured of my capabilities. As he spoke, Galen produced a photograph featuring himself alongside the illustrious Stark, declaring, "Behold, the renowned owner of Stark Industries is among my clientele." This touch of celebrity endorsement undoubtedly enhanced Galen's persuasiveness. My brother recently went missing in New Orleans, and I hope you can accompany me there. Natasha, having meticulously prepared for this encounter, was aware of the gravity of the situation. Indeed, New Orleans had recently been the site of unsettling events, leaving the local populace in a state of anxiety. Several government agencies suspected the occurrence of superhuman phenomena and sought the intervention of S-H-I-E-L-D. Upon realizing that this was a matter of hiring someone to locate a missing person, Galen felt it was a straightforward task. He would merely handle the physical confrontations, while the success of locating her brother rested solely upon her. No problem. I will need to make some preparations and can depart this evening. However, all expenses incurred along the way will be your responsibility. Galen was pleasantly surprised that, just a day into his new venture, he had already acquired a client. This marked his inaugural official transaction within the Marvel Universe, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. What heightened the excitement was that his employer was a strikingly beautiful woman. Perhaps the journey would unfold with cinematic drama, leading Galen to unwittingly drool with anticipation. Noticing Galen's uncharacteristic demeanor, Natasha coughed pointedly, questioning whether the task ahead was truly as extraordinary as Nick Fury had suggested. After exchanging cash for contact information and agreeing to set off that evening, Natasha departed to prepare for the mission herself. Once alone, Galen, lacking any semblance of decorum, eagerly scooped up the money from the table, his eyes sparkling with delight as he began to count the bills. The prospect of sleeping in and counting money until his hands ached was a dream that many would envy. After completing his calculations, he relished a bowl of instant noodles purchased the previous day, then settled in for a peaceful slumber, unconcerned about the preparations he needed to undertake. After all, confronting adversaries required merely donning his combat attire. Meanwhile, within the confines of S-H-I-L-D, Natasha was briefing Nick Fury on the forthcoming operations. Exercise caution. The situation in New Orleans is far more complex than you might imagine. Over 30 individuals have vanished, Fury cautioned his subordinate. Whether Natasha heeded his warning remained uncertain as she departed the office without a backward glance, embodying the pride of a top-tier agent. Fury, glancing at a stack of documents on his desk, noted that the top sheet bore a recent photograph of Galen. Isaaki Elave had not only apprehended Obadiah, but had also seized the Ironmonger. In the original timeline, the Ironmonger was supposed to have detonated, resulting in Obadiah's demise and leaving S-H-I-E-L-D empty-handed. However, due to Galen's unexpected intervention, the Ironmonger experienced only minor system malfunctions, and Obadiah was captured rather than killed. Countless researchers and numerous secret bases have enabled S-H-I-E-L-D to successfully restore Iron Tyrant. After rigorous testing by professionals, the performance of Iron Tyrant proved to be terrifyingly formidable. Even the aircraft's cannons could not annihilate it in a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, a young man named Garen, armed solely with a technologically advanced greatsword, challenged this formidable suit of armor. Interestingly, the records indicate that for the past 18 years, Garen had displayed nothing remarkable, raising questions about the source of his abilities. That evening, Natasha arrived at the entrance of Demacia's all-purpose shop, gazing at the locked door of the pitch-black establishment, pondering whether the proprietor had absconded with the money. After knocking proved futile, Natasha resorted to forcibly entering the premises. She vowed that if the young man had indeed fled, she would ensure he regretted ever coming into this world. Ultimately, Natasha discovered Garen in the bedroom, clad only in a pair of shorts, sound asleep, the covers kicked to the floor, and drool soaking his pillow, utterly oblivious to her intrusion. Natasha found herself questioning whether this slumbering figure was indeed the same individual who had confronted Iron Tyrant on the streets of New York. The disparity was far too great. With a few firm kicks, she roused Garen from his slumber. Groggy and bleary-eyed, he was taken aback to find his employer standing beside him and awkwardly muttered, "Is it dark already? I'm not being lazy. Sufficient sleep is essential for maintaining vigilance, which ultimately serves to protect you better." Having spent over 30 years across 2 lifetimes, this was Garen's first experience aboard an aircraft, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. New Orleans, a bustling port city located in the southern part of Louisiana, is the largest city in the state, thriving on its tourism industry. Just a few months prior, a tour group of over 30 individuals mysteriously vanished. Subsequent investigations by local authorities revealed that the entire group had met a gruesome fate in the swamps. The news had barely spread for a day when rescue personnel and police began to disappear one after another, leaving only a single local woman as the sole survivor. The only chilling revelation was that the devil had returned. Chapter 7. How natural it is at the airport. Garen followed Natasha onto the plane, his hands empty, having brought nothing with him, utterly devoid of the demeanor expected of a bodyguard. Natasha noted Garen's empty-handedness in her mind. Among her points of investigation was whether he possessed a unique spatial technology, considering the astonishing scene of him suddenly wielding a massive sword on the streets of New York, which had led many scientists to feel as though they had discovered a new frontier. "Are you going to protect my safety with nothing in hand?" Natasha inquired immediately upon boarding the aircraft. "Rest assured, I have brought a weapon. It is rather special, and I have concealed it in a very discreet location," Garen insisted, striving to assure his employer of the value he offered, emphasizing that he was not merely slacking off, but possessed genuine capabilities. "Of course, I have complete faith in your abilities." Natasha's expression radiated with an exquisite smile, yet she discreetly recorded everything on her tablet. She harbored suspicions that Garen possessed a capability akin to the manipulation of objects as sizes. It was clear to her that such powers had been mastered decades ago, and the concept of manipulating space seemed too fantastical in her eyes. "This was the result of my preliminary investigation." Natasha handed her tablet to Garen, with intentions of accomplishing both tasks simultaneously. In an effort to appear highly professional, Garen picked up the tablet and began to peruse the information. However, his rapid skimming technique left one uncertain as to whether he was genuinely reviewing the material or merely trying to project professionalism. "Could you kindly introduce yourself? I find myself rather unfamiliar with your background." Natasha skillfully probed for information about Garen. Presenting oneself before a beautiful woman was an opportunity for Garen to boast. Clearing his throat, he declared, "You may call me Garen, known as the Might of Demacia. My elder brother is a prince, my younger brother serves as a steward, and the thickets are my home. Just remember this, no one can defeat me. Whatever the circumstance, stay behind me." I have a saying that has echoed around the world. As long as the tower stands, no, that's not right. It should be, as long as the employer stands. This introduction left Natasha perplexed. Even with her professional acumen, she struggled to discern which of Garen's statements were truths, fabrications, or mere nonsense. "I hope our endeavor proceeds smoothly." Natasha chose to retreat into silence. "With me around, you can rest assured that your brother will be safe, and I shall certainly protect you as well." Garen reassured her, patting himself on the back. Observing Natasha with her eyes closed, seemingly about to drift into slumber, Garen felt a sense of satisfaction. He believed he had successfully taken the first step in charming his beautiful employer, and perhaps, in the days to come, he could finally shed the title of a 30-something virgin. How could one win the affection of such a beauty? By saving her, protecting her, and ultimately winning her over. A few hours later, Natasha and Garen landed at New Orleans Airport. As they exited into the dawn light, Natasha turned to Garen and inquired, "What are your thoughts? Where should we go first?" "Where else but to find a hotel and rest?" Garen replied without a second thought, intending only to convey his desire for rest. However, his words inadvertently suggested a different implication. Natasha found herself exasperated by Garen's response. "I asked for your thoughts regarding the mission, and you suggest we find a hotel room to sleep?" She clarified, "I'm referring to the task for which I hired you. What are your ideas? How do you plan to assist me in locating my brother?" Natasha ran her fingers through her hair, pressing Garen for further details. At that moment, Garen felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Oh, you meant the mission? I think wandering around the area where your brother went missing should yield results. Even if we do not find him alive, discovering a body would still justify your hiring of me." Observing Garen's serious demeanor, Natasha found it increasingly challenging to maintain her composure. At that moment, she harbored an overwhelming desire to subdue him and pry open his mind to comprehend the uniqueness of his thoughts. In truth, Garen longed to retort, questioning how one could expect a child missing for over 10 days to be found, regardless of whether he was hired or even if Sherlock Holmes himself were on the case. After all, his role was solely to engage in combat, and he possessed no aptitude for detective work. Little did he realize that Natasha sought not merely a missing brother, but the sinister mastermind behind the slaughter of dozens. With Garen as her chief enforcer, Natasha rented a car, taking Yasuo along as they set off toward their target location, eager to conclude this wretched mission. For the first time, amidst her encounters with countless men, she felt she had met her match. She sensed that Garen could very well become her lifelong adversary. Their destination was the Marsh of the Enigma, where a recent disappearance of a 30-person tour group was merely the information available to the public. As an agent of S.H.I.L.D., Natasha was privy to far more intricate details. Merely 2 days after the group's disappearance, police and medical personnel discovered numerous bodies in a marsh, each met with brutal violence. That very night, a substantial number of those officers and medics also vanished, leading to an estimated death toll exceeding 100, prompting the local government to escalate the matter to S.H.I.E.L.D. for investigation. In a small town near the Marsh of the Enigma, Natasha drove Garen to the site where the sole survivor of the incident was currently located at the police station. They parked the car outside a hotel. "Come on, let's get out," Natasha urged. As she stepped out, Garen hesitated, feeling the rapid pace of events unnerving. Should he truly yield to her? "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get out," Natasha called back. Having already reached the hotel entrance and noticing Garen lost in thought inside the car, Garen's expression shifted, and he steeled himself to appear more serious. He approached Natasha and entered the hotel alongside her, yet his heart raced with excitement. After living for over 30 years, this was the first time he would share a room with a woman. "One room, please," Natasha requested, living up to Garen's expectations by only asking for a single accommodation. In the elevator, Garen observed Natasha's poised demeanor, which led him to ponder whether she was a socialite, so adept and at ease in securing a room. Should he acquiesce to her? Peering into the room, Garen beheld a standard double bedroom. As he admired Natasha's graceful figure from behind, he gulped audibly, seemingly having made up his mind. He quickened his pace, advancing toward her with open arms, intending to embrace Natasha from behind. After all, one ought to seize the opportunity presented by a beautiful woman. Chapter 8. The Witchcraft Shop. Let us talk this out. Let go for now. I am your bodyguard. And that was merely a misunderstanding. Trust me. At that moment, Garen and Natasha lay on the bed, her slender, black stocking-clad legs tightly encircling his neck. As Garen prepared to embark on his first splendid experience of life, he momentarily let his guard down, allowing Natasha to counter him. In an instant, Garen was technically subdued. Natasha, just entering the room, felt an ambush from behind as a pair of arms wrapped around her waist. The agent's extraordinary reflexes ignited, and her impressive close combat skills swiftly overcame Garen. She was bewildered by the peculiarities of this man's behavior. "What do you intend to do? Why ambush me?" Natasha had no intention of releasing Garen. Garen, embarrassed, could hardly confess that he had misunderstood her intentions, thinking she sought a private rendezvous. Ultimately, unable to articulate his thoughts, he donned his skin and forcefully broke free from her grasp. Upon witnessing Garen suddenly don a set of iron armor and escape her hold, Natasha's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She swore she had never encountered such a remarkable phenomenon. The metallic armor and colossal technological sword appeared instantaneously, as if conjured from thin air, without any superfluous movements. "This is a misunderstanding," Garen stammered, hoping to clarify that he had merely activated his skin, but his racing mind failed to conjure a suitable excuse. Noticing a hint of boyish shyness on Garen's face, Natasha seemed to grasp something profound. "What was it you were wearing?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of Garen's equipment, as if she had stumbled upon a new realm of discovery. Garen had contemplated the matter of his skin for several days, devising various excuses, ultimately settling on the most simplistic one: fighting energy solidification, transformation, manifestation. "Armor. Have you ever heard of it? If not, it matters not. Just know that I am formidable. Hiring me is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment." With a surge of confidence, Garen felt quite pleased with himself. Natasha, unable to comprehend Garen's words, felt that communicating with someone so seemingly foolish would require time to adjust. Yet she was confident she would acclimate eventually. "Are you saying your armor is a manifestation of your own abilities?" she asked again, trying to clarify her understanding. "Your interpretation is not incorrect. It is indeed a manifestation of my inherent energy," Garen replied, astonished that his fabrication had led Natasha to a conclusion. How splendid it would be to have a ready-made answer when others inquired about his armor's origins, based on Natasha's interpretation. "Aside from armor and the great sword, can you transform into anything else?" As a highly knowledgeable super agent, Natasha could analyze the essence of any matter with remarkable clarity. "Transform into other things?" "Certainly. Once I refine my skills, not only can I manifest other items, but I could even conjure a horse for you. Ever heard of a fighting energy horse?" Garen, thoroughly engaged in the conversation, relished the notion that he had outsmarted Natasha, unaware that she had not seen the television series. Once again, Natasha found herself retreating into silence amidst Garen's exuberant chatter. "Remain here and rest your mind, dismissing any futile thoughts. I shall step out to gather some information." With a resounding thud, the door to the room was forcefully closed. Natasha, her expression ashen, departed the room with the intent of visiting the police station. She sought to converse with the sole survivor to ascertain the situation. With Garen present, revealing her true intentions would be effortless. She had already gleaned sufficient information about him. Just as director Nick Fury had described, it was indeed extraordinary, yet she would not be swayed by his fanciful tales. If he could conjure a horse, why not wings to soar through the skies? She was uncertain that directly questioning Garen would yield anything less than a serious response. After all, transforming into wings was far less impressive than morphing into a horse. Meanwhile, Garen remained in the room, his mind incessantly replaying the image of those alluring legs. He could not help but ponder whether he harbored a penchant for masochism, swiftly shaking his head to dispel the thought. Although this was his first venture away from home, one might wonder if he should indulge in some exploration. Observing Natasha's retreating figure, Garen silently exited the inn, seeking amusement and curiosity in the unfamiliar town, having left New York for the first time in over a decade. On the other hand, Natasha had arrived at the police station, where, after presenting her credentials, she was respectfully ushered inside by the officers. The local chief personally attended to her. Upon gaining a brief understanding of the situation, Natasha expressed her desire to meet the survivor, only to be informed that the individual had already departed. Garen wandered aimlessly along the quaint streets of the town, when a witchcraft shop caught his eye. The allure of mysticism was potent, though he recalled that in his previous life, witchcraft was merely a series of deceptive tricks. However, In a Marvel universe, anything was conceivable, and perhaps magic could indeed manifest. Upon entering the shop, Garen discovered a gathering in progress. "Welcome to the Voodoo House of the Cursed Wizard. The meeting will commence shortly. Feel free to help yourself to some cookies and find a seat while you wait," remarked an Asian gentleman at the entrance, holding a platter of cookies. Garen found the atmosphere quite intriguing, yet refrained from partaking in the cookies, knowing the necessity of maintaining vigilance while away from home. Before long, the room was filled with attendees, among whom a bald man clad in sunglasses captured Garen's attention due to his formidable physique. Shortly thereafter, a robust African-American man made an appearance, and Garen finally understood the assembly's purpose. The wizard sought to enlist them to scour the swamps for a missing vessel, while rallying everyone for a hunting expedition. A sum of $500 awaited those who joined. However, upon the wizard uttering a name, the attendees promptly rose to depart. The name Victor Crowley seemed to haunt the local populace like a nightmare. Garen was perplexed as to why a mere name could incite such fear. Yet the swamps were indeed a destination on his agenda. Perhaps this presented a favorable opportunity. Dialing the contact number Natasha had provided, Garen succinctly explained the situation. A hunter squad from the town was about to venture into the marshlands in search of a creature named Victor Crowley. He shared his thoughts, suggesting they join the hunters in their quest to locate his brother. Garen, however, withheld the information regarding a reward of $500. As he observed the crowd disperse, the anxious black wizard began to intercept a few individuals, particularly a muscular bald man that Yasuo had noticed. They engaged in a clandestine conversation, after which the bald man chose to remain. Eventually, only a handful of people were left. With the cowards gone, it was time to discuss serious matters. The black wizard addressed the few remaining, hinting at some crucial secrets yet to be unveiled. Chapter 9. The Reckless Squad. A bounty of $5,000 awaited anyone who could bring back Victor's head, a proposition that stirred excitement among all present. "I have a companion who will be joining shortly," Garen announced, his eyes widening at the mention of $5,000. Despite his current wealth, the prospect of such a reward for merely eliminating one person was tantalizing. He recalled the arduous effort it took to rescue Tony Stark, which only earned him $100,000. Garen felt a swell of pride at having left the hotel so soon, receiving a new task almost immediately. What a delightful turn of events. Not long after, Natasha entered the voodoo shop, having gathered substantial intelligence at the police station, including details about Victor Crowley. Regrettably, she found it hard to believe in the existence of such a creature, suspecting instead that someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Perhaps an organization exploiting the town's monster legends. "What are you doing here?" Natasha pulled Garen out of the shop. "If I told you I was sleepwalking, you wouldn't believe me," he replied, his thoughts as inscrutable as ever. Ultimately, the two concluded that following the squad into the Island marsh was a prudent strategy. Natasha sought to protect her identity, while Garen was motivated by the generous commission. The Reckless Squad was set to depart. A dilapidated boat carried the group forward, the Island marsh teeming with wild crocodiles, which thrilled the hunters. To Garen's surprise, in addition to Natasha, there were two other women in the crew. Natasha, possessing more intelligence, recognized one of them as Mary Beth Danston, a survivor of the marsh. According to local folklore, Victor's demise was closely linked to his father. After a brief while, the Asian crew member who had recently attended to Garen spotted a missing boat sign submerged in the water. Aware of the truth, Mary Beth pondered speaking up, but the black wizard intervened. In pursuit of reckless objectives, he led the group off the boat and onto solid ground. The dense forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, particularly unsettling as the sun began its descent. At the rear, Natasha discreetly grasped Mary Beth's arm. "What do you know?" she inquired. "There exists a creature. One I have wounded, and all have perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. Alas, none are willing to believe my tale." Mary Beth, however, is kind-hearted and has shared everything she knows with Natasha. "Stay close to me. Should anything arise, he will deal with the monster you speak of," Mary Beth advised. Natasha tugged at Mary Beth's arm and gestured toward Galen, oblivious to the imminent danger surrounding them. Mary Beth uttered another phrase, and Galen discerned from her words that this young lady possessed a benevolent spirit. Were it within his power, he would assist her. From dusk until the night deepened, a dozen burly men trailed behind Mary Beth through the dense forest. Observing the lush underbrush nearby, Galen inexplicably felt a sense of homecoming. Where are we headed? Someone within the group voiced their impatience. To a house. Victor resides there. Mary Beth revealed the purpose of their journey. Unfortunately, the scenery remained unchanged, and despite her prolonged trek, Mary Beth failed to locate their destination. Eventually, the increasingly restless group suggested splitting up the search. Those remaining were evidently skeptics of the legend of Victor Crowley. They were skilled hunters with their own agendas, content to hunt a few crocodiles to justify their expedition, unwilling to squander time. Absolutely not. Indeed, the voices of dissent and agreement rang out simultaneously, with Mary Beth opposing the idea while the Black Wizard concurred. Let us divide into several teams. This way, we may traverse more ground. If Victor truly exists, we can surround him. Ultimately, the Black Wizard's proposal garnered unanimous support, and the party resolved to split into smaller groups for the search. As dawn broke, the crew gathered on the ship, dispersing at the behest of the Black Wizard's words. Galen and Natasha followed Mary Beth in search of the house, and even Galen could perceive that the Black Wizard was acting with ulterior motives. He certainly harbored a scheme. Among those who strayed from the group were a stout fellow and a man in a red hat by the riverside, disinterested in hunting the fabled Victor Crowley, for they held no belief in such legends. Their aim was merely to hunt crocodiles. As the two stood by the riverbank, firing their guns and engaging in idle chatter, a low growl emanated from the nearby thicket, causing the man in the red hat to tremble with fear. "You coward! Victor Crowley doesn't exist." The stout fellow seemed intent on proving his point, inching closer to the underbrush. The man in the red hat, however, was quite the opposite, retreating in terror, his body quaking. "I see him. He is right in front of us." Just as the stout fellow was about to turn and berate him, in that fleeting moment, a grotesque creature clad in overalls, with a Mediterranean visage, emerged wielding a short axe. Oh no! The stout man could utter nothing but those two words before the axe struck his face with brutal force. Victor claimed his first victim, unleashing a cacophony of cries. The red-capped figure, upon witnessing the emergence of the monstrous entity, sank to the ground, bereft of the courage to rise, only able to emit a wretched scream as the creature swung its axe down upon him. If Garen had been present at that moment, he would surely have provided a voiceover for the scene. Unbeknownst to Victor's squad, who had already claimed 2 lives, they were still in search of their destination under the guidance of Mary Beth, accompanied by Garen, Natasha, a black sorcerer, an Asian young man, a burly bald man, and another who claimed to be Mary Beth's uncle. After a lengthy trek, Garen finally spotted a dilapidated shack. Natasha seemed to extract something from her backpack, but her swift movements rendered it impossible for Garen to discern what it was. Garen was no fool. He realized that Natasha's purpose for coming here was not merely to search for her brother, but rather for something else entirely. Upon entering the house, a foul stench assailed Garen, nearly overwhelming him. However, seeing the 2 women, including Mary Beth, maintain their impassive expressions, he forced himself to suppress his discomfort. Alas, the interior of the house revealed no signs of anything amiss. No corpses, as Mary Beth had mentioned, nor any trace of the monstrous Victor, resembling merely an abandoned dwelling long forsaken. "We should depart. This is merely a tedious game," Mary Beth's uncle remarked. Meanwhile, not far from the riverside, the last member of the team, a blonde beauty, was engaged in a workout with a bearded man. Just as they reveled in their activity, Victor appeared, swiftly wielding his axe, decapitating the man, whose head flew several meters away. "Continue," the woman urged, sensing the cessation of her partner's movements as she turned to look. The sight of the headless corpse and the terrifying creature elicited a series of piercing screams from her. Victor achieved an accomplishment. Rampage. Chapter 10. The terrifying Garen. "What was that sound?" Mary Beth inquired, as she drew a handgun, having faintly heard the woman's panicked screams. "There is no sound. Perhaps you are merely overly startled," the black sorcerer responded, gazing at Mary Beth. "No, I'm certain he is here, Mary Beth insisted, aiming her gun at the doorway, firmly believing she had heard the screams. I want to leave. Something feels off here, the Asian young man confessed timidly, eager to depart as he was merely a worker. We should leave at once, suggested Mary Beth's uncle. It is not too late. Garen quickly closed the door, Natasha interjected, disregarding their bickering as she pressed against the wall, attentively listening before hastily directing Garen. We are courting trouble here, the bald, burly man declared, brandishing a shotgun towards the entrance, revealing his lack of fear. Not far from the house, the remaining two individuals outside also encountered Victor. Emerging from the underbrush with a chainsaw, Victor charged forward, cleaving the two in half, their screams melding with the chainsaw's roar, sending ripples of terror through those inside the house. Mastering the game, Victor achieved a new accomplishment. La la la, Demacia. La 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 la, League of Legends. Within the confines of the house, only Garen remained composed, stationed resolutely at the entrance, hands empty, seemingly indifferent to everything around him, even humming a cheerful tune. Cease your singing, grumbled the bald, muscular man, unable to endure Garen's eccentric demeanor, opening his mouth to halt the melody. You two should hide, urged Mary Beth's uncle, directing the two women to seek refuge. The young Asian man, Mary Beth, and Natasha concealed themselves behind cupboard, while Mary Beth's uncle produced a handgun and offered it to Garen, who declined his generous gesture. Natasha had just observed the black wizard whispering to the Asian youth and feigned nonchalance, inquiring about their conversation. The terrified Asian youth revealed the grim truth. It turned out that the bald brute and Mary Beth's uncle were the very murderers of Victor from years past. The black wizard believed that if Victor could exact his revenge, the curse would be lifted, rendering the swamp safe once more. Upon hearing this, Mary Beth dashed out, with Natasha following closely behind. At the entrance, the grotesque figure of Victor burst through the door, and the black wizard, the white brute, and the uncle unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Garen, having rejected the earlier offer of a handgun, stood empty-handed, gazing in disbelief at the hideous man before him. Bullets struck Victor, blood erupting from his body, yet he appeared oblivious to the pain, roaring as he charged toward Garen, who found the situation absurd. In a room where 4 individuals existed, 3 chose to attack him, and yet he was the one they targeted, clad in his Steel Legion skin. Wielding a blue technological greatsword, Garen watched as the clumsy Victor approached. Seizing the greatsword firmly, Garen leaped high into the air, bringing the sword down with lethal force. The technological blade cleaved through Victor's axe, crashing mightily onto his head, the tremendous impact causing Victor's skull to explode. His headless corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. Job well done, time to head home, Garen thought, shedding his skin. In his eyes, with such devastation to his brain, there could be no reason for Victor to remain alive. Just then, Natasha and the others arrived, and upon witnessing the massive body sprawled on the ground, Natasha deduced that this was likely the mastermind behind the events, possibly a genetically mutated human. Be cautious, was Mary Beth's warning. The onlookers, having just witnessed Garen's swift transformation and the decimation of Victor's head, stood in stunned silence, the spectacle far too shocking for an ordinary mind to comprehend. The black wizard could scarcely believe that the individual he had meticulously plotted against, who had enlisted both pawns and masterminds, had been so effortlessly dispatched, compounded by the sudden appearance of the armored figure. Was he a member of a special government agency, or perhaps an extraterrestrial? Mary Beth's warning snapped everyone back to reality, just as the decapitated Victor astonishingly regained his footing, swinging his axe viciously toward Garen's nape. Upon receiving the alert, Garen sensed something amiss. With no time to react, he activated his courage, firmly believing that no one could eliminate a fully tanked Garen in a single blow. The short-handled axe struck fiercely against the back of Garen's head. Everyone present believed Garen was doomed, as one could hardly imagine a human withstanding the blow of a monster's axe. Yet, much to the astonishment of a few, Garen appeared utterly unfazed. Not a single drop of blood was shed, his armor and colossal sword reappeared, and he began to rotate slowly. Though facing away from his adversary, Garen was unable to launch a conventional attack. However, Judgment offered a 360-degree strike without blind spots, validating Garen's classic strategy. Wield the sword, then spin. Simple as that. This time, Garen's assault was no trivial matter. He unleashed a 5-ring spin. Under Garen's onslaught, Victor's arms shattered, his axe clattering to the ground, blood staining his chest. With a few agonized cries, he turned and fled, not due to a lack of effort on his part, but rather because Garen was truly terrifying. Observing the enemy's retreat, Garen wasted no time, activating his reckless cleave and pursuing him relentlessly. The skirmish lasted less than a minute, surpassing everyone's expectations as Garen, imbued with a sense of technological prowess, resembled a recently declared Iron Man, akin to Tony Stark, an idol for the American public. Who are you? The Black Wizard, not one to be easily deceived, quickly discerned the discrepancy between Natasha and Garen. This is not your concern. Now, divulge everything you know. Of course, you may choose not to speak. Natasha approached the Black Wizard. The Black Wizard aimed his shotgun at Natasha, resolute not to surrender regardless of her identity. Unfortunately for him, he faced the formidable super agent known as Black Widow. In an instant, as he raised his weapon, Natasha flicked her wrist, sending a toy-like dart that struck the Black Wizard, unleashing a powerful electric surge that incapacitated him, causing him to convulse on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Witnessing this, the others raised their hands in surrender, realizing that this man and woman were formidable foes beyond their capacity to confront. Even the notoriously explosive bald, white man lowered his weapon. Who are you? Along the way, Mary Beth had formed a rapport with Natasha and, gathering her courage, asked, "You may consider me a tourist. Garen is my bodyguard." Due to Garen, Natasha could not reveal her true identity. Chapter 11. The Super God Outside. Garen was in pursuit of the enemy, caught off guard by their unexpected flight. Normally, one would expect such an opponent to engage him relentlessly. Alas, despite being known as the cleave in the brush, Garen found himself lost, not only misplacing the enemy's whereabouts, but also losing the direction back to the cabin. Will you not assist your companion? Mary Beth harbored a profound psychological shadow regarding Victor. Natasha exhibited no concern for Garen. She had already discerned the disparity in combat prowess between the two parties, recognizing that the adversary was utterly no match for Garen. "I hardly require my bodyguard," Natasha responded softly. Within the room, 5 individuals, Natasha, Mary Beth, a bald, burly man, an uncle, and an Asian youth, awaited Garen's return, while the Black Sorcerer lay bound on the floor by Natasha. Regrettably, Garen did not arrive in time. A cacophony of howls erupted, and the Asian youth emitted a piercing scream from the inner chamber. Utilizing the advantage of his home ground, Victor successfully evaded Garen and, wielding a new chainsaw weapon, declared that anyone daring to invade his home would meet a singular fate: death. The roar of the chainsaw mingled with the Asian youth's agonized cries, prompting the uncle to rush forward in an attempt to assist. "Help me, please help me," the Asian youth cried out, still clinging to life and pleading from behind the door. Observing the intruder's resilience, Victor wasted no time, thrusting the chainsaw forward to pierce through flesh and wood alike. "Come back, don't go in," Mary Beth cried out, alarmed at her uncle's peril. The uncle, not pausing to look back, was met with Victor's aggressive advance as he broke through the wooden door, seizing the uncle's head and brutally tearing him apart. With this, Victor achieved an impressive 8-kill streak, godlike. Witnessing her uncle's tragic demise before her eyes, Mary Beth grabbed a shotgun in a furious attempt to charge forward. It must be acknowledged that Mary Beth exhibited extraordinary bravery, unperturbed by the horror before her. Bang, bang, bang. Natasha intercepted Mary Beth with a handgun that had mysteriously appeared in her hand, firing continuously and striking the enemy's head with deadly precision, resulting in bursts of blood as Victor began to retreat with frantic cries. Seeing a woman display such valor, the bald brute, who had always considered himself formidable, refused to be outdone. He advanced, firing his weapon with the intent to confront the foe within. After exhausting his ammunition, the bald man grappled with Victor. Natasha, witnessing the struggle, found herself at a loss, acknowledging that the bald man, despite being an ordinary individual, fought valiantly against Victor. as they battled furiously from outside the house to inside, from the ground to the table. Even the experienced Natasha could not ascertain who held the upper hand. The atmosphere here is bustling and vibrant, while on the other side, Garen finds himself utterly lost amidst towering trees and dense underbrush, engulfed in darkness without a hint of light. In a moment of inspiration, Garen approaches a patch of tall grass and gradually crouches within its concealment. Marybeth, witnessing the bald brute engaged in combat with Victor, hastens to check on her uncle, only to discover, to her dismay, that he has already succumbed to his injuries. Marybeth, we must leave at once, Natasha urges, pulling her away. As for the bald giant, Natasha, being an agent rather than a saint, possesses weaponry capable of subduing dozens of hulking men. However, when faced with a genetically mutated monstrosity, she realizes it may not suffice. Close combat is not an option she desires, as the opponent is rather repugnant. Oh no! Marybeth cries out, her uncle's tragic demise igniting a desire for vengeance, as she struggles to break free from Natasha's grasp. Come on, I am saving you. Natasha perceives the situation inside the building, despite the bald giant's apparent dominance. He faces an unyielding, pain-resistant creature, while Victor, a mere robust human, faces insurmountable odds. Should even a slight misfortune befall him, victory would undoubtedly favor the beast. Natasha resolves to locate her bodyguard, Garen. Meanwhile, a quivering black sorcerer, incapacitated on the ground, attempts to speak, pleading for Natasha to release him. Regrettably, she merely casts him a glance before choosing to ignore him, believing that such scum, who leads others to their demise, should meet a swift end. Although Victor was the one to eliminate these foes, Natasha harbors no fondness for the black sorcerer, who was brought in merely to serve as cannon fodder. At this moment, the bald brute has Victor completely subdued, gripping Victor's own bald head with one hand, while pressing the other against his back, forcing his neck against a wooden surface. The two are locked in a fierce struggle, the bald giant's neck and head appearing engorged, veins protruding ominously. After several tense minutes, as the giant begins to show signs of fatigue, Victor seizes the opportunity to violently thrust the giant away, then wraps his arms around the brute's head. Forcefully tossing him aside, Natasha drags Marybeth outside, leaving the black sorcerer pitifully gazing after them. No, please, don't leave me, he cries, his voice faltering, tears streaming down his face. Help him. Your actions will lead to his demise. Marybeth's compassionate heart swells, yet she remains oblivious to the inherent malice of mankind. Meanwhile, the battle has taken a swift turn. Victor finally regains the upper hand against the bald giant, unleashing his monstrous strength. With both hands, he pins the giant against a table, a posture that seems to mock the brute's overconfidence. Prepare to face your punishment, Victor declares, as he raises his foot and repeatedly brings it down with astonishing speed onto the giant's neck. The force enough to sever the connection to his head before he finally halts his assault. You cannot leave me alone with this creature. Help me. The sorcerer, upon sighting the bald, muscular man, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of terror, his eyes wide with horror, as he found himself alone with Victor. Victor approached the sorcerer and, with a single hand, lifted him effortlessly. He directed his gaze toward the protruding wooden spike nearby, forcefully impaling the sorcerer against it. Although the spike did not immediately end the sorcerer's life, the agony he endured elicited incessant wails of despair, filling him with regret for having sought out such a terrifying creature. After Natasha exited the house, she cast a glance backward, discarding 2 high-explosive grenades into the abode. The resulting explosion incinerated the structure, transforming it into mere ash. Chapter 12. A mindless triple strike. Natasha grasped Marybeth's arm, urging her to flee. Despite the explosive display appearing formidable, Natasha harbored doubts about whether it could vanquish their foe, especially considering that Galen had barely managed to dispatch an enemy who seemed impervious to mortal wounds. She retrieved her phone and dialed Galen. At that moment, Galen was crouched within the underbrush, convinced that if he lay in wait, the enemy would reveal themselves. The distant explosions and flames illuminated the tranquil night, signaling that trouble was brewing. Just as he took a few steps, his phone rang. "Hello, I am the embodiment of justice, the protector of beauty, Galen. Who might you be?" He answered with his prearranged introduction. "Where have you been? The monster has returned, and most of the people are dead." Natasha's exasperation was palpable, her head cradled in her hands, overwhelmed by the weight of despair. "Wait for me. I see the flames and am heading your way," Galen replied, feeling guilt wash over him for the lives lost due to his disorientation. "Don't come here. I'm en route to you." "Stay put," Natasha instructed, and Galen, equipped with a tracking device she had installed, pondered the peculiarity of her knowledge of his location. However, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that in times of crisis, overthinking was of little use. Surveying the underbrush, Galen quietly re-entered it, slowly crouching down, his eyes fixed on the surroundings, prepared to strike should an enemy cross his path. After a short distance, Natasha and Mary Beth slowed their pace. "Where we headed?" Mary Beth inquired, glancing around the shadowy woods, feeling a palpable unease. "Run." Natasha's urgent command echoed through the night. As her words resonated, a heavy thudding of footsteps reverberated through the forest, heralding the return of grotesque, deformed beings. One hurled a short-handled axe directly at Natasha, but she deftly evaded the attack with an acrobatic maneuver. Seeing Victor emerge, Mary Beth brandished her shotgun, a fierce expression settling on her face. She loaded the weapon and unleashed a flurry of shots in rapid succession. "Come on," Natasha urged, grasping Mary Beth's arm once more as they began to flee, tossing another grenade behind them as they ran. The flickering flames and the explosions impeded Victor's advance, granting Natasha and Mary Beth a moment to breathe. Upon reaching a certain location, Natasha halted, glancing at her phone. Indeed, Galen was located here, yet where were his companions? "Galen! Galen!" she called out. The sounds of pursuit grew ever closer, and Galen had vanished once more. Natasha stretched her limbs, realizing that she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. The so-called Demacian power had proven utterly unreliable, leading her astray throughout. "What to do, Natasha?" Mary Beth also sensed that something was amiss. A roar echoed as Victor appeared, his visage twisted in rage, wielding his iconic short-handled axe. Victor Crowley, born with physical deformities, mentally impaired, his mother perished during childbirth, leaving him to rely solely on his father. Due to his appearance, he faced discrimination from the other children in town. On Halloween at the age of 5, having been bullied repeatedly, his father took him to reside in the Honey Island swamp, where they survived by hunting. That fateful Halloween night, while his father ventured out to hunt, Victor remained at home. A group of mischievous children who had tormented him for years stealthily approached the swamp and set fire to Victor's house. Trapped inside, Victor could only pound desperately on the door as the flames engulfed him. Upon returning home to find their house ablaze, his father seized the short-handled axe from outside to break down the door, tragically striking Victor in the face instead. Believing he had killed his own son, the father, consumed by guilt, chose to take his own life. Unbeknownst to all, Victor survived both the fire and the axe strike. At the tender age of 5, having witnessed his father's suicide, Victor descended into madness, becoming bloodthirsty and utterly devoid of humanity. He sought vengeance against all who dared to enter the Honey Island swamp. When he turned 11, a mysterious organization emerged, capturing Victor and subjecting him to inhumane experiments within the swamp's depths. Various viruses, infections, and bacteria were injected into his body in high doses. During these brutal experiments, Victor exhibited severe clinical reactions, neurological shock, convulsions, and skin lesions, suffering 7 cardiac arrests within short span. However, each time he was pulled back from the brink of death, he gained extraordinary regenerative abilities, edging towards immortality. Victor remained a test subject, enduring relentless experimentation until he completely lost his humanity. A month later, he escaped the laboratory, displaying unparalleled combat prowess, leaving no survivors among the nearly 100 members of the mysterious organization. Following the laboratory's disappearance, the organization dispatched an elite mercenary team to the Honey Island swamp to uncover the truth, but their subsequent search efforts proved disastrous. Within 3 days, The entire team vanished without a trace, while other complications arose within the organization, preventing them from addressing the situation with the experiment subject. Decades have passed, and the Honey Island marsh has remained in a state of seclusion. The occasional disappearance of poachers failed to capture the attention of the relevant authorities until a tourism group inadvertently wandered into the marsh, bringing the matter concerning Victor back into the limelight. Observing Victor's emergence, Natasha resolved to confront him herself, despite knowing that her combat prowess might require considerable effort. In the underbrush, Garen crouched, immediately recognizing the arrival of Natasha and her companion. He held his breath, remaining silent, even when Natasha called out to him. He was biding his time, waiting for the enemy to approach. As a diligent Garen, patience was paramount. True to expectations, Victor soon appeared, advancing toward him with an air of menace. Garen donned his Steel Legion skin, gripping his colossal sword firmly in hand, silently marking the villain in his mind. Victor, observing the two individuals before him, unleashed an enraged roar and brandished his short-handled axe, resolute that those who entered the marsh must face dire consequences. Simultaneously, a blue glow flickered from the underbrush as Garen raised his massive sword high, his imposing figure radiating strength at that moment. Demacia, he proclaimed, delivering a powerful blow that struck Victor squarely on the head. The judgment was swift, and as Garen began to spin rapidly, Victor was left in a bloody disarray, shrieking as his axe clattered to the ground. "Behold the might of Demacia," Garen declared as a colossal sword-shaped silhouette appeared in the sky, crashing down with a brilliant light that illuminated the heavens. Victor's expression morphed into one of terror as he was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. A mindless series of strikes, and he was vanquished. Chapter 13. The Government's Favorite Debt. With the battle concluded, Garen rested the massive sword on his shoulder, striking a pose he deemed impressive. What was that shadow just now? Natasha and Marybeth were left dumbfounded by the spectacle, which seemed a scene only fit for the silver screen. In this life, debts must eventually be repaid. Garen did not respond to Natasha's inquiry, but rather gazed down at the remains strewn across the ground, feigning nonchalance as he shifted into another pose. At that moment, Marybeth rushed to Garen's side, tears glistening in her eyes, having finally avenged her parents and brother. Seeing Garen preening and avoiding her question, Natasha pressed on. "What did you just use? Was that magic?" "That is my justice, my knightly spirit," Garen replied, "for I uphold the weak and champion righteousness, embodying noble virtues." Before he could finish, Natasha approached and kicked his leg. "Get to the point, what was that?" Natasha was exasperated with Garen's bravado. Garen, now compelled to clarify, asserted, "I am the legendary harbinger of justice, capable of wielding Demacian justice against my foes." He had little understanding of the mechanics behind the mighty sword, but he was certain it represented the essence of Demacian justice. Garen's words were met with disbelief by Natasha. Notions of chivalry, of aiding the weak, and of Demacian justice all appeared to her as mere self-serving rhetoric. She sensed that this man harbored secrets unknown to others, and in her eyes, Garen resembled a treasure waiting to be unearthed, with his extraordinary transformation abilities and blinding brilliance. While Natasha remained skeptical, another individual present felt differently. In that moment, Marybeth seemed akin to an enamored admirer, believing wholeheartedly in Garen's every utterance. To her, Garen's imposing figure, brandishing a massive sword, exuded an air of pride. He appeared valiant, formidable, and flawless, etching an indelible image of greatness in her mind. As Garen shed his guise and reverted to his original form, it became apparent that he had not merely been striking a pose. He had vanquished Victor, prompting the system to issue a reward notification. "Congratulations to the host for defeating a level 1 enemy hero. The reward includes 1 hero skill, randomly acquired. Dr. Mundo's skill, Last Stand, which restores 30% of health and enhances movement speed. Additionally, congratulations to the host for fulfilling Marybeth's wish. The reward includes 1 hero skill, randomly acquired. Alchemist's Singe skill, Mad Chemist, which boosts dual defenses, movement speed, and health regeneration." This was indeed an unexpected delight. Gaining two ultimate skills from heroes in succession suggested that he was venturing further down the path of resilience. Perhaps henceforth, he could adopt the moniker Undying Garen. The trio returned to the town, and as a gesture of gratitude, Mary Beth invited Garen and Natasha to stay at her home. They accepted graciously, considering the bond they had just forged in peril. Later that evening, as Garen prepared to rest, Natasha boldly entered his chamber. Do not misconstrue her intentions. She had no designs on his slumber, but rather sought him for a matter of importance. Upon seeing Natasha enter his room, Garen's previously carefree demeanor vanished, replaced by an earnest expression. The noble knight, undaunted Garen, found her visit unsurprising. Yet, Natasha, observing his seriousness, felt compelled to jest. Who exactly are you? You hardly resemble an ordinary traveler, and your excuses are rather flimsy. Aren't you concerned about your missing brother? Garen regarded Natasha with a grave countenance, questioning her true motives for approaching him. I hail from the Department of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, Natasha replied, unfaltering. I have no ulterior motives in approaching you. The situation is complicated, and our personnel are insufficient. Thus, we are compelled to invest in hiring extraordinary individuals like yourself to assist us. It seems our choice was indeed astute. Have we not simply accomplished our task? Her words were impeccable, a blend of truth and deception that would surely mislead an ordinary person. What? Garen thought, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he processed the lengthy, convoluted name Natasha had just mentioned. Was it not the very name of the precursor to S-H-I-L-D? The agents of S-H-I-L-D sought Garen for reasons unbeknownst to him. He was a man of impeccable conduct, one who obeyed traffic signals religiously. Yet, merely opening a Demacia establishment had drawn the attention of S-H-I-L-D. Surely, they could not be so idle. Shouldn't agents be preoccupied with saving the world? Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions, and this incident will undoubtedly strengthen our bond. Natasha observed Garen's grim countenance, mistakenly assuming he feared her identity. As time ticked away, Natasha awaited Garen's words, curious about how this irreverent man would engage with her. Would he dismiss her, maintaining distance? Or would he foolishly fawn over her? Moments later, Garen declared, regardless of your organization, you shall not withhold my due. I demand payment forthwith. He had resolved that whether it was S-H-I-L-D or Hydra, as long as they did not provoke him, they were welcome. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. A cough escaped Natasha, who realized the disparity between reality and expectation was vast, or perhaps Garen's ambitions were simply grandiose. Ignoring her, Garen advanced, closing the distance between them with an intimidating demeanor. Do not think to deceive me with your feeble excuses. I, Garen, am here to collect. Natasha, at her wit's end, struggled to articulate Garen's character. Perhaps brash oath would suffice. Amidst the commotion, Garen expressed his disbelief in Natasha, insisting she write him an IOU. As he guided her step by step in drafting the document, despair filled Natasha's heart. Her lifelong adversary had indeed proven to be a formidable challenge. His thought process starkly different from hers. After Natasha had signed the IOU, Garen remarked, do not think I am unaware that government entities are notorious for their debts. With this IOU, should you fail to remit payment upon your return to New York, I shall expose you to the media. You ought to know that I am on amicable terms with Tony Stark. Natasha was at a loss. S-H-I-L-D-S daily transactions amounted to millions. What were a few thousand in fees? Furthermore, Garen's claim of camaraderie with Stark was rather audacious. As Garen scrutinized the IOU, he casually inquired, what is your true name? The one you provided when you hired me must have been a pseudonym. Natasha Romanoff, she replied, but you may call me Natasha. Finally, a question befitting a rational individual had surfaced. With the mission concluded, Natasha sensed that her interactions with Garen were far from over, and she promptly divulged her real name. Upon hearing her introduction, Garen was astounded, the IOU slipping from his grasp. He gazed at Natasha with trepidation. Her physique, her countenance, and her combat prowess were truly remarkable. He swallowed hard, rubbing his eyes, as if he had encountered someone of extraordinary significance. Chapter 14. Home. Could you please sign this for me? Garen asked, suddenly resembling an awkward fan, producing a notebook to present to Natasha. In a previous life, Scarlett Johansson was the ultimate idol for Garen, and her portrayal of Natasha captivated Garen's admiration immensely, although the current version before him diverged from the films he once adored. This did not deter Garen from seeking her autograph. Natasha, perplexed by Garen's sudden shift in demeanor, speculated about his ulterior motives, prompting her to hastily depart. Regardless of his intentions, she resolved to leave, believing there was little he could do to stop her. As Natasha hurriedly exited Garen's room, she remained oblivious to Mary Beth watching from a distance. Oh no, she thought. I've been outpaced, though surely she hasn't. Succeeded. Mary Beth observed Natasha retreating before stealthily approaching Garen's quarters. Garen, I find myself unable to sleep, she confessed, as Garen opened the door, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, Garen had anticipated Natasha's return upon hearing the gentle knock, only to be surprised by Mary Beth's presence. Well, it's not uncommon to experience insomnia after enduring so much, Garen remarked, unaware of any peculiarity in Mary Beth's demeanor, assuming she sought companionship. It was worth noting that Mary Beth, clad only in her nightwear, possessed an enticing figure, her long black hair cascading down, a slender waist, and curvaceous hips. May I come in? Mary Beth inquired, noticing Garen blocking the doorway. What? Garen was taken aback, instinctively stepping aside. Seizing the opportunity, Mary Beth slipped through the narrow opening. With a swift motion, she shut the door behind her as their bodies brushed against one another, sending a thrill through Garen. At nearly 40 years of age and still a virgin, the sudden embrace of a beautiful woman was overwhelming, and he found it difficult to resist. Without Garen's initiation, Mary Beth turned to him, lifting her face to capture his lips in a fervent kiss. Having recently navigated personal turmoil, she sought an outlet for her emotions, viewing Garen as her champion, handsome, powerful, and embodying the ideal confidant. In that moment, her feelings surged, even bordering on adoration for him. Mary Beth kissed passionately, occasionally nibbling on Garen's tongue, leaving him bewildered. What did this mean, girlfriend? One night stand? Excitement coursed through him as he felt her soft body against his, and he instinctively responded. Mary Beth, what is happening? Garen managed to ask between breaths, a question only someone as naive as he could pose at such a moment. Are you even a man? She replied incredulously, perplexed that he would ask such a question at this juncture. Did he expect her to strip him of his clothing? Garen paused, then realized the depth of her feelings, and he decided to embrace this chance to relinquish his long-held virginity. Come on, I can hardly wait any longer. At this moment, Mary Beth lay languidly in Garen's embrace, her body and voice quivering gently. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room, startling the two as if they had been caught in a compromising situation. Mary Beth frantically searched for a hiding place, while Garen began to adjust his attire. Moments later, he opened the door to find Natasha standing outside, her tone tinged with impatience as she inquired, What is it? Why are you back? The interruption of what could have been a fortuitous encounter left anyone irritable. I forgot to mention, we're returning to New York tomorrow. We need to rise early, so it would be prudent to rest early tonight. Natasha departed as if she had come merely to disrupt, uttering a trivial remark. This was Garen's most candid sentiment at that moment. Natasha returned to her room, wearing a triumphant smile, as if her scheme had succeeded. 5 minutes later, Garen once again found himself intertwined with Mary Beth, now acutely aware of her fervent breath. All that remained was the removal of his trousers. A series of frantic knocks resounded once more. Garen, open the door. I have something urgent to discuss. Natasha's voice rang out, laced with an urgency that suggested a matter of great importance. Garen felt a surge of frustration. He rose to adjust his clothing and glanced back at the concealed Mary Beth. When he opened the door again, he was met with Natasha's smiling face, devoid of any urgency. Sister, is there something you could possibly convey in one go? Garen, exasperated, found himself addressing her as sister in a bid to secure his own happiness. Willing to utter a few soft words. What do the pangolins say? Do you know? Natasha asked, her gaze fixed on Garen with an intensity that ignited his ire, as if he had donned the skin of an iron legion, wielding a colossal sword that shimmered with blue light, inciting a desire within Natasha to lash out. I was merely joking. I meant to remind you that men should practice moderation and also be mindful of contraception. Upon witnessing Garen's rising fury, Natasha erupted into laughter, hastily leaving behind a few parting comments. At last, she had been dealt with. Soon after, Garen's commanding voice resonated through the room, declaring courage. A fight to the death. Frenzied elixir. The following morning, Garen emerged from his room, brimming with vitality, only to find Natasha seated alone in the living room, seemingly unperturbed by the events of the previous day as she enjoyed her breakfast. "Are we leaving? Should I bid farewell to your young lady friend?" she inquired without looking up, sensing Garen's approach. "No need," Garen replied succinctly. Mary Beth had clarified everything the day before. This had merely been an expression of gratitude, and it was likely that their paths would not cross again. On board the aircraft, Galen indulged in the principle of not letting free food go to waste, voraciously consuming the in-flight meals. It is worth mentioning that due to his previous impoverished circumstances, he had nearly resorted to eating dirt. Thus, the airplane cuisine felt like an exquisite feast to him. In first class, Natasha observed Galen's insatiable appetite and found herself perplexed as to how to assess his character. Brave, resolute, fearless, responsible yet foolish, lecherous, greedy, neurotic, and opportunistic. To affix such labels to a single individual seemed exceedingly strange, as he embodied a paradoxical amalgamation. After a separation of over 10 days from the Demacia all-purpose store, Galen returned to his establishment, acutely aware of Natasha's unfulfilled intentions. Upon discovering that she was the renowned Agent Black Widow, he realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. had significant reasons for seeking him out. Chapter 15. Daisy Johnson now. Let us discuss your true intentions, Galen proclaimed upon returning to his shop, as if he had stepped into his own arena, casually propping his feet on the table in a display of ownership. This mission serves as an assessment by S.H.I.L.D. Natasha entered work mode, her demeanor serious, exuding an alluring charm, as though this were her domain rather than Galen's. Assessment? Galen pondered the term, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, considering your previous encounter with Obadiah, the agency harbors concerns regarding your capabilities. Should you choose to cause chaos, there are hardly any who could restrain you. You possess an extraordinary ability. Natasha expressed her unwavering confidence in Galen's strength. Cause chaos? Please, I am no terrorist. Lofty ideals are not my pursuit, Galen replied, momentarily taken aback, instinctively uttering a classic phrase. What did you just say? Natasha questioned, suspecting she had misheard him. Terrorist? Lofty ideals? It all sounded amiss. I was merely jesting. My aspiration is to live a languid life. Rest assured I shall not trouble you. Galen smiled warmly. Consider yourself fortunate. Your assessment results are commendable. You may continue your mundane existence, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will not intrude excessively, Natasha responded, rising with an inclination to depart. By the way, it would be a pity to squander your talents in such a mundane way. Do you desire a stable and dignified life? To reach the pinnacle of success and marry a wealthy beauty? Natasha turned back as she approached the door, her tone persuasive and slightly enticing. Absolutely. Galen eagerly nodded. For ascending to greatness and marrying a wealthy beauty was indeed his dream. Upon hearing Natasha's words, he hastily agreed. Isaaki intends to establish a special academy. You should consider applying. I believe your abilities will serve you well, and I have great faith in your close combat skills and fighting techniques. This was not a spontaneous decision by Natasha, but rather the culmination of discussions with Nick Fury. Recently, S.H.I.E.L.D. has contemplated establishing a school dedicated to nurturing promising young agents. According to Natasha's assessment, Garen's combat prowess is formidable in close quarters. If he were to join, it would allow them to keep him under close supervision, gradually decipher his abilities, and cultivate future agents. An utterly perfect scenario, aligning with the esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. is undoubtedly an enticing proposition. For Garen, joining at this stage would represent an ideal commencement in the Marvel Universe. However, Garen found himself lost in profound contemplation. It is essential to acknowledge that he had pondered joining SHLD on more than one occasion. As the adage goes, when faced with a powerful adversary, one must consider joining forces with them. Yet moments later, Garen resolutely declined, stating, "I apologize, HIELD is not suitable for me. I prefer to lead a simple life, running a small shop on my own." What? Natasha was somewhat taken aback by Garen's refusal. Based on her analysis, the likelihood of Garen joining SHILD far outweighed that of his rejection. Garen fell silent for a moment. The frivolity on his face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. He then articulated his thoughts. As a knight of justice, a man known as the Might of Demacia, I must assist all those in need of my help. I am not suited to serve a singular organization. There was, of course, a more significant point that Garen refrained from voicing. Accepting missions would grant him skills. Previously, he had contemplated joining SHIELD due to his lack of awakened talents, seeking a strong ally to rely on. However, circumstances had changed, his system had awakened, and his innate gifts rendered him independent of any crutch. He was more than capable on his own. Moreover, he was fully aware of the nature of SHIELD. It was perhaps more aptly referred to as the Serpent Bureau. With that realization, he decided to let it go. Natasha uttered a parting remark and departed from Demacia's workshop without looking back. In the days that followed, SHIELD indeed refrained from contacting Garen, who returned to his previous routine, albeit a more fulfilling one. "You just rubbish. Can you even play?" Here, 8,000 words have been omitted. Ahem, feeling quite drowsy. It was a do-or-die situation. Ahem, it seemed like sleep-inducing potions were in order. 10 days had passed since Garen's last mission with Natasha, and he had been holed up at home, engrossed in gaming. At that moment, sporting dark circles under his eyes. He had unleashed two ultimate abilities to stay awake and maintain his stamina. His fingers danced wildly over the keyboard and mouse as he, a player capable of sustaining life through skills, had created numerous miracles. He had gamed for 10 consecutive days without sleep, achieving the fastest ascent to the top of the U.S. rankings. Victory in this match would secure his place at the summit. Daisy Johnson, hailing from an impoverished background and possessing exceptionally high intelligence, had recently been apprehended by police for theft. For reasons unknown, her anger had spiraled into uncontrollable agitation, resulting in a magnitude 3 earthquake. Though she had evaded the grasp of the law, the transformation of her own body instilled a deeper fear of being apprehended by the government. She had no desire to become a specimen for dissection. Thus, she commenced a life of caution amidst the chaotic streets of New York. Recently, however, trouble found her. She had stolen from a gang leader. And now the Hell's Hounds, an infamous gang featured in various media, such as Agents of SHIELD, Daredevil, and the Punisher, were in pursuit. Daisy Johnson, not fully aware of the shop's name, hastily took refuge inside. 5 thugs from the Hell's Hounds forcefully kicked open the door of Demacia's general store and swaggered in. The woman who had just entered startled them with her pallid complexion and greasy hair, resembling a creature more than a human. "Can you not hear me speaking to you?" one thug remarked, striding towards her and slapping the screen in front of Garen. Garen, fatigued after 10 days of relentless effort and mere moments away from victory, was oblivious to the intrusion. "Are you seeking death? If you wish to cause trouble, at least choose a better venue than mine," he fumed, anger surging as he realized the interruption at such a critical moment in his game. Without hesitation, Garen's focus sharpened on the fools disturbing him. Seizing an empty water bottle at hand, he prepared to retaliate. Demacia. The ordinary bottle unexpectedly emanated a radiant white light as Garen leaped, bringing the bottle crashing down upon the thug who had just disrupted his screen. The remaining 4 thugs, witnessing their comrade felled by a mere bottle, hastily drew their firearms. Judgment. Garen gripped a bottle in each hand, his body spinning at high velocity, denying the thugs any chance to fire. In a flurry of motion, he dispatched them with the empty bottles. Chapter 16. A night of continuous struggle. Having swiftly dealt with the oblivious thugs, Garen rushed back to his seat. Propping up his computer screen, his eyes glued to the display as his fingers flew across the keyboard, as if everything that had just transpired were but a fleeting illusion. Meanwhile, Daisy Johnson covered her mouth with her hands, having witnessed the extraordinary scene from her concealed corner, a frail, addicted youth vanquishing armed gangsters with nothing but 2 water bottles. She tiptoed toward the exit, feeling an unsettling aura permeate the shop. She certainly did not wish to leap from one perilous situation into another. "Wait, let me finish this game," Garen called out, his gaze still fixated on the screen. Daisy, caught in her stealthy retreat, froze upon hearing his voice, fully aware that her petite frame would not withstand his bottle's assault. Moments later, Garen exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the thugs had not disrupted his winning streak. Now, it was time to confront the challenges of reality. As the woman entered, Garen had already noticed her presence. Unfortunately, the game was at a critical juncture. Even if an earthquake occurred, Garen would complete his task before leaving. He stood up and glanced at the customer across from him, only to discover that she was quite an attractive lady. "I can help you with your troubles, for a fee of 30,000 in cash or by card." Garen approached Daisy, feeling somewhat self-conscious due to her beauty, and he ran his hand through his hair, striking what he believed to be a cool pose. However, Daisy found this peculiar fellow rather unkempt. At that moment, as Garen touched his hair, she felt a wave of nausea. His greasy locks made her declare that even the beggars she had encountered were far superior to him. 30,000? Are you robbing me? If I had that much money, I wouldn't be fleeing from them." The unkempt appearance held less impact than the outrageous fee, leading Daisy to feel as though she had stumbled into a den of iniquity. "You don't have 30,000? Then how about 3,000? It seemed not every customer was wealthy. 3,000 was better than nothing, especially since she hadn't had a visitor in 10 days. "Are you joking? This isn't funny at all." Garen's words left Daisy momentarily speechless. "No 50,000? Well, maybe 3,000 would suffice, and if she could just hold on a little longer, perhaps she wouldn't need any money at all." As events unfolded, Daisy's suspicions were confirmed. After their conversation, she ended up paying Garen a mere $3 as compensation. Watching Garen accept her $3, a thought crossed Daisy's mind. Perhaps she could make use of this scruffy man. Garen was not motivated by the $3. Typically, assisting a lady would earn him a mysterious reward from system. However, this time he was left disappointed, perhaps due to the lack of a direct request from her. Having accepted the payment, Garen did not receive any skill rewards from a system. With a sigh of disappointment, Garen prepared to take a break. "Excuse me, is this a place that accepts employment?" Daisy, seeing Garen sigh, assumed he was dissatisfied with her payment. Yet she sensed this might be her best opportunity to escape the relentless pursuers. "No, I'm here to assist others with all their needs." Garen replied earnestly to Daisy's inquiry. "I would like to ask for your help, but I don't have much money." Daisy feigned a pitiful expression, a tactic many women might employ. Garen chuckled lightly and then replied nonchalantly, "Do you see me as merely a man driven by greed? I am a knight of justice, known as the Might of Demacia. My sense of justice is etched in my heart. Whenever someone requires aid, the great and noble Garen shall appear. Please do not insult me with money." Upon hearing Garen's words, Daisy rolled her eyes without hesitation, remembering how he had just taken the only $3 she possessed. Yet he now spoke with such righteous indignation. However, one must not utter their innermost thoughts. This seemingly foolish man, lacking in charm, might just be the key to my escape from peril. Moments later, Daisy began to speak in a pitiful tone. "I am an orphan, utterly alone. A band of scoundrels seeks to capture me and sell me into a life of prostitution. If the noble knight would lend me his assistance, I would be most grateful." Daisy gazed at Garen with longing, withholding certain words, allowing him to imagine the rest. In due time, she would offer him $3, chuckling to herself, believing her plan to be flawless. Though not affluent, she possessed enough to pay a few thousand in hiring fees, for she was, after all, a hacker in the shadows. Garen vividly recalled how she had repaid Mary Beth for her assistance. Upon hearing Daisy's plea, he felt invigorated, donned his steel legion armor, and hefted his nearly 2-meter-long technological sword upon his shoulder, standing beside Daisy as if ready to embark on a quest. I understand now, a gang of vile human traffickers intent on forcing women into prostitution. I seek no reward. Simply knowing of their existence is sufficient. Leave it to me, Garen proclaimed, standing resolutely before Daisy with a righteous expression. Do not underestimate them. I believe it would be wise for you to rest, Daisy cautioned, observing Garen as he stood before her, his imposing sword and armor somewhat intimidating. Yet it seemed he was on the verge of dozing off, his eyes nearly closing. Fear not. I am the hero who saved New York, officially recognized as a superhero by S.H.I. yelled he, and I share a close bond with Tony Stark. With a loud clang, the nearly 2-meter sword fell to the ground, sending dust soaring 0.5 meter into the air. Daisy wore a dazed expression, witnessing Garen as he inadvertently fell asleep while speaking. Her mind raced with a multitude of exasperated thoughts. She attempted to move Garen to his bed, but after 2 futile attempts, she conceded defeat. He was far too heavy. Even the massive sword on the ground was beyond her ability to lift. It felt as though it weighed at least 1,000 pounds. She could hardly believe this man wielded such a weapon, pondering the extent of his strength. First, she dragged a few unconscious thugs out of the establishment and tossed them into a secluded alley, then returned to the Demacia General Store to survey the chaos, finding Garen still asleep in his armor. After all, he was her benefactor. Clearing his throat, Garen woke from his slumber, having slept from morning until evening. He blinked at Daisy, who was engrossed in his computer, feeling a bit embarrassed. How could he have dozed off during such an important negotiation? It seemed he would have to impose a new rule. Only 9 consecutive nights of sleeplessness in the future. As Daisy turned her gaze toward him, Garen's eyes wandered, and he awkwardly remarked, I wasn't asleep. I was merely contemplating how best to assist you. And have you come up with a brilliant idea? Daisy inquired, regarding Garen thoughtfully. Take me to their headquarters, and I'll handle it directly, Garen declared, sensing Daisy's gaze upon him as he unveiled his plan. Chapter 17. Women are more terrifying than bullets. Your idea is truly brilliant. Daisy was momentarily stunned by Garen's straightforward approach, likely the most rudimentary yet effective solution she had ever encountered. Continuing to browse the internet on Garen's computer, he paid no mind to her activities. Having finally rested, Garen was preparing to shower and set out to assist Daisy with her dilemma. He vowed by Demacia that his intentions were not driven by a desire for Daisy's gratitude, but rather by a commitment to uphold justice and support the weak in these peaceful times. After his shower, Garen emerged before Daisy with a bare torso, revitalized and brimming with energy. Misinterpretations aside, he had simply found himself without suitable clothing after 10 days of relentless battle. His attire had seemingly sprouted mushrooms, and even he found its odor intolerable. Upon seeing Garen's exposed figure, Daisy instinctively recoiled, feeling a surge of panic. If Garen were to harbor any ill intentions, she felt ill-prepared to resist, her eyes darting around in search of an escape route. Fortunately, Garen had no such designs. Despite his appreciation for beauty and his capabilities, he held disdain for any actions of coercion. What are you doing? Do you honestly think I would attempt anything with you in this state? You overestimate yourself. I merely seek a garment. Garen teased, bemused by Daisy's reaction, asserting a sense of dominance typical of men. Daisy, slightly embarrassed by Garen's retort, stole a glance at him. It must be said that Garen, post-shower and with his athletic physique, possessed a certain rugged charm that caused her heart to flutter unexpectedly. Garen then shifted the conversation. Thank you for tidying up my room. It was then revealed that while Garen slept, Daisy had taken the initiative to clean the disarray, a gesture that touched him. Oh, it was nothing, she replied, perhaps regretting her earlier misjudgment of Garen, her tone now softer and more delicate. Just as the atmosphere began to cool, a cacophony of motorcycle engines roared outside, as 7 or 8 men clad in hellhound leather jackets arrived on motorbikes, halting before the Demacia General Store. This is the place. Be cautious of that man. He's rather peculiar, The leader, his head wrapped in bandages and pale from recent illness, was none other than the individual who had knocked Garen's screen over earlier that day. He had been fortunate. A plastic water bottle had merely grazed his head, causing some bleeding and a concussion, while his companions had suffered far worse. Their rib cages shattered beyond repair, rendering any rescue efforts futile. As a fierce criminal organization, the Hellhounds could hardly afford to be humiliated without retaliation. How could they continue their operations if one of their own was bested by a mere empty plastic bottle? 7 individuals, armed with 3 long rifles and 4 handguns, commenced a barrage of gunfire towards Garen's abode, the echoes of the shots reverberating through the night with an unsettling intensity. Accompanied by the frenzied gunfire, the exhilarated gangsters emitted shrill cries of excitement. The moment the bullets penetrated the house, Garen activated his courage skill and instinctively pinned Daisy beneath him. Perhaps due to a woman's typically slower reaction, Daisy, witnessing Garen's entire weight descend upon her, mistakenly assumed he intended to violate her and let out a piercing scream, kicking her legs in resistance. Stay still. Garen found it perplexing why women often exhibit such narcissism, convinced every man harbors a desire to assault them. As the gunfire crescendoed, Daisy gradually comprehended that Garen's actions were meant to shield her. However, with the relentless gunfire intensifying, her screams grew louder, eventually overshadowing the sound of the shots. Garen, overwhelmed by the shrillness of her cries, felt as if his head might explode. Indeed, the terror of a woman proved formidable, as the bullets striking him paled in comparison to the damage inflicted by Daisy's wails. After a minute of the onslaught, Garen rose, his countenance resembling that of an African tribesman. The recent attack had inflicted less than 100 points of damage, yet his newly acquired computer, purchased merely a month prior, lay in ruins, along with several cherished antiques bequeathed by his grandfather. At this moment, Garen required an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Fueled with rage, he opted not to exit through conventional means, but instead teleported from the house, donning his Iron Legion skin, the luminous blue technological greatsword illuminating his path. A motorcycle bore the brunt of his wrath as he cleaved it in two with a brutal strike, his silence directed at the 7 gangsters before him. Having just unleashed a hail of bullets upon their adversary's dwelling, the gangsters were poised to return and celebrate, oblivious to the arrival of a figure seemingly plucked from the realms of science fiction. More terrifying was the sight of a nearly 2-meter-long greatsword effortlessly shattering a motorcycle. The consequences of such a weapon descending upon them were all too apparent. He is the boss, the gang leader, wrapped in bandages, instantly recognized Garen as the one who had shattered his skull that very morning. At that moment, the leader yearned to execute this bewildered individual, questioning how he had acquired such a dim-witted subordinate. Could he not grasp the gravity of their predicament? Sensing Garen's dark demeanor and weighing the firearm in his hands, he realized it offered scant reassurance. I believe this is a misunderstanding. Ascending to a leadership position requires more than mere brutality. Discernment plays a crucial role. A misunderstanding? Garen scoffed, raising his greatsword with both hands. He lunged forward, executing a downward cleave that reduced the bandaged leader to a mere puddle of flesh. Not even his own mother would recognize this mass of remains. With Garen's assault, the remaining gangsters were seized by terror. Their firearms trained on him as they began to fire frantically, the bullets raining down upon Garen like a torrential storm. Garen observed the attackers with an indifference that bordered on disdain. A single bullet could scarcely inflict a dent in his formidable health pool, which exceeded 5,000 at this moment, bolstered by his indomitable equipment. With a powerful leap, he descended into the midst of several ruffians, his hands firmly grasping his greatsword. Activating his judgment skill, Garen spun with an intensity unlike that of an ordinary person. He transformed into a colossal top, whirling at high speed among the thugs. The velocity of his rotation was terrifying. The great sword sliced through the air, creating a tempest of blue light that stirred up a veritable storm around him. The 5 ruffians were akin to meat thrown into a grinder, their blood and flesh scattering, their screams silenced before they could escape to the afterlife. Not only did the thugs meet their end, but the motorcycles they had ridden in on were also reduced to mere fragments. It must be said, Garen's spinning form was a sight to behold, though he struggled to maintain his bearings, spiraling further away. The leader of the Hellhounds, witnessing Garen's formidable prowess, swiftly discarded his weapon and fell to his knees, nearly brought to tears by fear. Was he even human? Nearby, within a house, a man clad in black observed the unfolding chaos through binoculars, while his companion frantically dialed a number. The events transpired with alarming rapidity, from the moment the thugs opened fire on Garen's abode to Garen's swift dispatch of them. Scarcely 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed. Hello, the target is somewhat out of control. Chapter 18. Black on black for quick gains at this moment. Nick Fury was taking a respite, having just concluded a day rife with peculiar occurrences. He pondered over the recent strange happenings, including a colossal figure in Brazil who turned green in a fit of rage. Though there was a military matter, one he felt no need to concern himself with. There was also Tony Stark, the arrogant genius and descendant of the founder of S.H.L.D., who had audaciously declared himself Iron Man before the media, shocking the world. However, Stark's immense wealth rendered him largely unmanageable. Additionally, there was a young man clad in armor, wielding a massive sword, who had recently emerged on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar while operating a general store in Queens, New York. His name was Garen. Devoid of connections and lacking oversight, Nick Fury found himself intrigued by him. The ringing of the phone interrupted Nick Fury's contemplation. Hello, Director. A group of thugs has opened fire on the target's residence, and the target is now in a rampaging state, having already eliminated 6 individuals. What are you doing? How could you provoke the target? For heaven's sake, didn't you know how to stop those thugs? Nick Fury's brow furrowed, his expression darkening further. The 2 agents monitoring Garen felt unjustly accused. They had already managed a cleanup earlier in the day when thugs had invaded Garen's store. Otherwise, had lives been lost, the police would have already been at their door. Just moments ago, the Hellhounds had arrived for retribution, uttering not a word before opening fire. They had no time to react. I will send someone to handle this situation. You continue to observe, and do not allow him to cause further destruction. With that directive, Nick Fury hung up the phone, massaging his temples. Garen had ceased his spinning, realizing that even without mana, his body could hardly withstand the exertion. After merely a few dozen rotations, he felt dizzy and nauseous, struggling to regain his bearings. Daisy, quietly perched by the window, witnessed Garen's formidable prowess as he dispatched the Hellhounds with an ease akin to slaughtering chickens. Her mouth formed an oin astonishment. After dispatching several thugs, Garen turned his gaze to the man kneeling before him, having clearly overheard that this individual was the leader of the gang. How would you like to die? He inquired, raising his massive sword and looking down at the man beneath him. I'm sorry, it's a misunderstanding. My subordinates mistook you for someone else. Please, spare my life. The thug pleaded, tears streaming down his face, revealing the fragility of life in that moment. Garen hoisted the thug with one hand, declaring, We have matters to discuss. The thug, drenched in snot, tears, and cold sweat, dared not rebuff Garen and merely nodded in acquiescence, feeling himself unceremoniously tossed into a room. The thug raised his gaze to find a well-dressed, strikingly beautiful woman before him. Recognizing her as the one he had attempted to rob in the shop he controlled, he had initially thought her to be a vulnerable target, but now realized he had kicked a hornet's nest. Not only had his entire operation failed, but he also feared for his very life. Daisy, seeing the thug thrown in, felt a rush of excitement. She was finally free from his harassment. Now tell me, after turning my house into this chaos, how do you intend to compensate me? Garen, not wishing to kill the thug, and thus lose any chance of recompense, aimed to extort him, having heard that gangsters were often quite wealthy. Sir, please don't worry. Spare me, and I assure you, I will provide satisfactory compensation. The thug implored, recognizing the urgency of preserving his life, especially after witnessing the grim fates of his subordinates outside. This was Garen's first encounter with the underworld, and he was taken aback by how accommodating they were. It seemed that the portrayals of gangsters in television had been overly romanticized. Where was their supposed backbone? Daisy, beaming with delight, approached Garen and playfully tapped him, speaking in a tone that was all too familiar. Darling, you still haven't resolved my issues. Garen's lips twitched slightly in exasperation as he glanced at Daisy, internally lamenting the burdens of masculinity. How his charm seemed to attract beautiful women who readily bowed to his will. It was hardly surprising that Daisy had begun calling him darling so swiftly. He had not considered that she might be leveraging his strength. "What do you wish to do?" Garen inquired, gesturing for Daisy to voice her desires. Emboldened by Garen's encouragement, Daisy stepped forward and delivered a few sharp kicks to the thug while exclaiming, "Have you lost your wits? Do you not recognize who I am? Daring to lay hands on me?" Unappeased, she followed up with a series of stinging slaps. "How dare you, you little harlot, to think you could cling to a powerful ally and still dare to strike me?" The thug cursed inwardly. Yet, in order to preserve his own life, a more ingratiating smile spread across his face as he said, "Madam, I must admit my blindness. Whatever you say is right. Now, let us discuss compensation. I propose a flat sum of $100,000. Present the money, and I, Garen, shall swear by Demacia to release you." At that moment, Garen was solely focused on acquiring the funds. "No problem, $100,000 is reasonable, but I require you to accompany me to retrieve the money. No one would carry such a sum on their person." The thug's eyes flickered with a complex glint as he scrutinized the situation, intending to lure Garen into his gang's territory. "Very well, where is your home? I shall accompany you to collect the money," Garen readily agreed. "I have no home. All I possess is within the gang. The Black Knight Bar is not far from here. Whatever you desire, my boss will fulfill your wishes." The thug revealed the name of the bar. "Do not go. He is deceiving you. That is the den of the hellhounds," Daisy interjected, her expression tightening at the mention of the bar. "The Black Knight Bar? No problem. We will accompany you," Daisy said as she prepared several large bags to hold the money. Garen, unfazed by Daisy's warning, even smiled, thinking, "I have been seeking out gangs for quite some time. What could be faster than a black market deal? Now, with an opportunity handed to me, why wait? Let us hurry to withdraw the money. If one is not proactive in seizing it, what distinguishes them from a mere fish out of water? What? I must go too." Daisy stared at Garen in disbelief upon hearing his words. "Of course, you are my dear. It would be shameful to negotiate with the gang without a few companions." Garen replied earnestly. At this juncture, it was already deep into the night. The Queen's District, unlike other luxurious neighborhoods filled with affluent individuals and high-end clubs, was far less vibrant at night, and the streets were nearly deserted. Garen, shedding his facade, walked calmly at the rear, while Daisy trembled in the center, her resentment towards Garen growing. She had no desire to visit the Black Knight Bar. Her mind raced with thoughts of her potential fate, assault, gang rape, or being sold into prostitution, plunging her into despair, her expression devoid of hope. The thug Garen had apprehended led the way, glancing back frequently, fearful that Garen might strike him from behind. He could hardly believe that someone would be foolish enough to accompany him to the Black Knight Bar in pursuit of money. As they passed a narrow alley, Garen noticed several shadowy figures within, accompanied by a woman's feeble pleas and a man's coarse shouts. Could it be a robbery or an illicit encounter? Curiosity piqued, Garen instinctively took a few steps closer and called out, "Hey, what are you doing?" As Garen's voice rang out, the clouds parted, allowing the moonlight to illuminate the alley. He beheld two menacing faces looking back at him through the silvery glow. At that moment, Garen discerned the scene. Two burly men were pinning a woman against the wall, one with his trousers down, clearly intending to engage in unsavory activities, while the other rummaged through a handbag in search of valuables. Upon hearing the cries of a woman being violated, a man rifling through his wallet, possessing a physique akin to a bear and eyes resembling those of a ravenous wolf, bellowed menacingly, "Do you have any idea whose territory this is?" Garen, upon hearing this, seized the small-time thug leading him and forcefully pushed him aside. In Garen's mind, this individual was nothing short of a hellish canine leader, undoubtedly someone of significant influence in this domain. The man being shoved aside, upon recognizing his opponent, cursed Garen's ancestors in his mind. The towering figure advancing towards him was none other than the infamous Montaki brothers, Russian-Americans and the most formidable enforcers of the hellish canines, far surpassing his own rank. The Montaki brothers, robust and imposing, bore faces as brutish as a bear standing upright. The elder, Hadi, and the younger, Harry, both in their 30s, had previously served in the Russian Special Forces before venturing into the American underworld. They were seasoned killers, not to be trifled with. Huh, is this pathetic wretch your source of arrogance? Hadi recognized the man being thrust forward, while he might have a few underlings. They were not on the same level as himself. The small-time thug was drenched in sweat, realizing that before he even reached the bar, he had encountered these notorious brothers, who were not known for their reasoned discourse. Even if they were bound by gang affiliations, he knew he would not escape without a severe beating, if not worse. Garen discerned that this fellow was undoubtedly a mere underling. Daisy, currently hiding behind Garen, peeked out to assess the situation. Although she had faith in Garen, she resolved to find a safe place to flee should a confrontation ensue. The small-time thug, seeing Hadi approach him, quickly raised his hands and stepped forward, loudly proclaiming, "Be careful, this is the enemy. He has kidnapped me." Garen, unfazed by the thug's betrayal, raised his fists high above his head. Demacia, his bare-handed strike came crashing down upon the thug's skull, resulting in a gruesome explosion reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, with brain matter and blood splattering onto Garen's hands. Garen was taken aback by the outcome of his unarmed strike. Perhaps next time he should bring a water bottle. The Montaki brothers regarded Garen with wary eyes. They could not replicate such a feat of raw strength. However, in a nation rife with firearms, even the most vicious Montaki brothers were not intimidated. After all, no matter how skilled one might be, a bullet could easily settle the score. "What do you intend to do, kid?" At this moment, Harry Montaki, having released the woman, stepped forward. Unlike his brother, he was not only physically formidable, but possessed a cunning mind. "This man owes me $1 million. I was merely here to collect," Garen stated earnestly, gesturing towards the lifeless body on the ground. Daisy concealed herself behind Garen, rendered speechless by the overwhelming situation. Did he truly intend to extort a ruthless gang? "Owing you money? Bold lad, if you dare, come with me. We shall lead you to the treasures," Montaki Harry snarled. Uncertain whether this fellow was genuinely confident or merely feigning ignorance, audacious enough to demand money as if the hounds of hell were upon him. After uttering these words, Montaki Harry seized the girl from earlier, announcing that his brother intended to depart. He was eager to see if the other party would dare to follow. At this moment, the girl in Harry's grasp appeared disheveled. Her hair was tousled, her blouse askew, and her trousers torn, exposing her undergarments. It seemed she had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Likely around 20 years of age, her attire suggested she was a student, not a denizen of the night. Garen's gaze hardened, a righteous fire igniting within him. "Release that girl. What is the meaning of this? I had shown you mercy, yet you remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation." Montaki Harry relinquished the girl and drew a handgun. "My apologies, but I can't comprehend your words." Montaki Harry jested, aiming the weapon at Garen's head. Montaki Hati, witnessing his brother brandishing the firearm, chuckled heartily, envisioning the evening's prospects, one girl for each brother. As Garen observed the burly man advancing toward him, he instinctively donned the skin of the Iron Legion, a radiant blue sword illuminating the air as he struck down fiercely. With a resounding thud, the hulking Montaki Hati was reduced to a mere pancake, unrecognizable even to his own brother at that moment. Upon witnessing Garen's decisive action, Montaki Harry hastily pulled the trigger, confident that each shot would find its mark upon Garen's head. Alas, his aim faltered, failing to eliminate Garen in time to save his brother. "You wretched fool, how are you still alive? You have slain my brother." Despite 5 shots to the head, Garen remained unscathed, and the once audacious Harry now felt a chill in his limbs, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. "Do not be astonished. It is merely standard procedure. Now, take me to your leader." Garen regarded him with an unsettling calmness. The woman, now seated on the ground, did not even take a moment to wipe the tears from her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, she hastily rose, her clothes in disarray, and rushed toward Garen. Observing the girl who had approached him, Garen felt a pang of sympathy and softly inquired, "Are you injured?" You might ask them for some medical expenses." The girl shook her head, her voice tinged with sobs as she replied, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Daisy Louise. I am a student, and all I wish is to leave this place. I am Garen, the Might of Demacia, a knight of justice walking through the shadows. This is merely my duty." Garen, unable to admit that he was captivated by her ample bosom, remained resolute. "I can see that I misjudged you, young man. If you possess any courage, come with me." The handgun proved ineffective. Montague Harry would not foolishly rush in to avenge his brother. All he needed to do was lure him into the bar, and then he would be at his mercy. Chapter 20. The Night Bar. "Thank you, but I think I must take my leave." Daisy Louise, witnessing Garen's decision to accompany Montague Harry to the night bar, promptly chose to flee. As she hastily departed, her disheveled appearance betraying her urgency. Garen could only call after her, "I'll keep your medical expenses safe." Daisy Johnson watched the woman escape, filled with envy. She had no desire to accompany Garen, this fool, to a bar for money. The gang leader pursuing her was now dead, granting her newfound freedom, and there was no need to provoke any hellhounds further. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must be off," Daisy Johnson declared, attempting to slip away, only for Garen to grasp her firmly. "Rest assured, I am completely confident that no harm will come to you." Faced with the situation at hand, Garen could only muster some encouragement for Daisy, though he himself was uncertain of their purpose. Nevertheless, bringing a woman along for negotiations with a gang over money seemed to lend some gravitas to the endeavor, especially considering Daisy was the very source of the matter. The night bar was situated in the basement of a dilapidated building, sprawling over several thousand square meters and divided into two underground levels. One level served as a gathering place for the Hellhounds gang, while the other was the bar itself. Upon entering for the first time, Garen was immediately assaulted by a nauseating melange of smoke, alcohol, and sweat, accompanied by the deafening roar of heavy metal music. In the dim lighting, he could merely discern the chaotic throng of heads bobbing to the rhythm. Montague Harry, leading the way, noticed that Garen had indeed brought the woman along. He discreetly signaled in several directions, and a few members of the gang overseeing the area understood his gesture and quietly departed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. On the second underground level, where gang members congregated, several were engaged in games with prostitutes, while others were gambling. For these impoverished souls at the bottom rung of American society, nightlife was monotonous. There was little room for leisure activities. Their existence revolved around self-indulgence, be it through illicit pleasures, gambling, or substance abuse, seeking fleeting gratification over any semblance of a quality life. As Garen held Daisy's hand and proceeded down the long corridor leading from the first to the second level, he became increasingly vigilant. At the corridor's end stood a lanky Jamaican, the guard of this establishment, who leaned against the wall, yawning out of boredom. Upon seeing Montague Harry approach with the two individuals, he smirked and remarked, "Is this your new recruit? Doesn't he look like much, but the girl seems decent. Mind if I have a little fun with her later?" "Quit the chatter and open the door," Montague Harry urged impatiently, eager to confront Garen and exact revenge for his brother's death. He also intended to indulge in some sadistic games with that wretched woman, hoping she could endure the experience without collapsing immediately. As the door swung open, Montague Harry stepped inside with a swift stride, casting a taunting glance back at Garen. "Kid, if you have any guts, come in. The money you seek lies within." Garen exhibited no semblance of fear. After watching The Godfather in his past life, he had longed to witness the reality of American gangsters. Today, his wish was finally fulfilled. He hoped not to be too disappointed and wished that the Hellhound might possess a bit more wealth and not be overly impoverished. He embraced Daisy tightly. But let there be no misunderstanding. Garen's intentions were purely to safeguard his client. Upon entering through the door, Garen's immediate reaction was one of disbelief at the impoverished state of the American gangsters. They could barely afford to illuminate their surroundings. The basement was shrouded in darkness, and even with Garen's exceptional vision, he struggled to discern his surroundings. Noticing Daisy's trepidation, he tightened his embrace around her. Suddenly, the bright lights illuminated the room, blinding Garen momentarily, while Daisy had her eyes tightly shut. What lay before him mirrored scenes from countless American films. Approximately 20 rugged men, armed with various firearms, aimed their weapons at Garen by the entrance. The heavy door slammed shut behind him, echoing the sound of it being locked. Among them, Montague Harry brandished a Colt 1911, a classic designed by the master gunsmith Browning, favored by American gangsters for its formidable caliber and power. At that moment, Montague pressed the handgun menacingly against Garen's forehead. However, Garen was no ordinary individual. He was a reborn hero, a fated child of destiny with a system at his command, wielding an invincible sword capable of altering the very fabric of Marvel-esque history. As the saying goes, with power in hand, one remains unperturbed. Just as Montague attempted to utter a few words, Garen abruptly interrupted him. "Is this your grand scheme? I must admit, I am thoroughly disappointed." Garen's disillusionment was palpable. The scenario was far too cliché. Had they simply fired a shot, perhaps he would have felt a flicker of surprise. Wasn't this the typical plot where the antagonist must first monologue before eliminating the protagonist, allowing for a chance of retaliation? It was utterly pointless to drag it out with theatrics. Laughter erupted from the assembled thugs at Garen's words. Clad in the gear of the Iron Legion, he wielded his technological greatsword with fervor. Montague, eyes wide with terror, beheld the descending blue blade, a fierce glint emerging as he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Convinced that at such a close range, his firearm would be swifter than Garen's greatsword. Yet, reality proved that the gun was indeed faster, but Garen, with no intention of evading, did not flinch. The greatsword came crashing down resolutely. The notion of dodging was foreign to Garen. His sole principle was to regard life and death with indifference. If one dared to oppose him, he would face them head-on, no holds barred, fire and eliminate him. Do not hesitate. The members of the Hellhounds, witnessing their second-in-command's command, exchanged glances and ultimately found courage in their weapons. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as Garen cast a glance at Daisy before fiercely pulling her into his embrace. After ensuring her safety, Garen did not retreat, but rather advanced, utilizing a flash to plunge into the throng of adversaries. Upon witnessing Garen's sudden disappearance, all the ruffians were momentarily taken aback. Looking at the unguarded thugs beside him, Garen chuckled and said, Hey, I'm here to collect a debt. Could you kindly summon your boss?" "You." The thug turned upon hearing Garen's voice, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror as he beheld Garen beside him. "How did you get here?" The other ruffians, too, caught sight of Garen, their faces reflecting sheer horror as if they had encountered a ghost. "You truly have a plethora of questions," Garen remarked, his gaze flickering with a hint of malice as he regarded the stunned thugs. "It seems I must instill a sense of dread in you before you will speak." Judgment. Garen shielded Daisy with one arm while wielding his great sword with the other, swinging it with a single hand as he began to spin rapidly. Blue light illuminated the air, tracing circular trajectories akin to a meat grinder operating at full speed. The fragile human body was utterly incapable of resisting the sword's rapid rotation, and in an instant, the second level of the underground transformed into a blood-soaked arena. Chapter 21. Misfortune. The previously odoriferous basement now reeked of blood. When Garen ceased his spinning, Daisy collapsed to her knees, her gaze fixated on the grotesque mass of organic debris in the blood-soaked ground. With Daisy's retching, the stench intensified. Garen, too, couldn't help but grimace. In the past, he had felt no discomfort while playing Garen, merely considering judgment a powerful skill that was unassailable. While its application in the real world was undoubtedly effective in claiming heads swiftly, the aftermath was somewhat repulsive. The gruesome scene left 3 gang members, who had narrowly escaped due to their distance, feeling a prickling terror. The most brutal killings they had witnessed involved shooting someone to a pulp. Yet here Garen's great sword had reduced them to mere ground meat. As the door swung open, a guard, who had previously intended to approach Daisy, heard the gunfire cease and assumed the situation had been resolved. However, upon witnessing the carnage of flesh and blood strewn about, he lost all courage and sank to the ground. "Now summon your leader," Garen commanded, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned mobster. He found a seat, gripped his great sword with both hands, and plunged it forcefully into the ground, exuding an imposing presence. One of the thugs immediately began to make a phone call. Ivan, the Hellhound, the chief of the largest gang in the area, was friends with the police of Queens, having established a gang capable of managing several blocks. A feat not easily accomplished by mere brutality. At that moment, Ivan was relaxing at his mistress's home, confident in the Montague brothers' management of his gang. For those brothers were fierce and ruthless, instilling fear in both their associates and the merchants outside. However, upon receiving a call from his subordinate, he was taken aback, learning that over 30 of his 60 or 70 men had perished that night, and that his headquarters, the night bar, had been besieged, with the assailants specifically summoning him to come forth. After waiting for over 20 minutes, Garen, who was growing increasingly impatient, was contemplating whether to urge the thug to contact their boss, Ivan, when suddenly the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Stanfield, the chief narcotics officer of Queens, maintained a covertly close relationship with Ivan, the leader of the Hellhounds. Ivan would report rival drug dealers to Stanfield, helping him boost his performance metrics, while the confiscated laundry powder would be handed over to Ivan for sale in the bar, with profits shared amicably. Today, Stanfield had received a plea for assistance from a partner. A brazen individual had stormed into his lair. Feeling utterly inept, he gathered 2 squads of officers to drive away the intruder and perhaps catch a few unfortunate souls in the process. Upon hearing the police cars, Garen hesitated. After all, he fancied himself a paragon of justice, yet fundamentally, he was merely an ordinary citizen. While he felt justified in dispatching gangsters, who he deemed scum, he was somewhat reluctant to engage in a violent confrontation with the police. Damn it, he mused. Who could have been so meddlesome as to alert the authorities, causing them to arrive so promptly? In films, shouldn't the police only show up at the last moment to clean up the mess? Garen couldn't help but grumble, as the dramatic scene of a gangster negotiation he had envisioned had yet to materialize, and his objective of extorting a sum had gone unfulfilled. The police are here. Do you think I can leave? Daisy, upon hearing the sirens, instinctively wanted to flee. After all, aside from the gangsters pursuing her, the police were hardly idle. She was also a fugitive, one with the potential to be subjected to government dissection for research purposes. You want to leave? Garen was momentarily taken aback. After all, he was the one who had killed, so why was Daisy so eager to escape? Of course I want to leave. Let me emphasize, I've known you for less than a day, and our relationship is not at the level where I'd accompany you to prison. If it weren't for your assistance, I would have left long ago, Daisy retorted, exasperated by Garen's mindset. She simply could not fathom his intentions or what astonishing actions he might take next. She needed to depart swiftly. Her reasoning was sound and irrefutable. Garen understood that Daisy did not wish to accompany him to the bar to confront the gangsters, and given that he had dispatched dozens, it was only natural for her to seek distance from him. In the eyes of a typical individual, he was indeed a cold-blooded killer, a label he could not escape. It seemed fortunate enough that Daisy had stayed with him this long. With the police now present, her desire to leave was a logical response. Very well, I understand. I want to implicate you, Garen resolved, comprehending Daisy's predicament and allowing her to depart with tranquility. Damn, encountering this unfortunate woman today had truly brought him a stroke of bad luck. As he watched Daisy leave, he inwardly cursed. He rummaged through his pockets, discovering that he had just over $3,000 left. This paltry sum was insufficient for someone accustomed to spending lavishly over the past few days. His $100,000 had been squandered, his home had been reduced to rubble, and the remaining funds couldn't even afford him a decent computer. This was precisely why Garen was so desperate to engage in a scheme of black-on-black crime. He refused to believe that he could not survive without relying on others. With the system in place, how could he not earn money? Garen observed the remaining ruffians beside him with a sense of resolve and swiftly eliminated them all. After glancing at the bloodstains on his hands and clothing, he tidied himself up briefly, thinking that if he were to encounter the police later, he could easily pass off as a mere patron enjoying the nightlife. Striding confidently away from the underground level, Garen re-entered the bar. At that moment, 2 teams of police officers were making their way into the establishment, seemingly intent on heading to the underground. Garen paid them no heed and exited the night bar without a second glance. As he walked along the darkened streets, an inexplicable chill enveloped him, as though he were being watched. A quick survey of his surroundings revealed no one, yet a sense of unease lingered in his mind, which he ultimately dismissed. The Queen S district was eerily quiet, devoid of any passers-by. Unbeknownst to him, at a nearby corner, several burly figures were lurking in the shadows, their menacing expressions fixed upon Garen. Their gazes bore an icy intensity as they huddled together, whispering furtively before they began to encircle him. As Garen continued on his path, he suddenly noticed a few pairs of teeth floating in the air. In that instant, he felt as though he had traversed into a realm of spirits. But upon closer inspection, he realized the grim truth. 3 or 4 individuals were indeed advancing towards him. The sight of their predatory stares sent a jolt of anxiety through him, and he instinctively activated his Steel Legion, a faint blue glow illuminating the street. Upon witnessing Garen's transformation, the figures let out a shout and fled in terror. Garen, incensed by their audacity, would not allow these conniving individuals to escape unscathed and unleashed a relentless pursuit. After chasing them through several streets, he managed to eliminate one unfortunate soul, while the rest, cloaked by the night, vanished into the shadows. Damn it, where exactly am I? Garen realized he had lost his way in this chase. Chapter 22. Robbing the police. Stanfield led his team to the night bar, where the underground level resembled a scene of carnage. The ground was littered with bodies, the sheer number of casualties unquantifiable, leaving even the seasoned narcotics officers retching at the sight. Such a catastrophic incident resulting in dozens of deaths was no trivial matter. As a mere police officer, Stanfield felt ill-equipped to manage the fallout. He stood in the back alley with Ivan, who had hurriedly arrived. "Who have you crossed?" Stanfield was not inclined to believe Ivan's excuses. Was someone attempting to extort him, resorting to such brutal measures and taking so many lives? It was evident that Ivan had offended someone he should not have. "I wish I knew who I had offended. You know, I have distanced myself from gang affairs for quite some time. It has been the Montague brothers running the show," Ivan protested, genuinely innocent of the turmoil, as his well-informed subordinates had all been eliminated by Garen. The gang's ranks had been halved, and even their enemies were left in the dark regarding the identity of the assailant. "Well, since you are unwilling to divulge, I'm afraid our collaboration must come to an end. I cannot assist you with this matter." Stanfield intended to withdraw, for he was unwilling to confront an unknown and merciless adversary. "What do you mean? My people have eliminated dozens, and you dare to leave? That is inconceivable." Ivan's furious words were abruptly interrupted by a peculiar figure. At that moment, Garen, still adorned in his skin, noticed a commotion in the dark alley and decided to intervene, hoping to mediate and inquire for directions. As Stanfield caught sight of the strange individual, memories of the recent bloody scene flooded back, and his expression turned grave. With swift precision, he drew his weapon, gripped it firmly, and aimed with seamless fluidity. Garen was astounded by such agility. Upon seeing the gun pointed at him, Garen's demeanor shifted coldly as he spoke. "I merely wish to ask for directions. I offer you a chance to lower your weapon." For reasons unknown, Stanfield, who had faced hardened drug dealers without trepidation, felt his breath quicken under Garen's unwavering gaze. His heart raced like a drum, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. "Hey kid, do you know who I am? I am Ivan, the leader of the Hellhounds. If you wish to live, I suggest you step aside." Despite the adversary's futuristic attire, Ivan dismissed him as nothing more than a peculiar child. Garen, upon hearing these words, found his spirits lifted, experiencing a complete turnaround in mood. It seemed that his quarry was indeed inescapable. Stanfield, sensing the gravity of the situation, realized that this fool's complacent life had rendered him blindly arrogant, devoid of even the most basic discernment. "Don't move. Put your hands on your head." In an instant, Stanfield turned his gun towards Ivan. "Damn it. Why are you aiming a gun at me? Have you lost your mind?" Ivan instinctively reached out to swat the weapon away. But then, bang, the gunshot rang out, and Ivan collapsed, shot in the head, unable to fathom why Stanfield, his longtime ally, had turned against him. Stanfield discerned that something was amiss with Garen. The shadow of a figure battling the Iron Tyrant on the streets of New York loomed in his mind. His keen intuition hinted that the Hellhound's predicament was somehow linked to this strange individual. Regardless, he sought to sever ties with Ivan, believing that eliminating him would not only confound the odd character, but also earn him significant favor with his superiors. Stanfield's act of treachery was entirely unforeseen by Garen, who experienced yet another dramatic shift in perspective. To Garen, Ivan had represented a moving vault, a future source of income, a bounty of dollars, compensation, computers, phones, and a new home, all of it slipping away at that moment because of the police officer. After dispatching Ivan, Stanfield deactivated the safety on his pistol, tucked it into his belt, and proceeded to make a phone call as if nothing had occurred. Garen, seething with rage, found himself by Stanfield's side in an instant, snatching the phone from his grasp, and commanded, "Take off your clothes." "What?" As Stanfield felt a jolt of panic upon realizing his phone had been snatched. He feared that the assailant had seen through him. The subsequent words from the intruder further tightened his apprehension, leading him to ponder whether he was dealing with a deviant. The image of the Hellhound gang members in the basement flashed through his mind, lending credence to this unsettling possibility. Upon receiving the clothing that Stanfield handed over, Galen began to rummage through it, discovering a holster, a powerful flashlight, handcuffs, and police credentials. "Quickly remove your trousers," Galen instructed. Upon hearing this, despair surged within Stanfield. It seemed his dignity was doomed. Faced with the choice between his life and his modesty, he shamefully complied and removed his pants. "Are you a pervert? What are you doing?" Galen exclaimed, taking the trousers and inspecting them. He was taken aback when he saw Stanfield's intent to remove his underwear as well, and he scolded him harshly, unable to suppress his thoughts about the dangers of America, where he had first encountered a voyeuristic thug, followed by a white police officer intent on undressing him. Stanfield's inner monologue echoed his frustration. "You demand I remove my pants, then accuse me of being the deviant. Who is truly the pervert here?" It seemed yet another impoverished officer, with only a few $100s to his name, had emerged. He pulled out the bills and threw the rest of the belongings onto the ground forcefully. Glancing at the lifeless body of Ivan, he hesitated but eventually squatted down. A robbery of a package didn't seem entirely adverse. After acquiring a few more $100s, Galen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The chaos at home had left him in disarray, and with the loss of his newly purchased computer, he lamented the meager compensation of less than $1,000. Feeling a profound sense of sorrow, as Galen departed, looking as disheartened as a mere shell of himself, Stanfield finally grasped the full extent of the situation and his own humiliation. A police officer had been robbed, stripped of his dignity in the process. Picking up the phone from the ground, he realized the gravity of the situation. This could escalate. He needed to report back. Over 30 gang members had perished, and he had been robbed, with the suspect appearing to be an armored individual suspected of having assisted Tony Stark against Ironmonger days prior. Within 5 minutes of his report, 3 black Chevrolet vehicles arrived outside the night bar, alongside 4 or 5 police cars. 8 men of African descent disembarked, entering the bar under the guidance of a Mediterranean man. Phil Coulson from SHIELD will oversee everything here. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to report to your superiors, he assured. Phil Coulson, the trusted right hand of Nick Fury, a level 6 agent of SHIELD, was known for his affability and skill in communication. He had crossed paths with Galen before, and it was said within SHIELD that the day Coulson went completely bald would mark his ascension to leadership. Chapter 23, Look God. The scene was cordoned off, and all traces were to be meticulously removed. As the police withdrew, Coulson began directing the on-site operations. After overseeing the initial procedures, he turned to a woman being supported by 2 agents and inquired, "Could you please elaborate on everything that transpired here, Miss Daisy?" Upon leaving the night bar, Daisy unexpectedly found herself in the embrace of Coulson, who graciously invited her into his vehicle. Daisy Johnson was indeed a subject of interest for SHIELD, and her seemingly innocuous action had inadvertently triggered a minor seismic event. Observations indicated that she had yet to harness this energy effectively. "I know nothing. I am merely an innocent bystander," You have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Daisy, and I intend to sue you in court tomorrow. Daisy was not being obstinate just for the sake of Garen. Rather, she understood her own complexities and imperfections. Miss Daisy, I believe you're mistaken. S-H-I-E-L-D harbors no ill intent towards you. In fact, we hold you in high regard. You possess some extraordinary abilities, of which we are fully aware. Yet you are not alone in this regard, so there is no need for you to fear any adverse consequences. Coulson maintained a warm smile, his tone casual, reminiscent of friends sharing pleasantries over afternoon tea. Daisy paused, as if grasping a revelation, and humorously gestured towards the night bar, cautiously inquiring, "What brings you here?" "We are here to protect you, not to apprehend you. Our mission has always been the safeguarding of this planet." Coulson's expression remained unchanged, and his tone made it difficult for Daisy to doubt his sincerity. With his affable demeanor and adept conversational skills, he had effortlessly garnered Daisy's tentative favor. "I believe you, but I'm afraid I cannot divulge another's secrets. After all, he has aided me, and I owe him that." Daisy ultimately chose loyalty, refraining from disclosing anything about Garen. For in her heart, despite his clumsiness and greed, he had shielded her with his imposing presence. "If you prefer not to speak, that is understandable. By the way, we have information regarding your biological parents." Rather than pressing her for details about Garen, Coulson smoothly redirected the conversation towards Daisy herself. "Parents? You've been investigating me? I'm sorry, but I have no interest in that." Daisy was reluctant to entangle herself with S-H-I-E-L-D. Her immediate concern was her own fate, and given the agency's current posture, it appeared they would not let her leave easily. During Coulson's dialogue with Daisy, S-H-I-E-L-D, agents completed their cleanup operation, with the last agent leaving the premises and setting the dilapidated bar ablaze. Confidentiality is secured. Where to next? An agent reported to Coulson. "Remember to send someone to extinguish the fire in 10 minutes and to minimize disturbance to the nearby residents. Get in touch with those tracking Garen. Next, we need to meet the main character of this affair." With that, Coulson turned and led Daisy back into the sleek black Chevrolet. As she observed the raging inferno, Daisy felt as though she had fallen into a deep abyss. Government-sanctioned arson? This revelation drastically altered her perception of S-H-I-E-L-D. "I've said all I can. Please let me go." Daisy did not wish to continue with S-H-I-E-L-D, employing her feminine charm to feign vulnerability as she gazed pleadingly at Coulson. Regrettably, this time she was not confronted by the amusing Garen, but rather by the stoic and expressionless Coulson, who only offered a smile. "I'm afraid you cannot leave. The director wishes to see you," he stated, his expression unchanged and his tone amicable, promptly declining Daisy's suggestion. Garen, oblivious to the events unfolding at the night bar, was still lost, rarely venturing out into the darkness where not even a single taxi could be found. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Damn it, how can I, Garen, the great sword master, be lost? From now on, I'll consider myself a dog when I walk." Subsequently, he silently accessed the system shop in his mind and gently purchased a skill. He acquired the summoner's spell, Teleport, which, after a brief guidance period, would transport him to a designated location, whether it be a person or a structure, provided he recognized its appearance. After finalizing the purchase, Garen envisioned his home and prepared to use the summoner skill. Everything he imagined seemed flawless. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. The skills provided by the system came with mesmerizing effects. 2 robust beams of purple light descended from the heavens, one enveloping Garen's form, illuminating the entire darkened street, while the other shot off into the distance, the dazzling effect bestowed by the system far surpassing those of any Hollywood blockbuster. "Damn, it seems I've stirred up trouble again." A second later, Garen found himself back at his doorstep. Meanwhile, Coulson and his team were making their way toward Garen's location. Upon witnessing the purple beam in the sky, they immediately sensed impending trouble. "Agent, what transpired on your end?" Looking toward the source of the beam, it was evident that Garen was responsible. Coulson could not fathom why Garen always seemed to create chaos. Did he not realize that being understated would serve him better? Coulson was fraught with worry, having just helped clean up Garen's previous debacle with the mob, and now he had conjured a spectacle visible across all of New York. I think I've seen God, or perhaps aliens abducting Garen. Two agents tasked with tracking him witnessed the luminous beam pulling him in, leaving them somewhat disoriented. In light of such a claim, Coulson found himself at a loss for words. The other beam appears to be directed toward the Demacian Service Center. We should proceed there immediately. On the way, Coulson received a call from Nick Fury. Coulson, what was that purple beam? What happened in Queens? Nick Fury had a penchant for gazing at the vibrant cityscape of New York at night, as it instilled in him a sense of control over everything. However, his enjoyment was abruptly interrupted by the unexpected appearance of the purple beam, a scene that could belong to a science fiction epic. Yet none of the myriad possibilities excited him. Director, Garen is responsible for this. The exact nature of the effect remains unclear. I am en route to his residence. Coulson felt somewhat helpless, realizing that just moments more and Garen had managed to create another sensational headline. If he could not find a suitable excuse, who knew what sensational title the media would concoct for tomorrow's news? Bring him back. I wish to speak with him personally. Nick Fury, upon hearing that it was Garen again, rubbed his temples in frustration, realizing that some matters might need to be addressed sooner rather than later. Annie, look, it's God. This exclamation came from a mischievous boy named Peter Parker in Queens, who, unable to sleep, had witnessed a wondrous spectacle in the sky and rushed to awaken his aunt. Returning to the Demacia Everything store, Garen stepped into his dilapidated home, despair welling within him as he lamented his misfortune for the day. How could he be so unfortunate? Having encountered that ill-fated woman, he had neither earned any money nor received the skills promised by the system, and had even sacrificed his house and computer in the process. With no one to confide in, he silently began to tidy up his home. Chapter 24. The Art of Extortion. At this moment, Garen sat on the bed he had cleared, rummaging through the system shop, desperately seeking a skill that could restore his house. Alas, the omnipotent system had left him disheartened. If the system possessed consciousness, it would surely retort, "Do you think I am some sort of fairy godmother?" Just as disappointment settled in, the sound of screeching brakes captured Garen's attention. He surmised that the wondrous spectacle had drawn the attention of some individuals, secretly hoping they were troublemakers. He hurried to his front door. Coulson exited his vehicle, signaling for the other agents to remain behind. Straightening his attire, he approached the entrance, only to find it somewhat awkward. It seemed Garen's home lacked a doorbell. Knock, knock, boom! Coulson froze in his tracks, one hand still suspended in the air. He swore he hadn't knocked hard. He had merely tapped lightly, and yet the door collapsed. My heavens, what have you done to my house? Pay up immediately, you wretched man! Garen exclaimed dramatically, springing forth as the door fell, his expression and tone exaggerated in his accusations towards Coulson. Although intelligence suggested that Garen had a penchant for greed and a touch of shamelessness, Coulson never anticipated that the individual would set a trap to extort him. I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. We have met before. I am here today regarding some matters, Coulson said, his typically stoic demeanor wavering slightly, as his first formal encounter with Garen proved rather peculiar. I know you. I've seen you with pots. But don't think you can intimidate me with your S.H.I.E.L.D. status. You have damaged my house, and you will certainly have to compensate me, Garen retorted, not expecting to have stumbled into extorting Coulson. The perennial good guy that he was, Garen had no desire to deceive him. However, what choice did he have? His own home was pitiable as well. We have already dealt with the hellhound situation for you, so you needn't worry about the police or any trouble. We excel in such matters, Coulson said with a smile, though his true thoughts remained a mystery. Thank you for handling the situation. I'm truly grateful. However, compensation for the house and the computer is a must. Garen will always remember those who assist him. Yet business is business. Compensation for the property is imperative. Your friend Daisy is in my car. Would you like to converse with her? At this moment, Coulson's expression darkened, compelling him to shift the conversation. No need. I am not particularly acquainted with her. By the way, when will you compensate me for the house and the computer? If immediate payment is not feasible, I hope you can issue a promissory note on behalf of S.H.I.L.D. Rest assured, I have no intention of extorting you. I merely request the restoration of my house and a replacement of the same model for my computer. Garen's principle is simple. Whatever you say to me, I will respond with demands for compensation until you acquiesce. After all, Coulson approached him for a reason, and if he wishes to engage him, it must begin with compensation. The recent purple beam of light has caused considerable trouble, visible to all of New York. We hope you can accompany us back to S.H.I.L. to discuss how we might cover up this incident, as I imagine you would prefer not to disturb your current life. Coulson thought to himself, after all, I am here to clean up your mess, and yet you dare to extort me? Regrettably, he underestimated Garen's determination and the allure of the computer to him. No need. After all, I operate a shop, so consider this free advertising. Now let us discuss the matter of compensation. Garen could hardly believe his own resolve, steadfastly redirecting the conversation back to compensation despite Coulson's numerous attempts to evade or shift topics. The matter I am presenting to you is serious. I hope you will treat it with the gravity it deserves. I am merely a poor soul, orphaned and helpless, with my property destroyed by government actions and my newly purchased computer rendered useless. Today, you must provide me with an explanation. Garen spoke earnestly, entirely disregarding Coulson's increasingly dark demeanor. Should anyone inquire whether Garen fears confronting S.H.I.E.L.D., he would undoubtedly declare that nothing is as fearsome as the pursuit of compensation. The great sword knows no fear. Long live Demacia. Faced with adversity, he would wield his sword, for nothing is more important than securing his recompense. Very well, how much shall S.H.I.E.L.D. pay? Ultimately, Coulson capitulated. He could hardly believe the events unfolding that evening. 100,000. Thank you for your patronage. Upon hearing the figure, Garen's face illuminated with a grin, embodying the essence of a man desperate for money. Who carries such a sum on them? I will return to S.H.I.E.L.D. and arrange payment then. Coulson sensed the urgency. If he did not acquiesce to Garen's demands, his mission would stagnate that night. No problem. Let's draft a promissory note, and then I shall accompany you back to S.H.I.E.L.D. After saying this, Garen dashed into the room, rummaging for a pen and notebook, which he then handed to Coulson. Observing Garen's demeanor, Coulson gritted his teeth, contemplating the humiliation he would endure for the sake of his mission. With a renewed smile, he signed his name on the promissory note as Garen had specifically requested and handed it back to him. Garen glanced at the IOU, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He carefully placed Coulson's note alongside Natasha's. Now, not only did Natasha owe him money, but even the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson was in his debt. The pinnacle of success seemed within his grasp. Shall we depart? Seeing Garen's lewd grin and the drool threatening to spill from his lips sent a chill down Coulson's spine. He vowed that upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., he would reclaim that note. Rest assured, I, Garen, am a man of my word. If I say I will go with you, I shall. However, certain matters must be clarified. Given the late hour, once our business is concluded, it would be rather inconvenient for me to return. Tarafura isa aki elale. Must take responsibility for my accommodation and meals during these days. Having tasted the sweetness of his newfound power, Garen once again set his sights on S.H.I.E.L.D., especially since their funding was reputed to be astronomical each year. He had ample time to repair his home, and it would be a shame not to exploit the generous resources at his disposal. Not a problem, Coulson readily agreed, fearing that if he hesitated, Garen might present yet another demand. After all, he had already consented to compensation. What was a few days of lodging and meals? He propped open the door, leaving a forlorn agent to watch over Garen's belongings. Inside the vehicle, Daisy felt a tinge of awkwardness, unsure of what to say. After all, she had just unceremoniously departed from him, albeit for reasons beyond her control. Yet, Garen was in high spirits and greeted Daisy with enthusiasm as he entered the car. Hi, it's good to see you again. Are you planning to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. as well? Perhaps, she thought, but with Coulson present, many words remained unspoken. All she could muster was a smile that was more painful than a frown, affirming Garen's question. Visite sa aquí ella. I truly wonder what goes through Garen's mind, treating such a mysterious organization so casually. If she could, Daisy would have preferred to distance herself. Chapter 25. The 24 words of the unlucky come now. Daisy, put away that glum expression. It is not every day that S-H-I-E-L-D extends an invitation for a visit. You should be a bit more cheerful. Garen, having just extorted Coulson, felt elated, finding everyone around him exceedingly agreeable. By the way, Coulson, what exactly is the purpose of inviting Daisy to S-H-I-L-D? After a moment of revelry, Garen finally grasped the crucial point. What was S-H-E-L-D? Ese intention in inviting Daisy. Was it because of him? Daisy Johnson needs to visit our S-H-I-E-L-D for some special reasons. Coulson would not divulge to Garen that Daisy also possessed extraordinary abilities. Wait, did you say her name is Daisy Johnson? Initially, Garen only knew her as Daisy, a name shared by many. He had recently rescued an innocent girl named Daisy as well. However, the name Daisy Johnson was significant, especially considering her potential visit to S-H-I-E-L-D. The words quake flashed in Garen's mind. Daisy felt a burning gaze from Garen after Coulson introduced her, making her increasingly uncomfortable. Was it the promise of repayment she had made that left him so captivated? According to Garen's customary demeanor, anything is possible. What do you wish to do? Eventually, unable to withstand Garen's gaze, Daisy lowered her head and inquired. It seems you owe me money. I believe it would be prudent for you to provide me with an IOU. Garen, looking at Daisy, uttered a phrase that left Coulson nearly bloodless. Daisy, scratching her head, ultimately acquiesced. After all, the other party had rescued her. In Coulson's presence, she penned an IOU for $300 and handed it to Garen. Holding the note in his hand, Garen felt an even greater surge of joy, for the future held the promise of Daisy becoming a level 10 super agent, capable of dispatching villains with ease, a truly formidable character. Envisioning this bright future, Garen unconsciously began tomaton, la la la, Demacia, la 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 la. League of Legends. Inside the vehicle, apart from Garen's cheerful melody, the other two remained silent. Daisy could not bear Garen's intense gaze. It was a fervent look that made her feel like a vulnerable lamb, stripped bare and awaiting the wolf's appetite. Coulson, seated opposite Garen, chose to retreat in his silence. Yet even in his quietude, he monitored the dynamics within the car. Observing Garen's ardent attention on Daisy, Coulson silently branded Garen as lecherous. Before long, they arrived at their destination for the evening, the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. Inside, Coulson led Daisy to another area while Garen entered an office alone. Within the office sat a solitary figure, a black man with a distinctive eye patch, a bald head, and a black coat. Without needing an introduction, Garen recognized him as Nick Fury, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D. Although this director's position had been somewhat inflated through the endorsement of Hydra's overlord, Alexander Pierce, he nonetheless fulfilled his role with aplomb. Under his leadership, S-H-I-E-L-D thrived, and Hydra, too, flourished in its shadow. As Nick Fury observed Garen, who was meandering about his office, eager to touch everything, he chose to remain contemplative and silent, though his mind raced with thoughts of Garen's dossier. Garen, a bachelor residing in Queens, operated the Demacian General Store. He was avaricious, lecherous, yet extraordinarily just, brave, and fearless, embodying a noble spirit. However, he was somewhat eccentric, lacking in social skills, and held unconventional views. Such were Natasha's assessments of Garen. According to analysis, Garen's power surpassed that of Tony Stark, exhibiting abilities akin to magic, capable of manifesting weapons and armor while attacking adversaries, as per Natasha's intelligence. He claimed to hail from a mysterious faction known as Demacia, though S.H.L.D.'s investigation suggested he might be exaggerating. I am Nick Fury, the director here. I have summoned you because you are quite an exceptional individual. Having reviewed all pertinent information about Garen, Nick Fury initiated their inaugural conversation. Noticing that the seemingly unfortunate individual had finally addressed him, Garen set aside his nonchalant demeanor and took a seat on the sofa with utmost seriousness. Speak plainly. I have yet to dine today. Surely you at S-H-I-E-L-D must have provisions for a late-night repast. I, Garen, am rather famished. My day has been consumed by gaming, slumber, and combat, leaving no time for sustenance. Do you believe you are the sole, extraordinary human on this planet? Mr. Garen, you remain unaware that Earth currently teeters on the brink of crisis. Nick Fury was taken aback by Garen's directness. He had no choice but to address the matter at hand, having succeeded in captivating the self-absorbed Tony Stark. Upon hearing the words of the unfortunate, Garen could not resist a quip, questioning the lack of consideration. The Easter egg from Iron Man 1 echoed in his mind, a jarring distraction from the present discourse. Extraordinary? I do not perceive myself as such. I require food and rest just like everyone else. Alas, your mention of a meal has only intensified my hunger. Garen sighed. He sincerely wished to distance himself from S-H-I-E-L-D, for what should be called S-H-I-E-L-D might be more aptly termed the Serpent Bureau. This remark left Nick Fury momentarily speechless, his prepared responses rendered useless. As he had not anticipated Garen's erratic thought process, an extraordinary human indeed, yet still concerned about hunger, this transformation of thought was remarkable. We have established an academy and hope you will serve as an instructor for close combat courses. This was S-H-I-E-L-D's initial proposal aimed at Garen. A gradual assimilation. I apologize, but my abilities are exclusive to Demacia and require extraordinary aptitude to master. Additionally, I possess little interest in teaching children. Garen genuinely wished to limit his association with S-H-I-E-L-D. His pursuits should revolve around establishing a business, earning wealth, and courting women, while leaving the eradication of supervillains and safeguarding the world to the Avengers. Why do you resist us so vehemently? Natasha has indicated that you are a hero imbued with a sense of justice. Garen's further rejection of Nick Fury did not provoke ire. Rather, Fury remained patient, seeking to delve into Garen's psyche. My sense of justice diverges from yours. You would sacrifice a few to save the many, while I am inclined to save that small fraction. Garen was well aware of S-H-I-E-L-D's true nature, especially after their subsequent alliance with the Avengers, which only exacerbated their willingness to enact any measures to prevent crime. You are the first to articulate such sentiments. What does your true justice entail? Nick Fury's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He had not anticipated that Garen, seemingly rough-hewn and guileless, would possess such insight into S-H-I-E-L-D. Upon hearing Fury's probing inquiry, Garen found himself at a loss for words. Should he reveal that his justice is merely to earn wealth, pursue women, and let others shoulder the burdens? Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. Garen paused, uttering these 24 characters in Fury's presence. Initially, Nick Fury perceived Garen's words as jest, but upon further reflection, he began to discern a profound significance within those 24 characters, far from the casual remarks one might expect. Chapter 26. The innocent Garen. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury's gaze towards Garen shifted significantly. It appeared that the righteousness embodied by Garen rendered S-H-I-E-L-D's justice somewhat impotent. Even if he were to tempt him with the allure of saving the world, Garen would likely remain unmoved. I did not anticipate you to be such an ambitious individual. Nick Fury had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit of Garen, for among the unique individuals known to S-H-I-E-L-D, Garen was the most stable and manageable. In Fury's eyes, Garen's thoughts bore a hint of danger. After all, avarice and lust are hardly commendable traits. While these flaws might render him more relatable and human rather than a mere emotionless machine, they also made him susceptible to manipulation by those with ill intentions. However, after 3 seconds, Fury set aside his reservations, reasoning that it would be better to utilize Garen's abilities for their own benefit rather than allowing others to exploit him. Since we conversed for quite a while, shall we commence with the late-night meal? Garen, genuinely famished, was also eager to cease his discourse with the unfortunate one. His stomach was quite empty. Since you are unwilling to assist, so be it. It is a pity that a class composed entirely of beautiful women lacks a suitable instructor, and no one is capable of earning the generous salary offered, Fury remarked with a tone of regret. I hope you will wisely employ your abilities to assist those in need. I shall find someone to escort you to enjoy your supper, Fury added, preparing to rise and bid farewell. Upon hearing Fury's initial statement, Garen, having not comprehended the subsequent words, raised a hand to halt him. A single conversation with you today is worth more than 10 years of study. Although our philosophies may diverge, I am willing to contribute to your cause and aid the advancement of humanity. While I cannot join your ranks, becoming an instructor has been my aspiration since childhood. I accept the position of melee instructor at your S.H.A.L.D. Academy. No one is more qualified than I. In that moment, Garen displayed a spirit of fearlessness, indifferent to whether Fury understood his words. In the presence of wealth and beauty, all concerns seemed trivial. Though much of Garen's speech was lost on Fury, it did not obscure the essence of Garen's intentions. He had accepted the role of melee instructor at S.H.I.E.L.D. Regardless of Garen's motivations, establishing a connection with S.H.I.L.D. was a crucial step. It would allow for close observation of Garen's suitability for the agency and facilitate an analysis of his capabilities, ultimately serving their own interests. Fury extended his arm, shaking Garen's hand. Welcome to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Training Academy as an instructor. Garen felt a surge of joy upon unlocking his new role. For the thought of training S.H.I.E.L.D.'s beautiful agents was undeniably exhilarating. Rest assured, I shall dedicate my utmost efforts to training them, Garen declared, envisioning a future vibrant with passion, filled with a diverse array of individuals, each contributing their unique flair to the endeavor. You may now indulge in your late-night meal. It has come to my attention that your residence has suffered some damage. Fear not, for our agency will take responsibility for its restoration. In the meantime, you are welcome to reside in our exclusive dormitory. Nick Fury is always inclined to provide conveniences for his own, for he understands well the adage, if you wish for a horse to run, you must allow it to graze. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that Galen has extorted a sum from Coulson, who, feeling embarrassed, refrains from reporting such trivial matters. After speaking, Nick Fury pressed a button, and moments later, Maria Hill entered. As Fury's personal assistant, she would not be resting during the director's meetings. Upon seeing Maria Hill, Galen was momentarily taken aback. Her appearance was indeed in line with his aesthetic preferences, and her eyes were remarkably beautiful. A plethora of intelligence flooded Galen's mind. She was a remarkable woman within the Marvel Universe. Hill, as an assistant, had not only expressed dissatisfaction with Fury, but also exhibited distrust towards superheroes, even threatening the Security Council. Through her remarkable maneuvering, she indirectly safeguarded Fury's position, earning his gratitude. It is rare to encounter someone who is simultaneously unappreciated by superiors, superheroes, and those pulling the strings behind the scenes. Hill was one such individual. She is a quintessential establishment figure, possessing cunning that rivals even Nick Fury and Natasha, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury observed Galen's reactions, contemplating the truth that no one is without flaws. Everyone possesses vulnerabilities. Once one can identify these weaknesses, even the mightiest can be brought under control. Allow me to introduce Maria Hill, my deputy. She will also be one of your students, and this is your opportunity to become acquainted. Fury formally introduced his assistant to Galen. Galen was perplexed as to why Hill, already serving as a deputy, would be considered a student. It seemed she lacked such an experience. Hill, in turn, wondered why the director suddenly referred to her as Galen's student. Was this some kind of covert mission? The initiator of this query, Nick Fury, chose not to elaborate, for he had devised a meticulous plan to identify all trustworthy, unmarried women within SHLD to participate in Galen's class, observing whom Galen connected with most, after which he would assign her a significant mission. Maria, Galen has joined the SHIELD Academy as an instructor. I have already enrolled you in a special training session. I hope you and Galen will enjoy your time together. Fury remarked as Hill continued to regard him with inquisitive eyes. Sensing the need to prevent any inadvertent revelations, he opted to offer her a gentle reminder. Upon Fury's explanation, Hill began to grasp the situation. Was she to attend classes alongside Galen? Well, that posed no issue, as her expertise was commendable. Yet the notion of being a student raised questions. Must instructors also partake in lessons? Now, take Mr. Galen to the cafeteria and find him an available dormitory. Nick Fury gave a brief directive to Hill, signaling her to take Galen away, as he had another appointment with Daisy Johnson. As he watched the two depart, Nick silently contemplated the list of female agents, realizing that few within SHIELD would be suitable candidates. However, based on Hill's words, he trusted that Galen would not escape her grasp, and bringing him under their wing should pose no issue. This was merely Nick's unilateral assumption. Had he known the intricate details of Natasha's interactions with Galen, his optimism would surely have waned. A formidable, socially awkward individual could very well pose a threat to all women, as they often regard them as less significant than their own devices. As the leader of SHIELD's allure towards men, Natasha would undoubtedly refrain from reporting her encounters with Galen, as such revelations would be quite humiliating. Chapter 27. Thoughts unnecessary. Hill strode ahead, guiding Galen toward the SHIELD cafeteria. She discerned Nick Fury's considerable regard for Galen, yet she harbored a lack of trust towards such peculiar individuals. Galen, on the other hand, walked behind her with an air of admiration, observing her closely. Remember, I will be watching you. It would be wise to refrain from any ill intentions. Hill suddenly turned and stated seriously to Galen. In the past, SHIELD's recruitment process was exceedingly stringent. Not only were ancestral backgrounds scrutinized, but even the immediate lineage required thorough vetting. Only those of impeccable integrity had the privilege to enter SHIELD. Moreover, SHIELD agents were all elite operatives, meticulously selected from across the globe, tasked with perilous assignments such as infiltrating enemy lines, assassinating terrorist leaders, and recovering lost nuclear weapons, missions that were not undertaken lightly. Now, due to the emergence of a few superhuman crimes, Nick Fury had the audacity to consider inducting an assortment of eccentric individuals into SHIELD, including the notorious playboy Tony Stark. Hill felt compelled to voice her frustrations about Fury's decisions, questioning the rationale behind enlisting such characters. Were they to be revered like lords? Galen, upon hearing her words, took a step forward, drawing closer to Hill. I believe you are mistaken. It is your director who has repeatedly invited me to join. I only acquiesced upon observing his sincerity, and I assure you, I will not meddle in SHIELD affairs. I am solely responsible for educating a few students. He refrained from mentioning that it was the allure of a class of beautiful students and a generous salary that swayed him. Huh, are you not the self-proclaimed Knight of Justice, the Might of Demacia? How could you possibly refuse joining SHIELD? Hill thought to herself, incredulous that a greedy and lecherous individual like him would turn down such an opportunity. She found it hard to believe. My own sense of justice is mine to execute, Galen replied, oblivious to the sarcasm embedded in Hill's words. He hastened past her, and one could not deny that at that moment, his somewhat solitary silhouette did evoke a sense of a justice enforcer. Ah, you've passed it. Here lies the midnight snack you seek, Hill remarked, rolling her eyes at Galen before pushing open the door beside her. A moment later, Coulson appeared somewhat despondent as he gazed at Garen sitting across from him. Just moments ago, Hill had entrusted Garen to his care while she took Daisy to meet the director. Go on, my old friend, don't be shy. Help yourself, Garen said, his mouth full of pizza, speaking with a muddled clarity as he observed the day's Coulson. It seems you're consuming my late-night snack, Coulson thought bitterly, watching Garen demolish his meal right after sitting down. Even for someone as affable as Coulson, engaging with Garen felt increasingly exasperating. The more the atmosphere fell silent, the more Garen seemed to indulge, and with an air of nonchalance, he began directing Coulson to fetch more food for him. Coulson, please get me a steak and another slice of pizza. Your culinary offerings are simply delightful, Garen remarked, wiping grease from his mouth while devouring another dish. How many times had it been? The third or the fifth? Coulson found himself teetering on the edge of frustration. I am not your servant. If you wish to eat, you should fetch it yourself. This was perhaps the first time in Coulson's career as an agent that he had denied a minor request from his target. Garen paused his eating, looked up at Coulson with sincere intensity, and said, Rest assured, I will repay you for all of this in the near future. Trust me, you will find my presence indispensable. Seeing Garen's earnest expression, Coulson gritted his teeth and rose. Observing Coulson fetch food for him, Garen thought, all right, when Loki arrives, I'll save him. After all, Coulson is fundamentally a decent fellow. After their meal, under Coulson's guidance, Garen proceeded to the staff dormitory. He pondered whether his special treatment was unique or if all agents enjoyed such comforts. The two-bedroom accommodation was well furnished, complete with a bathroom and shower, certainly commendable living conditions. Lying on the bed, Garen paid no heed to the possibility of surveillance devices within the room. After all, he had nothing to conceal. As he reclined, Garen began to reflect on the events of the day. Though he could be impetuous, he was not without intellect, and with the foresight bestowed upon him, many matters became clear. Firstly, upon parting with Coulson, he was informed that his teleportation abilities could not be utilized unless in extreme emergencies. The effects were simply too remarkable. The events of the night had proven arduous for them to manage, and they could only present it to the media as a once-in-a-millennium celestial phenomenon. If such occurrences happened more frequently, panic would surely ensue in New York. Secondly, it now seemed certain that Daisy Johnson, known as Quake, would join S.H.I.L.D. The environment not only offered excellent provisions, but also promised to assist her in awakening her abilities, and Nick Fury held her in high regard. Lastly, Nick Fury's invitation for Garen to serve as a S.H.A.L.D. instructor was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. What could his true intentions be? Garen lay in bed, pondering for 3 minutes before abruptly sitting up. He could certainly deduce the purpose of a non-entity with his own intellect, but it seemed unnecessary. Whenever issues arose, he could simply wield his great sword to resolve them. Why overthink? If problems occurred, he would just deal with them using his sword. With that thought, Garen drifted into a fragrant slumber. Meanwhile, in Nick Fury's office, Daisy had agreed to join S.H.I.L.D's Academy for training. As Daisy departed, Hill entered. I knew you would come to inquire, Nick Fury remarked, fully aware of his deputy's character. Let's set aside the matter of sending me to the Academy for now. Your ease in recruiting external personnel presents potential risks. Hill was undeterred by Fury. She would not back down when it mattered. I understand, but rather than relinquishing control over them, I believe it is prudent to keep them under my influence, Nick Fury stated earnestly, locking eyes with Hill. Daisy is naive and can be easily managed, but what about Garen? He is not one to be easily swayed. Hill remained apprehensive about Garen's entry into S.H.I.L.D. cheating numerous uncertainties. Though Garen is formidable, his vulnerabilities are evident, his lust and greed. Those with weaknesses are often easier to control. You should comprehend why I assigned you to the Academy, Nick Fury implied, hinting that Hill should seduce Garen, using her allure to gain his trust. As Hill exited, Nick Fury fell into contemplation once more. A wise individual would not place all their eggs in one basket. He considered who else within S.H.I.L.D. might be a suitable agent. The young Sharon Carter seemed promising, a second-generation agent, loyal, decent-looking, unmarried, and without a boyfriend. It was settled. He would include her. The following day, Garen lay in bed, nursing a headache. He had recklessly accepted the position of instructor for the non-entity the previous day. Reflecting on his past, he realized he had little substance, whether in this life or the last. In his previous life, he was a third-rate university student, a recluse, and a gaming enthusiast. Now, he was a time traveler, a dragon among men, the child of destiny, a system deity, and a gaming prodigy. Lost in thought, Garen found himself becoming somewhat narcissistic. Teaching would be fine. At worst, he could impart all his skills, as he had no fear of them learning. As he contemplated the other individuals in the Marvel Universe, it struck him that they were all intellectual powerhouses. One could hardly venture outside without carrying the titles of doctor, expert, or professor. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner were undisputed authorities in their respective fields. Young Spider-Man had already invented a web shooter at a tender age, while the likes of Black Widow and Hawkeye were highly trained operatives. It seemed that the only brute without scholarly prowess was the comedic Thor. Did this mean he would have to associate with Thor in the future? Should he also pursue further education? After all, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy offered knowledge that was not accessible elsewhere. Becoming a hacker seemed rather appealing. As Garen resolved to engage in some learning, an alternative thought abruptly struck him. What purpose does learning serve? Charging in recklessly is sufficient. It is the unthinking Garen who reigns supreme. A Garen showcasing his skills is not a true Garen. The flamboyant displays are utterly futile. Why squander time on trivial pursuits? After much contemplation, Garen decided to indulge in the complimentary lunch available at noon. In the afternoon, Garen stealthily returned to his room using a flash of teleportation. He glanced around cautiously before quietly removing his clothing, revealing a laptop. The old adage rings true. If you want to be well-fed, you must work with your own hands. He plugged in a power and powered it on. Perfect, there was no login password. Skillfully, he accessed a website and downloaded a game. Idle moments always benefit from the companionship of gaming. The accommodations at S.H.I.E.L.D. were quite poor. There wasn't even a computer in the dormitory. With a bitter complaint, Garen commenced his afternoon gaming session. Nick Fury, being human, also required sustenance. To demonstrate his approachability, he would visit the cafeteria at noon, both to survey his domain and to allow the new agents a glimpse of their superior's authority. As usual, he locked the door to his office and departed. His office door was no ordinary one. Equipped with various high-tech locks, it was designed to withstand bomb attacks. Even laser cutting would require no less than half an hour to breach the entrance. It is well known that half of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secrets reside within Nick Fury's office. 40 minutes later, having completed his patrol, Fury returned, greeting the agents stationed at the entrance before naturally unlocking his office door. He surveyed his surroundings, which appeared unchanged since his departure. His suspicions were perhaps excessive. How could there be thieves within S.H.I.E.L.D.? If someone were truly able to stealthily pilfer from him, it would surely be a jest. Gradually settling back in his chair, he opened his computer to check for any significant reports from various locations. Reaching out to the side, he expected to find a laptop there. Even the king of agents required occasional diversions to alleviate fatigue. He felt around, then expanded his search. Where on earth is my computer? Fury rubbed his perfectly intact eye vigorously, convinced that his entertainment device had indeed been stolen. Just as he was about to call for the guards outside, a thought struck him, an insider. There must be a mole in his midst. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a traitor. It was imperative to remain discreet. If someone could infiltrate his office and steal from him, then surely his office was no longer secure. He rose and began a meticulous search of his office. About half an hour later, Fury was certain that the perpetrator was quite skilled. Aside from his missing computer, nothing else had been disturbed. Nor were there any surveillance or listening devices installed. Shortly thereafter, Coulson entered the director's office. "Director, why did you urgently summon me?" Coulson was in the midst of his duties when the director instructed him to abandon all tasks at hand, indicating the matter at hand was of utmost urgency. "My computer is missing. To be precise, my office has been burglarized," Nick Fury articulated, his gaze fixed intently on Coulson, enunciating each word with emphasis. "What? Your office has been burglarized?" Coulson expressed disbelief. Nick Fury's office was renowned to be one of the most secure locations within S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only could only Nick Fury access it, but was also perpetually guarded by professional agents around the clock. It occurred at noon, and the thief was remarkably skilled. I suspect there's an insider involved, perhaps more than one. You need to discreetly investigate who approached my office during that time and scrutinize each individual, Nick Fury commanded. Coulson swallowed hard, fully aware of the gravity of this assignment. If someone had managed to infiltrate SHIELD undetected once, it was indicative of their potential to do so again. Failing to identify this individual could lead to dire consequences, rendering SHIELD's secrets vulnerable. With a sense of duty, Coulson departed from Nick Fury's office, his first lead being the surveillance footage at the director's door. Do not question why there is no camera in the office itself. What director would install surveillance in their own workspace? The entrance surveillance was sufficient. Galen remained oblivious to the unfolding events, currently engrossed in intriguing findings on the computer of a certain individual, discovering that despite the man's serious demeanor, he possessed a surprising appreciation for life. Today, all of these discoveries would benefit Galen. Through the borrowed computer, he realized that even the most stringent security measures could be rendered ineffective against a skilled intruder. Upon reviewing the surveillance, Coulson noted that 32 individuals passed by the director's office during the noon hour. While 2 lingered to glance at the office, the others hurried past without any suspicious behavior. The guards at the entrance appeared diligent, showing no signs of complicity as they vigilantly patrolled the vicinity of the office. With the target identified, Coulson refrained from immediate investigation. He needed to devise a suitable pretext. A hasty inquiry could incite unrest within SHIELD, and investigating over 30 agents alongside the guards was beyond his solitary capacity. He required assistance. That evening, Coulson reported his findings to Nick Fury. When Sitwell received the order, he was perplexed, questioning what confidential task necessitated such discretion. His confusion deepened upon seeing Coulson, as it was unusual for Nick Fury to issue personal commands, and even more so for him to collaborate with Coulson on a matter of significance. Classified directive. Nick Fury's demeanor was grave. When the director mentioned the possibility of an insider within SHIELD, a cold sweat broke out on Sitwell's back, for he was acutely aware of the implications of such a betrayal. On the surface, Sitwell appears to be the intelligence chief within SHIELD, and a close friend of Coulson, an exemplary agent. However, beneath this facade lies his true identity as a high-ranking traitor, an agent of Hydra embedded within SHIELD, tasked with brainwashing agents to recruit them into Hydra. He possesses an intimate understanding of who the traitors are within SHIELD, and who the bona fide agents are. After receiving his orders, Sitwell accompanies Coulson, during which he gains clarity on the unfolding events through Coulson's explanations. The office of their superior has been burglarized, and someone has stealthily absconded with the boss's computer. Sitwell is convinced that Hydra is behind this, for only they possess the audacity to pilfer within the ranks of SHIELD. However, he is frustrated by the fact that he has not been assigned any related tasks recently. Who could be responsible? Could it be that Alexander Pierce has bypassed him and dispatched someone else to carry out this deed? Countless questions flicker through Sitwell's mind. Upon receiving the list from Coulson, which includes 32 agents and 8 guards, a total of 40 individuals, Sitwell inwardly curses. Out of these 40, 33 are Hydra operatives. If Coulson conducts a thorough investigation, it is inevitable that some will reveal their true identities, and the fallout could be catastrophic. Yet, due to the necessity of maintaining his cover, he cannot alert anyone. The plan is straightforward. Each of them will oversee 20 individuals for 3 days. Should anything amiss arise, they will execute a covert apprehension. Sitwell finds himself unable to refuse this strategy. He must cleverly select his 20 individuals to monitor, prioritizing those Hydra members who have joined recently and might be vulnerable to exposure. In the midnight cafeteria, Galen emerges in search of sustenance and naturally takes a seat beside Coulson, who is already present. Working so late every day, Galen muses, feeling a pang of sympathy for Coulson, who seems to bear the weight of every task like a dedicated soldier. ultimately sacrificed by fate, yet resurrected to face Hydra anew. Coulson, while observing his targets, engages in light conversation with Galen to appear more at ease. By the way, your S-H-I-E-L-D dormitories are quite nice. Though I must say, the lack of computers is a grievance. As Galen snacks, he voices his discontent regarding S-H-I-E-L-D. We are a covert organization, and external communications require approval. However, you are an exception. If you need it, I can facilitate an application, and someone will be there to install it tomorrow morning. Coulson is more than willing to accommodate Galen's minor request. That evening, Garen beheld the collection of the unfortunate individual, contemplating the new computer that would arrive the following morning. He glanced at his own notebook, which struggled to handle even the simplest of games. In a moment of quiet determination, he acquired the skill of the Frost Archer, Hawk's Eye, releasing a spirit hawk that would grant vision along its flight path. To his surprise, Nick Fury, the unfortunate one, was still working late in the office. With a mischievous spark, Garen used Flash to discreetly place the computer in a women's restroom not far from the director's office, leaving the interface lingering on the director's collection, setting the stage for his own mischief. As he lay in bed, Garen could not suppress a chuckle, secretly anticipating the entertainment that the next day might bring. With a malicious grin, he slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Chapter 29. Assistance with the promise of excitement. Garen unusually rose early, heading straight to the cafeteria, as it was the perfect venue for exchanging news and gossip, much like in a television drama. Upon seeing the vibrant Coulson, Garen was tempted to inquire how he managed to sleep later, yet rise earlier, all while maintaining a better state of vigor than himself. Coulson greeted Garen amiably, exclaiming, "Good morning. You truly are diligent." In truth, Coulson was referring to the act of eating rather than the effort of rising early. Laziness and complacency are inherent traits of humanity. Many can strive momentarily, but falter in sustained effort. However, in this era, idleness can lead to being surpassed by others. My success is inextricably linked to my diligence. Garen, following Coulson's lead, feigned a moment of wisdom and shared some morning inspiration with him. While partaking in his meal, he quietly eavesdropped on the conversations of the surrounding agents. Unfortunately, he gleaned no useful information, and the agents consumed their food at an astonishing pace. Just as Garen lamented the misrepresentation of reality in television dramas, a balding man seated himself beside him. "Coulson, if you have a moment, I would like to discuss something with you." Sitwell had seized an opportunity to report to Alexander Pierce about the investigation into the infiltrator. They had privately devised a solution to release a few irrelevant smokescreens to confuse Coulson while finding scapegoats to bear the blame. Allow me to introduce Garen, the external melee instructor for the director, and this is Sitwell, an exceptional agent. Upon seeing Sitwell, Coulson facilitated their mutual introduction. "Oh, you are the celebrated hero who assisted Tony Stark," remarked Sitwell, finally recognizing the individual beside him. As an intelligence operative, Sitwell had always kept a keen eye on Garen's activities. Garen, however, regarded Sitwell with a rather unfavorable gaze, aware of his true identity as a Hydra operative. Noticing Garen's lack of response, Sitwell offered an awkward smile. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Garen rose to leave. He had no desire to linger in the company of Hydra, especially not with the seemingly affable yet dark-hearted Sitwell. Nick Fury stood near the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the scenery. A knock resonated through the air, followed by the familiar voice of Hill outside the door. Upon returning to his seat and adjusting his attire, Nick Fury gently uttered 2 words, "Come in." Today, Hill appeared somewhat different from her usual self. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that she seemed to possess an enhanced beauty. Yesterday, she had spent the entire day pondering the words of Nick Fury, and she had to concede that if she could exert control over Galen, the advantages would outweigh the disadvantages. A fully devoted Galen would bring immense benefits to S-H-I-E-L-D. Although women often yearn for love, her primary identity was that of an agent, and in pursuit of fulfilling her duties more effectively, she had made certain adjustments. In a ladies' restroom not far from the director's office, Hill found herself alone. Today, she stumbled upon a laptop, being a frequent visitor to the director's office. She recognized it as Nick Fury's. However, she wondered why it was in the ladies' restroom. The scene displayed on the screen was somewhat perplexing. As she reflected, she realized that despite her tenure as the director's assistant, she had never witnessed him exhibit any particular fondness for women. When Nick Fury saw Hill enter with his laptop, he was taken aback, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. Why was Hill carrying his laptop? "This is yours," she said, offering him no courtesy as she tossed the laptop onto his desk and turned to leave, understanding that he was her superior. Some messages were better conveyed implicitly, and as a woman, she felt it prudent not to be too overt. A subtle expression of dissent sufficed. What had she forgotten, or had his laptop truly been stolen? Once more, Nick Fury felt his mind was in disarray, especially with the private secrets displayed on the screen. Was Hill attempting to threaten him over a task she deemed unsatisfactory? Was she seeking to elude his control? A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts flooded Nick Fury's mind. Meanwhile, Coulson was engrossed in listening to Sitwell's report. "I have identified a suspicious target. If they collaborate, there is an opportunity to steal items from the director's office. And their recent activities have also raised some red flags." Sitwell had spent the previous night meticulously researching a target, an elderly Hydra member, and a newcomer. This time, no one could take the blame. He had to strive to minimize the losses. All evidence was thoroughly prepared, and two seemingly inconsequential matters indicated that the elderly Hydra member would eliminate the newcomer at noon. Everything was ready. As Coulson reviewed the evidence handed to him by Sitwell, he could hardly believe that SHIELD had indeed been infiltrated by an unknown force. Although not of high rank, the elderly member was still a veteran within the organization. "Subdue them. I will report to the director." With promising leads in hand, Coulson intended to inform Fury at the earliest opportunity. Fury was still in a state of confusion in his office when Coulson arrived. "Director, we have results from the investigation. We have identified a suspicious individual." After delivering the news, Coulson passed the intelligence to Nick Fury, who then noticed the laptop on his desk. "The director informed me that my notebook had gone missing, yet he has gone ahead to purchase a new one. The matter regarding the notebook is now clarified, and Coulson has indeed uncovered traitor." At this moment, the agents selected by Sitwell are making their final preparations. Nobody wishes to face death, yet some actions are unavoidable. To lighten their spirits, they check their weapons and exit the room. In the cafeteria, Garen is having lunch. The anticipated lively atmosphere is absent, leaving him quite disappointed. Is Nick Fury not concerned about his lost belongings? Suddenly, Garen thinks he has misheard. Within the confines of the SHIELD cafeteria, he distinctly hears a loud bang. The sound of gunfire erupts continuously. A young agent not far from him is struck multiple times. "Take down Nick Fury. We must rid ourselves of his control. We must resist." As gunfire and various chaotic noises reverberate throughout the cafeteria, SHIELD agents on external assignments are typically armed. However, within the premises, they are unarmed and faced with a skilled assailant wielding a firearm. They are rendered helpless despite their numbers, forced to seek refuge to ensure their safety. Sitwell blends into the crowd, hearing a few words shouted amidst the chaos. With a knowing smile, he realizes that the middle-aged agent is on the verge of taking his own life. Once a person dies, the trail of evidence is severed. But this is merely the beginning of Sitwell's mission. He intends to uncover the individual who pilfered from Nick Fury's office on behalf of Hydra. "I do not wish to." The middle-aged agent has the gun aimed at his own head, needing only to utter his final words before ending his life. Unfortunately, his statement is abruptly interrupted by another voice. "Demacia." Garen, wielding a metal spoon, leaps high behind the middle-aged agent, intending to strike him down with a tray. Just moments ago, chaos erupted, gunfire and fatalities, providing Garen with a front-row seat to the spectacle. However, the ensuing chatter has left him speechless, severely disrupting his meal. Considering that he is currently residing and dining at SHIELD, offering assistance seems a trivial matter, and it could also earn him some goodwill. Gripping the spoon, he activates his blink ability. The spoon, glowing with an otherworldly hue, comes crashing down, audible to all in the cafeteria. a sound akin to bones fracturing. With the battle concluded, Garen, having subdued his opponent, nonchalantly flicks the spoon in his hand and strolls out of the cafeteria, leaving a striking silhouette behind. As he pushes open the door, he hears an inexplicable jingling sound, a reminder of his concealed prowess and charm. Upon Garen's appearance, Sitwell senses something amiss. The worst-case scenario has unfolded, with the scapegoat having been captured. Although he trusts in the agent's loyalty, SHIELD possesses its own unique methods. It seems that resolving this matter will require greater sacrifices before the interrogation, complicating the situation further. It was beyond the wildest dreams of Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, to realize that the origin of all events stemmed from the aspirations of a youth ensnared by the throes of internet addiction, yet harboring a fervent desire to compete. Having a profound relationship with Nick Fury, Pierce was undoubtedly one of Fury's most trusted agents. He had recommended Fury for the directorship of SHIELD, subsequently retreating to a secondary role as a minister, overseeing the agency's finances and liaising with the Global Council. However, unbeknownst to many, he held another identity, the mastermind behind the infiltration of Hydra into SHIELD, with Sitwell as his direct subordinate. Initially thriving under Fury's management, Hydra, which had been dependent on SHIELD, was on the verge of expansion. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably. Yet just yesterday, an astonishing theft occurred in Fury's office, perpetrated by a rogue individual acting without his consent. To Pierce, this was nothing short of treachery, a betrayal of Hydra that left the organization vulnerable. Fortunately, Sitwell had promptly detected the issue, averting a potential disaster. The contingency plan was flawless, designed to divert SHIELD's attention to other realms. Regrettably, a certain Galen disrupted everything, causing events to spiral uncontrollably, an outcome he dreaded. It became evident that he would need to sacrifice more individuals to quell this crisis. However, situations often possess dual facets. Galen had inadvertently captured Pierce's attention. As the overseer of the Winter Soldier, he understood the immense advantages a powerful individual could yield. If Galen could be controlled, the potential gains might indeed outweigh the losses. Chapter 30. A slap in the face. The midday shooting incident swiftly reverberated throughout SHIELD, leaving Nick Fury alone in his office. He approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, beginning to analyze the current predicament. Why, upon the mere discovery of a problem, did it seem as though someone was intent on capturing him? Not only had they eliminated the rookie, but they had also chosen to take their own life. Could this be mere coincidence? And who had taken his laptop? Was it truly Hill? What was her ulterior motive? Fortunately, the agent encountered Galen, the reckless youth, during lunch. Fury had heard that a spoon used for eating had knocked out one of his professional agents. His faith in Galen was growing. Someone had meticulously orchestrated these events. Anything that appeared coincidental was undoubtedly the result of human design. This incident was no exception. Yet, he could not fathom that the catalyst for it all was simply the thoughtless actions of a gaming-enthused boy, with a traitor lurking among his ranks. Fury's single eye gleamed with a menacing light as he recalled the last time he had engaged in the game of uncovering a mole. A comprehensive purge was in order. Slowly, he closed his eyes, determined that no trace of peril would remain within SHIELD. Little did he realize that very speck of danger was, in fact, himself, representing the majority of the threat. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of SHIELD, turbulent currents swirl. Nick Fury and Hydra are poised for their first confrontation, instigated by Garen's inadvertent actions. Meanwhile, our source, Garen, is engrossed in a game. A series of knocks echo at the door, accompanied by Coulson's voice. Garen, are you there? I have something important to discuss. Just a moment. I'm rather busy, Garen replies, his gaze firmly fixed on the screen. He has stumbled upon a new competitive game, currently engaged in a team battle, and the thought of logging off is utterly inconceivable to him. Such an act is simply out of the question in his lifetime. 20 minutes later, what are you doing? Coulson's voice carries a tone of impatience. Hold on, I'm almost done, Garen retorts, frustrated by teammates who refuse to follow instructions, labeling them as a bunch of fools. After a prolonged wait, Coulson, having endured 20 minutes at the door, finally expresses his exasperation. I'll come back later. Just wait for me, or I'll call. Just a moment longer. As an agent, you ought to possess a modicum of patience. I'm preparing for a final push, Garen responds, echoing his previous urgency. At last, after 22 minutes, Coulson steps into Garen's room. Were you gaming all this time? He inquires, bemused at how Garen has consumed nearly half an hour of his precious time. Don't mind the details. What brings you here? Garen replies, feeling a touch of embarrassment for making Coulson wait. After all, if it were anyone else, they would have already erupted in anger. Tomorrow, the academy opens early. You will be living there for about a month, and you have this afternoon to prepare. Upon your return to New York, your apartment should be restored, Coulson informs him. There's a plan for a thorough inspection within S.H.I.E.L.D. It would be prudent for some female agents and Garen, an outsider, to depart early. Garen feels a slight surprise. After all, the original timeline was set for a month later. Is this a conspiracy by the luckless to target him? Or is there indeed a situation at S.H.I.E.L.D.? After pondering for 30 seconds, he decides to return to his game. While he could speculate on the conspiracies at play, he knows that beneath the might of his great sword, all schemes shall falter, revealing their inherent fragility. All reactionaries are mere paper tigers. The following morning, aboard S.H.I.E.L.D.'s private aircraft, Garen is catching up on sleep as the fatigue from an all-night gaming session begins to take its toll. Upon disembarking at Theodore Roosevelt Island, the location of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, he encounters familiar faces, Daisy and Hill. Observing the elite of S.H.I.E.L.D., Garen reflects on his journey. Once merely a graduate of a third-rate university, he now has the opportunity to mentor these formidable individuals from various fields. At this moment, Garen's heart swells with satisfaction. Resolute in his intent, he decided to showcase his abilities the following day. According to the narratives of his past life, a commanding officer must instill a sense of respect in the trainees. Not long after, a modest 3-story building came into view. A special identification card was handed to Galen, granting him access to his room on the 2nd floor. He observed that all the ladies resided on the 3rd floor, while the 1st floor served as a recreational area. And surprisingly, the basement housed a training facility. Upon entering his quarters, he discovered a standard 2-bedroom apartment, reminiscent of the design favored by the SHIELD agency, architects. However, it lacked a computer, which he would presumably need to request. A large wardrobe stood within, brimming with clothing, including an array of sports gear, combat boots, athletic pants, fitted vests, and even small items like belts, socks, and holsters. Upon spotting the holster, an idea sparked in Galen's mind. Having lived in America for 18 years without ever handling a firearm seemed utterly absurd, considering that every man's dream is to wield a gun. Following the signs, Galen made his way to the shooting range in the SHIELD agency's basement. Inside, he found a dozen individuals already present, including Daisy and Hill. Most of the men and women were gathered around a crew-cut male, who appeared to be explaining something while holding a firearm. "Hey!" exclaimed a blonde woman, a quintessential Western beauty, exuding warmth and approachability. And you are?" Galen inquired, surprised by the unexpected greeting from stranger. "Sharon Carter, one of your trainees. I watched your video where you reprimanded Obadiah. It was incredibly impressive. I couldn't sleep a wink after learning you would be our instructor," she replied, her demeanor friendly, her smile radiant, resembling that of an adoring fan. Sharon Carter? The name took Galen by surprise. Wasn't she the rumored girlfriend of Captain America? He had not anticipated that such a renowned second-generation agent would be attending school, let alone be one of his admirers, which inflated his vanity significantly. Gazing at the blonde beauty, Galen couldn't help but internally grumble. 2 generations of her family had seemingly been favored by the elderly Captain America. He considered his own good looks and formidable abilities. Realizing that despite being a promising candidate, he was still single, life seemed decidedly unfair. "What are they doing over there?" Galen pointed toward the group, and inquired of Sharon Carter. That S. Barton, the instructor for this session, conducting a class. However, you should exercise caution, she advised. As a second-generation agent, Sharon exhibited a remarkable sense of propriety, neither appearing abrupt nor as though she had ulterior motives. In conversing with Galen, he unconsciously began to view her as a friend. Caution? I'm not quite sure what you mean, Galen said, puzzled by her warning. Should he be wary of potential threats from Hydra within the SHIELD agency? You'll understand soon enough. Barton ranked among the top 3 in terms of strength within the SHIELD agency, Sharon added before hastily departing. Hawkeye Barton, an agent of S.H.I.E.D. at level 8, is proficient in all forms of combat, both in close quarters and with firearms, earning him a place among the top 3 operatives within the agency. A man at the pinnacle of his craft, he was originally slated to serve as an instructor at this session. However, just days ago, he received notice that the instructor for the close quarters combat course had been replaced by an external individual named Garen, a change that greatly displeased Barton. Garen alone presented his newly acquired credentials to the personnel in charge of the shooting range, only to find that they regarded him with considerable respect upon viewing his identification. Curious to test the waters, he was warmly introduced to an array of weapons, pistols, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and various models and styles, all available at his disposal. Let us start with something simple. Ammunition is on the house today, he declared confidently. Grasping a specialized agent's pistol, Garen struck a few stylish poses. You are skilled with firearms? Hill, accompanied by Daisy, approached, intrigued to see Garen handling the weapons. Garen cast a sidelong glance at Hill and Daisy, his heart racing with enthusiasm as he held the pistol. It was time to showcase his true skills. Without further ado, he aimed at the target ahead, foregoing the need for glasses or ear protection, his shoulder aligning perfectly as his finger began to pull the trigger in succession. With the first squeeze, Garen couldn't help but mutter, "Goodness, the trigger is so stiff." He then concentrated all his strength into his finger, pulling the trigger 10 times in rapid succession. However, upon glancing at the target, he was bewildered to find it unmarred, not a single bullet hole in sight. Hill, equally perplexed, noted that despite witnessing Garen pulling the trigger 10 times, there had been no sound. Could it be that all the rounds were blanks? Surely, luck couldn't be that cruel. Taking a few steps forward, Hill took the pistol from Garen's hands. While she initially thought to examine it casually, her inspection revealed a startling truth. The safety was on, and the gun was devoid of ammunition, rendering Garen's vigorous trigger pulls futile. Impressive, Hill remarked, genuinely astonished. While others might shatter a target with 10 shots, Garen had merely managed to ruin a pistol without even disengaging the safety. What force must he possess? Let us see if this pistol is sturdy, Garen mused, realizing his folly. He had been too focused on looking impressive. The television portrayals always depicted simply pulling the trigger, neglecting the need to load bullets or disengage the safety. Alas, reality proved far more complex. Daisy, standing beside Hill, chuckled merrily, fully grasping the folly Garen had committed. Suddenly, the sharp reports of 20 consecutive shots rang out. Not far from Garen, Barton stood with both hands gripping a firearm, firing at a moving target with the same stance and identical pistol, each shot landing perfectly within the 10 ring. "Wow, Instructor Barton, you are so impressive," exclaimed an infatuated trainee. "I heard the instructor is the best marksman in S.H.I.E.D. Another admirer chimed in." At that moment, Barton and Garen locked eyes, their gazes filled with a palpable sense of challenge. Chapter 31. The System's Task. Witnessing Barton's actions, Garen's temper flared. "Do you wish to brawl? I fear you not. Rather, I dread the prospect of shattering your skull myself." Garen was indifferent to the consequences. "If you are formidable, let us engage in combat." His words astonished all present, as they had anticipated a display of skillful prowess, only to find themselves on the brink of a brutal confrontation, with the newly appointed melee instructor threatening to crush Barton's head. "Feel free to try," Barton retorted, equally taken aback by Garen's unorthodox approach. "Long live Demacia." As Barton's words hung in the air, Garen donned the skin of the Iron Legion, raising his massive sword high, while dramatically reciting the Oath of Demacia. Garen's ability to change attire in an instant was indeed impressive. The audience fell silent, their eyes transfixed on the sudden appearance of his armor and colossal sword, sparkling with wonder. Only Daisy had witnessed such a transformation before, yet even she was struck by its splendor. "What are you doing? Planning to fight before the school year even begins?" Hill, despite being a student, held the position of assistant director, and his words carried a sense of authority. "Oomph." Barton said nothing, swiftly reloading his two handguns. The SHIELD shooting range was unlike any ordinary one. The targets moved erratically, as if controlled by a computer, accelerating, decelerating, and even lowering without warning. Barton's shooting was exemplary, skillfully taking down 9 targets. As he approached the last, with bullets running low, he astonishingly curved the bullet midair, hitting the target with precision. All were left in awe. Such marksmanship is rare to find anywhere in the world. After witnessing Barton's performance, all eyes turned to Garen. Sensing the weight of their anticipation, Garen would not shy away. "Demacia, the heavens decree justice. Do you presume I cannot strike from afar? You are mistaken. My great sword is omnipotent, and a Demacian never yields." A radiant blue light enveloped the shooting range, illuminating the massive sword's ethereal silhouette. Under the shadow of the great sword, all resistance faltered. Even the timid girls dared not utter a scream. It was a miracle that rendered their minds blank. Observing this spectacle, Hill's eyes sparkled with an unusual gleam, akin to a treasure hunter beholding a trove. The energy of the great sword ravaged the shooting range. Not only did the central target tremble, but the metallic floor and walls bore the brunt of the sword's wrath, leaving them in tatters, as if the great sword had laid waste to the very ground. "I ask you, do you concede?" Garen, having made his grand display, disregarded the devastated arena, addressing Barton directly. "What does it matter to rely on supernatural abilities? Prove your worth by defeating me with firearms." Batten is well aware of the existence of extraordinary beings, mutants, and aberrant humans in this world. He has even personally eliminated such unique individuals during various missions, believing that relying on supernatural abilities is hardly commendable. "Alas, today I find myself unable to subdue you." Garen, known as the Great Sword, has earned the nickname the Pretentious Face Slapper, reputed for his prowess in dismantling flamboyance and decisively defeating those who dare to challenge him. Faced with a challenge, Garen resolved to showcase his might before the students, intending to impart the lesson that there are always greater forces beyond comprehension. Cautioning Hawkeye not to engage in pretentious displays, for the consequences may prove unbearable. In the presence of a beautiful woman, one cannot afford to appear weak. Vanquishing Batten would surely earn him the admiration of nearby ladies. Ding dong, a mission has been assigned. Defeat Hawkeye Batten in his area of expertise, achieving an unequivocal victory that compels him to acknowledge Garen's superiority. The long silent, aloof system unexpectedly spoke up, and Garen discerned that his system must have been conceived by a lecherous inventor, as every task seems to involve a female element. "I accept your challenge. Today you shall witness the might of my Demacian power." There is a saying, when one wishes to remain low-key, fate often delivers a face to be slapped soundly. The impending duel between the two instructors became a sensational headline on the eve of the school year's commencement. The excitement spread among the students, igniting a fervor within the academy, as countless eager spectators flocked from all directions to witness this monumental clash. The duel, reminiscent of a Western standoff, was particularly intense, especially considering that both participants were from SHIELD, where injuries could sour relationships. Ultimately, it was decided that the competition would be a long-range shooting contest, with a target placed atop SHIELD's highest structure. A single shot would determine the victor. Missing the target would result in an immediate loss, while hitting it would lead to a contest of distance. Given that both contestants were firearms experts, the match appeared remarkably fair. However, therein lies the dilemma. One side features the professional agent Hawkeye Batten, for whom the adage rings true. There are no misnomers, only apt nicknames. Long-range shooting is Batten's forte, and he stands among the world's elite. In contrast, Garen's prowess in close combat is indisputable. Yet regarding firearms, one might only chuckle. For his recent attempt at target practice revealed him to be utterly inept, a novice unfit to compete against Hawkeye. Most spectators anticipated his inevitable defeat, viewing his willingness to engage as a reckless folly. Nevertheless, the recent display of the great sword's destruction at the shooting range had earned him newfound respect. His strength had garnered acknowledgement from all. "I concede your courage. You are indeed formidable. I apologize for my earlier actions, and you may terminate this contest if you wish." Initially, Batten harbored minor grievances, feeling replaced by an outsider, a sentiment not uncommon, especially upon witnessing Garen's lack of firearm proficiency. His disdain for Garen was palpable. However, Garen's bravery and strength had now earned him Batten's respect, prompting Batten to extend a modicum of grace. Do you not think it's a tad too late to consider retreat?" Gary disregarded Barton's overtures, for the system had already issued tasks, and the notion of withdrawing was out of the question, especially with Hill, Daisy, Sharon Carter, and various female agents surrounding him. Such an exquisite opportunity to flaunt his prowess and deliver a resounding rebuke should not be squandered. Even the heavens would frown upon such negligence. To presume that he wished to evade the challenge was indeed a miscalculation on Barton's part. How much more brazen could one be? Did he not perceive the mercy extended towards him? Since he insisted on competing, let it be known that Gary would not show leniency. If he sought humiliation, Barton would not hold back. As for feigned defeat, he, too, held a reputation worth preserving. "You may begin," he gestured to Galen. "Rest assured, I shall not allow your loss to be excessively disgraceful." Barton aimed to secure a narrow victory, ensuring that Galen retained a modicum of dignity. For merely losing by a slight margin would still place him above the majority. At that moment, Galen appeared as though he had already triumphed, reclining in a chair with his legs crossed, seemingly unconcerned by the impending contest. Hill stood nearby, tempted to deliver a couple of slaps to this boastful Galen, pondering how he could be so oblivious to the broader picture. The standard range of a sniper rifle typically lies between 800 to 1,500 meters. However, the most advanced models can reach over 2,200 meters, 2,500 yards, albeit their weight and precision render them seldom utilized. Yet, as an elite agent, Hawkeye Barton adeptly wielded such a long-range sniper rifle. At a distance of 1,800 meters, Hawkeye Barton lay prone, holding his breath, utterly focused. It must be said that even for him, hitting a small target at this range posed considerable difficulty, requiring not only precise aiming, but also accounting for wind and humidity. With a resounding crack, the sniper rifle discharged, and an apple on a rooftop 1,800 meters away was obliterated in an instant. To hit an apple after 30 seconds of careful aiming at such a distance could only be deemed miraculous. Even Hill could not help but admire Barton, in certain respects. He had transcended human limitations. As for Galen, she longed to witness the astonishment on his face, but alas, he remained calmly seated, seemingly indifferent to the spectacle. "I suggest you concede," Hill whispered to Galen, "for Barton is genuinely a good person. He would not press you unduly." Sharon Carter stealthily approached Galen, offering a piece of advice. You think he has triumphed?" "No exaggeration. Such skill could only render him my younger brother." Galen was not boasting. The system's tasks demanded his utmost commitment. Sharon Carter gazed at him with curiosity, akin to a young fan admiring her idol. If Galen could indeed surpass Barton in marksmanship, he would be nothing short of perfect. As Barton returned, Galen leisurely stood, sipping his juice, wiping his mouth before addressing Barton. "Not bad. You've reached the standard I set several years ago." A single remark nearly choked Barton, prompting an involuntary inner monologue. "I have reached your level from years past." "Are you jesting? Your skill is commendable, yet your pretentious demeanor is utterly unbearable." Garen confidently seized the sniper rifle from Barton's hands and entered the vehicle designated to transport them to the chosen location. "How far?" Upon seeing Garen board the car, the driver dutifully inquired, despite the consensus among the onlookers that Garen was destined to fail. 3,000 yards, of course. After all, Barton is an instructor, and I ought to afford him some respect. Garen seemed less than satisfied with the distance of 3,000 yards. as if to imply that he was merely indulging Barton by opting for such a short range. Once Garen uttered these words, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone felt they must have misheard. 3,000 yards translates to over 800 meters, a distance that seemingly exceeds the effective range of a sniper rifle. Surely, he cannot be serious. Could you please repeat that? I think I misheard your previous statement. The driver stammered, genuinely doubting his own comprehension. I said 3,000 yards. Hurry up, don't waste time. I'm starving after all this movement, Garen urged, prompting the driver to expedite their journey. Chapter 32. Let the bullets fly. The crowd around them had now grasped Garen's declaration. Hitting an apple from 3,000 yards? The spectators harbored little hope. It seemed an insurmountable challenge, even for Instructor Barton. However, Hill, having listened to Garen, pondered inwardly, surprised by Garen's apparent recklessness. Beneath that facade lay a meticulous mind, orchestrating a display of prowess on the shooting range to astonish all, thereby garnering their acknowledgement of his abilities. By accepting Barton's challenge and allowing him to take the first shot, Garen strategically chose a distance that even Barton might struggle to achieve. Hitting the target would be miraculous. Missing it would be understandable, as that range would challenge even Barton, thus securing Garen's undefeated stance on the shooting range. Should Garen be privy to Hill's thoughts, he would vehemently protest his innocence, asserting that his capabilities were genuine, devoid of any cunning tactics. Beyond the 3,000 yards, numerous students were present, as observing from a close distance was an experience in itself. Unlike Barton, who employed a tripod and lay prone, Garen stood upright, one hand gripping the rifle with an air of nonchalance, exuding confidence and engaging in light-hearted banter with the surrounding students, seemingly unaffected by the need for a quiet environment. Don't you need to prepare? Sharon Carter, standing a short distance from Garen, questioned, intrigued by his confidence. While it is often said that a self-assured man is most appealing, reckless arrogance can be detrimental. Not to boast, but at this distance with such a target, I can hit it with ease, Garen declared, his expression abruptly turning grave. In an instant, the onlookers witnessed Garen's posture shift. The sniper rifle, initially pointed downward, was swiftly elevated. In a seamless motion, Garen transitioned to a two-handed stance, standing firm, aiming, and firing, all executed within a single second. After firing a shot, Garen's expression transformed into one of gleeful delight as he turned to continue engaging in jovial conversation with the trainees. No one believed he had actually completed the shot. The interval had been too abrupt, leading everyone to think he was merely posturing. After all, Garen's earlier stance while wielding the sniper rifle was undeniably proficient, dispelling any notion that he was unfamiliar with firearms. Well, did you get a result? Did I hit the apple? Garen inquired of an observer stationed nearby, who was intently monitoring the target through a high-powered telescope. Ah, you have already completed your shot? The observer, momentarily taken aback by Garen's query, was not alone. Other trainees around them gasped in astonishment, realizing that the shot they had just witnessed was indeed part of his competition. Ah, it appears that the target was not struck. The observer confirmed, having ascertained moments earlier that the apple remained unscathed. Well then, let the bullet linger a while longer. The timing is just about right, Garen declared with an air of bravado, for he was utterly confident in his ability to strike the apple. Missing it would be an implausibility. With one hand gripping the sniper rifle, Garen's silhouette against the throng of trainees evoked a profound sense of solitude and chill, epitomizing the feeling of being isolated at great heights. If only it could be accompanied by the melancholic notion of solitude and invincibility, it would be nothing short of perfection. I hit it. I actually hit it. Oh my goodness, I truly struck it, the observer exclaimed, perhaps in an attempt to align with Garen's earlier bravado. Indeed, the apple had been shattered. Upon hearing the observer's words, every mouth gaped in disbelief. This was simply too incredible. After the initial shock, they noticed that Garen had already vanished from the scene, leaving only his solitary sniper rifle behind on the ground. Garen had used his teleportation ability to depart. No one dared to inquire why, for it was simply impressive and stylish. At this moment, Garen returned to his dormitory and quietly accessed the system, entering a season of rewards. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned a reward of 2,000 gold coins. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received a skill reward. Steadfast Will, Alistar, the Minotaur Chieftain. Upon activation, all negative effects are removed, and damage is reduced by 70. You have also acquired a hero's ultimate ability that reduces damage. It seems the system has designated you as a tank. Considering your courage, the combination of desperate struggle, frenzied potion, and steadfast will raises the question, who in a Marvel universe could possibly defeat you? While Garen was engrossed in the system, chaos erupted elsewhere as the newly appointed melee instructor utterly outclassed Hawkeye Barton in the firearms competition. Doubts arose regarding Garen's integrity. After all, at such a distance, many found it difficult to believe the feat was genuine. Barton himself could not fathom his defeat, not due to a lack of sportsmanship, but because Garen hardly seemed the type to possess such skill. He had heard about standing shooting positions, flick shots, and relying solely on instinct. Could it truly be that Garen's bullets possessed such uncanny precision? Before long, Garen's phone rang. Where are you? They say you have disappeared. With Coulson absent, it fell upon Hill to communicate with Garen, and she was genuinely curious about his remarkable abilities. Once the farce concluded, I returned to my dormitory, Garen casually remarked, as if his actions were merely trivial. Could you demonstrate that extraordinary marksmanship again? It's not that we doubt your prowess. I simply wish to witness it up close. Hill sincerely desired Garen to shoot once more, for once could be attributed to chance, but twice would undeniably attest to his skill. That may be possible, but a man should not shoot indiscriminately. The previous instance was a competition. I have no desire to be a spectacle, shooting like a monkey. Garen sought to gain some advantages, having just completed a significant task for the system. Now, he was reluctant to demonstrate without some incentive. What are your terms? What would compel you to showcase your skills again? Garen's marksmanship was of paramount importance to S.H.I.E.L.'s evaluation of him. There was a substantial difference between a mere berserker skilled in close combat and a combat expert proficient in various fighting techniques. You are aware that I must remain here for a month. However, every man has his shortcomings, such as laundry and cleaning. Garen's objective was to procure some funding from S.H.I.L.D. Very well, I shall assist you with your laundry henceforth, and I will tidy your room as well. Hill believed Garen sought her assistance with domestic chores, and in the end, our female agent found herself contributing handsomely to the mission. 20 minutes later, at the same location, Garen stood in the same position, wielding a sniper rifle, but now surrounded by an increased audience including Barton, Hill, and Daisy. In fact, I suggest you select a smaller target, perhaps an ant. Men tend to appear more impressive in the presence of women. Commence when ready. Hill glanced at her phone. This time, the target's position was equipped with the most professional recording devices, capable of capturing the bullet's journey in its entirety. Once again, Garen employed a swift, unassisted shot, requiring no aim, accentuated by his solitary silhouette. Garen understood the outcome clearly. Even if he fired 100 shots, the conclusion was predetermined. Let the bullet fly, dedicating 1 second to meticulously prepare a perfect strike, inspired by the League of Legends champion Caitlyn, renowned for her flawless accuracy. Chapter 33. Just turn, and it's done. Seeking recommendations. The topic of great interest at the S.H.I.L.D. Academy had spread throughout the institution. The newly appointed close-quarters instructor, Garen, was famed for his impeccable sniper skills, with even Hawkeye Barton admitting he was not his match. Legend has it that if Nick Fury had not observed Barton's diligent nature, Garen would have been entrusted to teach both close combat and range classes. In no time, Garen's reputation soared within the academy, and many students eagerly anticipated the opportunity to attend his close-quarters courses. On his first day at school, Garen inadvertently rose to prominence by stepping on the toes of Hawkeye Barton. Garen, however, remained innocent. His sole desire was to engage in shooting practice. Yet, the other party instigated trouble, flaunting their ostentatious and impractical shooting techniques, which proved to be futile. It became evident that any skill was merely a paper tiger beneath the might of a great sword. Early the following morning marked Garen's official first class. a decision he had pondered over extensively the previous day. Inside the training room, hundreds of students tightly encircled the stage, not due to their own absences, but because numerous teachers and instructors had brought students to witness Garen's inaugural lesson. The audience was eager to guess what he would teach today. Following Garen's astonishing performance the day before, Coulson had hurried to the school overnight and stood beside Barton at this moment. Would he reveal specialized martial arts, combat techniques, or theoretical knowledge? Having observed Garen's south precision shooting up close and subsequently watching countless recordings late into the night, Barton secretly attempted to emulate him, only to concede that he was indeed outmatched. Even a century of practice seemed insufficient to reach Garen's level, a realization that struck him hard. After a brief wait, the students gathered around soon spotted the day's protagonist alongside his class of beautiful agents. Observing the crowd, Garen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Feeling akin to a star attraction in a zoo. "Let us clear out. I have a class to conduct," he declared as he and his class ascended the stage. Addressing the onlookers, ultimately, it was Coulson who reluctantly climbed onto the stage and whispered something in Garen's ear, prompting him to allow the spectators to remain. Garen surveyed the crowd, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After all, merely allowing them to watch netted him a handsome sum of $10,000, a lucrative venture indeed. Adopting a serious demeanor, he turned to face his students, Hill, Daisy, Sharon Carter, and a few others, including Gemma Simmons, a familiar figure who had achieved dual doctoral degrees in biochemical sciences by the age of 17. To his surprise, she had also joined the academy. "Let us start with introductions. What skills do you possess?" Garen prompted his class of striking women, eager to ascertain their abilities. Karate, Taekwondo, Jiu-Jitsu they offered. Garen noted that the female agents of SHILD primarily favored firearms, with their hand-to-hand combat skills limited to superficial techniques. "I do not concern myself with frivolous and impractical displays. Today, I will impart the essence of close combat, drawn from my lifetime of experience in battle." Garen categorized everything else as mere embellishments. Upon hearing his words, the room fell silent. Even Coulson appeared intensely focused, with someone designated to operate the recording equipment. Reflecting on the past, Garen recalled how, in the League of Legends, he was revered as the embodiment of Demacia's might. Why was that? It was because he relied solely on one principle: sheer audacity. This revelation encapsulated Garen's contemplation on what he could impart. Undoubtedly, it could only be summed up in one word: audacity. Upon uttering these words, the previously tranquil atmosphere grew even more subdued, with the only discernible change being the formation of silent expressions among the audience. Observing the favorable reaction, Garen continued his discourse. As the saying goes, cunning villains shall fall to justice. Life and death are trivial matters. If you believe yourself to be on the side of righteousness, victory is assured. In his heart, Coulson wished for Garen to cease his exposition. Should the agents heed his words in the future, it would not be long before SHILD was rendered obsolete. "Could you be more specific, teacher? What should we do when we encounter enemies without weapons?" To Coulson's surprise, Sharon Carter, standing on stage, appeared to be swayed by Garen's rhetoric and urged him to elaborate further. "Pay close attention," Garen replied, aware that he needed to provide substantial insights. "The essence of close combat lies in the art of spinning." With this declaration, Garen donned his battle attire and began to whirl like a top. His azure figure conjured a miniature whirlwind upon the arena. Dazzling blue light flickering as the gusts he generated caused a tingling sensation on the skin of those nearby. As Garen's rotation intensified, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, almost as if his words were manifesting the truth. The more one spun, the more exhilarating the morale became. As Garen's speed escalated, the audience could not shake the disquieting feeling that escape was futile and death loomed imminent. After spinning for a full 5 minutes, Garen finally came to a halt. The once tightly packed crowd had retreated several paces, now standing over 10 meters away. After such a whirlwind display, Garen felt genuinely dizzy. Evidently, he too needed to hone his skills. Today's lesson concludes. Reflect on my words and consider their validity. Practice diligently what I have taught you, and next time, I shall impart further knowledge. With a parting remark, Garen utilized a flash to exit, overwhelmed by dizziness. Although the session ended somewhat anticlimactically, the preceding 5-minute spectacle left the audience feeling that their time had not been wasted. "What do you think?" Coulson inquired of Barton. Despite having lost to Garen in yesterday's shooting competition, Barton's prowess was beyond question. He ranked among the finest in both marksmanship and close combat within S.H.I.E. Et the impressive. That spinning attack of his leaves me no choice but to evade. He displays no discernible weakness, truly impenetrable. Throughout Garen's 5-minute rotation, Barton had sought to identify a vulnerability, but was sorely disappointed. Garen, in his spinning state, resembled an invulnerable machine, even with a handgun. Barton doubted he could land shot. However, his fighting style is difficult for others to emulate and may not be suitable for S.H. Barton added thoughtfully. Coulson took note of Garen's performance. In light of Garen's astonishing display, S.H.L. needed to reassess his capabilities. As evening descends, one might recall that in times past, most agents would be found in the library at 9 o'clock, enriching their knowledge or resting in their dormitories. However, today is somewhat different. In the corridors, within the dormitories, on the sports field, and even in the cafeteria and library, countless individuals are spinning in circles with a worn wooden stick, many of whom, feeling dizzy, sit in corners to recuperate. This peculiar scene is the result of a lesson conducted by Garen, leading the students of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy to engage in a collective whirl, which, to an outsider, would hardly resemble an agent training facility, but rather appear akin to a circus training ground. Chapter 34. The lesson of courage. Garen had just taken advantage of the cafeteria's late hours to enjoy a midnight snack. Along the way, numerous students greeted him, with some even eager to seek his insights on the art of spinning. After satisfying his hunger, Garen indulged in a warm shower. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from gaming and instead spent hours sketching and writing at his desk, only retiring to bed late into the night. For the next few days, Garen's schedule was devoid of classes, as close combat training represented only a fraction of their education. Agents were not mere brutes. Skills in infiltration, interrogation, assassination, and intelligence analysis were of paramount importance. Gradually acclimating to life at the academy, Garen's relationship with Sharon Carter began to blossom. He sensed her growing affection, as she would invite him to lunch and even prepare midnight snacks for him. Additionally, Hill frequently appeared by Garen's side. To Garen, none of this seemed amiss. After all, he was a dashing, affluent young man of considerable prowess, a paragon of success, and it was only natural for beautiful women to gravitate towards him. Meanwhile, Daisy was diligently striving to better herself. The curriculum at S.H.I.E.L.D. followed a strict protocol, unaffected by individual circumstances. Did you miss something? Do you not understand? Apologies, self-study it is. Daisy found her studies particularly challenging, feeling the weight of pressure as she, a high school dropout, navigated a sea of peers with university degrees. Overwhelmed, she gradually withdrew from the competition for Garen's attention. One evening, Hill knocked on Sharon Carter's door. "What brings you here?" Sharon exclaimed, surprised to find Hill at her doorstep. Although they were both agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., their relationship was rather tenuous. One a civilian agent subjected to rigorous military evaluations, the other a seasoned second-generation agent. Their interactions had been merely cordial, and of late, a subtle rivalry had emerged due to Garen's influence. "Am I not welcome?" Hill inquired as she and Sharon sat face to face, a palpable tension enveloping the air. "Keep your distance from Garen. He is not suited for you." Hill wasted no time in addressing the core of her visit, urging Sharon to distance herself from Garen, whose presence was now significantly hindering her mission. "Who would have thought a woman like you would be interested in men? Well, we shall see who prevails." Sharon Carter is indeed a renowned second-generation agent, possessing no obligation to show any courtesy to Hill, and she simply dismisses him. A week later, Garen's second melee combat class is on the horizon. "Hurry, let us head to the lecture hall. I've heard Garen will be teaching today." On this day, numerous students eagerly make their way there, reminding one another that the college's most esteemed instructor is about to commence a lesson. Although it seems somewhat peculiar to hold a melee class in a lecture hall, this does not dampen the students' enthusiasm. Observing the packed lecture hall, Garen can't help but feel a sense of pride. It appears he truly is impressive. Daisy and Sharon huddle together, whispering. Originally, Daisy was Hill's prodigy, as she was mentored by Hill at S.H.I.L.D. However, due to Sharon's subtle yet deliberate coldness towards Hill, Daisy has gradually shifted her allegiance to Sharon's side. Spotting Hill alone in a corner, Sharon feels a flicker of satisfaction. Isolating her serves as Sharon's form of retribution. Many might wonder why I chose to teach here today. Garen's opening remarks remain as lackluster as ever. Indeed, instructor, we all expected you to enlighten us on the mysteries of rotation. At Garen's introduction, a student immediately poses a question. Today, I wish to share a story from my past, my own tale. You must be curious about the source of my strength. Once upon a time, I was just like you, perhaps even weaker. At this moment, Garen seems lost in thought. Upon hearing his words, the audience grows silent. The secret to the instructor's strength? Might it indicate that they, too, could attain such power? Coulson, aware that Garen is conducting his second class today, has hurried from S.H.I.L.D. He wishes he could disperse the nearby students, for if the source of Garen's power were to be revealed, it could very well be classified as a level 10 secret, if not a level 9. In my youth, I was the weakest presence in my village, never having bested anyone. The children from the neighboring village often bullied me, until one day I met a man known as the Barbarian King, the embodiment of a true man in just 5 seconds. Admittedly, this is not a childhood story of Garen, but rather a narrative inspired by animated tales from his past life. Yet it perfectly encapsulates the essence he wishes to convey: courage, the very skill upon which Garen relies for survival. That year, when our village experienced a bountiful harvest, the malevolent forces from Noxus sought to seize our goods. My brother, the Barbarian King, asked me, "Are you brave enough to charge in?" I replied, "Are you out of your mind? There's so many of them. Aren't you afraid?" Can you guess how the Barbarian King responded? Without waiting for the students to speculate, Garen provides the answer. He merely told me 6 words: no courage, no hero. After uttering this, he charged forth, taking on over 20 adversaries and holding his ground for a full 5 seconds. During those 5 seconds, he fought and asked me, "Will you live your life as a coward, or will you be a true man for just 5 seconds?" It was only later that I understood this was his heroic path, and witnessing his figure filled me with admiration for his bravery. 5 seconds later, the mighty brother fell to the ground, and the more than 20 members of the Rock Sars gazed at the provisions I was guarding behind me, our village's hope. The Rock Sars looked down upon me, mocking and ridiculing me, believing me to be weak and easily defeated. The mighty brother lay on the ground, bloodied, his eyes fixed on me. I could sense his trust in his gaze, as if he were saying, in 5 seconds, "True man, I believe in you." This was the trust of a comrade, urging me to hold on and protect the hope of our entire village. At that moment, I reflected upon my life, a life filled with indulgence, boasting, and never truly achieving greatness. I felt a deep remorse for the village's nurturing of me, Garen. I thought to myself, perhaps I, Garen, cannot endure like the mighty brother for 5 seconds, but I must strive to embody the spirit of a hero. With the tower standing, Demacia shall prevail. As the tale concluded, Garen raised his great sword once more, the glow of 2 blue shields enveloping him, igniting his courage. The sound of gunfire erupted, pop, 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 as Hawkeye Barton, armed with a submachine gun, unleashed a relentless barrage upon Garen. With Barton's prowess, he ensured that every bullet would find its mark. The onlookers were astounded, some even shouting frantically, "Instructor Barton has become a killer." No one believed Garen could survive such a hail of gunfire. Until Barton ran out of bullets, Garen emerged unscathed before everyone, and the nearby bullet holes revealed that Barton had not been firing blanks, but rather real bullets. This was the second lesson I imparted: courage. When you possess courage, you shall fear nothing. Your enemies will tremble before you, and you will become incredibly powerful. Do you wish to remain a coward for a lifetime or a hero for mere seconds? Garen felt his lesson had been successful, and he was dedicated. Judgment and courage were his signature skills. Whether they could learn or understand was no longer his concern. At that moment, Coulson wished for death, realizing that something was amiss. According to Garen's teaching, This batch of agents might turn into a death squad. How could ordinary people, upon gaining courage, become fearless of bullets? Only someone as abnormal as Garen could do so. He felt compelled to report to Nick Fury to remove Garen from his position, as he seemed to be a liability. Chapter 35, 3 Women, 1 Stage. Today, Garen found himself bored in the dormitory, grappling with a dilemma. 2 women had invited him to dinner. He was perplexed by the complexities of women's thoughts. Initially, Shire seemed cold, yet as their relationship improved, she took special care of his daily needs. However, this was the first time she had invited him to dine together. Sharon, on the other hand, was far more straightforward, often calling him for meals and late-night snacks, treating him as if he were a celebrity, seemingly in awe of him. Overwhelmed by his thoughts, Garen resolved to seek counsel, and upon reflection, the only suitable confidant was Daisy. Not only was she a woman, but she also shared a certain familiarity with the 3 of them. When Daisy received Garen's invitation, she initially assumed it was a personal date, causing her considerable anxiety. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to decline, secretly steeling herself against Sharon as she agreed. Adorned in high heels, a long dress, a handbag, a necklace, earrings, and perfume, she even took the time to style her hair. It was no wonder Daisy felt exhilarated. The men she had previously encountered were typically ruffians, rogues, or mere bookworms. In contrast, Garen was a young man of wealth and potential, not only strong, but also adorably naive in matters of romance. His greatest pastime was gaming at home, free from the worries of infidelity. Most importantly, even the aloof Hill and the proud Sharon harbored feelings for him. Daisy was acutely aware that what one desires is not always the best. Rather, what others admire is undoubtedly superior. In the afternoon, she concocted an excuse to escape Sharon. Daisy had no illusions that Garen would arrive like a gentleman to escort her. That was utterly improbable. Thus, she made her way to the rendezvous point, a quaint town in Washington, D.C., the closest locale to the academy, replete with upscale restaurants and shopping centers. Upon arriving at the CAF, Daisy noticed Garen seated inside, engrossed in his phone, his profile bearing a hint of handsomeness. As she entered, she discovered the CAF exuded a romantic ambience, imbued with the essence of love. The patrons were couples in the throes of passion, radiating the sweet scent of romance, and in that moment, Daisy felt a surge of desire for love. Upon noticing Daisy seated opposite him, Garen gallantly ordered her a cup of coffee. He sensed a change in Daisy. She seemed different from before. This CAF, brimming with the fragrance of romance, was not of his choosing but rather Sharon's, who had invited him for dinner that evening. However, Garen soon received a call from Hill, inquiring about a date, and he now sought Daisy's perspective, hoping she could help him decipher the intentions of these 2 women. If they admired him, desired to be his girlfriend, and wished to engage in intimate relations, why not declare their feelings outright? After 2 weeks of ambiguous behavior, leaving him in a state of perpetual singlehood, what could it possibly mean? Do not question why Garen refrained from pursuing women or confessing his feelings. It is often the impoverished and the inept who chase after love. A wealthy and handsome man, in his view, should await the pursuit of women. At least, that was Garen's inflated belief. He never anticipated that she would invite him. If Sharon were to find out, she would undoubtedly feel a twinge of jealousy. Hearing Daisy's words, Garen paused for a moment, realizing she had perhaps misunderstood the situation. However, in such an environment, misunderstandings were inevitable. Should he clarify? Yet, upon observing Daisy's attire, he conceded that perhaps she did harbor feelings for him. What a predicament! A man ought not to shine too brightly, lest he attract too many admirers, which could also be a source of frustration. As a knight of justice, Garen felt it inappropriate to harm a woman's heart. Thus, he resolved to let this beautiful misunderstanding continue, for Daisy was quite pleasant as well. Ultimately, Garen declined the company of both Hill and Sharon, choosing instead to dine and shop with Daisy, before returning to Shield Academy together that evening. "Where have you been? All dressed up so splendidly?" Sharon inquired. She was unfazed by Garen's rejection, yet surprised to see her close friend Daisy return looking so radiant. We just went to the town. I've been so exhausted from studying lately and needed to unwind." Daisy dared not reveal that she had been on a date with Garen. However, Her lackluster acting could hardly deceive a seasoned agent. Sharon immediately sensed that Daisy was hiding something. Following their rendezvous, Daisy became a constant presence in Garen's life. Hill frequently appeared, while Sharon, a devoted admirer, often lingered around him. Daisy seemed to approach Garen stealthily, as if fearing to be discovered by the affluent women around her. This whirlwind of interactions left Garen utterly fatigued. Despite their frequent encounters, no woman had openly professed her feelings for him, which left him feeling disheartened. Garen mused that even facing the Iron Tyrant 10 times would be less exhausting than this ordeal. At long last, Coulson arrived with good news. Garen's courses were concluding, and his apartment in New York had been restored. As Garen departed, Hill and Sharon exchanged glances filled with animosity, each believing that if not for the other, their missions would have been accomplished long ago. Little did they know that Garen would never take the initiative. 100 years would pass before he did so. In New York, Garen stood on a familiar street, gazing at his newly renovated home. Perfect. One could not help but commend the reliability of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s construction team. The Demacia all-purpose shop was reopening. In Nick Fury's office at S.H.I.E.L.D., he scrutinized 2 mission reports on his desk, one from Hill and the other from Sharon. Each detailed how their impending success had been thwarted by the sudden emergence of another woman, leading to a fierce exchange of mutual derision, Hill and Sharon, each blaming the other for the debacle. If it were not for that troublesome woman, their missions would have been completed long ago. Truthfully, this report was the most promising news Nick Fury had received recently. Sometimes, it was not the traditional boyfriend-girlfriend relationship that proved most reliable. Ambiguous relationships could ensnare one just as effectively. In Fury's eyes, Garen had everything under control. Recently, Fury had been near despair. A month prior, a middle-aged agent captured by Garen had died mysteriously within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confines, assassinated without a trace. The director was furious, and the consequences were severe, prompting a large-scale internal investigation. Unsurprisingly, several agents were found to be suspicious, yet tragically, none of the suspects remain alive. They were either dead or missing. A mysterious force within S.H.I.E.L.D. was clearly engaged in a covert struggle against him. Early in the morning, 3 ostentatious luxury cars came to a halt before the Demacia General Store. A dozen bodyguards disembarked one after another, undeniably capturing the attention of passersby. As the guards opened the doors, a short man emerged from the central vehicle, clad in a plaid suit and donning gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. He surveyed the entrance of the Demacia General Store and gestured to his bodyguards. Suddenly, 2 men in black promptly approached the door of the store and began to pound on it. Garen, who had been engrossed in his new computer the previous night, had only just succumbed to sleep at dawn. At that moment, he was lost in a dream, lying on a grand bed with a lovely woman on either side, savoring the bliss of his slumber. However, the tranquility was shattered by a series of thunderous knocks, causing the enchanting figures around him to vanish. Struggling to open his eyes, Garen was filled with fury, feeling as though he had transformed into a crocodile. He donned a pair of trousers and grasped a plastic water bottle, determined to confront whoever was at the door. If it were a woman, he would demand payment. If a man, well, he would simply dismiss him. Upon opening the door, Garen was met with 2 imposing figures, their faces emblazoned with the word bodyguard. The black-clad guards, upon seeing Garen, barely managed to utter a word, Demacia. Garen had no desire to entertain their nonsensical chatter. With a swift motion, he swung the plastic bottle and struck each of the intruders in the head, indifferent to the potential consequences of his actions. As he rendered them unconscious, his fury diminished only slightly, yet he remained on the brink of eruption. The short man, upon witnessing Garen's appearance, was momentarily taken aback, adjusting his glasses and placing his hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance as he commanded, "Tell him who I am." At his behest, a greasy man, marked by servility, leaped forward, introducing himself as the illustrious Mr. Justin Hammer. "Today is your lucky day. Our master wishes to hire you." Garen, encountering someone even more arrogant than himself, felt the audacity of this stranger, a mere sycophant, addressing him. As the introductions concluded, 4 additional black-clad bodyguards approached, likely to assess the situation of their companions. Despite Mr. Hammer's lackluster demeanor, his guards were formidable, composed of internationally trained professionals with battlefield experience and blood on their hands. The most proficient bodyguards were acutely aware of their companions' capabilities. The fact that Garen had subdued one of them with nothing but a plastic bottle instilled a profound sense of apprehension within them. Remaining half engulfed in rage, Garen saw the four newcomers and, disregarding the odds, activated his flash ability. The advancing bodyguards, ever vigilant of Garen's movements, were quick to draw their weapons upon witnessing his sudden disappearance. Yet they were faced with the formidable Garen, intent on vanquishing evil. The trial commenced, and as the empty water bottle spun like a top, for lifeless bodies of black-clad bodyguards reappeared on the ground in an instant. Having vented his anger, Garen finally directed his gaze towards Justin Hammer. This unfortunate man still had some role to play, although he had been consistently overshadowed by Tony Stark. It must be acknowledged that he was quite affluent. It remained unclear what his purpose was for seeking an audience today, yet in Garen's eyes, he was merely a walking treasury, and it would be a disservice to his venture into the Marvel Universe not to extract a sum from him. Upon witnessing Garen incapacitate his four bodyguards once more, Justin Hammer's dissatisfaction with Garen was palpable. In his view, no matter how formidable one's abilities might be, without an admirer, one would forever remain a lowly peasant. How dare you, a mere country bumpkin, presume to engage with us? Our boss has come to seek your talents. The oily man adeptly played the role of a sycophant, intuitively grasping his employer's sentiments without the need for verbal cues. A country bumpkin, you say? I care not for your opinions. The last person who dared to speak to me thus as grass growing 3 stories high upon their grave. To extort someone, one must follow a few steps. First, showcase one's strength. Second, find a plausible pretext. Long live Demacia. With a spark of conflict, Garen donned his battle skin. Brandishing a magnificent 2-meter sword upon his shoulder, his countenance a mask of fury directed at his adversaries. Say that again, if you possess the courage. Though his rage was feigned, the true intent of Garen was deception and extortion. The remaining unfortunate bodyguards loathed the sycophant at that moment. After all, they were there to negotiate business, yet he could not even communicate properly? Why must he stir trouble while they bore the consequences? How despicable! A few handguns were aimed at Garen, but alas, the firearms provided them no semblance of security. Justin Hammer, upon observing Garen, felt an icy chill envelop him, as if death was imminent. His legs weakened, and he leaned against his luxury vehicle for support. Once a mere nobody, he had recently risen to prominence as a newly favored arms dealer for the military, following Stark Industries' closure of its weapons division, which had created a vacuum of billions in military contracts. He was the quintessential nouveau riche, reveling in ostentation and comparison, deluding himself into believing he belonged to the upper echelons of society. He emulated Tony Stark, presenting a fade of strength while being a fragile wretch at heart. Very well, I apologize. I have a significant business proposal for you, one that I am certain will pique your interest. Ultimately, Justin Hammer capitulated before Garen. Come in if you have business. Anyone else who dares enter shall find their skull crushed. Do not question my resolve. You may test it with your heads. Feeling his intimidation tactic had borne fruit, Garen gathered the Iron Legion and returned inside the establishment. As he stepped through the door, Garen glanced back at the greasy middle-aged man. You owe me 10,000 if I do not see the money in 10 minutes. You may as well prepare to inform others to collect your corpse. The oily middle-aged man forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears as he turned to Justin Hammer. After all, indulging oneself over the years has been quite pleasurable. I shall bear this expense myself. Inside the establishment, Garen reclined carelessly in his chair, devoid of tea or coffee. My time is exceedingly precious. From now until the conversation concludes, each passing minute incurs a fee of 80,000. 80,000 is but a trifle. I could offer you 8 million or even 80 million. What I seek is the method for crafting your armor. Justin Hammer articulated his intent, recalling Garen's striking sci-fi-inspired combat armor during his battle against Obadiah Stane. Throughout that confrontation, Garen's armor had perfectly withstood the missiles unleashed by Stane. Witnesses of that skirmish regarded Garen's attire as a remarkable suit of steel armor. After all, Garen had only confided in Natasha about his armored form, and she would not promote it on his behalf. The emergence of Iron Man, Tony Stark, had prompted numerous nations and industrial magnates to perceive a lucrative opportunity. leading them to aspire to develop their own suits of armor. However, 2 months of experimental development had revealed a harsh truth. While crafting the armor itself was not overly challenging, the energy source was paramount. No matter how exquisitely one fashioned the armor, without a power source, it was rendered useless. Only Tony could fabricate an arc reactor. Aside from Tony Stark, another individual possessed a technological suit of armor, Garen, who had captured Justin Hammer's attention. Although the specifics of Garen's technological capabilities remained unclear, it was evident he possessed a functional energy system. If Hammer could acquire this energy system, he believed that with sufficient financial investment, he could replicate it, thereby positioning himself as a transformative figure in the world. He envisioned a future where he could rival Tony Stark, if not overpower him. Recognizing the formidable nature of Stark's iron suit. Chapter 37. The middleman profits from the difference. You desire a power system for a suit of armor. You covet an arc reactor? Garen, during the negotiation, quickly discerned the other party's intentions, realizing they had misconstrued his skin as a suit of armor. I surmised correctly. You do possess Tony Stark's arc reactor, do you not? He bestowed it upon you, correct? Name your price. No matter the cost, I must obtain it. Upon hearing Garen mention the arc reactor, Justin Hammer trembled with excitement. Recently, Hammer found himself in a paradox of fortune. His luck had soared while simultaneously plummeting. Although he had secured military contracts, catapulting him into a prominent role within the defense sector, all of it was merely a rejection by Tony Stark. The mere thought of Stark filled him with envy and resentment. Not only had Stark invented the groundbreaking Iron Man suit, but he had also ascended to the status of a revered superhero. In the radiance of Tony's glory, Hammer remained a mere unnoticed jester. Did Garen possess an arc reactor? Certainly not. However, he knew who did. In this world, what held the most value was not talent but information. When the middleman claims he profits not, he is undoubtedly deceiving you. Indeed, I can furnish you with the complete technology behind the arc reactor. Yet, what can you offer me in return? Garen had expertly seized upon the other party's vulnerability, firmly establishing the terms of this negotiation. Originally, Justin Hammer believed that Galen was merely an inferior commoner. He thought that by revealing his identity and issuing a few idle threats, he could easily acquire an arc reactor for a mere few million, subsequently returning home to dissect and replicate it at his leisure. However, circumstances had drastically spiraled beyond Hammer's control. The once docile sheep had transformed into a ravenous wolf, poised to strike without mercy. The disparity between a mere sample of the arc reactor and a comprehensive set of technology was staggering. Surely, you're not attempting to toy with me, demanding technology without offering a price? The last individual who dared to cross me has had their grave tended to for over a decade. Galen awaited a bid. Once Justin Hammer made an offer, he would promptly sell the Russian whip to capitalize on the price difference, as they would inevitably converge in the end. In a few days, a hearing would take place in Washington, where perhaps Tony would publicly unveil the Iron Man suit technology, rendering your arc reactor worthless. Justin Hammer yearned for the technology without the desire to invest significantly. Moreover, the military had already invited him as a weapons expert to the upcoming hearing. If the military successfully acquired the Iron Man technology as a current partner in the agreement, it would ultimately fall into his hands. This predicament left Justin Hammer in a quandary. A discussion fee of $330,000 is required. As for your claim that Tony Stark will disclose the technology, how delightfully naive you are. Galen casually tossed out a figure to usher him out, fully aware of Hammer's apprehensions regarding overpaying for the technology only to have Tony reveal it shortly thereafter, rendering his investment futile. But could such a scenario truly unfold? As he watched 3 luxury vehicles depart, Galen smiled, confident that they would return to seek him out. For now, he needed to contemplate how much to charge them when that time came. The Iron Man suit and arc reactor are not mere genetic gambles. They represent a leap in technological advancement, a paradigm shift. It can be asserted that if any nation could mass-produce Iron Man suits, it would ascend to the pinnacle of global power. Both foreign nations and the U.S. military, along with the ever-watchful Hydra lurking in the shadows, maintained a keen interest in this technology, driven by insatiable greed. The upcoming hearing in Washington, D.C., was a result orchestrated by Hydra, tacitly endorsed by organized factions. Everyone sought to gauge Tony Stark's stance during this hearing, for he is no ordinary individual. Senator Stan of Washington, D.C., covertly affiliated with Hydra, spearheaded the hearing against Tony Stark. This endeavor would not only elevate his public standing, but would also secure greater resources within Hydra. His strategy was astute, to employ legitimate means under the guise of national interest to compel Tony to relinquish his technology, leveraging public pressure to force cooperation between Stark and the government. Justin Hammer, the military's overt agent, and Colonel James Rhodes, with his intriguing dual identity, are both intertwined in the web of Tony Stark's acquaintances. These connections, akin to weapons in Hammer's arsenal, are pivotal in his quest to seize the Iron Man technology. Yet the presence of only 2 witnesses seems insufficient. Another man, Guy Lewin, possessing an Iron Man suit, could potentially turn the tide against Tony should he choose to speak out. On Guy Lewin's first day back in New York, after a morning encounter with Justin Hammer, he unexpectedly welcomed 2 groups of visitors that evening. Happy, the chauffeur and bodyguard to Tony Stark, left Guy Lewin puzzled about the purpose of his comical presence. Happy's task was straightforward: deliver an invitation from Pepper Potts, inviting Guy Lewin to the upcoming Stark Industries Expo in Flushing, New York. An opportunity to indulge in a delightful outing, particularly with the allure of beautiful company. The second visitor's identity held more intrigue. They were government representatives wishing to invite Guy Lewin to Tony's hearing in Washington. They hinted that, as someone who had closely observed the Iron Man suit, the government hoped he could articulate its dangers. Guy Lewin graciously agreed to attend the hearing on behalf of the government. However, internally, he harbored thoughts contrary to his polite demeanor. Those damned individuals had unwittingly drawn the ire of someone who could make their intentions painfully clear. Simultaneously, he could repay Pepper Potts a favor while securing compensation from the government, a win-win situation. In Guy Lewin's perspective, customers were not deities, and money did not hold omnipotent power. Those who sought to exploit him must be prepared for the consequences. Today marked a significant occasion: the inauguration of the Stark Industries Expo, a lengthy exhibition steeped in tradition dating back to Tony Stark's father, primarily showcasing technological advancements. Potts took a particular interest in Guy Lewin, even sending a driver to fetch him that evening. Upon arriving, he spotted Pepper Potts and remarked, "Miss Potts, you look even more radiant than before." Having endured the relentless attention of 3 women at the S.H.I.O.D. Academy, Guy Lewin had become notably more articulate. "Guy Lewin, how have you been? I invited you because I have something I need your assistance with," she confided, revealing her underlying concerns. Initially perceived as a mere invitation, Guy Lewin was taken aback to discover that Pepper sought his help, yet he believed that aside from the hearing, peace reigned in the world. Chapter 38. Encounter, a chance to strike. You need my help? Fear not, for I, Guy Lewin, am renowned for my modest feats. Achieving miraculous feats is but a trifle. Just tell me whom to target. Guy Lewin, seizing the opportunity for business, felt compelled to boast, witnessing Guy Lewin's sunny disposition and confidence. Pepper's own troubles seemed to vanish in his presence. Recently, Tony has encountered some troubles, and I suspect that there may be someone orchestrating these events behind the scenes. I would like to request your assistance in investigating who is targeting Tony. Regarding the hearing, Potts learned of it before Tony. However, everything about this situation seems to violate the tenets of American society and appears quite abnormal. In America, a privatized nation, conglomerates and families wield the majority of power and economic influence, with Stark Industries enjoying exceptional privileges as a major financial entity. To the large conglomerates, the government and military merely represent a mutually beneficial relationship rather than a governing authority. They expand their interests together, forming a formidable coalition to amass greater global resources. The recent sudden aggression from the American government and military against Tony is alarming. They intend to compel Tony Stark to relinquish his Iron Man suit, forcibly appropriating a patented item from Stark Industries. This act in itself contradicts the principles of America's privatized system. It marks the beginning of the state using executive orders to coerce private entities into surrendering their core interests. If today the government covets Stark Industries' Iron Man suit, might they not also target other companies' energy technologies tomorrow? Could they subsequently force other enterprises to unconditionally surrender their patents to the state? If such actions were to transpire, The demise of America would be imminent. In Potts' view, this hearing is a farce. Numerous conglomerates have privately reached out to her, hoping that Tony will respond to the government and military with a firm stance. They intend to be present to express their support. Although it is a charade, there are indeed individuals scheming against Tony, which Potts cannot simply overlook. Someone has instigated this hearing against Tony, and I wish for your assistance in uncovering the mastermind behind it. Potts perceives Galen as an all-encompassing detective, unaware that this sunny young man excels in impulsiveness. By the way, I believe I have also received an invitation to the hearing. They wish for me to assess the threat level posed by Tony's armor on site. Selling out Senator Stan poses no pressure at all, with one side featuring an elderly and unattractive man, and the other Potts. Even a fool can discern the clear choice. What? They even invited you? Evaluating Tony's danger level is truly insidious. They have devised such a cunning approach. Potts immediately grasped the crux of the matter. If Iron Man's threat level is deemed high, and the American government lacks any means to counter it, this would place Tony under immense public scrutiny. Boom! 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 The sound of artillery reverberated continuously as Galen looked up to see Iron Man, Tony Stark, dramatically descend from the sky. The stage was adorned with long-legged beauties, and the audience was filled with vibrant young women. It was impossible for Galen not to feel a twinge of envy. After all, he considered himself the more handsome one. Why does Tony have so many fans? Galen, assist me in identifying the individuals behind this scheme, and I assure you that the rewards will be satisfactory. Furthermore, I will require your help for tomorrow's hearing. I'll transfer the funds into your account shortly. Potts also noted the commencement of the exhibition, as there are numerous matters that will require her attention. To her, Galen represents a paragon of justice, and he is undoubtedly a reliable choice. As Garen gazed at the beautiful women surrounding him, with their long legs and ample bosoms, he swallowed hard. It seemed that socializing was a necessity. Occasionally venturing out for a stroll appeared to be quite pleasant, and perhaps a romantic encounter awaited him not far off. Unfortunately, Garen's musings were in vain. Although the Stark Industrial Exhibition was rife with stunning women, it seemed that less fortunate fellows outnumbered them. In the vast sea of people, Garen felt as if he could not stir a single wave. Observing Tony Stark descend the stage, surrounded by countless admirers, including a buxom woman requesting his autograph on her chest, was both enviable and maddening. The fervor with which she approached him suggested a desire to engage in far more intimate activities. Regarding Potts' task, although investigation was not Garen's forte, it was evident that the sinister forces behind the hearing were Hydra. Was there truly any need for further investigation? The former world-renowned expert had already dissected the matter online. All he needed to do was devise a few alterations to make it his own. Meanwhile, Tony was preparing to depart. Before a sleek, super-cool sports car, a voluptuous woman clad in a purple gown leaned against the door, seemingly awaiting Tony's arrival. "Is this part of your arrangement?" Tony inquired, casting a glance at Happy. He was taken aback that Happy would pull such a stunt, wondering if he was not concerned about being dismissed by Potts. "Who are you?" Tony asked the woman, willing to grant her a minute to discern her intentions. "I'm the process server, here to deliver a subpoena. You are mandated to appear before the Senate Military Committee tomorrow at 9 a.m. Although ostensibly delivering a subpoena, her demeanor hinted that she was more interested in having Tony assist with her vehicle. "I'm afraid I don't accept items from strangers," he replied, watching her freeze momentarily as Happy took the subpoena from her. "Yes, this may be one of my peculiarities," Tony remarked with a self-deprecating humor. "May I see your badge?" Indeed, he had a particular fondness for badges, prompting Happy to smooth things over for his boss. "How far are we from Washington?" Tony asked, glancing at the woman's badge without displaying any interest. 250 miles, Happy answered precisely. As the sports car sped away, the woman appeared quite disappointed and hastily departed, retrieving her phone. "Hello, the mission has failed. The target did not bite. Tony is likely to attend tomorrow's hearing." The woman who served the subpoena was, in fact, a member of Hydra. Her task today was to seduce Tony, thereby ensuring his absence from the hearing, a government summons that would be detrimental to him if he failed to appear. Demacia, justice will prevail. Faced with a suspicious foe, regardless of gender or species, Garen resolved to strike first with a decisive blow. Having just exited the Stark Industrial Exhibition, he realized the issue at hand. All the beautiful women were flocking around Tony, while elsewhere were only the less fortunate, nerds and technology enthusiasts, all sharing one common trait. They were men. Emerging outside, Garen felt overwhelmed by the envy he experienced witnessing Tony's effortless charm, as the latter sat nonchalantly in his sports car, engaging with a low-cut beauty. It was enough to stir a profound sense of frustration within Garen, wishing he could give Tony a solid kick. However, mere moments later, Garen felt a sense of relief as he discovered that the flirtatious young woman was, in fact, a spy. It was not entirely her fault for being careless. Rather, it was Garen's keen hearing that led him to this revelation, as her conversation was fortuitously linked to his mission. Stealthily approaching, he employed his flash and a swift strike to incapacitate her. Yet, after subduing the alluring woman at his feet, Garen found himself in a quandary. Initially, his thoughts had solely revolved around striking the beauty. Now, he pondered what to do next. Gazing down at the low-cut attire of the unconscious woman, a wicked smile crept across Garen's face. Naturally, he would leave her to Potts and return home to indulge in some gaming. Chapter 39. The arrival of the younger brother within minutes. Potts, accompanied by a few bodyguards, rushed over in a flurry. She had not anticipated that within just an hour, Garen would have identified the perpetrator. Eyeing the woman sprawled on the ground, Potts inquired with a hint of skepticism, "Are you certain she is the culprit?" Garen, the embodiment of Demacian strength. Do not speak falsehoods, he declared resolutely. She undoubtedly has connections to the mastermind behind this plot. I overheard her phone call. She mentioned a failed mission and that Tony would attend the hearing. It appears she intends to seduce Tony, ensuring he misses the hearing, a nefarious scheme of the most sinister sort. Garen's face exuded determination and righteousness, causing Potts to reconsider her earlier doubts. However, within Garen's mind lingered a thought. Why could he not become better acquainted with such a woman? Well, I am not questioning your judgment. Rather, what do you believe I should do now? Potts asked, feeling somewhat at a loss regarding the incapacitated woman. Coulson, I am certain that S.H.I.L.D. will be quite interested in her, Garen replied. He surmised that this woman was 80% likely affiliated with Hydra, and he believed S.H.I.E.L.D. would indeed take an interest. Dismantling Hydra's operations was a paramount concern for S.H.I.L.D., and if this woman truly had ties to them, Garen was confident that the ensuing developments would be riveting. Having resolved the matter, Garen naturally returned home to rest. For the following morning, he was to attend the hearing. That wretched Senator Stark intended to use him as a pawn, and Garen was determined to demonstrate the consequences of attempting to exploit him without due compensation. Coulson, having just concluded a grueling day at work, was preparing for a date with his girlfriend when an unexpected phone call disrupted his plans. It was Potts, Tony Stark's secretary. Ever since Tony declared, "I am Iron Man," he had become a focal point of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance. Regarding the Washington hearing, S.H.I.E.L.D. had its ear to the ground. Yet recent internal purges and an understanding of Tony's character led them to regard the hearing as peculiar, but not warranting significant concern. What did you say? You apprehended a suspicious woman? Coulson found it odd that Potts was calling him about capturing a woman. Typically, thieves would contact the police. A few minutes later, after Coulson had heard the full account of events, coupled with Garen's involvement, he was compelled to take the situation seriously. A faction seemed to be lurking in the shadows, seeking to exploit the Iron Suit, and it appeared they had orchestrated the hearing as part of their scheme. The following day, Garen, rarely an early riser, donned a new suit, an agent's outfit from S.H.I.E.L.D., and admired himself in the mirror. In his eyes, his appearance and physique were impeccable. Being single, he could only conclude that his standards for a partner were excessively high. Precisely at 6 o'clock, a government vehicle halted in front of the Demacia General Store. The vehicle was sent by Senator Stan, whose subordinate was tasked with escorting Garen to the hearing in Washington. The flight would take approximately an hour, during which Senator Stan intended to discuss some personal matters with Garen. After a brief nap on the plane, Garen soon encountered the day's principal figure, Senator Stan, who greeted him with a phony smile that belied his rotund visage. To Stan, Garen might merely be a minor player, someone to manipulate at will. Welcome, Mr. Garen. The United States government has a significant matter for which we invite your assistance. I trust you will oblige. Senator Stan commenced with grandiose rhetoric that might leave an ordinary person breathless with excitement. As a noble knight dedicated to justice, I am more than willing to assist those in need. That embodies my sense of righteousness and is the wellspring of my strength. High-minded rhetoric is something anyone can master. It was merely a ploy, after all, with no financial cost attached. On behalf of the government, I extend my deepest gratitude for your presence. We are confident that, as a champion of justice, you will not stand idly by. Stan believed he had successfully persuaded Garen, considering the young man's fervor and impetuousness. A mere nudge with lofty language would surely elicit compliance. Of course, there are matters we as citizens are eager to assist with, Garen replied, quite willing to engage in idle chatter, as he had already devised his approach for the hearing. The infamous playboy and nefarious capitalist. Tony Stark, the very man who frequents entertainment headlines alongside celebrities and scandals, possesses a most formidable weapon, the Iron Man suit you may have encountered. Our government considers this weapon a grave threat to society, and, as someone who has aided him, your perspective holds significant weight. Senator Stan, a shameless politician, spoke with an artistry that deftly positioned Tony as Garen's adversary, invoking envy and disdain with terms like playboy, celebrity scandal, and wicked capitalist. Convinced of Garen's alignment, Stan departed with confidence. With Garen as a military expert, a friend of Tony, and a benefactor, Stan felt assured that Tony would not resist. His demands were modest. A single Iron Man suit would suffice. The research department of Hydra was not to be underestimated. Surely, they could replicate and produce it with some effort. Assisting Hydra in acquiring the Iron Man suit would solidify his campaign for mayor of Washington with near certainty. Garen sat in the hearing room, awaiting the proceedings, ready to be the first shot fired by Senator Stan. Not long after, Garen beheld Tony Stark entering amidst a throng of admirers, donned in sunglasses and striding with a swagger that exuded arrogance. Garen felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a scathing retort. Behind him, Pepper Potts appeared in good spirits, evidently buoyed by some favorable news from Coulson the previous day. "Ah, you've arrived, little brother," Garen greeted as he locked eyes with Tony, who was busily waving at the crowd. Recognizing Garen, Tony displayed no surprise. After all, Pepper had informed him of Garen's presence. In Stark's self-centered worldview, it was Garen who had saved Pepper, not he himself. He had always believed he could handle Obadiah, yet he was taken aback when Garen, with a wave, initiated the conversation. "What do you mean by little brother? How dare you call me that?" Tony was momentarily rendered speechless, caught off guard. Pepper, observing Garen's enthusiastic demeanor, felt somewhat uneasy about such an informal greeting. However, given that Garen was her guest to support Tony, she deemed it inappropriate to be taken aback. She nudged Tony firmly a couple of times, then nodded apologetically towards Garen. Chapter 40. Love and Justice. Unbeknownst to Tony, this was merely the beginning of the day's events. At precisely 9 o'clock, the hearing commenced, with reporters armed with cameras and even live broadcasts. "Mr. Stark, do you possess any particularly special weapon?" Stan, seated at the head of the table, felt a sense of accomplishment. Compelling a corporation to yield was no small feat, with few successful instances in American history. Yet, he remained uncertain of Tony Stark's true character. "No, I do not," Tony replied, grinning and jesting with Pepper, turning back to respond to Stan in a flippant tone. To Tony, Stan appeared akin to a clown or perhaps even a piece of excrement. "Are you certain you do not? I have a witness here. Mr. Garen, would you kindly share your impressions of Mr. Stark's iron armor? Does it not constitute a particularly unique and dangerous weapon?" Stan anticipated Tony's denial. However, it was Garen's moment to contribute. Understanding it was time for him to speak, Garen took the microphone, adopting a serious expression. Then, shifting his tone, he declared, "Since you have sincerely posed your question, I shall graciously inform you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard global peace, and to uphold love and true justice, I, Garen, the Might of Demacia and protector of this realm, stand before you." As he elaborated, perhaps due to the length of his speech, Stan rudely interrupted him. Could you please get to the point, Garen?" Stan was somewhat at a loss for words. Could Garen not discern the appropriateness of the occasion? A gathering of government officials and business magnates, and yet he chose to boast unabashedly. How could this be acceptable? What was even more infuriating was the presence of media broadcasting live, showcasing his boast to the citizens of America. Hilariously, I must say, this witness is quite entertaining. I must commend you on your choice of invitees. Tony was amused by Garen's antics. He found Garen's opening remarks delightful and pondered whether he too should deliver a similarly impressive and humorous introduction. How dare you mock me after I extend my assistance to you? Garen's mind was filled with malice. So, you have numerous women, do you? Rumors of your dalliances with celebrities, is that right? Very well. Today you shall pay the price for your earlier derision. Now, let me address the crux of the matter. Regarding Mr. Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, I can assert with complete confidence that Garen paused intentionally at this juncture. The media and business tycoons in attendance were all eager to hear Garen's assessment, for Stan would not summon someone to speak without purpose. Garen's revelations were bound to be explosive, and indeed, they proved to be just that. Is Mr. Stark's Iron Man suit considered a weapon? Is it dangerous? That depends on how you define a weapon. However, from the perspective of my Demacia might, that contraption is merely a high-tech prosthetic. To me, it is utterly insignificant. I assure you, should it pose a threat to public safety, the righteous Might of Demacia could shatter that contraption's head with a single blow of my sword. I can state with utmost certainty that it serves no purpose whatsoever. In my eyes, it is merely a toy, a plaything for a young lad. Garen spoke with unwavering seriousness, showing no signs of pretense. Even when the media cameras shifted towards him, he maintained an earnest gaze. What? You dare to label my invention a toy? You will be held accountable for your words. Stan had yet to intervene, but Tony Stark was incensed. The Iron Man suit was his pride and joy, akin to a child of his own. While he could refer to it as a high-tech prosthetic, no one else was permitted to denigrate it in such a manner. Apologies. Perhaps my words were unclear, but I believe the best descriptor I can think of is that it is a high-tech prosthetic, a child's toy. Garen was unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, equating the Iron Man suit to a high-tech prosthetic. This was something Tony intended to articulate himself. Garen's theory sent shockwaves through the room. 99% of Americans now recognized Iron Man, believing him to have vanquished Obadiah Stane's Ironmonger, while only a scant few were aware of Garen's existence due to the intentional concealment by S.H.I.L.D. This led to Garen's claim of shattering a toy's head with a sword, astonishing everyone present. All right, you may cease now. We are well aware of your opinion. Stan hurriedly interrupted Garen, who was eager to continue. His objective was to portray Tony as a dangerously fearsome dictator, rather than a mere user of a useless prosthetic. Garen made no rebuttal. After nonchalantly taking a seat, he exchanged a few knowing glances with Potts, mindful that he had yet to collect the final payment for his services, and he felt it imperative to claim credit for his assistance. In my estimation, the Iron Man suit constitutes a formidable weapon, an exceedingly perilous instrument. Senator Stan, witnessing Garen's ineffectiveness, found himself compelled to take matters into his own hands. If your priority is the safety of the populace, then Tony's current demeanor rendered Garen's earlier remarks about the mechanical arm and obliterating canine heads utterly irrelevant. All he could do was rest his forehead on one hand, stating, "No, I perceive the Iron Man weapon's threat as transcending the government's expectations. I demand that you relinquish it to the American people. The American populace serves as both the most potent weapon and a convenient pretext. Should Tony dare to refuse this proposition, he would position himself in opposition to the citizens, leading to public backlash and distancing from the affluent. No one would dare reject such a demand. He merely underestimated Tony's resolve. Do not even contemplate it. I am Iron Man, and I am inextricably linked to the suit. To surrender Iron Man is to surrender myself. What do you represent? Forced labor or prostitution? In any case, I cannot acquiesce to you." Tony engaged in a verbal duel with Senator Stan, the shadows that once loomed over Garen dissipating entirely, allowing him to even shake his head in defiance. "Listen, regarding whether he is a weapon and whether he should be entrusted to the American people. I am not an expert." Stan intended to play his second card for the day, but he had barely begun to speak. "An expert? A prostitution expert, no doubt. You are merely a senator," Tony quipped, successfully mocking his opponent. Turning around, Tony raised one hand high, prompting the corporate tycoons behind him to erupt in hearty laughter. Hear me out. Today, I have invited a weaponry expert, Justin Hammer, the current major arms dealer for the Department of Defense. What is most essential for a senator? A blatant disregard for shame. Although Tony had just ridiculed him, Stan exhibited commendable senatorial decorum as he adjusted his tie and summoned Justin Hammer. Dressed in a suit and glasses, the diminutive Justin Hammer made his entrance. But as he took a few steps beyond the inner door, a voice rang out, causing him to stumble precariously. "Hey bro, you've arrived. Do you still want the goods? If not, I'll sell them to someone else." Upon witnessing Justin Hammer's arrival, Garen could hardly contain his silence. Chapter 41. Garen seizes the limelight. No one can stand his way. Senator Stan regretted inviting Garen to the event. This single-minded individual was of no assistance, yet excelled at boasting and creating chaos. "Please refrain from speaking further. Silence." Stan commanded loudly to quell Garen's disruption. "I have seen Justin Hammer, but where's the weapons expert you mentioned? Please enlighten me." To Tony, Justin Hammer was merely an inconsequential figure, so insignificant that he was hardly memorable. The title of weapons expert attributed to Hammer was truly laughable. As Tony spoke, the venue erupted in laughter once more. None of the business magnates present held Justin Hammer in any regard. He was simply a third-rate character pushed forth by the military, unworthy of mention. However, Justin Hammer has long grown accustomed to being looked down upon. He straightened his attire, settled into his seat, and took a sip of water to alleviate the awkwardness in the room. "Indeed, I am no expert. You are the one and only Tony Stark, a genius who has forged a sharp sword over the past 6 months, yet you perceive it as a shield. You wish for us to place our faith in you, to hide behind your protection. Yet, this is America, where dangers abound, and I harbor no illusion that you can safeguard everyone. May God protect Iron Man and the United States." Justin Hammer exerted tremendous effort to ensure that he could stand triumphantly over Tony during this hearing. His carefully crafted rhetoric was the result of over 30 individuals laboring for days. "Excellent articulation, Mr. Hammer. Now, I would like to invite the military representative, Colonel James Rhodes, a close friend of Tony's." Stan did not allow Tony the opportunity to retort. "Rhodes? You invited him?" Tony was somewhat taken aback, for Rhodes was indeed his sole confidant. "No, friend." Upon hearing the news of this significant figure's presence, reporters swiftly adjusted their equipment, capturing the moment. Everyone was keenly aware that Rhodes was Tony Stark's officially sanctioned liaison, their bond profound. "Hey, buddy, I didn't expect to see you here," Tony exclaimed, rising to embrace his dear friend. No, his brother. "Yes, I'm here. Accept reality and let us move on. We can discuss the rest later." Rhodes had come with a purpose, yet he would not betray his dear friend. No, his brother. Galen observed the complex dynamics between Tony and Rhodes, as well as Pepper Potts. The intricacies of this triangular relationship were indeed formidable. This is a report on the Iron Man suit compiled by military representative Colonel Rhodes. Colonel, please turn to page 57 and read the 4th paragraph. This withstands shamelessness, taking things out of context. "Mr. Senator, I believe my purpose for being here is to present the complete report on the Iron Man suit, rather than cherry-picking excerpts. As a soldier, obedience is paramount," he stated, unaware of the depths of Stan's unscrupulousness. Ultimately, he resigned himself to reading the selected passage, which was decidedly unflattering towards the Iron Man suit. He knew he had been manipulated. As he watched the situation gradually tilt in his favor, Stan felt a sense of satisfaction, despite a minor hiccup. The overall direction was aligning with his expectations. Evidence had surfaced indicating that numerous nations were attempting to replicate the Iron Man suit, and many of these imitations could potentially be operational. This topic would serve as today's trump card. Having just raised concerns over public safety, he would now unveil a national crisis. Today, Stan would triumph over the arrogant genius, Tony Stark. "Excuse me," Galen interjected, rising naturally to approach Justin Hammer and take the microphone. The audience erupted in murmurs, recalling Galen's previous remarks. "What do you intend to do now?" Stan felt genuine frustration towards Galen at this moment. His stubbornness and inability to read the room were truly exasperating. Garen displayed a wise expression, confidently pointing at Tony. "I understand now. The mechanical prosthetics can be manufactured by all nations. They are not solely your invention. You deceitful charlatan. You are not the only Iron Man. Upon hearing Garen's words, laughter erupted in the hall. It was astonishing that such a naive individual believed that other nations could produce Iron Man suits. In reality, it was implausible. However, upon further reflection, it became clear that no country could easily replicate such advanced technology, which they had only tangentially engaged with. The technical challenges were insurmountable in a short period. Look here, I'm quite impressive. I have commandeered your screens. Thanks to Garen's interruption, the audience ceased to ponder the possibility of other nations creating Iron Man suits. The screens displayed a multitude of failed experiments from various countries, showcasing numerous cumbersome contraptions that either malfunctioned or self-destructed. And look at this. This is Justin Hammer. See, you are on television, the focal point. Who would have thought you were also attempting to replicate my Iron Man suit? Tony, who could have easily maintained control of the situation, found himself thwarted by Garen's incessant disruptions. Although Garen seemed to aid him, Tony remained ungrateful, firmly believing he could resolve everything on his own. Justin Hammer floundered like a jester, desperately attempting to turn off the television, ultimately resorting to yanking the plug to prevent further deterioration of the situation. Observing the government's disarray, Tony decided against lingering. Most nations aspiring to develop Iron Man suits would require at least 5 to 10 years, while Hammer Industries would likely need a minimum of 20. I am a nuclear deterrent of your government. I am honest and reliable. Iron Man can protect the nation. We are secure, and so is America. As for your desire for my products, think again. I alone can maintain world peace. Standing tall, Tony struck a victorious pose, declaring the hearing concluded. Witnessing Tony basking in the limelight, Garen, unwilling to be overshadowed, stood up to shout a slogan. Orcs shall never be enslaved. What? The audience, which had been focused on the victorious Tony, suddenly turned their attention to Garen upon hearing his proclamation, including the reporters. Ahem. Garen cleared his throat awkwardly, realizing he had misstepped in his eagerness to seize the spotlight. Demacia is unmatched. I too will defend world peace, embodying love and justice. This declaration proved effective. For a considerable time afterward, many would remember Garen, who was no longer an obscure figure. Among those present, only one person felt a twinge of concern, Coulson, who had also attended the hearing, quietly observing from a corner. The previous day's interrogation of the female prosecutor had yielded dismal results. Originally, S.H.I.L.D. sought to keep Garen from drawing attention, attempting to diminish his presence. Now, due to this hearing, that effort seemed futile. Chapter 42. Exchanging money for People Stark Industries building. Why was he still here, and why was this S.H.I.L.D. agent present as well? Tony glanced at Guy Lewin and then indicated towards Coulson, who stood nearby. Mr. Stark, S.H.I.L.D. has uncovered some matters concerning you. Have you ever heard of Hydra? Coulson revealed a significant secret. Last night, he initially believed that a certain faction or individual was merely spying on the Iron Man suit. His intent was to discern the legitimacy of their actions. If illegal, he would take action. If legal, he would issue a warning. Unfortunately, that woman had the misfortune of encountering Natasha, who happened to be at S.H.I.L.D. During Natasha's interrogation, the woman revealed everything, even detailing how many men she had stolen from without a hint of secrecy. Naturally, she also disclosed her origins, a term so unsettling that even Nick Fury found it disconcerting. Hydra had officially emerged before S.H.I.L.D. It was evident that Hydra had infiltrated the inner workings of the U.S. government, but regrettably, the woman was merely a minor player and knew little of the greater secrets. Hydra? Upon hearing this name, Tony could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, yesterday Guy Lewin assisted Miss Potts in apprehending a woman who intended to manipulate you. I believe Miss Potts has informed you of this, yet you may not be aware of her true identity. S.H.I.L.D. is quite certain she is an outer member of Hydra, clandestinely plotting against your Iron Man suit. Coulson spoke with great seriousness. If the surviving members of Hydra were to obtain the Iron Man suit, the consequences would be unfathomable. Guy Lewin remained silent, continuing to maintain an air of profundity. After all, the news of Hydra was hardly shocking to him. Finding them was trivial, One could easily capture a multitude of them at S, H, I, L, D, if desired. We believe you require our assistance at this juncture. Coulson aimed to aid Tony, for it seemed that Tony held significant value for the non-entity. Coulson was also aware of Nick Fury's private intention to assemble a special team. Let them come. If they wish to seize my Iron Man suit, I shall not fear them. At that moment, Tony was afflicted by palladium poisoning, fully aware that his time was limited. If he could not find a substitute element, he might not survive the year. Thus, he rejected Coulson's goodwill. Tony, I believe you should not dismiss Coulson's offer. Potts was deeply concerned for Tony and sensed that he had been acting unusually lately. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. Coulson understood that he could not persuade Tony. He merely hoped that Tony would reach out in times of trouble. He's left. Why won't you? Tony held no fondness for Guy Lewin, viewing him as a brash, arrogant individual who boasted about being able to crack his own skull. If you require anything, contact me. Guy Lewin lazily rose to depart, as he too disliked Tony being present, all for pot sake. As Guy Lewin exited, Potts turned to Tony. Tony, if you have anything you wish to share, please do. Rest assured, I am well, and I will safeguard my possessions as well as you. As Galen watched Potts depart, Tony donned his Iron Man suit and returned to his villa in Los Angeles, determined to discover a new element to replace palladium. Galen remained indifferent to Tony's demeanor. After all, why should a man concern himself with another's feelings? Whether Tony was Iron Man or not was merely a trivial matter. However, just as he exited the building, Galen spotted Coulson waiting for him. Shall I give you a ride back? Coulson asked, his signature smile directed at Galen. Very well. It seems S, H, I, E, L, D requires my assistance once again. Once inside the vehicle, Galen was not one to dawdle. He preferred to address matters directly. We hope you can help protect Tony. Hydra is not as simple as it appears. His arrogance could lead to his downfall. Though Tony was formidable, there was a caveat. He was only powerful while clad in his suit. Without it, any S, H, I, E, L, D agent could easily subdue him. Protect that arrogant fool? Absolutely not. Galen flatly refused the suggestion to guard the narcissistic Stark. I've spoken to Potts about this matter privately. She is willing to offer you a substantial salary, paid daily. Coulson had come to understand Galen's character well. Appealing to his interests was a straightforward endeavor. Salary? Do you think the Might of Demacia can be swayed by mere money? You underestimate me, Coulson. I will not protect that egomaniac unless my accommodations and salary are substantial. Thus, the corrupting power of money ensnared yet another virtuous young man. What are your thoughts on the woman you captured yesterday? Coulson swiftly moved on to the next topic, recognizing that the female Hydra agent was apprehended by Galen, who might possess valuable leads. $100,000. And I will help you apprehend her supplier tonight. Galen made his proposal, for his establishment, known as Demacia All-Purpose Agency, was not a charity that could offer free assistance indefinitely. Agreed, but preferably alive. Coulson was taken aback that Galen could indeed provide leads to capture the target. Not a problem. By the way, I wish to compose a piece of music. Assist me in finding a musician. Galen, in high spirits, hummed a little tune, clearly pleased with himself. A musician? I suppose that can be arranged, though I cannot fathom your musical style. Coulson was surprised by Galen's newfound interest. Yet he agreed to help, as it seemed a minor issue to resolve. Do you wish to compose? Not exactly. It's just that I've been reminded of something. The cool protagonists always have their own theme music during their grand entrances or battles. Isn't there a classic saying, no one could defeat me within my own realm? Before long, Coulson returned Galen to the Demacia All-Purpose Agency. Remember to bring the money tomorrow to purchase the target. He reminded before Galen casually made his way back to his agency. Within S-H-I-E-L-D, Alexander Pierce's expression shifted as he received news that Hydra had been exposed, albeit through a minor peripheral figure. What on earth is happening? Do you know? Are you certain she won't expose us? The visibly enraged, Sitwell exclaimed across the table. Sensing Pierce's fury, Sitwell swallowed hard before responding, Sir, everything has transpired so suddenly. Last night, Coulson brought back a woman. I have only just discovered that she is a peripheral member. However, her superior has been in sole communication with her, and I have already dispatched someone to resolve the issue. You may rest assured. Alexander Pierce's countenance softened somewhat upon hearing Sitwell's words. Yet he could not suppress a surge of anger. Those damned fools, always bringing me trouble. Is Tony Stark so easily dealt with? They are utterly shameless, exposing the existence of our organization to S-H-I-E-L-D. After venting his frustrations, Alexander Pierce felt considerably relieved. Ensure that all traces are meticulously erased. S-H-I-E-L-D has not been peaceful of late. We must not invite trouble upon ourselves. I know what to do, sir, Sitwell replied, aware of his responsibilities as Pierce's confidant. Chapter 43. What evidence do I require at this moment? Daisy was diligently studying at the S.H.I.L.D. Academy. Following Garen's departure, Hill and Sharon Carter returned to New York shortly thereafter. However, Daisy was taken aback when Garen, known for his stubbornness, unexpectedly called her truly a rare occurrence. Hello, what prompted you to call? Are you missing me? Daisy, now more cheerful, harbored some resentment over Garen's prolonged silence. Ahem, I have something I need your assistance with. I recall your major is hacking. Could you help me locate someone? For Garen, who had access to computers and phones, engaging in casual conversation with a woman seemed a frivolous expenditure of time. After all, where was the excitement in a woman's phone? Fine. I knew you wouldn't think of me unless you needed something. Daisy felt she understood Garen's character. Coaxing him to sweet talk was evidently a daunting task. Senator Stan Washington. I need to know either his current location or his home address. Clearly, Stan was planning to utilize his position as a Washington senator to betray someone to S.H.I.E.L.D. Expecting Garen to let it slide was implausible. You actually want me to investigate a district senator? If discovered, I will be doomed. To Daisy, a district senator represented an untouchable figure of authority. Fear not. I assure you that after today, Senator Stan will no longer be in circulation, and no one will trouble you. Garen was not mistaken. Once Stan fell into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands, there would be no escape. Daisy, upon reflecting on Garen's words, felt a cold sweat trickle down her back as memories of that night at the bar flooded her mind, blood and corpses strewn across the floor. It seemed she had grown somewhat emboldened of late. Garen was a man who treated lies with utter disregard. All right, I will assist you. Daisy capitulated, sensing a dark future awaiting her. Senator Stan has gained notoriety today, and his unsavory reputation has become a source of mockery among his political adversaries, inciting his ire. That evening, he sought solace in the company of several socialites to vent his frustrations, and now, accompanied by bodyguards, he prepares to return home. Garen, observing 3 vehicles approaching, spat disdainfully and donned his Iron Legion skin. The radiant blue glow of his colossal sword stood out vividly against the night. Demacia, unyielding in fearlessness. Garen activated his decisive strike and charged at the foremost vehicle. With a powerful blow, the front of the car crumpled under the impact. 10 bodyguards hastily exited the 3 vehicles, despite facing a figure clad in armor wielding a great sword, reminiscent of a medieval knight. Garen's display of strength had momentarily stunned them. Stan, you are accused of treason, of heinous acts, and I am here to investigate your dealings, Garen declared, planting a foot atop the vehicle and gazing down at Stan, who was clutching his head in panic. Damn it, you fool. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Assaulting a district senator could imprison you for life. Stan's frustration boiled over at the sight of Garen, whose earlier embarrassment at the hearing orchestrated by Tony Stark only fueled his resentment. In his arrogance, Stan misjudged the situation, believing that a mere commoner would never dare to confront him. Am I not clear enough? I am not attacking you. I am arresting you, Garen retorted, effortlessly lifting the vehicle with his great sword and tossing it aside. Eliminate him, quickly. Stan, now gripped by fear, urged his bodyguards to take action. The futile gunfire erupted as bullets ricocheted ineffectively off Garen, who calmly plucked the projectiles from his forehead, displaying them in his palm with a smirk. Now, you are all complicit in harboring a criminal, obstructing justice, and assaulting a government official. I hereby sentence you to death, to be executed immediately. In a flash of yellow light, Garen reappeared among the bewildered bodyguards. Judgment, he proclaimed dramatically before spinning into action, the scene turning gruesome. Please, spare me. Stunned, now seated on the ground, lacked even the courage to flee, paralyzed by the sight of blood and carnage. He recalled the saying, "The iron suit is but a toy. I can shatter it at will. Rest assured, I am not a bloodthirsty individual. My visit today is not of my own volition. A certain department has taken a keen interest in you, and I represent them." Garen approached Stan, delivering a swift kick while muttering, "You thought you could use me, didn't you? You thought you could avoid payment, didn't you?" Seeing Garen sheathe his intimidating armor and massive sword, Stan let out a slight sigh of relief. His eyes darting about, fixated solely on preserving his own life, for the power he possessed was anything but ordinary. "Hydra Stan, I hereby arrest you on charges of treason, representing the government. Come with me," Garen declared. Observing Stan's eyes whirl in confusion, Garen discerned that the latter was concocting yet another devious plan. If he did not intimidate him properly, would Stan truly believe he was beyond reproach? Upon hearing the words Hydra and treason, a sense of foreboding washed over Stan. However, he feigned nonchalance. "What evidence do you have? This is slander against a district councilor, and your arrest of me is unlawful." "What? You claim I lack evidence? Huh. At your age, and after serving as a counselor for so long, how could you be so naive? It is clear that I am framing you. Yet what can you do about it?" Garen retorted as he produced a rope he had meticulously prepared, binding Stan tightly in layers. A technique he had learned from certain films from the island nation. With one hand, he hoisted Stan as if he were a mere pig, causing peculiar ripples to manifest on the ground. The distortion was reminiscent of the champion Rise from League of Legends, who opened a portal. Everything within the portal would be teleported to a designated location. Although the teleportation skill he had purchased was prohibited by S.H.L., Garen understood the rationale behind it, for the effects were nothing short of cataclysmic, especially when used under the cover of darkness, resembling an alien invasion and inducing widespread panic. Left with no other option, Garen had to meticulously select alternative skills, for he was not adept at driving, rarely ventured outdoors, and could not rely solely on his leg for transportation. Carrying Stan, Garen returned to his Demacia general store, disregarding the late hour, and promptly called Coulson. "Hey, Coulson, I've apprehended Hydra. Rest assured, I am 100% certain he is Hydra, tenfold if I am mistaken. Do you not trust my credibility? Do not ask me for evidence. Can't you conduct your own interrogation? S.H.I.E.L.D. must learn to be self-sufficient. By the way, he had some accomplices who resisted, and I dealt with them, so send someone to clean up the mess." Garen, in high spirits, beamed at Stan, for this was a bounty worth $100,000. Whistling a cheerful tune, he powered on his computer. Garen was well aware that Stan was indeed Hydra. As for evidence, he possessed none. This was the advantage of being a traveler. However, once in S.H.I.L.D., Garen could not trust that Stan would keep his secret safe. Stan, observing Garen hang up the phone, finally grasped the unfolding situation. How foolish of him to realize that this reckless man had no evidence. It was purely an attempt to frame him. Chapter 44. The man in the tower, do not hand me over to S.H.I.L.D. I can offer you many advantages. Please, spare me. My children need me. Stan harbored an intense fear of S.H.I.E.L.D., fully aware that his fragile existence could not withstand the rigors of their scrutiny. He had heard whispers that S.H.I.E.L.D. operated on a principle of guilt before inquiry, disregarding one's background entirely. To them, his status as a congressman from a special district held little significance. If he were truly innocent, it might have been a different story, but those close to him understood the complexities of his situation. Antaring Isaac could very well seal his fate. "Are you not innocent?" Galen inquired, observing Stan with a bemused expression. Given that S.H.I.L.D. was allegedly infested with Hydra operatives, Stan's trepidation seemed unwarranted. They are nothing but executioners, indifferent to evidence. No one survives their interrogations. I once knew a highly regarded official who, after being summoned by S.H.I.L.D., vanished without a trace, Stan recounted, revealing that the official was a political rival whom he had slighted. After his encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D., he had simply disappeared, leaving no remnants behind. Stan was acutely aware of Hydra's ruthless nature. Once ensnared by S.H.I.L.D., the reasons for his demise would be inconsequential. Stan recounted a litany of S, H, I, E, L, DS transgressions, bullying, arrogance, and arbitrary arrests. As he spoke, Galen's mind conjured a singular phrase: the Eastern Depot of ancient China, a shadowy hand that controlled all. Not long after, Coulson arrived, solitary and composed. The operation to capture Hydra operatives had been classified as top secret by Nick Fury, known only to a select few within S.H.L.D. However, upon seeing Stan, Coulson couldn't suppress a frown. As the initiator of the Tony Stark hearing, S.H.I.L.D. had conducted an exhaustive background check on Stan. He was merely a typical American politician, devoid of any extraordinary affiliations or backgrounds. To S.H.I.E.L.D., the hearing was nothing but a political spectacle, though Coulson was unaware that this was the result of his friend Sitwell's investigative analysis. Is he truly one of the Hydra members you mentioned? Coulson sought clarification, wary that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power did not extend to the arbitrary arrest of American congressmen. He feared this might be merely Galen's personal vendetta. Having observed the hearing carefully, Coulson understood that Galen was leveraging Stan for his own ends. Only a fool would underestimate Galen's intellect. Upon Coulson's arrival, Stan, bound and suspended in midair, was visibly agitated, his corpulent form trembling with distress. "Please save me. I am Congressman Stan from Washington. This terrifying individual assaulted me and eliminated my bodyguard. Capture him, for he is a terrorist." Just moments ago, Stan had been disparaging S.H.I.L.D. Yet now he pleaded for rescue as if he had encountered a savior, adeptly casting accusations. Galen approached and delivered 2 firm kicks to Stan. "Behave yourself. Your tricks might work on others, but you are far too naive for Coulson. Do you even comprehend who he is? Is he truly our target?" In Coulson's perception, Hydra consists of individuals willing to sacrifice their lives for their ideals. During World War II, the Allies never captured a living Hydra agent. It is widely acknowledged that upon capture, they would immediately take their own lives. The disparity between this senator and the legendary Hydra is vast. The world is changing. The vibrant and extravagant life has eroded people's ideals and souls. The indulgent lifestyle causes the corrupt to cherish their existence even more. The world is too splendid for anyone to wish to relinquish it, and Hydra is no exception. There are few left who toil relentlessly despite having the option to rely on their looks. Garen, brimming with self-importance, quickly dispenses a dose of his own wisdom upon hearing Coulson's doubts, all the while promoting himself. "May you be right," Coulson mused, gaining insight into Garen's character. Given the chance, he could indeed embellish the truth to an extraordinary degree. Such unabashed arrogance is a rarity for Coulson, even more pronounced than Tony's. "You must trust a righteous knight. My business thrives on integrity and repeat customers. Every task I complete earns me 5-star reviews, with never a single negative remark." This is indeed the truth. Without S.H.I.L.D. and Potts, Garen's Demacia General Store might have long ceased operations. "By the way, do you have the money?" After boasting about himself, Garen immediately shifts to the matter of payment, reflecting his erratic thought process. Coulson, weary of conversing with Garen, realizes he has said much without conveying anything of substance. The director at S.H.I.L.D. awaits his report. "Release Stan. Payment and delivery go hand in hand." Coulson chooses to trust Garen for deceiving S.H.I.L.D. without cause is not the act of a wise individual. To Coulson, Garen appears to be playing the fool, yet he has never been at a loss. Coulson unties the ropes binding Garen, deeming the restraint somewhat humiliating. He places handcuffs on Stan, observing his dejected demeanor as they depart the Demacia General Store to return to S.H.I.L.D. Natasha had even postponed her mission for this Hydra operative. "Coulson, don't overexert yourself. You're nearly bald. Remember, once the transaction is complete, there are no returns. Any inquiries are your own doing." Garen speaks sincerely, confident that he indeed has captured a Hydra agent, while the ability of S.H.L.D. to extract information is of no concern to him. In Garen's eyes, he simply wishes to remark, "Ha! The cunning outnumber the naive." Bang! No sooner had Garen finished speaking than a deafening gunshot resounded. Blood erupted from Coulson's arm as he forcefully collided with Stan. Upon hearing the gunfire, Stan trembled in fear. His expression frantic, he desperately struggled free from Coulson's grasp and bolted for the exit. Someone intends to eliminate Coulson. This was Garen's immediate reaction. Yet, in that moment, Coulson's vision blurred with rage. He could sense that the bullet's intended target was not himself but Stan. At this moment, Garen's resilience, bolstered by his newly acquired skills and the enhancement from the unyielding grip, made him impervious to 100 shots from a sniper rifle. Protecting Coulson, this good-hearted man, was no trouble at all. The Steel Legion's Garen flashed forward, positioning his body in front of Coulson. Grasping his azure greatsword firmly, he stood ready to face the next wave of attacks, firmly believing that no one could harm Coulson while he was present. After all, he was not to be underestimated. No one would dare to eliminate a client under his watchful eyes. The tower stands tall. Chapter 45. The veteran takes the wheel. What just transpired? Without turning his head, Garen inquired of Coulson, who had merely sustained a shoulder injury and, presumably, was not in grave danger. In Garen's eyes, agents were akin to superheroes. Countless films depicted resilient agents who could endure a barrage of bullets. Their objective was Stan. They must protect him at all costs. "I will be fine," Coulson insisted, despite the pain etched across his face. His mission remained paramount. Stan was the priority. A relentless barrage of gunfire echoed from outside, the sounds reverberating dozens of times within mere seconds. Garen, without needing to step outside, understood Stan's fate. He had undoubtedly been transformed into a sieve. This unfortunate soul must have believed he was being rescued, oblivious to the grim reaper lurking nearby. 30 seconds later, Garen entered, dragging a blood-soaked corpse. Stan had endured at least 30 gunshots, his visage barely recognizable, lifeless beyond any hope of revival. Damn it! Gazing upon Stan's remains, Coulson clenched his fist in fury. It was now evident that Stan had encountered grave troubles. Otherwise, he would not have been silenced so swiftly. The assailant fled quickly by the time I went outside. They had vanished. This was no ordinary individual. When Garen had stepped out, the enemy was gone, leaving only Stan's body behind. Originally, Stan should have survived the Avengers. However, due to his offense against Garen, he had met his divine appointment prematurely. Thus, one must never offend Garen. Coulson, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt for losing the hard-earned lead due to his momentary lapse, suddenly seemed to have a revelation and turned to Garen. Noticing the fervent gaze from Coulson, Garen instinctively clutched his wallet tightly. "I have already stated that once a deal is concluded, there are no returns. Do not expect to reclaim your funds. I wish to know if you possess any further intelligence. The matter of compensation can be negotiated." Given that Garen had uncovered a Hydra operative, did it not imply he possessed additional leads? Upon hearing Coulson's words, Garen's eyes momentarily sparkled before dimming once more. He was acutely aware that there were far too many Hydra agents to count on one hand, yet only a handful were currently active. Informing Coulson that Alexander Pierce was Hydra, or that the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. was compromised, would undoubtedly lead them to believe he was merely a desperate man grasping for money. "Apologies, but this is the only lead I possess. I cannot assist you further." In truth, Garen was not particularly in need of funds. A single failed transaction was inconsequential, as he could live comfortably off the recent 10,000 for quite some time. Listening to Galen's words, Coulson felt a tinge of disappointment. However, more pressing matters awaited him, compelling him to depart. "Do you require assistance in calling an ambulance?" Observing Coulson, who continued to bleed yet insisted on leaving unaided, Galen, with rare benevolence, wished to offer his help. "No, I must return to S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately. I can receive excellent treatment there," Coulson replied, blood trickling from his body, yet a smile graced his face, exuding warmth and approachability. "Very well. I shall assist you this once, free of charge. Prepare yourself. The seasoned driver is ready to take off." Galen conceded to Coulson's smile, deciding to act as a good Samaritan, especially given Coulson's evident urgency and Galen's concern that he might bleed out en route. With a twist of reality, the destination was set for S.H.I.E.L.D., a location he had previously infiltrated via computer. Coulson gazed in astonishment at the luminous portal that materialized beneath his feet and instinctively closed his eyes as darkness enveloped him. 3 seconds later, he heard Nick Fury's voice, momentarily leading him to believe he was hallucinating. "Coulson, what on earth were you doing?" Nick Fury, who had been in his office gazing out at New York while awaiting Coulson's return, suddenly sensed a disturbance behind him. A blinding light illuminated the room. Turning, he was met with an extraordinary sight, a circular portal gradually coming into focus. No matter how he assessed the situation, it was anything but ordinary. He swiftly drew his weapon, aiming it at the portal's interior, prepared to fire, only to witness his trusted ally, Coulson, materializing with closed eyes and a smile, one shoulder still bleeding profusely, dripping onto the floor. Director?" Coulson opened his eyes to find Nick Fury before him and glanced at his watch, utterly astonished. The occurrence was simply unbelievable. He was certain this was not a trick, but a genuine instance of temporal and spatial transportation. Remembering Galen's last words, "The seasoned driver is ready to take off," he questioned, "How did I return? How did you come to be in my office?" Nick Fury's mind raced with questions, mirroring Coulson's own bewilderment. The scene before him was so surreal that even the seasoned agent felt as though he had stepped into a science fiction tale. "I was just at Galen's shop a moment ago. Director, would you believe that?" On the rooftop of a building in New York, Sitwell observed the Winter Soldier before him. "Winter Soldier, have you lost your mind? Was I not clear that you should wait until they were far away before acting?" In response, a metallic arm lifted, and Sitwell, gazing down from the towering structure, felt a wave of terror wash over him. Bucky Barnes, known as the Winter Soldier, once a comrade of Captain America during World War II, had fallen from a train due to unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately rescued and transformed by Hydra into a mindless weapon of destruction, a secret asset under the control of Alexander Pierce. With Hydra's exposure, Alexander Pierce aimed to erase all traces, targeting a total of 7 individuals, with Senator Stern at the pinnacle, directed by Sitwell to locate the targets while the Winter Soldier executed the operations. The initial 6 objectives were accomplished with remarkable ease, devoid of any unforeseen complications. Regrettably, during the critical moment of eliminating the last and most significant target, Stan, an unpredictable variable emerged. Garen launched an assault on Stan prior to Winter Soldier's intervention. Sitwell promptly intervened, preventing Winter Soldier from taking action, as Garen's success in dispatching Stan would be profoundly advantageous for Sitwell. Unfortunately, mere minutes later, a horrifying scene unfolded, so surreal that it led Sitwell to believe he was watching a cinematic production. Ultimately, Garen vanished with Stan in tow. Several hours later, Sitwell returned to New York with Winter Soldier, contemplating that if Garen had eliminated Stan directly, it might not have been as disastrous from Sitwell's perspective. Alas, events tend to spiral in unfavorable directions, and the appearance of Coulson filled Sitwell with trepidation. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind. Why would Garen attempt to capture Stan? And why had Coulson appeared? Sitwell immediately surmised that Stan must have been compromised and needed to be dealt with before returning to S.H.I.L.D. Originally, Sitwell intended to wait until Coulson was sufficiently distanced from Garen before taking action, as eliminating all unstable factors was the wisest course. However, he did not anticipate that Winter Soldier would not heed his commands upon sighting the target. In Chapter 46, The Ambitious Girl from Japan, for Alexander Pierce. The formidable leader of Hydra, the most pressing concern was not the potential exposure of Hydra, but rather the wariness exhibited by Nick Fury. "Sir, the matter has been resolved. Though there was a minor hiccup, Garen and Coulson preemptively apprehended Stan. I cannot ascertain how much they truly know," Sitwell reported to his superior regarding the day's operations. "I understand your concerns. That 18-year-old boy, Garen, has been lauded by Nick Fury as the most formidable warrior. Such claims are preposterous. Every individual possesses vulnerabilities." Alexander Pierce was acutely aware of his subordinates' apprehensions, particularly as Sitwell had always been a liaison for the government, fearing exposure equated to death. "Thus, there is no need for excessive worry. Continue with your usual duties, strive for advancement, and soon we shall grow powerful enough to dominate all of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Garen, if he does not align with us, he will simply have to scurry like a rat." Pierce believed in the strength of the collective and the power of technology. No matter how formidable an individual might be, they could not stand alone against an organization. Upon hearing his superior's grand declarations, Sitwell felt an immediate surge of confidence, dispelling the shadows that had loomed over him. Recently, Garen had found himself idle once more. He had heard from Potts that Tony had immersed himself in his laboratory and would likely remain sequestered for an extended period. Once Tony concluded his intensive research, Garen would be ready to assume his role. On this particular day, while managing the store, Garen was unexpectedly greeted by a new customer. As he glanced up from his game, he beheld a striking Asian woman, her figure aligning with conventional aesthetic standards. "Mr. Garen?" The woman, clad in a white dress, exuded an air of politeness. "Please, state your business directly. I am quite busy and have no time for idle chatter. Do not presume that mere beauty allows you to pose and preen before me. There is a saying that a sycophant must perish, which resonates deeply with me. I am Mariko from Japan, and I have a favor to ask of you. I implore you to assist me." Upon finishing her request, Mariko bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "This is a service agency, not a charitable institution. A sum of $100,000 will resolve all your issues. Just look at the wall. Even Stark Industries frequently seeks my assistance." Garen shamelessly displayed enlarged photographs of himself with Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, showcasing his own strength and reliability, while also recognizing the undeniable allure of celebrity. "Not a problem. I am well aware of your terms. And the funds have already been transferred to your account," Mariko stated, evidently prepared and fully aware of Garen's stipulations. Garen, intrigued, set his computer aside and focused on the attractive Japanese woman across from him, recognizing that few possessed the clarity regarding prices and rules that she did, especially among the common folk. "Speak, whom shall I eliminate? How would you prefer your adversary to meet their demise? I offer 38 methods and 20 packages for your selection." When money is at stake, the dynamic shifts. The customer is king, and Garen has always prided himself on his service. "Protect me. I wish for you to safeguard me for 1 month." Mariko softly articulated her request. Ding. A task was acquired. The ambition of a beautiful girl. Assist Mariko in achieving her goals and earn skill rewards upon completion. Garen did not anticipate that his client's declaration of a task would provoke the usually aloof system to join the fray. However, the title ambition of a beautiful girl sounded rather ominous. It was evident that she was concealing significant details. Better to inquire further. "Do not attempt to deceive me. I can see through your intentions. Your ambitions are far from trivial," Garen mused, now armed with the system's task prompt. There was no way he would blindly accept her commission without understanding her true motives. Indeed, a righteous knight, the power of Demacia, Garen thought, finding Mariko's desire for transparency unsurprising. "My grandfather left all his assets to me, and soon I shall become the most powerful woman in Japan. However, that is my father's dream, and he will not yield easily. I require a formidable knight to protect me until I assume control of the conglomerate." Mariko decisively revealed her intentions. "Mariko, with your grandfather nearing death and your father vying for inheritance, is this not excessively dramatic?" Garen contemplated. The combination of wealth, beauty, and skill rewards was a proposition he could hardly refuse. Declining would be akin to regretting it profoundly. "Rest assured, no one shall harm you while I am here. With the power of Demacia at my side, I shall fulfill your request," Garen declared, rising to display his iconic sword and armor, a testament to his might. That evening at Tokyo's Haneda Airport, a transformed Garen departed with Mariko. She had requested a change in his appearance, as he had gained a modicum of fame within certain elite circles. After disembarking, Mariko separated from Garen, for she was a betrothed woman, albeit in a political marriage. A man clad in a black suit welcomed Garen, engaging him in pleasant conversation in English. It was evident that Mariko had meticulously prepared for Garen's arrival. Yet the conversation was predominantly centered on her misfortunes, leaving much unsaid. Garen had already grasped the essence of the mission. His focus was singular, protecting Mariko. Should one adversary approach, he would confront them decisively. Should a multitude arise, he would face them with equal resolve. Safeguarding was his forte. Upon entering the Yoshida family estate, Garen quickly discerned the nature of this illustrious lineage. Their residence was none other than a castle in Tokyo, nestled against Tokyo Bay, where the faint sound of crashing waves greeted visitors at the entrance. The castle boasted a security detail numbering in the thousands, illustrating the Yoshida family's vast influence over Japan, capable of directly swaying the economic tides of the nation. Recently, it seemed that the elder Yoshida's declining health had confined Mariko within the castle's walls, a circumstance that brought Garen some relief. One evening, the news of the elder Yoshida's passing reached Garen, signaling that the true battle was about to commence. He anticipated a tumultuous month ahead. At the funeral, Garen followed closely behind Mariko amidst the throngs of attendees. The chaos of the gathering presented an opportune moment for adversaries to strike. Leading the procession was a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, clad in a suit, standing rigidly with his hands clasped at his abdomen. This was Yoshida Shinjin, a figure Garen deemed worthy of caution. In truth, Garen yearned to confront him directly and resolve the matter swiftly. Aside from Yoshida Shinjin, a striking woman of European descent captured Garen's attention with her extraordinary poise and beauty. Was she truly that enchanting? Mariko noticed Garen's unwavering gaze upon the Caucasian woman. Indeed, she was captivating. I have scarcely encountered any women who rival her allure, Garen candidly admitted. Even Natasha, with her remarkable charm, seemed merely an equal to this woman. Sensing Garen's scrutiny, she turned her gaze toward him. Their eyes met, and Garen felt a chill creeping down his spine, akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent. As the procession continued, two monks attempted to escort Mariko away, and Garen dutifully resolved to follow, recognizing the peril of allowing his employer to venture alone. However, just as he took his first step, one of the monks intercepted him. "I'm sorry, but you cannot proceed," he stated. "Mariko, be cautious. They are imposters," Garen warned, having instantly discerned the grim reality upon noticing the monk's tattooed arms, unmistakably revealing their affiliation with the Japanese underworld. Amidst the tumult, another voice echoed a similar warning to Mariko. Logan, known by many names, Wolverine, Mutant, a soldier from the Great War, possessing bones and claws of adamantium, endowed with formidable regenerative abilities and a longtime ally of the elder Yoshida, had been summoned at the final hour to bid farewell. He too recognized the telltale signs of the false monks. The exposure of their identities caused the monks at the scene to instantly tear off their outer garments, revealing their tattooed arms, adorned with heavy gold chains, a standard configuration of the triad. With a thunderous sound, the false monk who had just intercepted Garen drew a shotgun and unleashed a furious shot at him. Caught off guard, Garen stumbled back a step from the impact of the blast. "How dare you shoot at me? You wish to die?" Garen seethed with anger, knowing the consequences would be dire. At this moment, he disregarded any thoughts of exposure. He donned his skin armor and, with a powerful leap, brandished his 2-meter-long sword. Eager for action, with unwavering determination, he unleashed a reckless strike. The Japanese gangsters demonstrated their combat prowess, responding with impressive speed as they raised their shotguns in an attempt to thwart Garen's assault. Unfortunately for them, Garen's reckless strike carried an unforeseen magnitude of power, one that even he could not fully comprehend. The shotgun smashed into the gangster's head, which exploded like a watermelon drop from a great height. In a flash, having dispatched the obstruction, Garen teleported to rescue Truth, his employer. With a single, unstoppable strike, he made his way through the chaos, mindful of the innocent bystanders surrounding him. "Do not fear. Just hide behind me," Garen assured Truth, shielding her from the gangsters who were indiscriminately firing their weapons to create disorder. "I am not afraid. I am merely saddened. He is my father," Truth lamented, feeling profound disappointment in her father for turning against her. At that moment, several oblivious gangsters brandished submachine guns and began shooting at Garen, believing that if they maintained their distance, the heavily armored Garen would be unable to pursue them. Ignited. Did they truly underestimate my long-range capabilities? This marked Garen's first utilization of this skill since his rebirth in the Marvel realm, as he found the act of incinerating others excessively cruel. Yet, he failed to recognize that his very nature of cleaving through enemies was equally barbaric, be it shattering skulls or reducing them to mere remains. A fierce blaze erupted without warning from within the gangsters, and in merely a second, they transformed not into mummies but into ashes. This effect was rather remarkable, rendering them utterly unrecognizable. Just as Garen contemplated the flames, a figure clad in black appeared beside him. He did not pause to discern the identity of this newcomer. Anyone approaching him was to be dealt with accordingly. "Demacia," he proclaimed, the standard battle cry echoing as he swung his sword, its blue glow illuminating the air with ferocity. "No, Garen, he is not an enemy," came Truth's voice, attempting to intervene, for she recognized the man, her grandfather's friend, Logan. A resounding clash of hard metal reverberated through the air. Garen felt the force of his strike met with resistance. His reckless blow had, for the first time since the Iron Tyrant, failed to land successfully. At this moment, Logan was in considerable distress. The armored adversary before him possessed astonishing strength, and his weapon could withstand Logan's adamantium claws. Currently, Logan knelt on one leg, feeling the weight of a colossal sword pressing down upon him, utterly devoid of the strength to rise. Wolverine? Finally, the opportunity arose for him to discern his foe, Garen, and he gasped in astonishment. Garen's mind was in disarray. With a mere swing of his weapon, he had unintentionally revealed a Wolverine. How could Garen have possibly recognized him? The distinctive metallic claws left little room for doubt. You know me? Logan could hardly fathom that such a formidable figure was aware of his identity. Let us go, Garen. We must leave this place. Truthfully, the atmosphere felt exceedingly perilous, and it would be wise to seize the moment to escape. Returning in a few days to read the will, Garen surveyed the scene, noting approximately 20 gangsters causing chaos. However, those engaging with the gang were not ordinary folk. A woman with striking red hair, wielding a staff, moved with remarkable agility, effortlessly dispatching one burly man after another. On the rooftop, an archer reminiscent of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Barton launched precise attacks. Garen felt no need to flee. He could handle them all single-handedly. Yet, the employer's interest prevailed. Money talks. Thus, they would retreat. Logan, for reasons unknown, decided to accompany Garen, and truthfully, he took the lead, clearing the path and alleviating Garen's burdens. Garen held Truthfully's hand in one grasp while brandishing his formidable sword with the other, mentally prepared to employ his teleportation ability to deflect gunfire. A level of professionalism he believed rivaled that of cinematic spies. As they burst through the doorway, another wave of enemies approached. Witnessing Logan being mercilessly beaten by a few thugs, Garen shook his head. He feared he had encountered a false Wolverine. Judgment. This time, Garen executed a simplified version of his judgment ability, completing just 3 rotations to rescue Wolverine. Let us move. Not only was there Truthfully, but now another Wolverine had emerged, which Garen perceived as a burden, utterly unhelpful. It must be said, the Japanese underworld was audacious, brazenly firing guns in the streets without regard for pedestrians. Handguns and submachine guns were brandished without hesitation, and the police, reminiscent of many films, were nowhere to be seen when chaos unfolded. Clad in a long black garment and wooden clogs due to a funeral, Truthfully moved at a snail's pace, much to Garen's frustration. In a fit of exasperation, he scooped Truthfully into his arms, pivoting to point his sword at the gangsters. Behold the power of Demacia. As Garen turned, the previously boisterous thugs instantly sobered, caught in a state of indecision, unsure whether to pursue or flee. Whizzing arrows rained down, and within moments, 7 or 8 pursuing thugs fell to the ground, struck. Garen cast a brief glance toward a rooftop not far away. A swift maneuver. How to escape the clutches of pursuit? Through teleportation, of course. As the portal materialized, Garen forcefully kicked the bewildered Wolverine, Logan, into the teleportation array before stepping in himself, carrying Truth. Moments later, the trio emerged in a secluded alley where Garen had just arrived. What was that? Are you a mutant too? Logan, encountering such phenomena for the first time, felt a sense of wonder. Garen, however, was disinclined to entertain Logan's queries. He had no interest in being the protagonist's sidekick. He was, after all, a transcendent being, a paragon of strength. Where shall we go now? He inquired of Truth. I have a splendid place where we can evade capture for a month, she replied, evidently harboring her own plans. Chapter 48. A lonely man and a virtuous woman for 3 days and nights within Tokyo Station. Truth led Garen away from Logan, harboring doubts about the latter, having gleaned some knowledge about him from her grandfather's final moments. Who is that guy? I sense he is also looking out for you. At a crucial moment, he could serve as an excellent shield. Garen feigned ignorance of Logan. Logan was a friend of my grandfather, but my understanding of him is quite limited. Besides, you are here to protect me. Truth, distrustful of anyone else, placed her utmost faith in Garen. Wow, how splendid. Where does this bullet train lead? Logan ultimately caught up with Truth and Garen. I told you, I do not require your assistance. My companion is exceptionally strong and can ensure my safety, Truth remarked, rolling her eyes at Logan. Had Garen not been present, She would have relished the prospect of traveling with Logan, but now, his presence was merely superfluous. Do you want me to drive him away? What was once a romantic escapade for two, perhaps even leading to intimate moments on lonely nights, had transformed with Logan's arrival into an awkward trio. Never mind. We shall seek an opportunity to lose him later, Truth thought, closing her eyes and donning her headphones, exuding an aura of leisure as if unperturbed by the danger pursuing them. Meanwhile, at the funeral of the late Yashida, the scene was enveloped by news media. Truth's father, Shinjin Yashida, was receiving reports from his subordinates. Miss Truth has exited through the north gate with two strangers and has now vanished without a trace, they reported, creating an eerie atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared. Shinjin, incensed, approached his adopted granddaughter, Yuki, who was raised by the elder Yashida, as his own. A red-haired girl, a skilled ninja of the Yashida clan, she was deeply trusted by the elder Yashida. She had ventured out to locate Logan and bring him to Japan, sharing a sisterly bond with Truth. The last time I saw him, he was protecting your daughter, Yuki remarked with a sardonic expression directed at Shinjin. The fact that so many armed members of the Yakuza infiltrated the funeral raised significant concerns. Do not be arrogant. You are merely a plaything to her. She no longer requires you. Remember that. Yasuda Shinjin was acutely aware that his daughter was not as straightforward as she appeared. At this moment, Garen sat within the confines of the carriage, his mind striving to recall memories from his past life. He now grasped the events he had experienced, particularly those from the film The Wolverine, though he had never actually seen it, only possessing a scant understanding gleaned from online sources. Undoubtedly, his father aimed to eliminate Mariko, and it seemed that old Yasuda was orchestrating events from the shadows. As for other matters, he could conjure no further thoughts. Why ponder so deeply? No conspiracy could impede the justice of the great sword. Overthinking was futile. He resolved to take a brief respite. After all, with the great sword in hand, the world was his. Whoever dared to challenge him would face the consequences. Bam! Bam! Garen's keen hearing detected a commotion above them, and he turned to find Wolverine had vacated his seat. Mariko, we have enemies. We must leave, he gently urged the woman beside him. Resolutely, Garen took Mariko's hand and exited the train, dismissing any thoughts of Wolverine or the likes. This was a moment meant solely for the two of them. On a dilapidated bus, Garen felt as though he had been transported back a decade to his past life. I have a residence here that remains a secret. We can enjoy a few days of peace before you escort me back to Tokyo for the reading of the will. After that, your task will be complete. As they stood on the street, Mariko explained the subsequent steps to Garen. A solitary man and a virtuous woman, sharing a space for 3 days, especially with a Japanese girl. This scene felt reminiscent of numerous films Garen had watched. On the streets of Tokyo at night, Lady Viper, the blonde woman Garen had encountered earlier, strolled gracefully. Beautiful lady, how much? A typical Japanese salaryman, lost in his infatuation, approached her, attempting to flirt. In Japan, such interactions were commonplace, and women would often respond with pride rather than embarrassment when asked about prices, viewing it as a testament to their allure. In response to his advances, Lady Viper's reaction was immediate and fierce. She seized his head and planted a passionate kiss on him, only to turn and leave him crumpled on the ground moments later. Tonight, her target was Harada, Mariko's first love and her temporary partner. You made me wait for a full 2 hours. You show me little respect, Harada expressed, anger simmering beneath the surface as he confronted Lady Viper. The Japanese are notably strict about time, and his irritation was palpable. What good is your additional time if you haven't located him? Lady Viper retorted mockingly, her gaze fixed on Harada. Don't try to play games with me. I will eliminate you, he threatened, his eyes glinting with menace. If you can manage that, it would indeed be impressive, she replied, her finger lightly tracing Harada's cheek, leaving a thin line of blood in its wake. Harada felt the sensation of his skin being sliced, and soon, a creeping paralysis began to overtake his body. I only require you to accomplish one task. Bring Ro to me. The target of Lady Viper is Wolverine, Logan. I no longer serve you. My master is Harada, whose true name is Harada Kenichiro. He has been childhood friends with Mariko and has pledged his allegiance to the Black Alliance, vowing to protect Mariko from harm. I am aware of your allegiance to the Yashida family. I know everything about you. However, you are unable to fulfill his last wishes. You have utterly disappointed him. Tell me, where is Logan? That mutant possesses formidable powers, and my men are no match for him. As Lady Viper released Harada, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air. He is merely an ordinary man now, his body frail. I have suppressed his superpowers, do you understand? The one you ought to respect is me. Find him swiftly. Lady Viper dismissed Harada with a parting remark before departing. Meanwhile, within the Yashida family, Shinjin Yashida is instructing a group of high-ranking Tokyo police officers. All that is known is that Mariko boarded a train, but her exact destination remains unclear. You have wasted too much of my time. I must now attend to my father's affairs. After reprimanding the police, Shinjin Yashida met with Mariko's fiancé, Minister of Justice Ko Shinro, a man with a promising future. He and Shinjin Yashida have reached a mutual agreement, rendering the fiancé inconsequential in the face of ambition. I hope your men can bring good news. The will is to be read in 3 days, and time is running short. Ko Shinro smiled, expressing optimism, stating that his men have gone south. Although they have not located Mariko, they have uncovered the whereabouts of that foreigner. Chapter 49. Coulson schemes. Logan had just dispatched 4 foes aboard the train. But upon returning to the carriage, he had lost track of Mariko and Garen. He sensed something amiss within his body. His formidable healing powers were waning. His wounds no longer mending swiftly, and most critically, he was frequently plagued by hallucinations that clouded his judgment. In the late hours of the night, Logan wandered aimlessly through the streets, in poor condition, unable to comprehend his surroundings due to his lack of Japanese. The sky unleashed a torrential downpour. 3 of Ko Shinro's subordinates, having discovered Logan's whereabouts, recognized him as their boss's target, knowing that capturing him could catapult them to success. A gunshot rang out. Logan, relying on his primal instincts, narrowly evaded the bullet. As his adamantium claws emerged, a body collided with him. One could not underestimate the ferocity of the Japanese underworld. A middle-aged man, having missed a shot, abandoned his firearm and charged at Logan, forcefully slamming him down from a 3-story building. With a heavy thud, Logan landed on his back, and visions began to dance before his eyes. Silver-armored samurai and the beautiful Western woman he had seen at the funeral. Below, 2 adversaries awaited. One, upon witnessing Logan's descent, aimed a stun gun at him. A jolt of electricity coursed through Logan, causing his body to convulse. Another individual fired 2 shots into Logan's chest. It is not their ferocity that is to blame, but rather Logan's formidable presence at the funeral. With a pair of adamantium claws, he was indeed a force to be reckoned with, mercilessly dispatching several members of the triad as if they were mere sashimi. Do not kill him. Our objective does not lie here. Let him live, and we shall deliver him to the boss, stated the man who had just thrown Logan down the stairs. He had inspected the entire floor and found no trace of the true target, Miss Mariko. Considering that you still serve a purpose, we shall allow you to linger a while longer, the triad member menaced, recalling how his brother had been mutilated by Logan earlier that afternoon. Bang! That was not the sound of a gunshot, but rather the unfortunate thud of the man who had fallen from the 3rd floor, lacking Logan's resilience, landing face first with an arrow protruding from his neck. Logan strained to look up, where a figure bearing a bow released another arrow, striking the man with the stun gun squarely in the neck, causing him to collapse. Harada achieved a double kill, but just as he readied his bow for a 3rd shot, Wolverine Logan was not one to be trifled with. He seized the fallen stun gun by his side and thrust it viciously into the last man's groin, retorting, "That was for just shooting at me. Let's see how you aim in the future." With the last adversary down, the squad under Morisawa was utterly annihilated. Inside Mariko's residence, she was busily preparing a meal, which took Garen by surprise. Wasn't it customary for young ladies of her stature to be pampered and never step into the kitchen? They are often too concerned with preserving their manicured nails. However, Mariko vastly differed from the typical image of a wealthy heiress in his mind. Garen initially intended to showcase his culinary skills, but alas, his repertoire was limited to local fare. Here, there were no suitable ingredients for his beloved instant noodles, fried rice, or tomato and egg dishes, which he believed he had mastered to a Michelin star caliber. Bored, he glanced around the room, spotting a photograph of Mariko with the archer from earlier that day. This man had also been present at the funeral, albeit on the rooftop. In their solitary company, the beautiful young woman continued to cook while the man engaged her in light conversation, sharing a meal, an all-too-familiar trope scene in many films. That was Harada. We were originally supposed to marry, but my grandfather opposed the union, claiming we were too young. Mariko divulged her secret without hesitation. Well, perhaps some matters are best left to the silver screen? Or perhaps Garen simply lacked the charm for flirtation, as his attempt at conversation led him to retreat into silence. Dinner is ready. This is from the mountains, and this is from the sea. I hope you enjoy the flavors of Japan. Mariko introduced her culinary creations, which indeed looked quite appealing. Observing the chopsticks in his hand, he realized it had been years since he last used them. 18 years since his rebirth in America. To be precise, why do you trust me so? This has always been a lingering question in Garen's mind. The system has determined that Truth is an ambitious woman, and the evidence has proven her to be quite cunning. It defies logic that such a woman would place such trust in him. Garen's impulsive nature leads him to believe that a simple, forceful approach can resolve issues without the need for deep contemplation. Yet his rashness does not equate to foolishness or lack of intelligence. The two of them sat in silence at the dining table, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. As my grandfather neared death, I understood that a brutal familial conflict awaited us. Truth finished her last bite of food and set down her bowl and chopsticks. Why does she trust me? Garen felt certain that Truth was concealing something from him. In the final days of his life, my grandfather obsessively acquired a particular metal, Edmund alloy, entrapped in a dream of immortality. He instructed my father to cover a financial deficit of 40% in the company, with the whereabouts of the funds remaining a mystery. Yet they quietly concealed everything. Should this information come to light, it would plunge the Japanese economy into chaos, leading to mass unemployment and the downfall of the Shitada family. I could not allow everything our family had built to be destroyed by them. So I commenced a covert investigation and ultimately unearthed a term lost to history, Hydra. Truth presumed that by mentioning Hydra, she would witness a look of astonishment on Garen's face, yet her expectations were dashed. Garen remained even more composed than she anticipated. How could a mere mention of Hydra astonish Garen? He yearned to inform Truth that he possessed more knowledge of Hydra in America than her family's operatives. What does Hydra have to do with trusting me? The connection between Hydra and self-trust is utterly non-existent. I provided Hydra intelligence to SHIELD, seeking their assistance. In the end, Coulson assured me that you would aid me and that you were exceedingly reliable, a person deserving of absolute trust. You are a true knight of justice. This is the very reason Truth believes in Garen. With the support of SHIELD, Truth gained influence within the Shitada family, becoming Japan's most powerful woman. Eventually, she would covertly serve as Nick Fury's eyes and ears in Japan, a conduit of influence for a super conglomerate alongside a cache of Hydra secrets. This was why SHIELD could not refuse Truth. However, given the internal strife within the family, direct intervention from SHIELD would be inappropriate. An external ally would be needed to assist Truth. Damn it, Coulson had the audacity to scheme against me. In an instant, Garen grasped the stakes involved. Aiding Truth to ascend to the head of the family would secure SHIELD, the backing of a super conglomerate and grant access to Hydra intelligence, all while he would be the one exerting effort. Should Hydra emerge, he would have a free hand to assist. Overwhelmed, Garen found himself devoid of appetite, consumed by thoughts of retribution against those who dared to conspire against him. Chapter 50. After a night of brooding, Garen finally regained his composure. He had spent the previous evening cursing Coulson with fervor, circles drawn across the floor in frustration. Upon awakening, Garen discovered that Mariko had already vacated the bedroom. Indeed, our esteemed Garen had shared a chamber with Mariko the previous night. As for the reason, is not 24 hours of close protection sufficient? Mariko was engaged in a phone conversation in the inner room, spotting two warm breakfasts on the dining table. Garen devoured both with fervor. As a beautiful woman, Mariko was beyond reproach. Garen could neither strike nor scold her. How then could he exact his revenge? Quite simply, by consuming her breakfast, leaving her without sustenance. Gang members infiltrated the funeral, indicating the presence of numerous enemies within. Yet, they would not find him. He was secure. Mariko was conversing with Yukio on the phone. You are far from safe. I will come to find you. I can protect you. Yukiyo, a childhood companion of Mariko, harbored deep concerns for her well-being. No, they will undoubtedly follow you. I will return in a few days. I am safe, as I have someone protecting me. You need not worry. Mariko declined Yukiyo's kind offer, for this was a critical moment that allowed for no oversight. Mariko, you cannot trust an outsider. Yukiyo, unaware of Garen's true identity, remained wary of strangers. Wait, someone is approaching. I must hang up. Mariko noticed a middle-aged woman entering her doorway, casting suspicion on the newcomer. Before Yukiyo could finish her sentence, Mariko abruptly terminated the call. The entrance of the middle-aged woman also captured Garen's attention, despite being outmaneuvered by Coulson. He would not be negligent in his duties. There is a tree fallen by the roadside. We hope your man can assist. The woman, a local resident, spoke as the area was remote and impoverished, leaving only the elderly, women, and children behind, while the men ventured out for work. At the riverbank, Garen transformed into a lumberjack, wielding a small axe to chop the fallen tree. Surrounding him were only the elderly and children, while pregnant women rested nearby. Mariko was brewing tea to share with those around her, embodying a goddess-like presence amidst the scenic mountains and waters. Her purity reminiscent of the school beauty Garen had once secretly adored in a past life. Feeling Mariko's gaze upon him, Garen silently activated his skill, Brainless Chop. The tree was cleaved in two. On the return journey, Mariko purchased 2 apples, and they sat by the seaside, basking in the warmth of the setting sun. Observing Mariko's profile, Garen felt a profound sense of contentment. It had been ages since he felt so relaxed. Since discovering his rebirth in the Marvel Universe, he had been plagued by an ever-present sense of crisis, and despite having acquired a system, he had never relaxed as he did now. After consuming an apple, Garen playfully tapped Mariko on the head. I will cook tonight. In the kitchen, Garen prepared a sumptuous dinner of scrambled eggs with tomatoes served over white rice. Mariko, having bathed and donned a simple kimono, was boiling water. Watching her silhouette, Garen could not help but swallow hard. As Mariko turned to approach Garen, she drew nearer and nearer, her hands slightly outstretched in a gesture reminiscent of wanting to embrace him. With her damp hair cascading and her alluring attire, Garen felt as though he had witnessed this scene 100 times before, dreaming of it on 20 occasions. However, the anticipated embrace did not materialize. Instead, Mariko merely adjusted Garen's clothing, fastening it in a manner befitting a valiant warrior. Although Garen had previously spent days in the shop without changing or bathing, he felt the need to present himself neatly in the presence of such beauty. Today, he had indulged in a refreshing bath and donned the attire prepared by Mariko, though he was at a loss as to how to wear it properly. At that moment, Garen stood close enough to Mariko to catch the delightful fragrance that enveloped her, stirring within him a surge of impulsiveness. I am not merely a warrior. I am a knight, steadfast in my principles and committed to upholding justice, he stammered, uttering words that seemed to escape his mind. In that instant, he was consumed by the desire to embody the essence of night. Mariko, unfazed by Garen's gaze, met his eyes with a shared longing. Garen had seen this scenario portrayed in films countless times. If he did not kiss her now, could he still call himself a man? With a deep kiss, Mariko did not reject Garen. Instead, she placed a hand upon his shoulder. This marked Garen's second pinnacle of life since New Orleans, as he found himself once again in a position to exert his influence. A decisive moment. What are you saying? He pondered. Nothing, just the madness of passion. After the fervor, a multitude of thoughts flooded Garen's mind. Did this woman truly harbor feelings for him? He was uncertain. Yet he knew trouble was on the horizon. Nonetheless, he held no regrets about the events of the day, gently wrapping his arms around Mariko as he drifted into slumber. When Garen awoke the following morning, he discovered that Mariko was no longer in bed. After certain activities, men often sleep soundly. Garen, help me! Mariko's desperate cry jolted him awake, sending a wave of alarm through him. He had been too careless. How could he allow the woman who had just shared his bed to be taken away? Garen could not stand idly by. Armed with the valor of Demacia and the spirit of a righteous knight, he knew he could not falter in protecting her. In a flash, he noticed 4 men forcibly attempting to shove Mariko into a car. The members of the gang were taken aback by Garen's sudden appearance, and he could not help but admire the ruthlessness of the Japanese underworld. As they aimed their guns at him, a barrage of gunfire ensued. In an instant, The Iron Legion materialized around Garen, and the colossal sword that emerged nearly instilled fear in his adversaries. Undeterred by the bullets, Garen charged forward, activating a burst of speed, an impulsive maneuver, and with a single swing of his mighty sword, he sent the gunman to meet his maker. 3 remaining gangsters, one controlling the girl named Truth, stripped off their tops to reveal their tattoos, brandished short knives, and charged toward Garen with a roar as if to bolster their courage. A suicide attack? With a swift swing of his sword, the 2 became 4 pieces. Release her, and I shall allow you to leave. Garen coldly declared at the last remaining thug. Don't come any closer, stay back. The final man, merely a driver, trembled in fear. A minute later, Garen held the sobbing Truth in his arms. Now go find your fiancé. What do you intend to do? Truth inquired with an innocent expression. I shall eliminate all your potential threats, Garen replied before boarding the car that the thugs had arrived in. Minutes passed, yet the vehicle remained motionless in its original spot. What's going on? Truth had already informed Garen of the location, but he hadn't started the car. It seems I can't drive, Garen admitted awkwardly, having just proclaimed his ability to resolve everything, yet now facing embarrassment over his inability to drive. Allow me to take the wheel. You must be tired from last night. Rest for a bit, Truth kindly suggested, switching places with Garen, devoid of any mockery. Truly a perfect partner. Chapter 51. A year of misfortune. Truth's driving skills were remarkably adept, far surpassing those of an average female driver, resembling that of a seasoned veteran. The car halted before an opulent building. My fiancé, Moro Shinro, should be here. I will handle any obstacles in your way, but remember, I despise being manipulated even by a beautiful woman, Garen stated before exiting the vehicle. As Garen departed, the smile on Truth's face faded, giving way to an ominous frown. Garen had already pieced together the truth during their journey. It was foolish to underestimate him. A remote village, the quiet abduction of individuals, everything felt amiss. The only logical conclusion was that Truth had informed the others and willingly went with them, only to cry out for help at the last moment. Garen ascended the building with ease, forcibly breaking through the door, and was immediately met with a wave of alcohol and licentiousness. The floor was littered with empty bottles and provocative lingerie. The sounds of lewd laughter echoed within the room, reveling in debauchery even in broad daylight. He cautiously nudged the door open a crack. No need to explain the stealth. It is merely the behavior of a sensible person. A sultry woman's silhouette appeared, currently in the process of shedding her attire, before she picked up a nearby bottle. All right, round 4 begins. Upon hearing her words, Garen burst into the room. What on earth? So early in the morning, and you've already got 2 horses in here? And now 4 rounds? This is cheating. I'm not that strong, you know. Upon seeing Garen, the woman shrieked. Get out. Despite the 2 women's attractive physiques, Garen held no interest in such lasciviousness. Moro Shinro, clad in red undergarments, appeared visibly terrified at the sight of Garen. Upon encountering Moro Shinro, who intended to leave, Garen struck him down with a powerful blow. Bah! I, Garen, hold the utmost disdain for men like you, who, despite being engaged, still indulge in frivolous escapades. Garen failed to reflect on his own recent dalliance with Moro Shinro's fiancée. I am the Minister of Justice. Do you comprehend the dire consequences of offending me? If brute force fails, then I shall invoke my status, Yunavi, Japanese fool. Is that so? You are but a mere historical figure, clad in your red trousers, oblivious to the misfortunes that befall such as you. With a swift kick, Garen sent Moro Shinro soaring 3 meters into the air. Spare me the prattle and divulge everything you know. It will lessen your suffering. Garen stood over Moro Shinro, who was beneath his boot. Though Garen typically abhorred humiliating others, Moro Shinro's actions had been infuriating. In the early hours, flaunting his 2 large steeds and a 4-wheeler was nothing short of a blatant display of arrogance. I merely engaged with your fiancé thrice yesterday, Garen can endure. But the smaller Garen cannot. It was old Yazida who, since falling ill, had squandered billions on doctors and treatments. He was constructing a laboratory in northern Japan to stockpile Edmund alloy, dragging the Yazida family's fortune to the brink of bankruptcy. He was infatuated with that Logan, envisioning immortality, while his son Shinjin assisted the old man, concealing everything. Shinjin endeavored to be a dutiful son, believing he would be rewarded, only to discover that the old man intended to bequeath everything to his granddaughter. Mori Shinro was genuinely afraid of Garen. Recognizing that he was not one to engage in discussions of status or reason, his sole inclination was to deliver a thorough beating. Are you truly afraid that Riko will forsake you for obtaining everything? Garen's contempt for Mori Shinro was palpable. He was a disgrace to men. Indeed, once the will is made public, that woman will never marry me. She has never held any affection for me, nor allowed me to touch her. Shinjin promised me a substantial sum and future political support. One must look after oneself in this world. Wealth and power could procure any woman. Mori Shinro was indifferent to an unfaithful fiancé. You have truly exposed to me the depths of shamelessness. Strive to be a better person in your next life. Garen seized a nearby potted plant. I have shared all I know with you, he declared, and the pot shattered against Mori Shinro's head, perfectly illustrating the notion of having a touch of green atop one's head, signifying a bearable existence. Riko gazed at Garen with concern as he entered the vehicle. Where to next? She did not inquire about the recent altercation, maintaining the image of a thoughtful girlfriend. To find your father, Garen replied succinctly, closing his eyes. The Yazida family's castle was heavily guarded, with professional bodyguards and members of the Triad stationed at every turn. Shinjin Yazida knelt in a room, donned in a suit of samurai armor, a fine blade resting at his side. He had received the news of Mori Shinro's demise and sensed an invisible force plotting around him. He anticipated that his adversaries would come for him that very night. Clad in dark attire and masked, wielding throwing knives and poison darts, while bearing a katana and bow, they moved stealthily through the city, claiming life after life. The Black Alliance, led by Commander Harada, represents the elite forces of the Yasashida family. Yet it does not fall under the command of Yasashida Shinjin. They are beholden solely to the head of the family. Galen and Mariko have also arrived at the castle, where Galen anticipated a grand reception of guards, but instead he found the castle wide open, devoid of any presence. Something feels amiss, he cautioned. No sooner had he uttered these words than several poison needles struck him in the forehead. A figure somersaulted against the wall, leaping gracefully, and even after landing, it continued to perform acrobatics as it approached Galen. It was Medisia. With a sudden flash, Galen unleashed a powerful strike, expressing his disdain for such flamboyant opponents, unaware that he was particularly adept at countering such theatrics. Dozens of cloaked figures descended upon him from all directions like raindrops, prompting Galen to shield Mariko with his body. He was unafraid, but he could not bear the thought of inadvertently harming a woman. Do not be afraid, Mariko. From among the black-clad assailants emerged a figure who removed their mask, revealing none other than Harada, the archer from the funeral. What was going on? Mariko was taken aback to see Harada, the very man she had been infatuated with. Harada's obsession with her was profound. She believed that if she wished him to perish, he would not refuse. Things are far beyond your imagination. Come with me, Harada urged, reaching out to take Mariko's hand. Suddenly, a massive sword fell from the sky, landing before Harada. The Steel Legion, led by Galen, was ready to engage. If you extend your claws recklessly, I shall sever them. Dozens of black-clad ninjas drew their katanas, poised to strike at Galen, ready to turn him into mincemeat at Harada's command. Stop! What has transpired? Mariko understood Harada's true identity. Upon inheriting her family's legacy, Harada would become her sharpest weapon. Yet, in this moment, the only one who could command Harada and the Black Alliance was her grandfather, old Yasashida. Come with me, Mariko. Trust that I will not harm you, Harada implored. Though he had relinquished his attempt to grasp her hand, he had not abandoned the hope of leaving together. Mariko contemplated for several seconds. Very well, I shall accompany you. With the loss of her powers and her grandfather's mysterious passing, a realization struck her. If her grandfather were indeed alive, all her plans would be rendered futile. Turning back, Mariko gazed earnestly at Galen. Thank you for your companionship these past days. I have been truly happy. Your mission is complete. Observing Mariko's departure, Galen smiled wryly. You think it's as simple as declaring a mission complete? You are not the system. My friend, while your task may be finished, mine continues. Chapter 52, A Quality Triple Threat. Moments earlier, within the Yasashida family, the enchanting and lethal Viper Lady entered with an air of nonchalance. Yasashida Shinjin regarded her with recognition. She was his father's personal physician. It is you. This entire scheme is your doing. Indeed, it is I. However, all I require is your daughter. Who exactly are you? Shitsishin Shinshu brandished a martial arts dagger, aimed directly at Lady Viper. I am a chemist, an anarchist, a capitalist, a mutant, and a venomous serpent. Lady Viper seized a pen, flicked her snake-like tongue to taste it, and then swiftly plunged it into Shitsishin Shinshu's neck. Remarkably, he did not bleed as the pen penetrated his flesh. Instead, large, blister-like swellings formed on his skin, his breathing became labored, and he convulsed before collapsing into the water pool in the courtyard. Observing Shitsishin Shinshu's condition, Lady Viper smiled, confident in her toxin, and departed with her fellow ninjas clad in black. Garen stood at the entrance, contemplating a way to reach the laboratory built by the elder Shitsishin in the north, when he spotted a black sports car racing toward him. It drifted and skidded to a halt in front of him. A red-haired Japanese girl named Yukio emerged from the vehicle, accompanied by Wolverine, Logan, in the passenger seat. Logan had been captured by Harada, but on the way to the laboratory, Yukio had rescued him, having foreseen his demise. She had witnessed a vision of his death and set out to locate him just in time to save his life. How did you end up here, Mariko? Yukio asked, scanning the vicinity but failing to find any trace of Mariko. She had willingly gone with that individual named Harada. Glancing mischievously at Logan, Garen exchanged playful glances with him. Where have all the security personnel gone? At that moment, the Shitsishin family castle was eerily silent, cloaked in darkness as if it were a graveyard. I had just arrived and encountered a group of individuals dressed in dark attire, resembling ninjas, with Harada seeming to be their leader. Just when I was troubled about how to reach the laboratory, I had stumbled upon a guiding party. Garen wished to proceed directly to the elder Shitsishin's laboratory in the north, but Logan and Yukio insisted on exploring the castle first. Inside the vast castle, only the bodies of gang members remained. Not a single shadow was in sight. Shouldn't we be rescuing Mariko instead of wandering about here? Garen later realized it felt like a game, where passing through any area might activate a quest. In the medical room of the elder Shitsishin's estate, Logan and Yukio indeed uncovered a clue, a picture of a building inscribed in blood. Come here to save Mariko. Garen silently rejoiced, grateful to be with the right companions. Had he been alone, he might have missed this opportunity. What is this place? Wolverine pondered, filled with questions. He had previously enjoyed a good life in Australia, only to be ensnared in a conspiracy targeting him in Japan, and his healing abilities had vanished. Without the assistance of a girl, he might have met a dire fate. This is the birthplace of the elder Shitsishin, situated halfway up a mountain. We are 500 kilometers away from there, Yukio remarked, demonstrating her insider knowledge. Isn't this the laboratory Garen mentioned? Logan recalled Garen's earlier reference to the laboratory. Let my power of Demacia shatter the conspiracies of all enemies. In an attempt to alleviate the recent blunder, Garen loudly recited a slogan, intending to obfuscate the situation. No, he asserted, that should merely be a warehouse. The fiery red-haired Shueshu did not suggest she was a compliant woman. After triggering the narrative mission, Logan, as if under a spell, stumbled upon a hidden quest. He uncovered the secret behind his lost regenerative abilities, a mechanical insect. Through the lens of medical instruments, he discerned a mechanical bug clinging to his heart. This series of actions compelled Garen to admire Wolverine. Was it mere luck? Was it the will of the vast cosmos? I must extract it. Logan contemplated the imagery within himself, resolved to perform a heart surgery on his own. What? Two exclamations echoed, the astonishment voiced by both Garen and Shueshu. Garen was taken aback by the realization that Logan was indeed a tough man, much like himself, though in reality, rather reckless. Shueshu was astonished by Logan's apparent madness. Wolverine, undeterred, proceeded to slice open his own chest with his adamantium claws, plunging a hand inside after retracting his claws. The gruesome sight was so disconcerting that Garen felt compelled to look away, while he was accustomed to the bloodshed of others. Witnessing Wolverine extract his own heart was a different matter entirely. At that moment, Garen scanned the surroundings, seeking to divert his attention, when Yazida Shinobu, clad in samurai armor and wielding a katana, entered. This remarkably resilient individual had studied biology during his university years, possessing a latent gene that allowed him to survive the venom of the Viper Lady, thanks to a few experimental injections. I recognize you. You're the bodyguard of truth. How much does she pay you? I can offer tenfold to assist me. Having witnessed Garen's formidable strength, the nefarious capitalist sought to corrupt Garen's sense of justice with money. Noticing Garen's inaction, Yazida turned his gaze toward Shueshu, urging, "You two, step aside." Yazida was acutely aware of his father's intentions. Logan was merely a pawn in this game. Keep your distance from him. Shueshu rebuffed Yazida's request. This man will not love you. He is a monster, and yet you still desire him? A beggar is merely a beggar. With that, Yazida unsheathed his sword and charged, exuding a formidable presence reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. Shueshu, who had never trusted Garen, felt a surge of urgency upon hearing Yazida's words. Logan was engaged in self-surgery, and she felt compelled to protect him. A woman may endure her own suffering and mistreatment without resistance, but when a woman fights for a man, she ignites her own little universe. Rolling on the ground, Shueshu seized a nearby katana, determined to challenge Yazida in a duel. However, it was evident that she was outmatched. Yazida, an adept swordsman, easily overwhelmed her. Despite her desperate attempts, scratching, biting, and clawing, she ultimately succumbed, falling unconscious to the ground under Yazida's decisive blows. With unwavering resolve, Yamashita Shinshin and brandished his katana and aimed a fierce strike at Snowyuki, intent on eliminating her before binding Garen and Wolverine for negotiations. He still harbored hopes of victory, believing in the possibility of a dramatic turnaround. "Hey, you there. Though I have shared a bed with your daughter, who, I must admit, is quite remarkable, I cannot hold respect for a man willing to harm his own child. Do you truly think that wealth can purchase justice? What a laughable notion from a capitalist. Garen is not a man to be swayed by money. Besides, the first heir, Terumi, is already his beloved. What use is a second heir like you?" With a swift motion, Garen's mighty sword cleaved Yamashita's katana in twain. Recently triumphant, Yamashita may have felt emboldened as he drew a second sword, roaring as he charged at Garen. In Chapter 53, the tide turned against the adversary. Observing the oncoming Yamashita, Garen stood his ground, indifferent to the assault. As the host experienced an attack, his vitality diminished by 3 points. Garen gazed at the system, unsure of what to articulate. With over 8,000 health points and a recovery of 50 points every 5 seconds, he contemplated the absurdity of his situation. After all, he had just spent the night with Yamashita's daughter, and it hardly seemed appropriate to end her father's life now. Let us engage in a game, one that affords you a chance to survive. Garen initially shook his head, but then seemed to have an epiphany, promptly stowing away his Iron Legion armor. Yamashita, witnessing his enemy's unexpected action, seized the opportunity to strike once more, delivering 2 powerful blows to Garen's chest and neck. The result was unchanged. No mark, let alone a wound, was left behind. Do not be so hasty. You have yet to hear the rules of my game. Faced with Yamashita, Garen felt no inclination to retaliate. After all, having long since slain the swift swordsman Yasuo, he found no desire to engage with a third-rate samurai. As Garen attempted to emulate the verbose nature of many villains, Yamashita continued his assault, landing several strikes upon vital areas: head, chest, heart, even aiming to attack Garen's most delicate region. A sound echoed. This was not Garen's injury, but rather Yamashita coughed up blood. "What treacherous trickery have you employed against me?" Yamashita felt a searing pain within, a torment unbearable even for one who adhered to the code of the samurai. "The game I propose involves you striking me 100 times. Should you endure and reach that count, I shall allow you to leave unharmed." Meanwhile, Wolverine lay unconscious, oblivious to the passage of time, and Snowyuki had also been rendered unconscious by Yamashita. Rather than succumb to the tedium of waiting, Garen seized this opportunity for a scientific experiment. With his thornmail, also known as the reflective armor, each time Garen sustained a physical attack, he retaliated with 35 points of damage to his assailant. However, it seemed the system had enhanced this piece of equipment, as previously, even when Garen was shot at, the reflective effect had not been triggered. This time, the assault by Yoshida Shinjin clearly fell within the range of counter damage. Now, another question arises. How much health does an ordinary person possess in the eyes of the system? Yoshida Shinjin, have you not dined? Summon your strength and strike me with vigor. Galen observed as Yoshida Shinjin ceased his attacks and approached, delivering 2 resounding slaps, followed by a severe reprimand. The two slaps left Yoshida Shinjin momentarily dazed. He first froze in shock, followed by an overwhelming surge of rage. The eldest son of the Yoshida clan was humiliated by a commoner, a profound insult indeed. With a horizontal slash, a vertical cut, and a thrust to the chest, a barrage of ruthless attacks rained down upon Galen. Yoshida Shinjin intended to teach his opponent a lesson for underestimating him, refusing to believe anyone could truly be impervious to harm. With a fierce acceleration, he taunted, "Are you a woman?" Galen, witnessing Yoshida Shinjin bleeding while attacking himself, silently calculated the damage inflicted upon his foe. At that moment, Wolverine Logan awoke, his healing abilities resurfacing as his wounds healed almost instantaneously. As Logan opened his eyes, he beheld the Yoshida clan assaulting Galen, with Shueshu collapsed on the ground, unresponsive. A sudden urgency gripped him. "Do not harm my friend." The adamantium claws erupted from his hands as he lunged toward Yoshida Shinjin. At this juncture, Yoshida Shinjin had already inflicted over 30 cuts upon Galen, sustaining considerable injury himself, all sustained by sheer familial conviction, even beginning to experience pre-death hallucinations. In the face of Logan's onslaught, he displayed no reaction whatsoever. "Do not kill my specimen." Galen, perceiving Logan's interference, hurried to intervene, even using a flash to block Wolverine's advance. Enraged, Wolverine unleashed his full might, attacking relentlessly. Unable to comprehend why Galen would risk his life to protect someone who had harmed him. Was it truly worth it just for having lain with another's daughter? Yet in the next moment, Logan's eyes widened in disbelief. His sharpest claws failed to pierce Galen's skin, leaving not even a mark. What was this man made of? Host is under attack. Vitality reduced by 57. The system reported monotonously regarding Galen's condition. Very well, Wolverine was indeed Wolverine. He could easily deal 100 blows to Yoshida Shinjin, and with a little effort, he could dispatch him within an hour. Without utilizing any skills, however, he realized he still lacked the necessary resilience. If Wolverine had any inkling of Galen's thoughts, he would undoubtedly wish to tear open his skull, exclaiming, "You stand idle while I strike you for an hour, and you remain unfulfilled? Continue, you waste of the Yoshida clan. Summon your courage and keep swinging your blade at me." Galen noted that Yoshida Shinjin had halted his attacks and seized the opportunity to severely reprimand him. Having lived for over a century, Wolverine had never encountered someone like Galen, who insisted on provoking others to strike him. Was this the legendary youth's way of having fun? Perhaps he was simply too old to keep up with the times. He roused Shueshu, and soon the red-haired girl joined Wolverine in spectating as Galen endured his trials. 49. Worthless. Is this all you are capable of? Garen sternly chastised Yoshida Shinjin, who had already lost consciousness, appearing as though only his body mechanically executed movements. The 50th strike ultimately did not land. Yoshida Shinjin collapsed, succumbing to a humiliating death on the path of attacking Garen, ultimately slain by Garen's reflected damage. Shueshu examined Yoshida Shinjin, incredulous that he had actually exhausted him to death. What transpired while I was unconscious? There were no external wounds on Yoshida Shinjin, and superficially, he seemed to fit the narrative of having died from exhaustion. However, an autopsy would reveal severe internal damage. It was time to depart. With the experimental subject deceased, it was time to attend to the more pressing matters at hand. Although Truth had informed Garen that the mission was accomplished, while anyone could instigate a war, only the strong could bring it to an end. This was a trap. Shueshu, the calmest among them, felt it necessary to caution the two reckless men about the obvious snare. "I wish to meet the one who has been scheming against me, who has taken an interest in my affairs." Wolverine had been battling since the first conflict and had never feared anything. "Truth is my woman, and I promise to help her remove all obstacles and secure the position of the family head." For Garen, it was even simpler. It was a system task, not something that came around frequently. Meanwhile, Harada had taken Truth to the birthplace of the old Yoshida. "What have you brought me here for?" Although she had already speculated about the possibilities, Truth was still reluctant to accept the reality, believing that only by seeing her grandfather would she find closure and revert to her former obedient self. "You will know soon enough," Harada remarked, just as Madame Viper made her appearance. "Welcome, Truth." Madame Viper greeted Truth warmly. "Fear not, she's also working for the Yoshida family. We are all on the same side," Harada clarified, noticing Truth's wariness and elucidating the other's identity. Chapter 54, Wolverine's Downfall. I absolutely do not acknowledge her. She is the one who poisoned my grandfather. This was a test from Truth, seeking to ascertain whether her grandfather was truly alive. Little girl, I merely fulfilled his last wish, allowing him to pass peacefully and without pain. Madame Viper glanced at Harada, then inserted a finger into Truth's neck. Harada understood and caught the feigning Truth. In a laboratory, Madame Viper was concocting some special substances while assigning tasks to Harada. Rest assured, she will be fine soon. Just focus on your task. Logan is not so easily captured. We have long been prepared. He has never encountered our Black Ninja clan, and we will seize him. Harada was confident. A mutant stripped of his healing abilities was hardly worth mentioning. Awakened to a stark reality, truthful Raiko found herself once more in the presence of Lady Viper. Uncertain of the enigmatic woman's intentions, she was even more taken aback by the fact that Harada had failed to protect himself. I am perplexed as to how you deceived my grandfather and Harada, she remarked. Ah, my dear princess, it was your grandfather who sought me out willingly. Pray tell, why do you think he chose you? Is it for your strength or your vulnerability? Lady Viper taunted, before leading her into a chamber that housed a suit of armor forged entirely of metal, reminiscent of a samurai. On the winding mountain road, Wolverine rode a motorcycle, trailed by a sleek black sports car. Garen, seated within the car, could not help but scoff at the lone rider before him. What show-off? Riding a motorcycle up a snowy mountain. Does he not fear the perils of the fall? He held disdain for all ostentatious men. On the contrary, I find him rather masculine. He looks incredibly dashing on that bike, Snow Sue countered, captivated by Logan's audacity. Upon reaching a small village nestled halfway up the mountain, Garen and his companions observed the villagers retreating into their homes, hastily shutting doors and windows. Harada, the forlorn suitor cloaked in black, emerged slowly, brandishing a katana. To Garen, Harada was merely an iron backup, a would-be contender for a role he could never truly embody. Having grown up alongside Raiko, he was ensnared in the web of her affections, yet remained oblivious to the truth of his own predicament. Drawing his sword, Harada approached the trio with purpose. I am aware that you intend to fight, but it is futile. You are outnumbered. We, the Black Ninja clan, have safeguarded the Yashida family for over 7 centuries. Garen could not fathom the source of Harada's audacious confidence as he swaggered forward, deriding Garen. With such pitiful companions, from where does your bravado stem? Garen scoffed, refusing to acknowledge the backup suitor. I appreciate your efforts in protecting Raiko. However, we require this man, Harada declared, lunging past Garen to strike at Wolverine. As Harada launched his assault, ninjas leapt from the rooftops, executing acrobatic maneuvers akin to gymnasts. With ease, Wolverine dispatched 2 adversaries, inflicting a grievous wound upon Harada. Snow Sue found herself torn between her childhood friend, sworn to defend the Yashida family, and the man she admired. We must leave, Garen stated, having witnessed enough of the absurd spectacle. Good heavens, are there truly unprofessional ninjas riding motorcycles across rooftops in the snow? Are they not performers, but mere jesters? Yet, as he attempted to pull Snow Sue away, she was profoundly concerned for Logan's safety, realizing that Harada was no insignificant foe. The illustrious Wolverine. You might think that these acrobats could take him down, but you underestimate the man you admire. Garen, without a backward glance, stepped beyond the protective range of the black-clad ninjas, silently extolling Wolverine's prowess. In truth, he simply wished not to linger. 2 motorcycles approached Garen, and in a surprising twist, not only was a rider atop each bike, but 2 individuals precariously balanced behind them, striving to maintain their positions. Demacia, the mighty sword emerged, glowing with a brilliant blue light, as Garen executed a flawless 360-degree spin, a mini-judgment of sorts. 2 motorcycles and 4 black-clad figures were sent flying through the air. Let them go. Our target is this. Harada understood that Garen was formidable. He had no need to lose men unnecessarily in pursuit of Garen. Having walked a short distance, Garen noticed that Shueshu, who had been following closely behind, had vanished. This girl, truly, her heart tethered to her beloved, had abandoned him at such a critical moment. How could she be so careless? Did she not realize how easily one could become lost? After circling the mountainside thrice and wasting an hour, Garen found himself unable to reach the towering structures in the distance, a rather awkward predicament. Damn it, are you trying to push me to my limits? Garen's anger bore serious consequences. A celestial spectacle unfolded as two colossal purple beams descended from the sky, one enveloping a nearby skyscraper, while the other plunged into the forest below. Teleportation. Though it had been curtailed by S.H.I.L.D. In New York, this was Japan, and his woman was the most powerful in the land. What of it if he used teleportation? Inside the building, Wolverine, the old rogue, had regained his healing abilities. Yet Harada had ensnared him, now bound to a specialized chair. Madame Viper regarded Wolverine, gesturing towards a metallic armor not far away. Isn't it splendid? Crafted from adamantium. Much like you, I dare say it surpasses that American Iron Man in strength. Logan strained against his restraints, muscles taut, desperate to free himself. What do you intend to do? Logan sought an answer. He was a pragmatic brute, often failing to comprehend matters through mere intellect. You seek an answer? Madame Viper felt her triumph was assured. Logan was captured, and Garen had been ensnared in an illusion orchestrated by Harada, leaving him trapped within the woods. According to intelligence analysis, Garen's intellect would render any escape improbable tonight. Now we can commence, Madame Viper declared, ready to unveil the main event. Not far off, Mariko observed the unfolding drama, biting her lip. Although she had long accepted her fate, she still harbored a flicker of hope for a miracle. Do not dwell on the futile. Forget these thoughts. You are a member of the Yashida family, Harada consoled Mariko. But I am not a true member of the Yashida family, she retorted. I betrayed grandfather, as did you. You too have betrayed him, betrayed the family, and betrayed my trust in you. As Mariko gazed at Harada, she realized that securing his allegiance could offer a glimmer of hope for a turnaround, contingent upon the grim reality of her grandfather's demise. However, she was mistaken. No, Mariko, you were wrong. We have grown up together. You must trust me. I vow to defend our family and you with my life. It is no easy task for me, as I am adhering to the wishes of our late patriarch. Harada, sensing Mariko's distrust, became agitated and dismissed the nearby ninja guards, leaving only himself and Mariko in the room. Chapter 55. Clothed yet tempting me after dispersing the others. Harada cornered Mariko against the bed, his eyes gleaming with desire. Mariko, I know that venomous woman is wicked, but she is the only one who can bring everything to an end, the end your grandfather desired. You must believe me. We are fated to be together, and we can truly be together in the future. Harada's face was filled with fervor as he reached out to caress Mariko's cheek. Hey, I warned you. If you lay a hand on me, I will sever your claws. A blue light illuminated the entire room. Garen had teleported directly to Mariko's side, while the eerie purple glow of the teleportation circle seemed unable to penetrate the building, casting its light only outside. Ah, Harada caught in the act, losing an arm. Garen exclaimed, Mariko, I have come to remove all obstacles for you. He flashed a smile at the weeping Mariko before raising his massive sword, determined to eliminate the lecherous Harada. Spare him. He is already finished. After all, they had been childhood companions. Losing his right arm rendered him effectively incapacitated for the rest of his days. Very well, as you wish. The great sword fell heavily, and Harada collapsed. Spare him, so he can wear a green hat? How ridiculous. Meanwhile, Yukio stealthily infiltrated the scene, rescuing Wolverine Logan at a critical moment. Initiating a 2-on-2 battle, Logan against the adamantium-clad warrior, and Yukio against Viper. Unfortunately, neither of them possessed the strength necessary to contend with their opponents. Kulme, let me resolve everything for you. Tomorrow, you can await the reading of the will in peace. Garen shared a passionate kiss with Mariko. If it weren't for the pressing matters at hand, he might have lost control. Indeed, Japanese women were legendary for their allure, captivating him beyond measure. Wolverine Logan had already suffered the loss of a pair of claws, severed by the heated adamantium sword wielded by the now-revealed old Yashida, who had been presumed dead. Believing that everything was under control and victory was assured, the old Yashida began to exhibit the typical flaw of all villains, excessive verbosity. My Lord Logan, do not be so astonished. It was your presence that allowed me to survive in Nagasaki, and I find myself in a similar predicament now. Fear not, for it shall not last long. The doctor and I have been awaiting this moment. It is through this armor that I have sustained my life. Its creation was to fortify my strength, enabling me to seize what resides within you, your healing abilities, which I shall transfer to myself. I am determined to preserve all that I have created and to attain immortality. As old Yashida spoke, his visage began to rejuvenate, while Logan's eyes rolled back, a clear indication of overexertion and weakness. Hey, do you wish to comprehend the essence of life? Do you truly desire to live? A somewhat irreverent voice echoed from behind old Yashida. Who goes there? Before he could turn, the voice resonated once more. For those who cannot battle, we fight. Demacia. With the declaration of justice complete, a colossal blue glowing sword struck fiercely against the adamantium armor. The famed metal, known for its unparalleled hardness, absorbed Garen's onslaught with formidable defense, reducing only a third of its mass with a single, forceful blow. You are an interesting creature, aren't you? Garen mused, believing there was no problem that could not be resolved with a mighty sword. And if there were, then two would suffice. A massive adamantium blade materialized, rivaling Garen's own, equally 2 meters long, exuding a searing aura. How dare you not only replicate my armor, but also my sword? In Garen's eyes, all armors paired with great swords were mere imitations of himself, an offense intolerable. Fighting against piracy was a duty for all. Judgment, courage, frenzy elixir, unyielding will. A fight to the last breath. The most formidable version of Garen emerged, a veritable fortress of flesh, nearly impossible to vanquish. What once could have inflicted 70 to 80 points of damage upon Garen now seemed futile as he unleashed his full potential. The host has received an attack, deducting 7 health points. The host has received an attack, deducting 8 health points. Stealing a glance at the system, Garen mused, with this state. I could battle you until the end of time, until the world crumbles. With both hands gripping his sword, old Yashida swung downward, the blazing great sword striking repeatedly at Garen. Garen, in turn, brandished his sword imbued with blue luminescence, spinning his body to create a technological whirlwind, relentlessly battering old Yashida's samurai armor. This was a straightforward clash, a contest of strength and endurance, embodying the essence of raw and unrefined combat, fiercely exhilarating. Blood rage, 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 5 layers successfully triggered judgment, directly igniting blood rage. As the saying goes, when one enters blood rage, the whole family ascends. In the absence of the great sword, this skill was perhaps Garen's most formidable attack. Old Yashida could barely withstand the onslaught. Garen's strikes were terrifying. With Garen's 5-ring defense reduction coupled with blood rage, the adamantium armor appeared as fragile as plastic. With a sharp crack, the armor shattered, and old Yashida, having lost the regenerative essence of Wolverine, began to revert to an aged visage, his youth slipping away once more. Unwilling to accept death's embrace so easily, he lamented his fate. He had successfully reclaimed his youthful appearance, so why now this decay? Mariko, it is I, your grandfather. What must I do to avoid death? Quickly, play the emotional card. I have bestowed upon you the family legacy. See how good I have been to you. Hurry, save me. You are but a monster. My grandfather has perished, Mariko coldly retorted, clutching a wolverine claw she had inexplicably picked up, driving it mercilessly into her grandfather's skull. Thus, the old man met his end at the hands of his own granddaughter. With old Yashida dispatched, another adversary remained, the Viper, a woman of venomous intent. Likely an agent of Hydra, if Garen's suspicions were correct. Old Yashida is dead. What fate do you desire, poisonous woman? At that moment, Garen stood in his most formidable form, a veritable mobile fortress, indestructible and robust. An old man's demise is inconsequential to me. Do you think I care for his life? The death of old Yashida elicited no concern from Viper. She merely lamented the loss of some funds, entirely indifferent to the life that had just extinguished. Yet, before Garen, Viper felt the weight of pressure. Suddenly, her gaze became hazy. She tossed her golden hair over her shoulder, her red lips, an alluring figure reaching levels of seduction that were almost criminal, a flawless silhouette that captivated Garen's attention. What do you desire? I can fulfill your every wish, wealth, status, or even myself. This foe was remarkably formidable, wielding the art of seduction. Garen, momentarily entranced, suddenly regained his senses. In a blur, he struck, a decisive blow landing squarely upon her chest, followed by a firm grip on her neck. Fool, do you not recognize who I am? I am the paragon of justice, brave and virtuous, imbued with the power of Demacia, impervious to your trivial temptations. To think you could ensnare me with such feeble tricks is a miscalculation. As an elite disciple well-versed in countless tales, he found her attempts at seduction laughable, especially when she hadn't even shed her garments. Chapter 56. The Price. Garen, having resisted Viper's allure and rendered her unconscious, elicited a long sigh of relief from Mariko. Quickly, assist in removing her clothing. I must interrogate the enemy. Garen, holding Viper captive, signaled for Mariko and Shueshu to aid in disrobing her. What? Did we mishear? What does undressing her have to do with interrogation? The two women were bewildered. I'm a professional. Trust me. This is not for any lascivious intent. I fear she may possess something dangerous on her person, Garen asserted with utmost seriousness, concealing his true curiosity. Now, Viper found herself fully exposed and bound to the chair designed to restrain Wolverine. Silently removing one of his socks, Garen handed it to Mariko, intending to silence her. After all, the woman's power resided in her speech. These were all notions gleaned from films. Mariko, showing no disdain for Garen, accepted the sock and prepared to carry out his command. Hey, if you silence her, how will you interrogate her? Shueshu remarked, her irritation apparent. Garen's only response to Shueshu was a cold smirk accompanied by a roll of his eyes. If you don't tend to Logan, he will soon perish. There was but one way to deal with such a woman, to dismiss her. Shueshu glanced at Mariko with a hint of concern, wishing to attend to Logan. Go on. I have complete faith in Garen, Mariko reassured her, noticing Shueshu's unease. As Shueshu departed, Mariko stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps to awaken Madame Viper. Madame Viper slowly regained consciousness, immediately sensing the chill in her body. It must be said that her physical condition, willpower, and intellect were remarkable. Once her mind cleared, she began to survey her surroundings. Spotting Garen and Mariko standing before her, she displayed no signs of fear. On the surface, she was the leader of an international terrorist organization, but secretly, she was also one of the leaders of Hydra. Her expertise lay in leveraging her allure to manipulate and seduce men. Unfortunately, Garen, that fool, had not fallen for her charms, and the other was a woman, leaving her with few options. Release me. I am open to negotiations, Madame Viper declared, confident in her skills as a negotiator. She understood her ability to sway the 2 individuals before her. It was all the idea of old Yashida. She was merely a doctor in his employ, seeking to shift the blame and negotiate her escape, a task she believed would not prove difficult. Unbeknownst to her, Garen was well aware of her true identity. You vile serpent, you truly disgust me, Mariko retorted, delivering several more slaps to Madame Viper, feeling as though the latter was attempting to seduce Garen. If I were you, I would be so impulsive, little princess. You may not be aware of the current situation of the Yashida family. If you do not secure my assistance, the Yashida family will meet its demise tomorrow. Madame Viper sought to alleviate hostilities, aware that she held several cards, albeit the question remained as to what she would ultimately sacrifice. Remaining with the old Yashida was not without its costs. The Yashida family, which controlled half of Japan's economy, had been drained of its resources under her influence, leaving it a mere shell of its former self. Speak of your bargaining chips. Should I find them intriguing, I may consider releasing you, Garen stated, restraining the eager Mariko. He was no expert in negotiations or interrogations. However, he understood one principle: value. $1 billion. Release me. Madame Viper countered with a high demand, a sum any person would likely accept, enough to live lavishly for a lifetime. Demacia. The mighty sword struck the serpent lady's head with a decisive blow, instantly staining her once lustrous golden locks with crimson. Indeed, the sum of 1 billion had left Garen astonished. He had never encountered such wealth in 2 lifetimes. Yet, as the adage goes, if you can offer 1 billion, it implies you could just as easily part with 2 billion. You have 2 more chances to bid. Should your final offer fail to satisfy me, I shall not hesitate to shatter your skull. Garen planted the great sword into the ground, leaning against it with one shoulder. His brow furrowed as he regarded the serpent lady with grave seriousness. The serpent lady assessed Garen, and her past experiences indicated that he was clearly tempted by her offer of 1 billion. However, for reasons she could not fathom, she felt an unsettling lack of confidence. Garen's demeanor was anything but ordinary, and she possessed intelligence from S. H. I. L. D. that outlined his character, reckless and impulsive, traits that could lead to her untimely demise if he acted on a whim. Weighing her options, she hesitated to take the risk, ignoring the wound upon her head. The Serpent Lady made another bid. 2 billion, the entirety of my available funds. I'm willing to offer all of it for my life. With this sum, you would join the ranks of the world's wealthiest. This figure was indeed substantial. In her view, no one would be inclined to part with such an amount. 2 billion exceeded Garen's comprehension of wealth. Perhaps he could spend 10 lifetimes and still not amass such riches. Truthfully, even Mariko was taken aback by this number, which equated to half the value of the Yoshida family. She could scarcely believe the woman before them possessed such wealth. Deep down, she fervently hoped Garen would accept this proposal, as the Yoshida family was in dire straits, teetering on the brink of financial ruin, and she knew that salvaging their situation would be exceedingly difficult. Unbeknownst to her, this money had all been siphoned from her family's resources by the Serpent Lady. Once more, the sword struck the Serpent Lady's head with unyielding force. Garen's blow was severe, causing a portion of her skull to cave in, transforming her once beautiful visage into a horrific sight. Were it not for her mutant physiology, she would surely be dead by now. The Serpent Lady could not suppress her cries of anguish, feeling death so close at hand. You have one last opportunity. I implore you to seize it and present me with a satisfactory offer. Garen stood before the Serpent Lady, the great sword aglow with blue light, poised as if to shatter her skull at any moment. I can mobilize 3 billion in funds. Wait, I have not finished speaking. Just as she uttered her offer, the Serpent Lady noticed Garen preparing to swing the great sword once more and quickly interjected, I also possess knowledge of a secret base belonging to a special organization, which holds tens of billions that could be at your disposal. Garen raised the great sword, the blue radiance in the Serpent Lady's eyes resembling the fearsome visage of death, ready to claim her life. Wait, I said wait. Whatever you desire to know, I can reveal to you. Madame Viper was genuinely intimidated by Garen. If her opponent had been a reasonable individual, she could have negotiated a gradual increase in their demands. Alas, he was a brute, a man who, upon feeling displeasure, would resort to violence, making communication impossible. In the face of such a person, all schemes and psychological maneuvers proved futile, for he was solely concerned with the question of whether he would smash her head. Chapter 57, Direction in Life. Ultimately, Garen emerged victorious in his contest with Madame Viper. This negotiation would be etched in history, a quintessential example of brute force prevailing over intellect. It was a true case of a scholar encountering a soldier. When reason fails to clarify, one finds themselves in a most tangible predicament. Zenlisi could not fathom Garen's formidable strength, as he had managed to extort nearly $40 billion through sheer intimidation. She required half of that sum to stabilize the Shurji Tion family, and, at this moment, figuring out how to keep Garen close was her primary concern. As for continuing the interrogation regarding the secrets of the Hydra, Garen had no interest. He was already privy to far more than Madame Viper, perhaps even more than she herself knew. Find me a computer. I can transfer the funds to your account discreetly right now. Merely paying in cash was, for Madame Viper, the best outcome she could hope for. It was a pity that all her years of effort had culminated in such a loss, compounded by the substantial public funds of Hydra being wiped out in a single day. With thousands of people in her base, they would soon be facing starvation. Do not be deceived by Hydra's apparent grandeur. The costs of agents, the provisions for base personnel, and their monthly salaries were burdensome. In this era without money, who would be inclined to assist you? One truly does not comprehend the hardships of management until they are in the position themselves. Madame Viper, exposed and bleeding, her features sunken, had lost all semblance of grace and poise. At that moment, she resembled a demon returned from the depths of hell, desperate to escape Garen, the very embodiment of a nightmare she wished to avoid. In transactions of this magnitude, Garen was utterly bewildered. Fortunately, he had Zenlisi, who hailed from a prominent family, by his side. Garen merely needed to pull out his phone and read off his account number. It was accomplished, a total of 42 billion in funds. Zenlisi's eyes spun as the funds entered Garen's account, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in her mind. Find me some clothes. Madame Viper could not walk around in her current state. Not only was it snowing outside, but she also had to consider her reputation within Hydra. Clothes would cost $300. After having extorted the entirety of her opponent's wealth, Garen now proposed to sell her clothing. His thoughts were rather avant-garde. He was determined to make a fortune. Madame Viper was momentarily taken aback, and Garen's words incited such rage within her that she spat blood in frustration. Without a backward glance, she dashed forward, leaping and somersaulting, directly jumping from the 10th floor. She could not bear to remain with Garen for another second. Garen was taken aback, never anticipating that a mere jest would drive Madame Viper to leap from the building. Had she truly just left? Truthfully, Mariko harbored a strong desire to not let Madame Viper escape her grasp, yet she remained composed, fully aware of the archetype of women that men most favor. Eliminating her would yield no advantage. Garen's reasoning was straightforward. Under no circumstances should he allow his shield agency to be exploited. With everything resolved, they awaited the news conference the following day. Once Mariko ascended to the head of the Shizutani family, her own system task would likely reach completion. Logan's condition was precarious, and Yukisuk had taken him to seek medical assistance. As for Mariko and Garen, the brief separation had only intensified their bond. Mariko exuded an undeniable allure. She embodied the essence of a typical Japanese wife, tending to Garen's bathing needs and offering him a gentle back rub, ultimately leading them into a tender embrace. At that moment, they lay together candidly on the bed, contemplating staying in Japan. Mariko nestled against Garen's chest, yearning to keep him close. However, Garen's response was regretful. His obligations in America loomed large, and he had already been contracted with a deposit paid. He could not afford to be untrustworthy. After a moment's contemplation, he gently declined Mariko's plea. Why must you return? Leaving America means liberating yourself from constraints. The SHIELD agency's influence in Japan is minimal, and you're now among the wealthiest individuals in the world. Wouldn't it be splendid for us to remain together in Japan? Mariko pondered, bewildered as to why Garen, standing atop the world, would willingly return to America to endure hardship in battle. In truth, Garen had grappled with this dilemma for quite some time, contemplating what he truly desired: wealth, power, existence. Though he often spoke of reaching the pinnacle of life, marrying a beautiful and affluent partner, he hesitated when the moment of realization arrived. Was Mariko insufficiently captivating to retain his heart? Or was his wealth merely inadequate? Neither was the case. Rather, it was a profound emptiness. This was not his genuine aspiration. He feared that in acquiring everything, he would lose his drive and fervor. What he sought was not a life of indulgence, but one of vibrancy. In your eyes, I appear formidable, yet I view myself merely as an ordinary member of society. In this world, I too require sustenance, rest, and a purpose to strive for. My strength, in my perspective, is merely a specialty akin to someone skilled in painting or socializing. We are no different from anyone else, merely excelling in distinct domains, all striving toward our goals. What we seek is not merely results, but the journey itself. My life is destined to be extraordinary, yet it cannot linger in one place for too long. Perhaps it was due to Garen's words that Mariko buried her head beneath the covers. Moments later, a new dawn broke, ushering in a delicate scene. The following morning marked a significant moment for Mariko as she prepared to inherit her family's legacy, while Garen stood on the verge of fulfilling his mission. As morning dawned, Mariko busied herself arranging Garen's attire. All of Japan's elite gathered in Tokyo: government officials, media representatives, conglomerates, ordinary citizens, and even the triads. All eyes were fixated on the forthcoming reading of the will. Garen stood resolutely by Mariko's side, akin to a steadfast bodyguard. As the final moment approached, he hoped nothing would go awry. After all, the 100,000 he had earned was not easily acquired. However, events often unfold in an unfavorable manner. The Yashitani family enterprise, much like any corporation, had a board of directors, and the egregious financial shortfall, now exposed without the protection of Yashitani Shinjin, laid bare before the board's scrutiny. A staggering loss of 20 billion yen was beyond even the deeply entrenched Yashitani Empire's capacity to bear, sending shockwaves across Japan. The scandal erupted as old directors and Shinjin's son were embroiled in the mysterious disappearance of funds, money deftly concealed by Hydra, evading all attempts at tracing its whereabouts. This debacle threatened to plunge the entire Japanese economy into chaos, resulting in mass layoffs and societal unrest. In that instant, Mariko found herself thrust into the eye of the storm. Her original intention was to inherit the family legacy and immediately collaborate with S.H.I.L.D. to leverage multiple convenient channels for financial support, thereby maintaining the facade of prosperity while gradually rectifying internal deficits. Yet, the unfolding crisis was so swift that she was rendered speechless, unable to react in time. Faced with mounting skepticism from all quarters, Mariko felt overwhelmed, despite her grand ambitions. She was merely a girl not yet 20. In her moment of helplessness, she instinctively turned to Garen, the one man closest to her who could offer assistance. Even if he contributed just a fraction of his wealth, she believed she could turn the tide. But would anyone in the world be willing to sacrifice so much for her? Chapter 58. Returning to New York, what could Garen do upon witnessing Mariko's despair? Wealth was but a transient commodity. There was little use for it in his life. In Demacia, one's worth transcended monetary value. For the sake of his own ambitions and system tasks, he resolved to act, although he would never admit that his true desire was to explore more intimate moments with Mariko that evening. As Garen presented his offering, Mariko's heart surged with excitement. "I'll give it all to you. Handle those old fogies. I refuse to be looked down upon." Garen recalled a street interview from his past life, where men unanimously agreed that a man was at his most dashing when he pulled out a card and told a woman, "Spend freely. It's all yours." Garen had not anticipated experiencing such a moment himself. He felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, as if he were exploding with cosmic charm. With the task accomplished, Mariko's ambitions had earned her skill rewards. The infinite blade master Yi's skill, meditation, allowed her to chant incantations on the spot, restoring health while reducing damage taken by 70%. Initially, Garen had believed the system intended to enhance his attack power upon seeing the infinite blade master Yi's skill, only to realize, much to his chagrin, that the system was steering him further down the path of enduring punishment. Having just inherited the family business, Mariko was expected to be busy, yet she chose to spend her day with Garen. Deep down, she understood that this enigmatic man would soon depart in the morning. He was a seemingly reckless individual, yet internally intricate, treating money with disdain while fervently pursuing his ideals and life goals. A man so compellingly handsome that she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. In the evening, the two unlocked numerous new postures and locations. Garen, with unwavering enthusiasm, was met with complete compliance from Mariko, who displayed extraordinary obedience throughout. They reveled in their exploits from dusk until the dawn was imminent, with Garen repeatedly employing his skills. Mariko exhibited an additional fervor that suggested an intent to exhaust Garen. With elixirs of madness and a resolve to fight, Garen continued to wield his abilities, uncertain of their efficacy for Mariko, yet steadfast in maintaining his dignity as a man. "What did you just say?" Throughout the night, Mariko, kneeling before Garen, often heard him utter peculiar phrases. "Do not speak. Quickly embrace unwavering determination and meditate." The sounds of battle echoed once more. The following afternoon, at the airport of the Yashitani family, Mariko was bidding farewell to Garen, who had initially intended to depart in the morning. A sense of melancholy enveloped her as she adjusted Garen's attire. "Will you come back to see me?" Garen offered no response to her inquiry, and once again, they succumbed to a passionate kiss. "Stay," Mariko pleaded for the third time, attempting to retain Garen. "No, Mariko. I am a warrior. I cannot cease fighting. The upper echelons of society do not suit me, and I am acutely aware of this." Garen turned away without looking back. His final piece of advice was, trust no one in S.H.I.E.L.D. except for Coulson. This was Garen's last assistance to Mariko. On the plane, a television broadcasted Japanese news, focusing on Mariko Yashitani, spotlighting the intergenerational legacy of the Yashitani family business. Mariko had inherited a financially troubled Yashitani group from her grandfather and received assistance from a mysterious tycoon, investing 300 billion yen into the enterprise, enough to turn the tide and rescue the Japanese economy. She is hailed as our hero. As Garen gazed through the airplane window at Mariko, donned in sunglasses and exuding the aura of a formidable woman, he silently closed his eyes. A distinguished man carries many burdens. The affection for his partner is often abundant, leaving behind a multitude of legends wherever he goes. By the time Garen returned to New York, it was well past midnight. Stricken by despair, he found himself without a single person to greet him. Having declined all the arrangements made by Mariko, opting to return home before indulging in a late-night meal, Garen sought a secluded place, where a discreet car awaited to take him home. A complex addendum emerged as the driver commenced their journey, and Garen vanished in an instant. Late at night, within the Demacia service house in Queens, the sounds of a pig being slaughtered resonated. "You wretched soul, I will ensure your demise, along with your entire family." After nearly a month away, Garen discovered that his Demacia service house had been burglarized. The interior lay in disarray, and even Garen's cherished computer was missing. He had a penchant for cash, collecting payment in cash for each task, with a portion kept on his person and another stashed at home. With the recent payment of $100,000 from Mariko, Galen's assets now approximate a total of $14,000. Due to the nature of his mission, Galen did not take a single cent with him. In his perspective, undertaking a mission encompassed all expenses for accommodation and sustenance, rendering it unnecessary to carry cash. Merely a few $100s on hand sufficed. The substantial sum of over $100,000 at home was merely a fade, a means for Galen to impress Mariko. However, he underestimated the thieves of America. Leaving a house unattended for several days, it was no surprise they would be targeted. After the burglars had their fill, they must have silently pondered the foolishness of the homeowner for leaving such a considerable amount of cash behind. Without regard for the time, Galen, filled with indignation, retrieved his phone and dialed Coulson's number. At that moment, Coulson was at his girlfriend's home, marking their first meeting in a month due to his overwhelming schedule, especially with his covert investigation into Hydra. Today, Nick Fury had taken pity on him and granted him an evening off for some respite. Reluctantly interrupting his exercise, Coulson apologized to his girlfriend, glanced at his phone, and saw it was Galen calling, a call he could not ignore. If Galen was reaching out, it meant something significant was amiss. Perhaps Hydra had resurfaced. "Hello, Galen. What has happened? Why are you calling me at this hour?" Coulson donned his coat and stepped outside, maintaining his composure despite his girlfriend being inside. The principles of an agent compelled him to exercise utmost caution at all times, a testament to the discipline expected of a spy. "I've discovered a group of Hydra operatives," Galen declared, striving to amplify the gravity of the situation to capture Coulson's attention. "What? A group of Hydra?" The revelation stunned Coulson. SHIELD had been tirelessly pursuing Hydra, yet thus far, apart from the female officer Galen had apprehended in the deceased senator's stand, they had not unearthed a single Hydra agent themselves. The irony was palpable. It should be a group, possibly several. They have stolen the source of my power, and I am feeling quite unwell right now. Coulson, I need your assistance. Galen spoke earnestly. The computer truly was the source of his strength. "What did you say? A group of Hydra has stolen your power?" Coulson realized the severity of the situation. The magnitude of Galen's abilities falling into Hydra's hands would spell disaster for the world. "Wait for me. I'll be there immediately." Coulson disregarded the presence of his girlfriend and hurriedly got into his vehicle, starting it and speeding off. The matter was too critical to delay. Coulson's girlfriend's residence was not far from the Demacia all-purpose shop. In a flurry, he dashed into the shop, surveying the chaotic room, fully aware that the situation was indeed dire. Chapter 59. This is a conspiracy. Garen's earlier anger gradually morphed into a profound sense of loss. A home-loving man yearns for the tranquility of his abode, yet now, with his beloved computer gone, his sanctuary feels incomplete. Observing Garen seated on the bed, his spirit deflated and vitality diminished, Coulson found it hard to reconcile this despondent figure with the optimistic young man who often exuberantly proclaimed the name of Mardisha. The sudden loss of his source of strength must have struck him deeply. Garen, oblivious to Coulson's thoughts, felt utterly depleted. After being tormented for hours by a Japanese woman, one could only imagine how he would fare without his skills. He would be unable to leave the bed if he were anyone else. What exactly transpired? Coulson was genuinely concerned for Garen. Seeing a slight change in Coulson's usually stoic expression brought Garen a sense of comfort. Perhaps returning to America was not a mistake after all, revealing the bonds he had forged. Just moments after disembarking from his flight, he found his home in disarray. He suspected this was a calculated act of revenge by Hydra. With an air of mystery, Garen gestured around him, softly recounting the events that had unfolded. What? You left your source of power, at home, all by itself? Coulson, more focused on the significance of Garen's power than the state of the house, was alarmed. How could this young man, whose heart was so vast, leave something so crucial behind? Indeed, it was too large for me to carry, and besides, it would be useless if taken from this location. He pondered whether he had lost his mind. After all, transporting a desktop computer was hardly feasible, unlike a laptop. It was simply too cumbersome, with limitations on where it could be utilized. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., there had been numerous speculations regarding the source of Garen's strength. Would he finally unveil this secret today? Could you describe it to me in detail? I find it difficult to visualize your source of power. Coulson swallowed hard, sensing he was on the brink of hearing something extraordinary. Oh, well, you see, the computer you compensated me for last time, without it, I can hardly muster any motivation, Garen replied earnestly, looking directly at Coulson. What? Initially, Coulson doubted his own hearing, but then wondered if Garen feared S.H.I.E.L.D. would pry into his powers, which was why he hesitated to disclose the truth. I mean, my computer is gone, along with my entire assets amounting to several $100,000. Garen exclaimed, his voice raised, emphasizing the gravity of his predicament. Did you just say your home was robbed while you were away? You lost both your computer and cash. As a seasoned agent with over a decade of experience, Coulson quickly grasped the situation. Garen's home had been burglarized. It was clear this was not the work of Hydra. They were not the sort to steal computers and cash from others. Indeed, I harbor grave suspicions that this incident is a meticulously orchestrated act of vengeance by Hydra. Quickly, contact Nick Fury to apprise him of the situation here. We must summon Natasha and Barton to ensure we apprehend this band of thieves. Nay, this faction of Hydra. At this moment, Garen is solely focused on capturing the scoundrels who dared to invade his home. Reporting such matters to Nick Fury might lead him to deem Garen insane, and Natasha and Barton would hardly find amusement in pursuing mere thieves. It would be a misallocation of resources. I can extend my personal assistance, as I assure you. The police in New York are not to be trifled with. They will undoubtedly aid you in recovering your stolen possessions. As for Coulson, I have yet to settle the score regarding your scheming about my trip to Japan. It is outrageous that you would consider declining my request in light of such a serious matter. Coulson, in his naivety, believes in the efficacy of the police. But Garen is no fool. If one method proves ineffective, then he must resort to another. You think I'm plotting against you? No. We are here to assist you, to help you attract clientele. Coulson comprehends Garen's implications. He was already aware of the news surrounding Mariko's ascension earlier that morning. Henceforth, Japan may fall under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. You are exploiting me, using me to fulfill your selfish desires, aiding that wretched government agent while scheming against an innocent laborer like myself. I shall approach Nick Fury at S.H.I.L.D. to file a complaint against you. If reasonable negotiation fails, then do not be surprised if Garen resorts to unscrupulous tactics. You open your doors for business, and we S.H.I.L.D. shall recommend customers, ensuring your enterprise is well cared for, all without demanding a fee. It seems rather evident that we are indeed helping you. Garen, in his obstinacy, does not intimidate Coulson in the slightest. Coulson's reasoning is sound, leaving Garen momentarily speechless. When amicable negotiation falters and unreasonable antics prove futile, only one course remains. For Demacia, the 2-meter-long greatsword is hurled forcefully at Coulson's feet as Garen, clad in his Iron Legion, glares fiercely at Coulson. Within 3 days, find those who dared to rob my home. If I do not see my computer and my money after this period, I cannot predict the lengths to which I might go. You must understand that a man driven to despair is capable of anything. Were it anyone else making such threats against S.H.I.L.D., even if it were that arrogant Tony Stark, Coulson would dismiss them outright. However, Garen's words warrant serious consideration and may even merit reporting to the director. For this brute cannot be judged by ordinary standards. His actions are utterly unpredictable. One moment, allow me to call the director. I shall leave this dilemma to Nick Fury, for he is the one who has faith in Garen and holds the reins of authority. At this moment, Nick Fury is in high spirits. Having successfully navigated the complexities of that troublesome nation, Japan. With S.H.I.L.D. allied with a conglomerate controlling half of Japan's economy. Operations in Asia will soon become considerably more manageable. Coulson, how has your evening been? Nick Fury remains genuinely concerned for his diligent subordinate. Director, there are certain matters I must report to you. At this moment, I find myself in a predicament concerning Garen at the Demacia workshop. Coulson is uncertain how to broach the subject of Garen's predicament. S.H.I.L.D. is not an institution devoid of purpose, and assisting Garen in apprehending a thief is rather embarrassing. What could possibly have transpired? Nick Fury understands Coulson well. Trivial matters do not warrant his attention, and only genuinely significant issues compel such discourse. Garen's home was burglarized while he was in Japan, resulting in the loss of his computer and some cash. He is currently in a fury, proclaiming that if we do not help him catch the thief within 3 days, he may resort to unspeakable actions. Coulson feels utterly mad for reporting such a matter to the director. He ought to inform Garen that S.H.I.L.D. does not acquiesce to threats. Such matters should be directed towards the police. Nick Fury believes Coulson must be exhausted. It is absurd that he would bring such a trivial concern to him. S.H.I.L.D. does not entertain threats from anyone, no exceptions. As Coulson prepares to relay Fury's exact words to Garen, he reflects on how impressive the director's statement was. Upon entering the room and glancing at Garen, before he could utter a word, his phone rings. It's Nick Fury. Hello, Director. I was just about to convey your words to Garen. Coulson is unsure what further business the director may have. Disregard what I just said. Inform Garen that S.H.I.L.D. will handle the theft matter, and he should report to Stark Industries. Tony Stark's recent behavior has been quite peculiar. S.H.I.L.D. does not entertain threats, but dealing with a stubborn brute like him might make apprehending a thief seem simpler. Chapter 60. I treat. You pay to avoid causing further trouble for both New York and himself. Nick Fury resolves to assist Garen. This is not a compromise. It is the optimal solution. Indeed, the best course of action is to acquiesce to Garen's straightforward request before he embarks on any reckless antics. Will you be able to retrieve my belongings? Garen is indifferent to anything frivolous. He is solely concerned with when his prized possessions will return to him. The director has already agreed to your request. Your items will be returned shortly. S.H.I.L.D. Agents apprehending a thief is akin to employing a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito. Coulson suddenly feels that S.H.I.E.L.D. is somewhat absurd. Coulson, it has been a while. Would you care to join me for a late-night snack? I apologize for summoning you at such an hour. Upon hearing that S.H.I.E.L.D. has decided to assist him, Garen's gloom dissipates and his spirits soar. He feels capable of devouring an entire cow. In a 24-hour diner, Garen burps contentedly while picking his teeth, observing Coulson, who is dark-faced as he prepares to pay. Originally, Coulson intended to return to his girlfriend's home. As some matters remained unresolved, it is not only the man who suffers, but the woman does as well. However, Coulson cannot resist Garen's enthusiasm and immense strength. He then boarded Garen's ship, treating himself to a meal. Do not scowl, Coulson. Cheer up a bit. Once my funds return, I shall repay you. Sated and content, Garen intended to return home for some much-needed rest. Over at Stark Industries, Potts wished for your appointment, and Tony Stark's recent condition was quite dire. He had relinquished his presidential position, intending to hand over management to Potts. We seek your assistance in uncovering the truth behind his predicament. Having dined, it is time to discuss serious matters. For placing Garen beside Tony Stark had long been a foregone conclusion. Garen understood the reason for Tony's plight. Palladium poisoning had brought him to the brink of death, and it is only natural to seek liberation before one's demise. No problem, but remember to bring that scoundrel who stole from me before me. I wish to give him a good thrashing. Having lost everything, Garen was once again striving for a living by working at Stark Industries. At least he would have food and a paycheck. Shall I escort you back to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Just $300. Garen truly had no money left. To him, currency was merely a means to an end, yet one cannot be utterly destitute. No need. I have a day off and won't be returning. Coulson swiftly departed in his vehicle, realizing that even with his patience, enduring Garen's company for long was quite a challenge. Penny pincher, Garen muttered as he watched the car disappear, activating his skill to return home. A scream echoed from within Demacia's general store, its volume startling the neighboring residents. I must be out of my mind to return to New York. Garen surveyed his disheveled abode, with a wallet cleaner than his own face, feeling utterly pathetic. That wretched thief had left him with not a single penny. The chaos of his home starkly contrasted with his previous life, prompting Garen to reminisce about the gentle embrace of Japan, where a beautiful CEO kept him company, surrounded by immense wealth, indulging in the finest cuisine, the strongest spirits, and the most influential women. Ah, the pinnacle of life, all lost now. In his destitution, Garen briefly contemplated calling Mariko to retrieve some funds, but hesitated for 3 seconds before resolutely hanging up. As the embodiment of Demacian strength, he could not descend to the level of a brute. Just a man for 3 seconds, he mused, determined to maintain his facade of dignity even in adversity. Sleep, he decided, would banish his troubles. The following morning, the chief of police in Queens received a call from higher-ups regarding a significant individual who had lost something within his jurisdiction. If it remained unfound within 2 days, he could retire in peace. Bring Stanfield in, he ordered. The first order of business upon arriving at work was undoubtedly to secure his own position. As for why a drug enforcement officer was summoned to locate missing items, that question was rather simplistic. Drug lords represented the most substantial local criminal force. Thus, seeking their assistance was logical, as they often outperformed the police in efficiency. Moreover, safely selling laundry detergent necessitated maintaining good relations with drug enforcement. Frank Amick was a notorious drug lord within the underground world, and his influence had recently encroached upon the vacant territory of Queens. I have just established new trafficking regulations with the local narcotics officer, Stanfield. Once he successfully consolidates control over the Queen, he will undoubtedly ascend to become one of the most formidable criminal forces in all of New York. Boss, the narcotics officer is here just outside. One of Frank Amick's subordinates entered without knocking, interrupting his daydreams of the future. He silently scorned his incompetent men. Ah, my dear brother, what brings you here? Frank Amick rose with enthusiasm. Stanfield, the narcotics officer Galen had encountered before, wore a serious expression. He casually took a seat and said, I regret to inform you that this visit bears unfortunate news. Your men have been quite disobedient. They have taken certain items that they should not have. The higher-ups are furious. You have 2 days to return the stolen individuals and goods from Demacia General Store. Our friendship can continue, but you must comply. Frank Amick had faced similar situations before. These were minor issues, merely the misdeeds of petty thieves, and he was confident he could locate them easily. He only hoped the valuable items were still intact. No problem, but could you specify what exactly was taken? Frank Amick was curious about the high-profile items in question. I'm not certain. Just remember what went missing from Demacia General Store. And for heaven's sake, do not provoke any of the store's personnel. They are not to be trifled with. Stanfield departed, equally curious about the items that had gone missing, but alas, no one would enlighten him. The matter of the theft was handed over to Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D., and Galen felt reassured. Today marked his official appointment, Vice Director of Security at Stark Industries, a title that surpassed 80% of New Yorkers. As for the director, he was our comedic relief, Mr. Happy. Apologies, I am currently overwhelmed with work, Potts greeted Galen, awaiting another individual from the government's legal department. Becoming the chairman of a supercorporation was no simple feat. Numerous legal procedures needed to be fulfilled. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed, and Natasha, with her auburn curls and glasses, entered, dressed in a sharp professional outfit that left Galen momentarily distracted. Natasha clearly understood her mission to meet Galen. She politely nodded at him before beginning to exchange documents with Potts. It was evident that professionalism was her forte. She had seamlessly integrated into her role. In fact, Coulson had informed Galen the day prior that Natasha would be infiltrating Tony Stark's circle, advising him to feign ignorance of her presence. However, seeing Natasha's haughty demeanor and her disregard for him irked Galen, causing him to forget Coulson's instructions. Hey, Natasha, you don't even greet me when you see me? Galen's sudden outburst startled Natasha, as the script had deviated. It seemed a director had taken liberties with the scene. Do you two know each other? Potts was somewhat taken aback to hear Garen greeting Natasha, astonished that they were acquainted. In Potts' mind, Garen was the quintessential homebody. Of course, during our encounter in New Orleans, she admired me greatly, even knocking on my door multiple times in the dead of night. Before Natasha could utter a word, Garen began recounting the tale of their acquaintance. But through Garen's embellished lens, it morphed into a risque narrative of a beautiful woman fervently pursuing a man, almost willing to surrender herself immediately. Natasha swore she wished to silence Garen's obnoxious chatter. Did he think she was some desperate harlot? That was merely a professional obligation. Well, Garen, it's been a while. I'm currently engaged in work, and we shall discuss matters later. Steeling herself with a couple of deep breaths, Natasha donned a professional smile and gently interrupted Garen's ramblings. Potts observed Natasha across from her, reluctantly acknowledging the woman's allure, though it seemed to border on the excessively promiscuous. At this moment, Tony Stark was drifting further down the path of self-indulgence. After a month of experimenting with every known element, he had found none that could replace palladium and decided to relish the remainder of his life. In his home in Los Angeles, Tony was sparring with Happy, indulging in a rather enjoyable pastime. Tony, I assure you this is my sole request for you to transfer the company to me. Potts entered first, with Natasha closely following. Tony's two favorite things were sports cars and beautiful women. No man could resist these temptations. Even Tony, a seasoned connoisseur of women, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Natasha. Happy, noticing Tony's distraction, immediately delivered a punch, stating, Lesson 1, never take your eyes off your opponent. He was right. Combat required utmost seriousness. Garen entered and plopped down on the sofa. I'm done playing. Tony removed his boxing gloves and took a swig from sports drink. What is this guy doing here? And who is she? Tony's impression of Garen was hardly favorable. I have officially appointed Mr. Garen as the Deputy Chief of Security at Stark Industries, specifically responsible for your protection. And this is Natasha, a consultant from the legal department. Potts introduced the two. Come on, Happy, show her how to box, if that's all right. Tony's arrogance often led him to dictate the affairs of others. Garen remained silent, seated on the sofa, munching on food, having skipped breakfast. He was quite hungry and content to observe the scene as a mere spectator. Under Natasha's unwavering gaze, particularly those gem-like, sparkling blue eyes, Tony found himself involuntarily diverting his attention. Descending from the ring, Tony squeezed onto the couch beside Potts. Who is she? She asked from the legal department, Garen's ex-girlfriend. I advise you not to pursue her, Potts warned, instantly comprehending Tony's intentions. It was clear he had developed an interest in Natasha. My goodness, what are you implying about the two of them? I find it hard to accept this as a reality. Yet you are aware that I am currently in need of an assistant. Tony whispered to Potts, referring to Garen's former girlfriend, a fact that piqued his interest in Natasha. I am well aware that I have identified 3 highly promising candidates. They're all waiting for your interview. Potts was determined not to allow Natasha to remain close to Tony, and she had to admit that she felt somewhat inferior in the presence of Natasha. Impressive. That was Garen's voice. I must say, Natasha's swift defeat of Happy was executed with remarkable finesse, earning her full marks for style. However, if a real confrontation were to ensue, whether it be 1 sword or 2, Garen currently assessed others' abilities based on how many swords they could withstand from him. Oh my goodness! Both Potts and Tony exclaimed in astonishment while discussing Natasha. Happy, flustered, got to his feet, claiming, I was caught off guard. Was he really ambushed by a woman, only to be technically defeated? Did he have no pride left? Really caught off guard? You seem more like someone who allowed her to outmaneuver you, Tony quipped, playfully tapping his small hammer as he resumed locking eyes with Natasha. I require your fingerprints. Natasha perpetually radiated allure, fully aware of what men desired, except for Garen. He was an enigma, a being beyond ordinary comprehension. You are remarkably composed, quite mature, and undeniably charming. Tony felt somewhat lost as to how to charm Natasha, who was distinctly different from the women he had previously known, most of whom were quite forward. Under Natasha's direction, Tony mechanically signed documents, swiftly completing the transfer of Stark Industries. Is it done? Potts was eager to prevent Tony from conversing with Natasha for too long, harboring a poor impression of her. Completed. From now on, you'll be the boss. Handing the company over to Potts had long been Tony's wish, and he had now fulfilled it. It's all settled, Miss Natasha. Thank you very much. You may take your leave now. Potts politely ushered Natasha away. I want her, Tony said, gazing at Natasha's departing figure. Sorry, that's not possible. Potts swiftly rejected Tony's request without a second thought. Apologies. I shall step out for a moment and not intrude on your romantic interlude. Garen followed Natasha out of the room. Outside, Garen used a sudden burst of speed to intercept Natasha. What exactly do you intend to do? Natasha was not surprised to see Garen blocking her path. However, she could not fathom his thoughts, as he was a man of inscrutable intentions. I am currently the Deputy Security Chief of Stark Industries, and a top S.H.I.E.L.D. agent has infiltrated the organization, seeking to seduce the former president of the company. The unwavering force of Demacia, embodying justice, seriousness, and responsibility, will not turn a blind eye to this. Garen appeared as a messenger of justice, embodying righteousness, evoking a sense of impending confrontation with Natasha. Upon hearing Garen's words, Natasha instantly became wary. Although Coulson had assured her that Garen would not obstruct her mission, one could never tell if this man might act rashly in a moment of heated emotion, attempting to capture her and expose her true motives. Speak, will you? Seeing Natasha's growing wariness, Garen felt somewhat exasperated. All he wanted was a modest sum to secure his silence. Could she not simply cooperate? Garen, I am well aware of your capabilities, but do not provoke me, Natasha warned him, advising him against any reckless behavior. For a mere $1,000, I can keep your secret. Garen realized that Natasha was overcomplicating the situation. He was merely seeking a little extra money after being robbed and had never intended to interfere with her. Upon hearing Garen's words, Natasha couldn't help but curse under her breath. He had made her so anxious over what was simply an attempt to extort $1,000. She wanted to scream. I choose to be silent. No problem. Just provide me with your account details, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. To Natasha, resolving Garen's harassment for $1,000 seemed like a fantastic deal. I'm sorry, I only accept cash. Garen had flaunted his account to Jihua, and at that moment, he had no account to offer Natasha. Cash was far more pragmatic. Please, do you even live in America? Have you no common sense? No one carries $1,000 in cash on them. Natasha was at a loss for words. Garen was her nemesis. After just 3 exchanges with him, she felt an overwhelming urge to explode. No, I carry that much and more. Don't be deceived. I have even carried hundreds of thousands before. Garen wore a skeptical expression, his eyes filled with mistrust as he regarded Natasha. Ultimately, Natasha managed to rid herself of Garen, albeit at the humiliating cost of signing an IOU. Chapter 62. The man's way. Luis, a Mexican, was an idealistic thief in search of a grand opportunity. Just days ago, he succeeded in transforming from an ordinary burglar into one with a fortune worth over $100,000. In Queens, there is a store known as Demacia General Store, owned by a young man who frequently traveled and preferred cash transactions. Luis had been surveying the shop for 10 consecutive days, and he knew his chance had finally arrived. It was time to act, his moment of triumph perfectly orchestrated. Why did he believe that Demacia General Store was the place he had long sought for a significant score? Because it housed one of the finest computers in America, the kind unattainable by the average person. This information had come from his pen pal's aunt, who had heard it from a neighbor's child's teacher while at a bar. The teacher had learned it from a bartender, who claimed that it belonged to a drunken agent. The bartender had recounted that there existed a remarkable computer, unavailable on the market, only possessed by special government departments. It was the latest and most valuable computer from the government. After his meticulous planning, Luis effortlessly entered Demacia General Store. After rummaging through the place, he found no luxury watches or high-end items. To his surprise, however, he discovered over $100,000 in cash hidden in the bedside drawer. Naturally, he would not overlook his original target, the precious, extraordinary computer. After leaving with a sense of satisfaction, he felt as though he had executed a masterful heist. Even the police were powerless against him. While Luis was sharing the jubilation of victory with 2 friends at home, a group of menacing thugs burst through the door, brandishing firearms threateningly against Luis's head. Kid, Frank Amick wants to see you, declared the leader, a robust African-American, as he shoved a shotgun into Lewis's mouth. The thugs, clad in burlap sacks, were oblivious to the concept of gentleness. Merely managing to preserve his dignity in the face of such brute force was a feat in itself. Meanwhile, with the departure of Happy, Potts, and Natasha, Tony's grand villa was left with only Garen and Tony exchanging glances, each sizing the other up. "I detest you. I advise you to leave this place," Tony proclaimed with an air of arrogance, prepared to teach Garen a lesson if he did not comply. "I'm sorry, but my boss is Miss Potts, not you. Has no one mentioned how insufferably conceited you are?" Garen retorted, equally disdainful of Tony's haughty demeanor, finding it utterly grating. "Jarvis, activate the armored suit," Tony resolved, feeling the need to put the arrogant intruder in his place, having found him intolerable for quite some time. Life is unceasing, and so is the struggle. Long live Demacia. With Tony clad in his iron suit, Garen understood his adversary's intentions all too well. Matters concerning men ought to be resolved in a manly fashion. 10 minutes later, Tony lay on the floor, drenched in sweat and gasping for fresh air. Garen stood nearby, retracting his sword in the Iron Legion. They had just settled their dispute in a decidedly masculine manner, with Garen emerging victorious. No man could withstand the rigors of a thorough challenge, and Tony was no exception. What was that? As a cutting-edge scientist, Tony harbored a profound curiosity for the unfamiliar. "My abilities can be likened to a form of magic bestowed upon me by the exalted powers of Demacia." With a decisive blow, Garen momentarily subdued Tony Stark, feeling rather pleased. It must be said that Tony Stark possessed considerable skill, with his Mark IV enduring a multitude of Garen strikes. Especially commendable was that impressive agility. Had it not been for the flash in his hand, subduing Tony would have proven quite the task. "Very well, I acknowledge your prowess. I must step out for a while. You stay here and refrain from reporting to Potts." Tony, not wishing to linger with Garen, who was no beauty, was eager to depart. Inside Tony's abode, the blue lights flickered once more, occasionally accompanied by the sound of walls being smashed. Minutes later, Tony sat on the sofa, glaring at Garen across from him. "You must understand that you are my bodyguard. Wherever I go, you go. You cannot interfere with my actions, as that infringes upon my freedom and violates my human rights." With a sense of futility, Tony intended to discuss laws and rights. "My sole responsibility is to ensure your safety, not to be your lackey. Stay at home. You are forbidden from venturing into dangerous places. Do not cause me trouble." Garen would never express that he simply wished to stay at home, particularly in Tony's villa, which not only offered comfort, but also boasted an exceptional computer, far superior to that of S.H.I.E.L.D. With an insurmountable brute keeping watch, Tony found himself in a state of despondency, trapped within his own abode. It was indeed ironic. With no amusement or companionship left, he resolved to retreat to the laboratory to continue enhancing his Iron Man suit, as it was the only endeavor that could distract him from his troubles. Observing Tony dutifully entering the lab, Garen could not suppress a smirk of triumph. As the game of life unfolded, Garen commandeered one of Tony's smart computers, reveling in the lightning-fast internet speed. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but today, Garen performed exceptionally well, leading his team to victory in every match. Just as he was immersed in the game, a phone call disrupted his winning streak. It was that irritating Mad, intruding upon his success. Upon seeing it was Coulson, Garen's mind raced. Surely, he wasn't aware of his employment and seeking a debt repayment. Was he? "Hello, Coulson. Let us make this clear. I cannot reimburse you for yesterday's meal at this moment." Regardless of Coulson's intentions, Garen was determined to silence any financial demands. Did Coulson truly perceive him as such a miser? Coulson found himself at a loss for words, wishing he could retreat into silence. He bore no ill will towards Garen, yet he detested conversing with him. "I've apprehended the thief you were concerned about. You can contact him through this number," Coulson stated before abruptly ending the call. It was not rudeness on his part, but rather a precaution against Garen potentially making an outrageous request. "Jarvis, if Tony comes out, please inform him that I have left for an urgent matter in New York." The audacious thief's capture momentarily made Garen forget his earlier concerns regarding Tony's safety. After all, this was the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark, the man who had once vanquished Thanos. What danger could possibly threaten him on Earth? With a complex array of runes manifesting, Garen stepped through, Confronting the audacious scoundrel who dared to steal from his home became his utmost priority. The thoughts of whether to bring him to justice through lethal means proliferated in his mind. At that moment, Lewis found himself stripped bare and bound to a rickety stool, surrounded by 4 or 5 burly men, 2 of whom were particularly imposing black men, their gazes filled with unrestrained desire as he felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 63, The Little Lowly. After reaching out to the number provided by Coulson, Garen initially assumed he was contacting an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., only to discover that he was merely speaking to a lowly thug. Coulson truly had a knack for delegating matters. Such a serious situation was casually outsourced. The next time they met, Garen resolved to have a word with him. The agreed-upon meeting place was a dilapidated residential building, a notorious hangout for thugs who often congregated there to indulge in revelry. This could not solely be blamed on Frank Amick's underlings, as they were, by nature, drug dealers deeply entrenched in their illicit activities. Moreover, their boss had merely instructed them to kidnap someone, leaving the motivations behind it shrouded in mystery, be it revenge, settling scores, or crossing paths with the wrong individuals. Myriad possibilities loomed. Neglecting the reasons behind such a place, Garen, trusting the call from Coulson, was primarily concerned about the condition of his belongings, particularly the computer he held dear. He swore that even if it bore a scratch, he would shatter the offender's skull with his greatsword. As night fell, Garen entered the residential building alone, unguarded. A portly black man stood at the entrance, adorned with a large gold chain, listening to music and indulging in marijuana. Upon seeing Garen, he swayed his body and said, "Hey, kid, this is not a place for you." Garen appeared somewhat naive, given that he was merely 18. Yet his formidable combat prowess made those who knew him overlook his youth. "I'm here to find Russo." Despite his inclination to unleash his great sword upon this petty thug, Garen refrained, considering that this man had indeed aided in capturing a thief. "Who are you, and what do you want with Russo?" The man inquired, as Russo was the local ruffian leader. "I'm here to fetch someone. I've heard that the thief from my home is here." Garen resolved that if this hefty man continued to dawdle, he would knock him unconscious, oblivious to the possibility of causing amnesia or a concussion. Upon hearing Garen's words, the heavy-set man opened the door behind him. Upon entering, Garen was greeted by a pungent aroma of smoke and a foul stench. Inside, for black men, 1 white man and 1 white woman sat casually, smoking marijuana. In the center of the living room, a naked man was bound to a chair, his mouth stuffed with an unknown object, emitting muffled sounds. The moment Garen stepped in, several men brandished firearms, eyeing him warily. "Which one of you is Russo?" "I just spoke with him on the phone," Garen inquired, frowning as he covered his mouth with one hand. A black man with dreadlocks, engrossed in a video game, rose to his feet. "Are you the one who just called me?" "A mere child," Russo taunted, approaching Garen and dismissively kicking him aside. "Hear us what you wanted. Take him away." Garen felt a surge of irritation at Russo's arrogant demeanor. He thought to himself, "Don't assume that capturing a thief grants you the liberty to act as you please. The last person who spoke to me in such a manner now lies beneath a grave overgrown with grass." At that moment, Garen yearned to strike him with his sword. What did you just say, kid? I don't care who you are. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you know the boss. Such figures 1TB your guardians forever." As Russo stood, the others rose as well, casting malevolent glances at Garen. "Why are there so many imbeciles in this world? Have you all become foolish from smoking weed? You know I'm a friend of your boss, and yet you still contemplate violence against me." Garen could hardly fathom the mentality of these gangsters. Their foolishness seemed all too real, as if the tales from movies of the past were not merely fiction, but rather reflections of reality, teeming with dim-witted lackeys. However, before Garen could take action, a slender purple figure leaped through the window, wielding a long firearm. The figure appeared diminutive, yet when provoked, she displayed an astonishing swiftness, an aura of murderous intent emanating from her. This was a figment of Garen's imagination. With a spear in hand, she swiftly dispatched Russo, leaving him incapacitated. The surrounding ruffians stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to comprehend the spectacle. Perhaps they could not fathom that such a small girl could vanquish their leader, Russo. "Bring it on, you ruffians," she declared, her petite frame concealing a heart filled with untamed ferocity. Who was this troublesome child? roaming the night instead of diligently completing her homework or watching the Powerpuff Girls. Had she been overly influenced by the antics of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, leading her to such violent escapades? What ensued was a captivating display of combat. To Garen, the flamboyant fighting was quite a spectacle. Instead of drawing their firearms, the gang members, seemingly devoid of sense, resorted to wielding nearby bottles and daggers as they charged towards the little girl. She did not disappoint. With her specially crafted spear, she danced through the air like a performer, executing flips and leaps, dispatching 2 more foes in an instant. As she skewered one of the assailants, she even found time to flash a smile at Garen. The battle unfolded overwhelmingly in her favor. As the last of the white gangsters contemplated fleeing, she relinquished her spear, brandished a butterfly knife before Garen, showcasing her prowess, and with a precise throw, she eliminated the escaping man. Within 10 minutes, this little girl had methodically taken down 5 formidable gang members. For a fleeting moment, Garen wondered if this was all an elaborate ruse orchestrated by S.H.I.L.D. Avolvini Redactor. However, upon inspecting the bodies, he confirmed their demise. In the room now remained the young assassin, Garen, the bound and nude Lewis, and a provocatively dressed woman. In a final act, the little girl did not spare the woman either, piercing her with her blade before turning her gaze toward Garen. "Care for a spar?" she challenged. Garen, momentarily taken aback, thought she intended to eliminate him as well. Despite her small stature, if she were to engage him, he was not one to show mercy, especially towards women and children. "Brother, you appear too feeble to be one of their ilk. Donotist. I do not slay the innocent indiscriminately, for I am a champion of justice." The little girl looked down upon Garen, her disdain evident. To be scorned by a child was a bitter pill to swallow, yet compared to these muscular gangsters, his own lack of physical prowess became apparent. Garen scrutinized the girl, attempting to recall a character from his past that matched her description, but to his dismay, he found no such likeness among those he knew. With her purple hair, tight black leather attire, and red cape, complemented by a black mask, she resembled a quintessential case of acute delusion. Her demeanor post-murder suggesting she could easily be admitted to an asylum. "Who is he?" the little girl inquired, pointing at Lewis on the ground. "Do not lay a finger on him. He is my quarry," Garen interjected protectively, as he had yet to recover his stolen goods. The little girl appeared indifferent to Garen and Lewis. With remarkable skill, she deftly retrieved a black travel bag, extracted the gang's money, and began stuffing bills into her backpack, her proficiency leaving Garen in awe. Ding-dong. The little girl possesses 3 admirable traits: a sultry voice, a supple body, and an ease of being toppled. Task activated. The unruly girl must willingly return to school. She needs guidance, and the time to act is now. Rewards: 2 hero skills. What the hell, system? What have you become? Can you not control yourself in the presence of women? As for Mariko, that's acceptable. At least she has reached an appropriate age. But this little girl, do you not realize the legal implications of triggering a task involving her? Internally scornful of the system's impropriety, Garen resolutely accepted the task. As a champion of justice, a paragon of Demacia, and a mentor for the youth, it is imperative to restore a rebellious girl to a normal life. As the saying goes, if I do not descend into hell, who will? The arduous task of reforming the little girl shall fall to me, the righteous Garen. In Chapter 64, the transformation of the hit girl, while Garen pondered over the system's mission, the little girl had already opened the window, preparing to make her escape. The mission target cannot flee. Garen hurriedly pursued her, not forgetting the rogue Lewis at his feet. "Wait, little girl. Who are you? And where are your parents?" "You ask me? I am Hit Girl." Standing atop the roof, armed with her custom weapon, her purple hair danced in the wind. Clad in leather attire and a cape, she exuded an imposing presence, though one must overlook her diminutive stature and youth. A severe case of adolescent angst coupled with rebellious tendencies. This was Garen's initial impression of Hit Girl. As for my father, he is no father at all. Hit Girl gestured toward the opposite rooftop, where a man resembling a certain Cape Crusader brandished a sniper rifle. Upon noticing Garen's gaze, he raised a finger and pointed at him, then made a dismissive gesture. Very well, a duo of angst-ridden individuals. This system task posed an extraordinary challenge for Garen. Reforming the girl and guiding her back to school was not something that could be resolved with mere swordplay. After introducing herself, Hit Girl and her father showed no inclination to continue conversing with Garen, preparing to depart via a pulley system. Watching the two leave, Garen found himself at a loss regarding this mission. However, it was clear that Hit Girl had been misled by her father. It seemed he would need to address the elder's influence first. Ultimately, Hit Girl was just a young girl, led astray by her father since childhood. If he could realign the father's perspective, there was no doubt that the girl would willingly attend school. Convincing an adult man would be far simpler than educating a little girl. If one round of persuasion failed, surely 2 or 3 would suffice to convey his sincere intentions. For now, he would set aside the matter concerning the little girl, as he had more pressing issues at hand. Garen cast a predatory smile at Lewis, who stood at his feet. The journey was about to take a thrilling turn. First, let us embark on a journey to seek a suitable location. Tonight, I have a whole evening to indulge in a game with the audacious scoundrel who dared to thieve from me. Garen asserts that his formidable sword has long been yearning for action. Demacia's general store. Lewis, still shaken by the recent fantastical events, found validation in the saying that one blinks and is transported to another realm, particularly one that feels strangely familiar. As Garen helped Lewis remove the object from his mouth, he was astonished to discover it was a lady's undergarment, which he promptly discarded. How utterly unfortunate. Those damned gangsters. Had they not already been dealt with, Garen would have relished the opportunity to confront them once more. Who are you, and what do you intend to do? Lewis, having endured a day rife with the gang's abduction, a verbal onslaught, being stripped by a group of burly men, witnessing a young girl execute a clean kill, and finally encountering a magical circle reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle, concluded that this world was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps he had traversed realms while asleep the previous night. What do I intend to do? What do you think? At this moment, Garen brandished his 2-meter-long sword, glimmering with a radiant blue hue, its imposing size becoming apparent. Lewis, gazing at the grand blade, could not help but swallow hard. After intimidating his adversary, Garen deemed it more crucial to reclaim his possessions. Where are my belongings? What belongings? Overwhelmed by the day's events, Lewis struggled to comprehend his surroundings. My computer, my money. You little ruffian, do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Garen, incensed by the other's feigned ignorance, seized a nearby object and delivered a rather unceremonious blow, mindful not to strike too forcefully lest he damage the man's brain and lose track of his belongings. Lewis, noticing that the magazine in Garen's hand emanated a blue glow as it struck his head, felt a resounding thud within his skull. My computer, my money. You scoundrel. As Garen lamented the loss of his possessions, he continued to strike Lewis with the magazine, leaving him bloodied and battered. Ultimately, through no rigorous interrogation, the timid thief, overwhelmed with fear, divulged a plethora of information, including many secrets he believed were hidden. Of course, due to his narrative ineptitude, Garen comprehended little of what was shared. As Garen reclaimed his computer and money, a wave of joy washed over him, a sentiment that few could understand, the elation of recovering what was lost. However, what should be done with this foolish thief? Eliminate him? With his belongings returned, Garen's animosity began to wane. In the office of the precinct chief in Queens, an unusual sight emerged, a naked man with a flag lodged in his posterior. As for his fate, Garen cared little. Little did he know that in the future, within the confines of a prison, Lewis would encounter a fellow named Scotty and forge an unexpected friendship. Having settled his own affairs, Garen did not forget his mission. The troublesome Tony Stark still required his guidance, especially since Potts' funds had already been entrusted to him. A few days later in Monaco, a sleek black luxury car, escorted by 2 police vehicles, gradually made its way into a racing venue. The driver, Happy, and the passenger, Garen, had seamlessly embraced their roles as Tony Stark's bodyguards, motivated solely by the prospect of enjoying free access to Tony's computer for gaming. Tony Stark, renowned for his disdain towards bodyguards, particularly after transforming into Iron Man, had surprisingly accepted Garen, not for any particular reason, but simply because he found himself unable to best him. Should fate allow, he would undoubtedly enhance his armor to give Garen a thorough thrashing. This venture marked the inaugural step in Tony Stark's quest for self-indulgence, a reckless challenge as he personally participated in a racing competition. Upon disembarking, Tony instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. Previously, he was a billionaire, scientist, and genius, perpetually surrounded by gossip involving glamorous models. In that era, he was the focal point of the world, and with the added notoriety of being Iron Man, his fame had soared to unprecedented heights, arguably making him the most recognized individual on the planet. Garen observed Tony, donning sunglasses and exuding an air of flamboyance, and refrained from admitting his envy. He witnessed the throngs of attractive women flocking to Tony like moths to a flame, and he spat disdainfully on the ground. At a small gathering, as the four entered, Garen spotted Natasha, resplendent in a crimson gown, approaching with a radiant smile. "Mr. Stark, I trust your travels were pleasant?" Natasha's professional smile seemed insincere in Garen's eyes. Potts was taken aback by Natasha's presence, momentarily struck dumb before awkwardly stating, "It's a pleasure to see you. When did you hire her?" Potts harbored discontent regarding Tony's employment of Natasha, suspecting ulterior motives behind her proximity to him. It must be said, women possess an uncanny instinct. "Ah, it was you who compelled me to hire her, considering you informed me she was Garen's ex-girlfriend." Tony was well aware of Potts' animosity towards Natasha, yet the allure of Natasha's identity as Garen's former partner was simply irresistible. Chapter 65. Garen's hearing was remarkably acute. Despite the cacophony of the hall, he distinctly caught the exchange between Tony and Potts. "Damn it, my ex-girlfriend. Am I really playing the shield for you?" After finishing a photo op with Potts, Tony glanced at Garen before embracing Natasha and departing, declaring, "You look absolutely stunning." Whether intentional or not, Tony's voice rang out particularly loud. Natasha was momentarily taken aback by Tony's gesture. "What? Ah, thank you for the compliment. Let us discuss my itinerary for today," Tony said, leading Natasha forward, oblivious to whether the others were following. His actions seemed to deliberately provoke Garen, as if taunting him. "Look, your beautiful ex-girlfriend has become my personal secretary." What was this? A retaliatory strike from a punching bag or a childish act of vengeance? Garen found himself at a loss for words regarding Tony Stark's demeanor. Was this truly how he behaved regularly? Galen observed the solitary presence of Potts, and, in a display of gentlemanly courtesy, invited her to sit beside him, simultaneously retrieving 2 glasses of drink, offering one to her. This behavior was uncharacteristic of him. He seemed particularly attuned to her. Potts noticed that whenever Tony was in Galen's company, he exhibited a childlike demeanor, as if striving to impress him. Tony Stark had encountered Galen on 3 separate occasions. The first was during the Battle of New York, where Iron Man clashed with the Ironmonger. Galen intervened, effortlessly dispatching the foe who had eluded Tony, reducing the conflict to mere minutes. Following the skirmish, due to the influence of SHIELD, the credit for defeating the Ironmonger was unjustly attributed to Tony. Am I, Tony Stark, the kind of person who appropriates the achievements of others? The second meeting took place at Stark Industries, where he discovered that the prosecutor he had been romantically pursuing was, in fact, a Hydra spy. Not only had he failed to recognize the threat, but Galen had also apprehended the traitor, inadvertently making it seem as though he had been rescued by Galen. Am I, Tony Stark, the type of individual who requires saving? Their third encounter occurred at Tony's residence in Los Angeles, where he finally believed he could teach the arrogant young Galen a lesson in a one-on-one confrontation, a battle of men. Unfortunately, reality proved to be harsh. He found himself unable to match Galen's prowess. The latest Mark IV suit failed to withstand Galen's formidable sword, leaving Tony feeling as though his mind might shatter under the pressure. Despite unleashing his arsenal of weaponry, he could not prevail. To his further indignation, Galen ultimately confined him within his own home, disappearing without a trace. Am I, the illustrious Iron Man, to be so thoroughly humiliated? In light of these experiences, Tony Stark longed for an opportunity to impart a lesson to Galen. He led Natasha a few paces away, engaging in trivial conversation, eager to gauge Galen's reaction. He anticipated a spectrum of emotions, jealousy, anger, believing that any reaction would bring him joy. However, upon turning back, the expression of the self-important Stark soured as he beheld Galen, beaming, seated beside Potts, the two of them sharing laughter over drinks. Could he tolerate this scene? Certainly not. Yet, given the number of witnesses and the fact that his current suit was not his most formidable, he opted to let Galen be, preserving some semblance of dignity, as he was, after all, his bodyguard. Hey, what are you discussing? Tony interjected, positioning himself between Galen and Potts, deliberately ignoring Galen. Do you require a massage? At that moment, Tony resembled a petulant child vying for attention. Oh my, what are you suggesting? I do not require a massage, Potts promptly rebuffed him, taken aback by the inappropriateness of the topic in the presence of others. I meant I can have Natasha arrange it. Tony quickly shifted the focus of his conversation. Just as he was poised to flaunt his affection for Potts in front of Galen, an untimely voice interrupted. Justin Hammer approached, placing a hand on Tony Stark's shoulder. Dressed in a white suit, adorned with small glasses and a broad smile, he exuded an air that hardly suggested benevolence, which later led to his unfortunate downfall. Hey, my friend, you're here too. Galen, upon spotting Justin Hammer, suddenly recalled certain matters he had momentarily forgotten amidst the chaos in Japan. Clearing his throat, he realized that Justin's previous encounters with him had not been particularly successful, leaving a rather unfavorable impression. Allow me to introduce Miss Christine from the world of glamour, Justin Hammer said, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness while gesturing towards the stunning woman behind him. Christine was indeed a beauty, towering over Justin and radiating an air of sophistication that marked her as a socialite of the upper echelons. Do you know her? She conducted an exclusive interview with Tony last year, Galen remarked. As Potts caught sight of Christine, a flicker of recognition crossed her mind. Wasn't this the woman she had previously deemed undesirable? She had made her disdain quite clear. Ah, we aren't very familiar, Tony responded, feeling the tension rise at the sight of a former one-night stand in front of Potts. Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom. Potts, eager to escape the presence of the woman who had shared a night with Tony, seized the opportunity to leave. What followed was a series of sycophantic praises from Justin Hammer towards Tony Stark, met with Tony's biting retorts. Galen observed, realizing that even as a sycophant, Justin struggled to earn Tony's favor, a testament to his failures. Actually, I wish to display my products at your exhibition, Justin Hammer admitted, harboring a deep envy towards Tony. To him, Tony represented the pinnacle of success, an aspiration he believed he could never surpass. If you manage to invent something truly useful, I will certainly reserve a spot for you in the showroom. In response, Tony offered a serious answer to Justin's final query before rising to follow Natasha. In the restroom, having shed the weight of Justin Hammer's presence, Tony examined his own blood, toxins at 53%. He shook his head, feeling a sense of despair as he contemplated how to conclude his extraordinary life. Gazing into the mirror, he mused to himself about possibly devising even more disastrous ideas. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer was explaining to Christine the events of Tony's earlier dismissal when Galen approached. Miss, would you kindly step aside? I have a matter to discuss with this young man. Galen politely requested Christine to leave. Do you seek to understand the meaning of life? Do you truly wish to live? Galen inquired confidently, fixing his gaze on Justin Hammer. Oh, what are you talking about? Justin stammered, feeling an urge to escape the conversation. However, his nature compelled him to remain, fearing the embarrassment of being publicly humiliated, which would surely turn him into a laughingstock by morning. Apologies for the abrupt change of topic. I must inquire if you would desire a finished arc reactor, accompanied by a top-tier researcher equipped with an entire suite of technology. Garen exuded an alluring temptation, firmly believing that today would yield considerable profit for him. Chapter 66. The villain is quite feeble. Justin Hammer had long ago analyzed the likelihood of Garen possessing such technology. Regardless of the analysis, it was implausible for Garen to own such advanced science. In the end, the most probable scenario was that Garen aimed to con him without any tangible assets or technology. In Justin's eyes, Garen was merely a rogue intent on swindling his money, leading to only one outcome: deception. Previously, Justin had fallen victim to Garen's trickery, losing hundreds of thousands, or, more accurately, having them forcibly taken away. Upon observing a glint in Justin Hammer's eyes, Garen discerned his apprehension, fearful that he was merely a fraud without any actual goods or technology. Fix your gaze on this television. Shortly, you shall witness a miraculous moment. Isn't there an actual demonstration about to take place? This serves as the finest proof. To own a racing car necessitates participation in a race. The television echoed with Tony's flamboyant voice, proving himself to be a man of his word. Pepper Potts was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tony on the screen, where he had ousted the original driver and commandeered the racing car. Natasha, Garen, come quickly. Pepper exclaimed in a flurry, for racing was an activity fraught with peril, and someone of Tony's stature ought to be admired from afar, not engage in such risky pursuits. Natasha, are you aware of his intention to race? Pepper immediately questioned Natasha, as it was essential for a secretary to be well informed about her employer's every engagement. He cannot do this. He must not race. Pepper shook her head in dismay, murmuring her desire to thwart Tony's reckless undertaking. Leave it to me. Rest assured, he shall not encounter any mishaps. Garen gently patted Pepper's shoulder in a soothing manner. With his words, he swiftly teleported away. It was no wonder Garen was anxious. The whiplash was, in his eyes, a treasure of considerable value. Hurry, Natasha, summon Happy. Although she was confident that Garen would handle things without issue, Pepper resolved to personally head to the scene, especially since Tony's Iron Man suit was in Happy's possession, a portable, hand-carried Iron Man suit. Justin Hammer, intrigued by Garen's words, also focused on the television screen, curious about what Garen intended to reveal to him. Was it merely Tony racing? Upon teleporting to the racecourse, Garen did not immediately intervene in the race. Instead, he stood in the audience, observing the edge of the track, with Whiplash being his primary target. True to his expectations, the imposing Russian man with a toothpick in his mouth had a distinct presence, particularly with his flowing long hair, reminiscent of his previous life as persona. As the race commenced, Whiplash did not disappoint Garen. He promptly pushed aside the barriers at the track's edge. The arc reactor activated, unleashing two whip-like appendages, and with his hair whipping in the wind, the spectacle was such that one could not help but be captivated. As Garen expressed his disdain, Whiplash had already made his move. Although Garen regarded his opponent as nothing more than a feeble adversary, to the ordinary observer, this was a figure of formidable prowess. With a single lash, the speeding car was cleaved in two, a spectacle of sparks accompanied by the tumbling wreckage, creating a scene that was nothing short of breathtaking. None present believed the driver could possibly survive. Justin Hammer's eyes lit up at the sight of Whiplash on the screen in that moment. He recognized that this was precisely what he sought, the very catalyst for his ascendance. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts watched the chaos on the racetrack, silently praying for Garen's swift arrival to put an end to the madness. After the destruction of one car, Tony Stark's vehicle arrived, and both Garen and Whiplash awaited this critical moment. Whiplash, eyeing the approaching car, unleashed another ferocious strike, splitting Tony's vehicle in half as it soared and spun in a complete 360-degree rotation just before hitting the ground. Demacia, where the man stands, so does the tower. The formidable mass of the Iron Legion absorbed the impact of the collision. Merely subduing Whiplash was insufficient. Maximizing profit was essential, and rescuing Tony Stark would serve as a boon, ensuring that he would continue to owe Garen a debt of gratitude, a favor of significant value. All present beheld a scene that defied belief. A future warrior, clad in armor reminiscent of a steel barrel, effortlessly caught Tony Stark. A superhero showdown? This was the phrase that echoed in the minds of all. Your reckless antics have caused me considerable trouble. Please refrain from acting like a child. It's time for you to mature, Tony, Garen admonished, seizing the opportunity to lecture Tony in a paternal tone. Emerging from the wreckage, Tony's head still spinning. He could not decipher Garen's words, yet he understood that Garen had just saved his life. Otherwise, his fate would have been grim. Tony's expression of gratitude genuinely surprised Garen. This arrogant man was actually thanking someone, and it seemed Garen was the first. Just as Garen was reprimanding Tony, a sudden outcry erupted. 3 cars had collided in an attempt to evade Whiplash, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Enough of this childishness. I have serious matters to attend to, Garen declared, pushing Tony aside. The appetizer had concluded. Now it was time for the main course. You are the one acting like a child, Tony retorted, feeling perpetually outmatched by Garen, often wondering if Garen were a divine agent sent to thwart him, always managing to gain the upper hand. If Tony were to voice this sentiment, he would undoubtedly find many like-minded allies. Whiplash, equally brash and reckless, chose not to retreat in the face of the Iron Legion, but instead charged forward, swinging his whip like a whirlwind, advancing steadily toward Garen. Crack! Crack! The lashes struck Garen with force. It must be said that the whip's offensive prowess is commendable, embodying the essence of a high-tech warrior, albeit with certain limitations. Demacia, with both hands raised high, the greatsword gleams as Garen charges forth. Upon witnessing Garen's advance, the whip wielder stands his ground, hastening the pace of his strikes. The Russian fellow appears oblivious to the concept of evasion. He allows the whip to lash against him repeatedly, while Garen, undeterred by the onslaught, presses forward, a clash of brute forces where neither combatant acknowledges the subtleties of strategy. In their eyes, all schemes and tactics are but mere jest. However, the disparity in their strengths is stark. With a single stroke of Garen's sword, the whip wielder collapses, falling as swiftly as an elderly man feigning injury, blood erupting from his head like a fountain, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Garen harbors concerns that he may have inadvertently delivered a fatal blow, exclaiming in frustration, "Come on, you're supposed to be a formidable villain. At least put up a decent fight." Setting aside his thoughts, he first removes the makeshift arc reactor from the foe's chest, and then shouts towards the sidelines, "Doctor, where are you? We have an urgent situation here." At that moment, Happy has also joined the ranks of the Joyriders, successfully delivering the briefcase to Tony. Iron Man is ready to engage. Unfortunately, before Tony can make his move, a fleet of police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks arrives on the scene. The situation having been expertly resolved under Garen's sword. Justin Hammer watches the unfolding events on television, a smile spreading across his face. Chapter 67. A prophet is a prophet at the critical moment. Tony Stark, clad in his iron suit, approaches the whip wielder, his eyes scanning the makeshift armor. JARVIS diligently records all the data, including the recently dismantled arc reactor, observing the whip wielder being taken away by the ambulance. Garen feels a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had expected at least a modicum of strength from the villains of the Marvel Universe. Today's whip wielder, however, has completely altered his perspective, revealing himself to be merely a robust, ordinary man, transformed into a villain by the mere possession of two whips. In the hospital, the whip wielder, now conscious and receiving treatment, has become quite the sought-after individual, with several departments keen to take him into custody. Garen, Tony Stark, and several Monaco security officials stroll through the hospital corridor. "We have already examined his fingerprints. There is no information available, not even a name," reports a bald executive, resembling a devoted pet eagerly awaiting its master's affection. In a specialized medical room, the whip wielder lies bare on the bed, restrained. Upon seeing someone enter, he struggles to turn his head. The technology appears quite advanced, albeit the rotation speed is somewhat sluggish. Tony circles around the whip wielder, uncertain whether he even comprehends English. "You have crafted quite a remarkable counterfeit. With a few adjustments, you could sell it to Asia, Iran, or directly on the black market." The discourse revolved around various scientific topics, yet Whiplash appeared indifferent to them. Just when Tony assumed that his counterpart was unable to comprehend English, the latter spoke up. "Your family is filled with thieves or butchers, much like all criminals. You aspire to rewrite your history, to forget the lives extinguished by the Stark lineage. However, you have lost, Stark, a bleeding god whose blood will summon countless bloodthirsty sharks. I await your downfall." After uttering these words, Whiplash erupted into laughter, as if he believed his machinations had already succeeded. A furious Tony Stark resolved to depart, adamant that their family was neither thieves nor butchers. The agony of palladium poisoning is truly unbearable. Observing Tony's distressed exit, Whiplash could not suppress his amusement, though he had forgotten that two individuals had entered the room. Demacia. Garen unleashed a powerful punch, striking Whiplash squarely in the mouth. "As a captive, it seems you have forgotten your place." Garen regarded Whiplash, who was now spitting blood and 3 teeth, and shook his fist as a warning. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, and the door was rudely thrust open, revealing 2 factions of government agents vying for control over Whiplash. "Damn it, did you ask for my permission to seize my captive?" Understanding the unfolding chaos, Garen became displeased. "I am a representative of the Global Anti-Terrorism Organization. This individual is implicated in serious terrorist activities, and we must take him." A man in a black suit, aided by 2 subordinates, forcefully pushed through. "This is a criminal of our nation. You have no authority to interfere in our affairs." A man attempting to obstruct made a loud proclamation of sovereignty, commanding his superiors to ensure the criminal remained detained. Garen underestimated both Whiplash's allure and the audacity of the government agents. These shameless individuals dared to attempt a snatch. Demacia, faced with such a spectacle, Garen resolved to exert military deterrence. Get out of my way. This is my prisoner. As the Steel Legion supported him, Garen stood beside the bed, observing the petrified crowd. He felt a surge of pride, reveling in the aura of intimidation he exuded. Who are you? I am a representative of the Global Anti-Terrorism Organization. I hereby warn you that you are openly defying the government. After a brief moment of shock, the man regained his composure. A single individual, a representative of a global organization, had managed to intimidate him. His reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Get lost. I am a representative of S.H.I.L.D. If you have any issues, consult your superiors. Let them approach Nick Fury. Only Garen would dare to flaunt S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name in such a manner. First came the display of military might, followed by the invocation of his prestigious identity. Thus, Garen emerged as the most significant victor of the encounter, fully aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed the highest priority in handling incidents. In a flash, Garen teleported away with whiplash before the watchful eyes of the crowd. At that moment, Justin Hammer awaited at a private airport, having paid a hefty sum for whiplash. According to plan, it would not be long before whiplash appeared before him. The plan had scarcely been implemented before it unraveled. His subordinate handed him a phone, revealing that the Bribe Monaco official informed him that a S.H.I.L.D. agent had taken the whiplash. Mad, in a fit of rage, he overturned the meticulously prepared dinner, which represented his hope of surpassing Tony Stark. Damn S.H.I.E.L.D., he thought, yet he dared only to grumble quietly. He knew well enough that he could not provoke them. Another call rang out, a strange number. Upon noting the last digits, he answered, "Hello? Who is this?" "I am Justin Hammer." "Hey, little brother. It's me, your big brother Galen. The item you seek is in my possession. Name your price if you're interested." Galen sat in his workshop, his feet resting upon the defeated whiplash, a symbol of his conquest over the Russian bear. Initially, upon hearing Galen's voice, Justin frowned, contemplating hanging up. However, Galen's subsequent words compelled him to remain. "Ha, brother Galen. You are quite the jester. What is mine is yours. Just let me know what you desire." As a shrewd businessman, he pondered the relevance of pride. What did it matter if the other party was someone he despised? Business was paramount. Get lost. What's mine is mine. Galen dismissed Justin's overtures without a hint of gratitude. For someone destined to fail, it was far more prudent to discuss money. Ultimately, Galen sold whiplash for $40 million, not out of compassion, but because he only accepted cash. Although Justin Hammer boasted a fortune in the billions, $40 million in one evening was his limit. To Galen, stocks were merely useless numbers on a screen. Aboard a private jet, Pepper Potts sat in a state of irritation, vexed by Tony's immaturity. Whiplash's words had not been entirely futile, at the very least. Tony had gained a deeper understanding of his current predicament. He yearned to confide in Pepper about everything, including the precariousness of his life. Yet he struggled to find the right words. Holding a tray, he retrieved the utensils and sat opposite Pepper, gently presenting the gift he had prepared over 3 hours, a disheveled omelet. Pepper looked at Tony, whose face bore scars from racing. "Tony, what are you hiding from me? I don't want to go home. Cancel my birthday party. We could travel to Europe, stay at the Cipriani in Venice." Tony was at a loss for words. The notorious womanizer felt like a bashful youth before Pepper. "I'm sorry, but now is not the time. Your impulsiveness has left me with a multitude of messes to clean up." Pepper rejected Tony's idea, perceiving it as yet another display of his childishness or petulance. The conversation came to a halt, and Tony confessed that the plan had failed. Chapter 68. Not a fighter in sight, Justin Hammer felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Gazing at the Russian man across from him, he saw the glimmer of hope for his own ascendance. Money. Galen tossed the whiplash aside, scrutinizing the seemingly infatuated Justin Hammer before him. Justin Hammer opened enormous suitcases, each brimming with cash. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. The amount here is inconsequential." A convoluted series of annotations emerged as Rise's teleportation skill had been nearly perfected by Garen, proving invaluable not just for travel, but also for relocation. If even a single dollar were to go missing, I assure you, the consequences would be dire. Garen issued a warning to Justin Hammer as he departed with the money, leaving the matter of whiplash, who would not survive long anyway, aside. Whiplash and Justin Hammer, two unscrupulous individuals, now resembled infatuated lovers, exchanging flattery as if they were long-lost brothers, all the while harboring intentions to exploit one another. As for who would ultimately deceive whom for a profit, Garen was in high spirits, perhaps envisioning a night spent amidst riches. Brownski, originally a soldier in his 40s, had been tasked by General Ross to pursue Banner, the Hulk, after the latter's whereabouts were discovered in Brazil. However, the mission failed when Banner transformed into the Hulk. This defeat ignited a profound desire for power within him, leading him to accept the super soldier serum from General Ross in a futile attempt to confront the Hulk. After recovering, he underwent a second injection, yet his mind grew increasingly volatile and frenzied. General Ross, the head of the military's super soldier program, viewed the Hulk as a successful creation and believed further research could yield significant breakthroughs. He was resolute in capturing Banner, intent on extracting the secrets of the Hulk to formulate a true super soldier serum. He was already aware that his daughter was with Banner, marking the third capture attempt, which he personally led, leaving no room for failure. At this moment, Bruce Banner was extracting the Hulk's genes, yearning to return to normalcy and live a typical life with his girlfriend. Samuel Stern, an online ally of the Hulk, had been assisting Banner in developing a serum to eliminate the Hulk. He successfully created a drug capable of suppressing the Hulk, and now he was aiding Banner in registering the antidote. He succeeded in extracting the Hulk's serum, effectively subduing the Green Giant. Tonight, New York was unusually bustling, with police, firefighters, and military forces converging as a significant military presence cleared entire city blocks. The operation commenced. Following General Ross's orders, snipers took their positions, and the strike team prepared. Unfortunately, at that moment, Bruce Banner had temporarily lost the Hulk's protection, and a single dose of tranquilizer led to his capture. 3 hours of build-up culminated in mere seconds of action, a frustratingly anticlimactic outcome for many, particularly for Brownski, who had never known defeat in his battles until now. Having been thoroughly dominated by the Hulk on 2 occasions, the Hulk had become his inner demon, and he yearned to vanquish him personally. Anger and resentment drove Brownski to a frenzied state. He needed to unleash his pent-up fury, having heard rumors of his ability to produce more giants like the Hulk in bulk. At this moment, Colonel Ross's female aide was inquiring about Stern, as Ross harbored intentions of recruiting him. After all, Stern's breakthrough was precisely what the military had long sought. In Ross's eyes, Stern was undoubtedly a prodigy. No, not yet. I can only achieve a portion of it, not the entirety. I cannot create a complete Hulk, yet I am confident I can manufacture the most exquisite version. Stern's research on the Hulk's blood had surpassed that of the military, and he possessed his own ambitions. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the inquisitive female officer collapsed. Blonsky appeared before Stern, panting heavily. A handgun was aimed at Stern's head. The troublesome woman is out of the way. I want what you extracted from Banner's body. Blonsky felt an overwhelming sense of unease, as 2 premature injections of the super serum had left him with complications. As an expert in the field, Stern immediately recognized something was amiss with Blonsky, which piqued his interest. Scientists are often mad in their pursuit of knowledge. He momentarily forgot the threat posed by the gun. You've injected something, Haven to you? I haven't injected enough. You've seen his transformation, right? I want to become like that. You must make me like that. Blonsky had completely lost his sanity, consumed by a thirst for power, wandering aimlessly in his quest for strength. I am unclear about the substances you injected before. A combination of 2 unknown elements could lead to grotesque results. Under Blonsky's intense insistence, Stern commenced his first human experiment. As Blonsky received the injection, he began to swell to a monstrous size, his spine jutting out like that of a dinosaur. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power, Blonsky transformed into a hideous abomination. This newly emerged creature commenced a brutal slaughter of the soldiers stationed within the building. Fire! Shoot! Came the frantic orders. No, no! Under the onslaught of the abomination, the seasoned American soldiers found themselves utterly defenseless. The creature rampaged into the streets of New York, indiscriminately targeting soldiers, police officers, and passers-by alike. Everything that obstructed its path was obliterated. 2 surviving soldiers and a police officer sped away in an SUV, urgently contacting their superior, General Ross. Sir, the Hulk is on the streets. Nearly all of our men are dead, and we cannot stop him. General Ross, bewildered, glanced at Bruce Banner beside him. Yet he could clearly hear the sounds of explosions and screams emanating from the phone, indicating chaos was unfolding. Calm down, soldier. Where are you? On 121st Street. Heading towards Broadway, about to enter Queens, sir. The streets of New York erupted into chaos, traffic gridlocked, while the abomination wreaked havoc, tossing cars like toys. Explosions rang out as civilians began to abandon their vehicles in a frantic escape. The New York police bravely fought to buy time for the fleeing populace. Several officers armed with handguns firing at the monstrous entity. However, this feeble weapon was incapable of even grazing the skin of the abomination. As a single punch from the creature sent 4 police officers flying. The remaining 2 soldiers, witnessing the abomination's assault on the officers, froze in place and quickly drew the anti-tank missiles intended for the Hulk. Boom! Seizing the opportunity while the abomination had its back turned, the missiles were launched, hurtling toward their target, yet the outcome was rather disappointing. At the very moment the missile was about to strike, the abomination pivoted, grasped the missile in one hand, and crushed it with a violent squeeze, resulting in a fiery explosion. Remarkably, the abomination emerged unscathed, not a drop of blood shed. Glaring at the audacious American soldiers who dared to attack him, the abomination casually swatted aside a nearby car and strode forward, leaping into the air to obstruct the path of a military Humvee. Raising a taxi overhead, he bellowed, "Is there not a single worthy opponent? Bring forth someone who can fight." With that, he hurled the taxi down, embodying the triumph of a victorious king. Chapter 69. Defending Property Surely. There were formidable fighters in New York, but at that moment, Galen was at home, reveling in the joy of newfound wealth. $40 million. He could afford to buy 2 breakfasts, consuming one and saving the other. Such was the pinnacle of his existence. Boom! The sound of consecutive explosions captured Galen's attention. Glancing at the distant flames from the street, he quickly lost interest. Whatever was happening bore no relevance to him. Meanwhile, aboard a helicopter, witnessing the destruction wrought by the abomination, Bruce Banner resolved to save New York. Only he possessed the capability to do so. To summon the Hulk within him, Bruce decided to undertake a free fall without a parachute. "Bruce, think this through," he admonished himself. "You don't even know if you can transform anymore. This is sheer madness. Someone will stop that monster." Betty, Banner's girlfriend and Ross's daughter, was acutely aware of the implications of the Hulk's existence. She hesitated to engage in intimate acts with her boyfriend, dreading the loss of his normalcy. "I'm sorry, but I must do this. It is all my doing." After a heartfelt kiss goodbye, Banner resolutely leaped from the aircraft. The Hulk reemerged, unleashing a tremendous roar, as if to express his pent-up frustration, tearing apart the remnants of his shirt while eyeing the advancing abomination. Hearing the roar, the abomination forsook the weaker foes around him. Only the Hulk represented the adversary he yearned to conquer, eager to showcase his might. He was invincible. The 2 giants raced through the streets, leaping and colliding. However, the initial clash concluded with the Hulk's defeat, as the massive form of the abomination sent him careening dozens of meters away, due to the terrain. It could be said rather bluntly that the Hulk was propelled from Manhattan to Queens. After such a blow, the Hulk felt slightly dazed, his legs weakening, and just as he rose, he found himself seated on the ground once more. Observing the Hulk's disheveled state, the abomination erupted in laughter. "Come on, let us continue." Since the inception of the Hulk, he has never encountered such a predicament. In an astonishing display of raw strength, he effortlessly splits a car in half with his bare hands, as if donning boxing gloves. The scene unfolds into a fierce street brawl between 2 titans, their bare bodies glistening with sweat, fervor radiating from every movement, a visceral spectacle ablaze with passion. Ultimately, the Hulk pins the abomination to the ground, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. Is that all you can do? The abomination, lying beneath the mighty green giant, appears unimpressed by Hulk's performance. With a powerful kick, he sent the exhausted Hulk flying several meters away. Perhaps the Hulk, having recently exerted himself too much, find himself somewhat drained, unable to meet the abomination's demands. In a state of disarray, he opts to momentarily evade and recuperate. At this crucial juncture, General Ross fortuitously intervenes. The helicopter's machine guns prove effective, forcing the abomination to scurry onto rooftops in a frenzied escape. Unbeknownst to the inflated Ross, sustained aggression is unwise. The abomination, with astonishing agility, seizes the helicopter. The aging general pays dearly for his overexertion. He is no longer in his prime, and the helicopter crashes, leaving the abomination unscathed. With energy to spare, the abomination resumes his rampage, and it seems the elderly Ross is on the verge of being crushed. However, the Hulk, now restored, re-enters the fray. Yet, the abomination, brimming with vigor, is in optimal form, and the Hulk finds himself outmatched. Although their clash is reciprocated, it is evident to all that the Hulk is on the defensive, struggling against the relentless onslaught. You do not deserve this power. You are utterly incapable, the abomination taunts, mocking the Hulk's abilities. Such derision is intolerable for any man. Hulk! Attack! The furious green giant begins to awaken. It is time for retaliation. Once more, the two colossal figures erupt with fervor, unleashing their fists in a fierce melee. Wherever they tread, walls and towering edifices crumble under their might, a testament to the adage. When faced with a wall, push against it. When confronted with a building, demolish it. They wreak havoc from one end of the street to the other, leaving no intact place in their wake. Steel and concrete yield to their strength as if they were mere glass. A gentle touch creates gaping holes where walls once stood. Meanwhile, Galen, fortunate enough to be at home, has eschewed the internet for a rare moment. He reclines on a bed fashioned from cash, a dream realized from a past life. Though lying on money proves less than comfortable. Suddenly, a series of booming sounds disrupts his reverie. As if an earthquake has struck, long-neglected dust rains down from the ceiling. Who on earth is demolishing houses at this hour? Grumbling, Galen decides to step outside to admonish his neighbors or the construction crew. Yet, upon stepping out, he is taken aback to witness two behemoths engaged in a brutal struggle right on his street, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. With countless homes reduced to rubble, the speed at which the two individuals were dismantling the house rivaled that of one of the esteemed special forces of the Celestial Empire. The urban management team, within the confines of S.H.E.L.D., Nick Fury was monitoring the live broadcast via satellite, harboring his own thoughts regarding the Hulk and Abomination. Director, several government departments have expressed their desire for us to intervene and halt those two monstrosities, particularly the World Council, whose stance is quite adamant. Agent Hill entered to brief Fury, her phone nearly overwhelmed with calls from the government. In her view, S.H.I.E.L.D. bore the responsibility to avert this crisis. Inform them that S.H.I.E.L.D. support will arrive shortly, albeit with only one agent, as ordinary operatives are ill-equipped to handle such creatures. From the footage, Fury could already see Garen, intrigued by the potential conflict between the three. In truth, witnessing the clash between the Hulk and Abomination made Garen contemplate fleeing. After all, the Hulk was a formidable entity. Without him, Thanos would have remained the pinnacle of marvelous power. First, engaging would yield no benefit. Second, engaging would yield no benefit. Third, engaging would yield no benefit. Yet the crux of the matter was that neither the Hulk nor Abomination had triggered a system task, and Garen discerned that for a task to be issued, the target must be female. In summary, battling the Hulk and Abomination offered Garen no advantages. However, the house behind him had just undergone renovations, with his fund from selling the whip still inside. If he refrained from action, he stood to lose everything. Loyal to his convictions, he resolved to defend his property. Was there a more compelling reason to act? As Garen of the Iron Legion emerged, his grand blue sword poised before him, he observed the advancing giants, acutely aware that this confrontation required his utmost prowess. Chapter 70. One man's blood rage. I advise you to retreat. This path leads to an impasse, Garen proclaimed, attempting to leverage his words against the two giants who appeared utterly oblivious to him, consumed by their fervor. Despite Garen's warning, they continued to disregard him. Abomination was singularly focused on vanquishing his former foe. In his eyes, only the Hulk mattered. He sought to showcase his might to all of America, declaring himself the ultimate warrior. With a forceful charge, Abomination sent the Hulk hurtling toward Garen. By the heavens, I sought to engage you as rational beings. Why must you compel me to this? Garen exclaimed, witnessing the massive form hurtling in his direction. He raised his grand sword, ignited by his youthful fervor. For Demacia, I shall prevail. Channeling all his strength, Garen leaped high into the air, executing a powerful strike. The Hulk, mid-flight, felt a sharp pain as he crashed to the ground, creating a significant crater upon impact. With a roar, the Hulk, having consumed a surge of reckless power, immediately rose to his feet. His fists, larger than Garen's head, came crashing down with ferocity. At this moment, the Hulk had completely lost Bruce Banner's consciousness, perceiving everything that attacked him as an enemy. Garen, however, would not evade. A Garen who played with finesse and theatrics was not a true Garen. His fist landed heavily upon Garen's head, but the outcome was somewhat unexpected. The ironclad figure remained steadfast, as if that powerful blow had merely scratched his surface. Garen, though outwardly composed, felt the ground beneath him yield under the Hulk's onslaught. The glaring system notification was alarming. Host has been attacked, suffering 273 points of damage, with over 9,000 health points. This indicated that without unleashing his skills or calculating his recovery, the Hulk could potentially deliver 40 fatal blows, not accounting for whether he was exerting his full strength. Undeterred by the lack of effect from his initial strike, the Hulk swung his fists again towards Garen. With courage, a concoction of madness, and unwavering resolve, Garen activated 3 defensive skills, unafraid of the Hulk's assault. He raised his mighty sword and began to spin. As he spun, the blue light of judgment erupted forth, conjuring a tempest. A clash of titans ensued. Brute force met brute force, and sometimes the resolution to conflict is deceptively simple. Either I subdue you to protect my domain, or you overpower me, stepping over my fallen form. Blood flowed, and the effects of blood rage triggered. Judgment activated twice, reducing defenses and igniting blood fury simultaneously. Due to their height disparity, the Hulk found himself engaging Garen with mindless swings at his midsection. This battle mode seemingly awakened the Hulk's ferocity, as Garen carved several vicious wounds into his torso. Yet the Hulk pressed on, relentlessly pounding Garen's head and body, consumed by a singular desire to annihilate him. The Abomination, witnessing an unexpected contender daring to seize his outlet for aggression, was incensed, especially as the clash of sword and flesh ignited a fervor in him. The struggle between Garen and the Hulk ceased only when Garen halted his spin. He had become embedded like a nail in the ground, with the Hulk's waist buried deep within the earth, making further rotation impossible. Teleportation. Reckless strike. Breaking free from the constraints of the ground, Garen wielded his greatsword anew, determined to test whether the Hulk could withstand not just 1, but 1,000 powerful blows, perhaps fueled by his animosity towards Garen for stealing his target. The Abomination chose to prioritize his attack on Garen. With a resounding crash, Garen teleported beside the Hulk, but before his sword could descend, the Abomination delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing against a wall. "You think you can be so arrogant? He is mine," the Abomination declared, as the words of Abomination hung unfinished in the air. The colossal foot of the Hulk forcefully propelled him away, targeting Galen, who was plastered against the wall. The entire wall crumbled under the impact, prompting Galen to spring to his feet, delivering an unexpected strike to Abomination's head with a powerful blow intended for the Hulk. Abomination, evidently less resilient than the Hulk, found himself reeling from the impact, his skull dented by the force of Galen's attack. In pain, Abomination cowardly distanced himself from Galen, eyeing him with caution. The 3 combatants formed a triangular standoff, exchanging wary glances. After recently battling the Hulk and being ambushed by Abomination, Galen assessed his condition through the system, realizing he had suffered nearly 2,000 points of damage. Fortunately, as a being of data, he appeared unscathed, far better off than the battered Hulk. The 2 giants chose to take a moment to regain their composure, and Galen was more than willing to cooperate, as his Berserker Rage was on the verge of activation, promising a swift return to peak condition. "Didn't he expect to encounter someone like you in New York? How intriguing. But I'm the strongest," Abomination taunted, his newfound power inflating his ego as he regarded Galen as a worthy opponent. As Abomination lunged forward, throwing a punch towards Galen's head, Galen, surprisingly, met it with his own headbutt. The moment Abomination's fist collided with Galen's forehead, he realized that this foe was remarkably tough, albeit somewhat foolish for choosing to absorb the blow with his head. A smile crept onto Galen's face as he recalled the phrase, "When one is enraged, the whole family ascends to the heavens." At that moment, Galen was imbued with the berserker effect triggered by the Hulk, and Abomination, having attacked him, was automatically marked as a formidable villain by the system, while the Hulk was a future Avenger and Bruce Banner inherently good. Galen understood the dilemma of potentially having to confront him. However, Abomination was merely a petty nuisance, an inconsequential adversary. With a single powerful swing of his sword, he thought, "Prepare to be sent skyward. Demacia's justice." With both hands gripping the sword's hilt, Galen forcefully plunged the massive blade downwards. Watching Galen's movements, Abomination felt an unsettling premonition rising within him, urging him to flee. Yet, the radiant light had already begun to manifest. Those observing the unfolding events beheld a miraculous sight in the sky. A colossal sword, blindingly bright, descended from above, radiating awe-inspiring brilliance, a true miracle. The sword power cascaded down, striking Abomination directly. Echoes of Abomination's anguished cries reverberated through the once quiet street, the mighty sword gradually descending, and the intensity of his screams dwindled until silence enveloped him. Meanwhile, in S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury gazed at Galen's formidable assault with trepidation. His strength was beyond imagination. If Galen were to unleash chaos, Fury doubted anyone could halt him. Yet, upon reflecting on the situation, he reassured himself. After all, this was Galen. As Hill observed Garen's performance, his eyes sparkled with admiration. The formidable strength of the foe, once loathed, was now evident to all. This was no mere weakling, and in comparison to Garen, it appeared to be utterly lacking. The great sword had concluded its assault, and the Abomination now resembled nothing more than a skeletal frame. Its skin seemed to evaporate and melt away under the onslaught of the great sword. The impact of this blow had far exceeded Garen's expectations, as he had not anticipated that the revamped great sword would so decisively cripple the Abomination. Chapter 71. Armor stacking and endurance. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk charged, targeting the nearly defeated Abomination. Despite his clouded consciousness, he was acutely aware of who his primary adversary was. The sound of bone shattering was unmistakable as the Hulk brutally snapped one of the Abomination's arms. You fiend! This pain is unbearable." The Abomination cried out in agony. Once again, it found itself pinned beneath the Hulk, who unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Having just endured the devastation of the great sword, the Abomination was clearly at its breaking point. With one arm incapacitated, it fought back desperately with its remaining limb, but the tide had turned. An escape from the Hulk's merciless grip was futile. Garen had returned to his original position, his intention not to engage in combat, but to safeguard his homeland and protect his property. Observing the two colossal figures rolling on the ground, the Hulk was intent on inflicting damage, while the Abomination sought to resist. The scene was utterly distressing. Ultimately, the Abomination, stripped of all defenses, lay gasping for breath beneath the Hulk, its expression one of utter despair, evoking in Garen a strange sense of empathy, as if he were the true victim. It was no wonder the Abomination felt despondent. It had gained power and transformed into a monster solely to vanquish the Hulk. Initially, the situation had seemed favorable, but Garen's unexpected intervention had reduced it to a state of disgrace, rendering the Abomination utterly incapable of resistance. What dignity could it possibly retain after such humiliation? Having finally subdued the Abomination, the Hulk pounded his chest like a mighty gorilla, and then turned his wrath towards Garen. "You wretched creature, after defeating one Abomination, you still seek to confront me? How much stamina do you possess that you have yet to expend?" Seeing the Hulk approach, Garen felt a surge of frustration. After all, he had just aided the Hulk in vanquishing the Abomination. Having recently unleashed the great sword, he now felt weak and weary. Yet he resolutely raised the great sword as the Hulk charged at him. A powerful punch struck Garen squarely in the chest, causing him to stumble back 3 paces before regaining his footing. "You strike me, and I shall respond with my sword," Garen declared defiantly. Resembling a steadfast nail driven into the ground, he vowed to protect. "Life endures, and so does the fight. I shall battle for those who cannot." With unwavering resolve, Garen braced himself against the Hulk's fist, letting out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. Within the confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, a colossal screen broadcast the Battle of New York, showcasing Garen's confrontation with the Hulk. A multitude of agents gather to witness this spectacle, captivated by his strength, fearlessness, and valor. Many reflect on the teachings of Instructor Garen, who instilled in them the essence of courage. Would one choose to be a true man for a fleeting moment or a coward for a lifetime? In the past, numerous students scoffed at Garen's lessons, dismissing them as ethereal notions, unattainable and absurd. But now, they comprehend the truth of their instructor's audacity. He stands resolute against the terrifying blows, unwavering in his defense, embodying the very essence of sacrifice, demonstrating what it means to take a punch for the sake of honor. This realization underscores the insurmountable gap between themselves and Garen, a chasm defined by indomitable faith, fearless spirit, and selfless dedication. In the director's office of S.H.I.E.L. de a discussion unfold. Should we intervene? Although Garen is formidable, his recklessness defies logic. He refuses to evade, opting instead for a fervent exchange of blows. Hill perceives that even Garen's might cannot withstand such onslaught indefinitely. Let us wait and observe the limits of his endurance. His current state seems adequate, Nick Fury muses, recognizing this as an opportunity to test Garen's boundaries. The clash endures for 10 minutes, during which Garen discerns the Hulk's capabilities. The Hulk resembles a colossal behemoth with impenetrable armor, akin to a champion in the League of Legends, equipped with an unyielding ability that revives him in moments. Garen realizes that, without employing his true damage, he is utterly powerless against the Hulk. The injuries he inflicts are swiftly mended, and he finds himself engaged in a futile, unending struggle, a battle where neither side may emerge victorious, even amid cataclysmic turmoil. As time progresses, Garen abandons his judgment skill, feeling nauseated from his relentless spinning. Yet, he discovers a fortuitous mechanism. His assaults on the Hulk trigger an unending grasp, augmenting his maximum health significantly over the past several minutes. As his health wanes to half, Garen decisively activates his last stand. Empowered by this resolve, alongside the support of his unyielding grasp and health regeneration, he achieves a balance between damage dealt and recovery. This signifies that if the Hulk persists in this mode of attack, Garen could withstand the onslaught for days on end. After all, he is a man who has endured 10 days without rest. He is determined to outlast the Hulk's pent-up energy. However, as the battle continues, Garen enters a sage mode, attacking only when his unyielding grasp is triggered, refraining from any effort in the interim. Engaging the Hulk proves futile. Had it not been for the need to siphon some health, he might have surrendered entirely. A saying comes to mind: to don the thickest armor is to endure the fiercest blows, a realization of his duty. Director, I believe it is time for us to take action. Garen must be nearing his limits. After all, he remains within the realm of humanity, and his body should be exhibiting signs of fatigue. In contrast, the Hulk appears to be growing increasingly exhilarated, with his rate of attack nearly doubling since the onset of the conflict. Hill's analysis aligns with Nick Fury's perspective. As a seasoned agent, he can discern the dynamics of battle through various details. For instance, Garen has largely ceased utilizing his formidable spinning attack, and his mental state is evidently waning. Lacking the initial fervor, coupled with a declining frequency of attacks, the cumulative evidence points to a singular conclusion: Garen is in a significant downward spiral. Initially, Nick Fury entertained the notion of tallying the number of punches the Hulk had landed on Garen, but he abandoned this endeavor once the count reached 3 digits. The Hulk, capable of demolishing houses with a single kick and shattering cars with a mere punch, has astonishingly landed hundreds of blows on Garen. Who would dare to believe such a feat? It defies logic. He instructed Coulson to proceed with the plan. After some contemplation, Nick Fury issued the command. Garen's observational phase was nearly complete, and if an unfortunate incident were to occur, he would find himself bereft of a place to mourn. In Fury's eyes, Garen is destined to become the Earth's most resilient shield. At this moment, the Hulk is becoming increasingly addicted to the fight, relishing the challenge. He has never encountered anything that could withstand his onslaught, not only amongst humans, but also with various metals, objects, or structures. Chapter 72, Principles. The metallic adversary before the Hulk now appears extraordinarily resilient. He is beginning to tire from the effort, yet his opponent remains utterly unscathed, not even shedding a drop of blood. This perceived disregard is a humiliation. With renewed vigor, he unleashed 3 powerful punches, each striking with full force to the face. Hey, can you refrain from always targeting my face? Is it too much to ask for some variety? Garen could not help but voice his grievances toward the Hulk. Hulk! The green giant paused momentarily, scratching his head in confusion. He struggled to comprehend this peculiar man before him, who was even more extraordinary than himself. Am I not allowed to keep hitting the same spot? Should I not exhibit a degree of creativity in my attacks? Hey, big guy, where did you purchase those pants? They appear to be of excellent quality, quite impressive. Upon witnessing the Hulk momentarily cease his assault in response to his words, Garen contemplated a new possibility. Could it be that he possessed the potential for verbal persuasion? Unbeknownst to Garen, the Hulk merely lacked sufficient cognitive function. He had previously believed himself to be the most unique intellect. Now, encountering a person who could withstand his blows and engage him in conversation was a novel experience. Hulk! The green giant scratched his head again. Hulk is not a fool. He wouldn't discuss pants while in the midst of combat. But what if I continue to strike him while he keeps asking about my trousers? Perhaps I should explain first, then resume the fight? As Garen was poised to elevate his verbal prowess, an armed helicopter soared overhead, its formidable cannon roaring with intent aimed directly at the bewildered Hulk. Run, Garen, flee. I shall divert his attention, came the voice of Coulson from the aircraft, dispatched to distract the green giant and facilitate Garen's escape. However, Garen's use of flash was not for retreat. Instead, he positioned himself to shield the Hulk from the oncoming fire. Despicable. Coulson, I misjudged you. I had not anticipated you would resort to such treacherous tactics. This is my battle, and I require no underhanded assistance from you. Withstanding a barrage from a cannon, Garen stood resolutely before the Hulk, vociferously rebuking Coulson's actions. Upon hearing Garen's righteous condemnation, Coulson nearly lost his balance on the helicopter. For heaven's sake, I'm a special agent. Do I care where I strike my enemies? I'm here to save you. For goodness sake. I am Garen, the Might of Demacia, and I shall not permit anyone to employ vile means against my opponent in this confrontation. One must conduct oneself with honor and integrity, avoiding deceitful schemes and frivolities. Garen stood defiantly before the helicopter, denouncing Coulson's recent behavior. Fear not, big guy. I've already reprimanded him. There's no need to be angered by this little fellow. Let us proceed, and remember not to strike my face. Was Garen unaware of Coulson's intention to assist him? Certainly not. He was acutely aware. Yet, with his home just behind him, where could he run? Moreover, Garen felt an inexplicable conviction that his words could indeed persuade the Hulk. Hulk, having listened to Garen, delivered a soft punch to Garen's frame, not in anger, but with a peculiar compliance. Continue. Come on, big guy. Unleash your full strength. The Hulk, taken aback, gazed at Garen, momentarily devoid of the desire to retaliate, merely pondering what this man before him could possibly be thinking. Are you hungry, big guy? Lacking energy? Allow me to treat you to a meal, and then we shall continue. Rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. Garen observed as the Hulk ceased his assault entirely, his confidence swelling. Hulk! The green giant was at a loss for how to respond to Garen's unexpected invitation after having just pummeled him. Garen, oblivious to the Hulk's confusion, pressed on with his plan to shift the giant's focus. Coulson, did you hear that? My good brother wishes to dine. Quickly, prepare takeout for 4 and include some drinks. Garen had no intention of footing the bill for Hulk's meal. After all, there are takeout couriers aplenty in the skies. Director, what shall we do now? Coulson was equally bewildered by Garen's rebuke and his proposal to treat the Hulk. Sensing the need to fulfill Garen's peculiar request, Nick Fury pondered for 3 seconds before deciding to acquiesce. In a previous life, a famous individual once remarked that there is nothing a barbecue cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 barbecues will suffice. Whether Marvel has a Chinese barbecue Galen remains unclear. However, after treating the Hulk to a meal, he would surely feel disinclined to continue wreaking havoc on his own abode. Coulson did not keep Galen waiting for long. Within 10 minutes, several bags of food were lowered from the helicopter. Hey, everyone, don't be shy. Feel free to eat. It's on me, he declared, as the bill was covered by S.H.I.L.D. This rare display of generosity from Galen was rather uncharacteristic. Without much ceremony, he sat upon the ground and began to feast, for he was indeed quite hungry and the food provided by Coulson was surprisingly delectable. Don't be shy. Seeing that the Hulk remained motionless, Galen, with his mouth full, once more invited the green giant to join him. Hulk says you're a big fool. The Hulk retorted, marking the first instance of coherent speech from him that day, before turning and fleeing. Having regained the will of Dr. Banner after a period of calm, he was determined not to cause further destruction. At that moment, he merely sought a secluded place to hide. Observing the retreating figure of the Hulk, Galen rose, raising his great sword high. Faithful to my convictions, I shall not waver. The light of Demacia shall illuminate the world. Having momentarily unleashed his youthful fervor, Galen had other matters to attend to. He could not allow the abomination to escape unscathed after their encounter. Such a robust figure must surely fetch a handsome price by the pound. The abomination lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, consumed by humiliation. Just moments ago, he had savaged the Hulk, yet now he fled due to Galen's mere words. The architect of his own misfortune remained unharmed, and all his ire was directed at Galen, whom he blamed for his downfall. Such animosity would not easily fade from the abomination's memory. At this juncture, Coulson, accompanied by several agents, stood vigilant. After the Hulk's escape, Nick Fury had instructed him to disregard the matter concerning the abomination, leaving the jurisdiction of its fate to higher authorities. Galen, well done, Coulson remarked, despite his inability to comprehend Galen's recent maneuvers. Nonetheless, this did not detract from Galen's merit. Single-handedly confronting the abomination and chasing off the Hulk had established Galen as a reliable and just figure in Coulson's eyes. How do you intend to handle this dangerous individual? Galen inquired, gesturing towards the abomination, who lay gasping on the ground. Rest assured, I doubt you will encounter him again in your lifetime. Shield possesses several specialized prisons that house numerous extraordinary beings, Coulson replied with confidence. Is that so? That is splendid news. At a discounted price of $198,000. Shall you be settling the bill? Galen quipped, extending a hand and casually mentioning a sum. He had resolved that anyone wishing to take the abomination must first settle his service fee. This was not merely a matter of monetary value, but rather a matter of principle for Galen. He would not expend his efforts in vain. Those who run a business cannot afford to work for free. Chapter 73. Onward Hill. Before long, General Ross arrived, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he beheld Garen, who had just shed the mantle of the Steel Legion. His admiration for Garen's valiant stature was akin to that of a lecherous man captivated by a beautiful woman. Garen embodied the quintessential image of a super soldier in Ross's mind. Are you interested in joining the military? Was Ross's opening gambit to recruit Garen. Get lost. Don't try to butter me up. Payment first. As Coulson just mentioned, my service fee is your responsibility, $198,000, strictly in cash. You think I'd join your military only to have my compensation siphoned off? Do you take me for a fool? Garen retorted. Your service fee is agreeable. But what do you think about joining the military? Ross persisted, dismissing Garen's objections. To the military, a trivial sum was inconsequential. Garen was the real prize in Ross's eyes. Get lost? I'm not interested. Don't joke about joining the military. What purpose does an army serve in the Marvel Universe? Garen scoffed as he pocketed the military-esque payment and Coulson-esque takeaway, humming a tune as he strolled home. Though the Hulk was no longer present, the situation was far from simple. Within Shield, Hill was in earnest discussion with Nick Fury regarding Garen. I believe we should seek a more secure method to control Garen rather than allowing him to roam free as we do now. Hill, a staunch government supporter, felt it necessary to impose layers of security on anything or anyone that posed a threat to the government, rather than leaving it unchecked. I'm well aware, but Agent, mind your position. Fury, after all, is the boss. He may consider his subordinates' opinions, but the final decision rests with him. I will employ my own methods, Hill asserted defiantly, turning away from her superior with a scowl, leaving Fury to ponder the best way to manage Garen. He was fully cognizant of her intentions as she departed. At the Shield Academy, following the Hulk's escape, the trainees erupted in cheers, particularly Daisy, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Garen's recent display of bravery in battle had captivated a legion of fans. His fearless resistance and tenacity exemplified by taking hits head-on, had garnered him a substantial following. In the aftermath of this confrontation, Garen's fearless demeanor had inspired a plethora of catchphrases among the trainees, with one particular declaration, for Demacia, becoming a rallying cry before they engaged in combat. Many felt invigorated as if channeling their instructor's spirit, emboldened to face their adversaries without fear, be it fists, blades, or bullets. This ethos, instilled by their instructor, spurred them to aspire to be men of valor for even a fleeting moment, rather than lifelong cowards. Yet, tragically, this cohort of S.H.I.L.D. agents faced an unprecedented mortality rate. On the rooftop, Garen's target, the deadly assassin known as Killing Woman, was currently brandishing a pair of gleaming butterfly knives. "That's the man we encountered last time," Garen noted, recognizing the formidable figure. Just moments ago, the father and daughter were engaged in a heist against a gang, when they fortuitously stumbled upon an epic clash between the Hulk and Abomination. The spirited and audacious Deadpool sought to intervene, but was halted by her father. The little girl, fearless and naive, was oblivious to the dangers, yet her father, no fool, understood that such monstrous beings were far beyond their capability to confront. Ultimately, the two of them found refuge on a rooftop, covertly observing the unfolding chaos. The father, witnessing the prowess of Garen, felt a chill run down his spine. Throughout his lengthy career as a retired police officer, he had encountered numerous storms. Yet the sheer might displayed by a single individual was nothing short of astonishing. He recalled a moment when he nearly drew his weapon against Garen. The thought of requesting an autograph crossed his mind. Garen's recent display of strength had been quite impressive. The innocent and charming Deadpool, however, had her values distorted by her father's teachings, believing that a man's worth was defined by his fighting ability. With too many people below, the father decided it best to wait for another opportunity. He quietly led his daughter away, wishing to shield her from such creatures. A few days later, Garen returned to his duties as Tony Stark's bodyguard. But today was unlike any other. It was the celebration of Tony Stark's birthday. "Hey, Garen, I saw you the other day. You looked incredibly heroic when you were fighting," Tony exclaimed, genuinely impressed. After Garen's valor in Monaco, Tony's perception of him had shifted significantly. He no longer found Garen bothersome. Garen, however, was skeptical, questioning whether this was truly the real Tony Stark who would dare to commend him. "Do you think I should cancel the birthday party?" Tony pondered, seemingly without any friends to confide in, making Garen an excellent conversational partner at that moment. No, I believe you should proceed with it. After all, a birthday comes but once a year, and it deserves to be cherished," Garen quickly countered. For today's celebration had also drawn an invitation from Hill. Strangely enough, Hill had received an invitation to Tony's birthday party and wished for Garen to accompany her as her partner. As the second in command of S.H.I.L., Hill's status and appearance held a certain allure for Garen, though their age difference seemed somewhat incongruous. "Well, a birthday party could very well be my last," Garen mused, awakening to a realization about the significance of this final celebration. Perhaps it was time to indulge a little. "Gentlemen, the party is about to commence," Natasha announced, entering with a box containing Tony's watch. Upon seeing Natasha, Garen discreetly vacated the room, granting her a moment of privacy. Natasha effortlessly settled beside Tony on the couch, pulling out her makeup kit to gently touch up his scars. "To be honest, I can't quite grasp your background. Where do you truly hail from?" Tony stammered, feeling bashful in Natasha's presence, unable to meet her gaze, yet sensing that she was shrouded in mystery. "I come from the legal department," Natasha replied, carefully concealing her true identity. Until her mission concluded, she remained a member of the legal team. "May I pose a hypothetical question, albeit a rather peculiar one? If this were your final birthday, how would you choose to celebrate it?" There are certain matters in which Tony desperately seeks assistance from others. After pondering for 3 seconds, "I would simply do whatever I wished and seek out whomever I desired." Returning to Tony's predicament, Natasha collected all the intelligence she had gathered and pieced together the peculiar circumstances surrounding him. It became evident that Tony was either gravely ill or facing imminent death. Outside, Galen received a call from Hill, who today appeared markedly different from her usual self. Gone was the stern, icy demeanor, adorned in party attire instead of her agent's uniform. Hill exuded a captivating charm. "Hey, I never anticipated you would attend the party," Galen remarked, surprised at Hill's presence, given that she no longer worked for S.H.I.L.D. After the stress of work, I too require a taste of normalcy, Hill suggested, though Galen, oblivious to her insinuation, failed to grasp the meaning behind her words. Chapter 74. Embracing freedom, Tony stood before the mirror alone. The black streaks resembling centipedes spreading across the area where the arc reactor lay embedded in his chest. These were symptoms of advanced palladium poisoning, with some of the markings already creeping up his neck. He took out an instrument to examine his blood, discovering that the palladium levels had surpassed 80%. The medication meant to suppress the palladium had ceased to be effective. Perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps next month, he would meet his end. A sense of solitude washed over Tony. Perhaps a quiet death was not such a terrible fate after all. The final revelry commenced, marking his last birthday celebration. The party began, and Tony exhibited a wildness entirely uncharacteristic of his usual self, transforming from the esteemed scientist into a jovial Iron Man. This shift was so drastic that even those with a slight understanding of Tony could sense something amiss. In a corner, Hill sat awkwardly with Galen. As a competent agent, Hill may not have engaged in field work, but she had certainly mastered the art of exuding charm and enticing men. Alas, her every attempt seemed futile against Galen. Whether through spilled drinks, casual touches, lingering gazes, or playful leg nudges, no subtle signal penetrated his obliviousness. Natasha observed Hill and Galen from the corner, smirking disdainfully. It was absurd to think that Galen could be swayed by the remnants of Hill's allure, especially since he was a man who had eluded even her grasp. "Hey, Hill, are you feeling unwell? I could call a car to take you home," Galen stated, utterly lacking in romantic sensibility as Hill leaned against his shoulder. "Are you truly oblivious, Galen?" Hill retorted, exasperated. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Was it possible that she had lost her charm with age? TCH, if it weren't for the fact that you helped me with laundry and tidying up, I wouldn't even consider calling a car for you. Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. Galen shot back, his annoyance palpable. "You think you're the only one feeling down? Trust me, I'm equally disheartened, surrounded by so many alluring women at Tony's birthday bash. Had it not been for accompanying you, I would have long since found a romantic encounter." Garen's blunt remark left Hill speechless. What more could she say? A staunchly traditional man, indeed, a veritable embodiment of vibranium. I choose to retreat into silence, as Hill concedes to Garen. She must take time to reflect on her life and alleviate her dismal mood. Is it truly the case that in this man's eyes, one must strip bare and ascend to his bed to gain his attention? If Garen were privy to Hill's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly smile and give her 2 thumbs up. Indeed, in Garen's perspective, if one harbors feelings, they should boldly declare them. If one seeks to entice, they ought to comply by shedding their attire. What purpose do subtle hints, ambiguity, and flamboyant antics serve? Directness is the essence of the matter. Hill's plan to capture Garen's attention has met with failure. At this moment, Tony is unable to indulge in wine, clad in his iron suit, standing on stage as a DJ. The suit has now been reduced to a mere toy for entertainment, much like Garen expressed at the hearing. The exuberant ladies in the audience scream in delight as Potts, delayed by company matters, enters bearing gifts. The Tony on stage feels unfamiliar and disappointing to Potts. The former Tony Stark, president of Stark Industries, though arrogant, womanizing, and often capricious like an eternal child, possessed a certain charm. He would never resort to theatrics for attention, nor would he use his inventions as mere spectacles, let alone relieve himself in his armored suit in front of a crowd. Tony's friend, James Rhodes, also enters the villa. He serves as the liaison between the military and Tony. This visit is not merely a birthday celebration. He carries a military assignment, urging that Iron Man return to his post within 24 hours to safeguard American territory. "Hey, Potts, what is Tony up to in there?" Rhodes greets Pepper Potts amicably at the entrance. A minute later, he stands in disbelief as he observes Tony Stark on stage. Good heavens, what is he doing? Iron Man is a source of pride for Americans, even regarded by the military as a protector of the nation. Yet here he is, parading in their pride for mere spectacle, treating the suit as a child's plaything. Despite her disappointment, Potts remains concerned for Tony. She attempts to soothe the agitated Rhodes. Potts desires to forcibly end this farce and conclude the wretched birthday party, but alas, Tony has completely liberated himself. Even Potts cannot sway him. Her efforts to dismantle the spectacle repeatedly thwart her plans, and the party continues. At this moment, Tony is even more uninhibited, utilizing energy blasts to target moving objects, sending plates, bottles, and other items soaring through the air, which he skillfully strikes down. With the enhancement of weaponry, the party reaches its zenith. I apologize. I truly do not wish to interrupt your merriment, but could you please assist me in removing that iron clatter? Potts approaches Garen, seated in a corner, glancing at Hill beside him, and offers her apologies. At this moment, Hill had become withdrawn amidst her confrontation with Garen. She merely cast a glance at Potts without uttering a word. No problem, but regarding the two Iron Men you mentioned, which one do you want to take away? Garen inquired earnestly. Upon hearing Garen's words, Potts turned to see indeed two armored figures standing in the hall. I will say this only once. Get out, shouted Rhodes, clad in his iron suit, attempting to expel everyone from the gathering. Garen, let us wait and see if Rhodes has a good plan, Potts urged, immediately halting Garen's advance upon spotting Rhodes in his armor. Don't be afraid, little go. Let the music continue. Don't stop, Tony proclaimed, microphone in hand, his expression nonchalant. Both Tony Stark and James Rhodes, donned in their iron suits, commenced their playful battle, first engaging in close combat before exchanging greetings with their gadgets. Are you all foolish? You're clad in iron suits, the pinnacle of high-tech weaponry. Please don't fight like children. Garen, the bystander, expressed his dissatisfaction with the spectacle, even resorting to mockery of the two. The recently departed crowd noticed that the two Iron Men were merely brawling, devoid of missiles, lasers, or catastrophic energy cannons. They gathered at the entrance, eagerly observing the duel between the armor titans. Aren't you going to stop them? The Iron Man battle appeared significant in Hill's eyes. She hoped Garen would intervene. Rest assured, at their level, they could brawl without causing any casualties. Garen knew all too well that intervening could easily lead to unexpected mishaps. So he opted to remain a spectator. As everyone was engrossed in the unfolding drama, Potts spotted Natasha not far off. Natasha, with a stern expression, Potts approached her. Miss Potts, I'm here, Natasha replied promptly upon seeing Potts rushing towards her. Don't get too close, you wretched woman. I've seen through your schemes. Ever since you arrived, Tony has transformed into a different person. Potts had always held a poor impression of Natasha, believing that Tony's change was the fault of that brazen harlot. Just as the two women were poised to clash, the two Iron Men crashed through the wall. Wow, Happy seized the moment to showcase his bravery. After all, he was the true head of Stark Industries Security. With Garen merely his subordinate, there was no reason for the subordinate to outshine the superior. Quick, this way. Protecting Potts, Happy led her away from the scene. Observing the Iron Men battle, Natasha swiftly exited the villa and vanished into the crowd, her mission nearing its conclusion as she had gathered ample intelligence. Aren't you going to flee? Garen asked, glancing at Hill, who remained composed beside him. Where could be safer than with you by my side? Hill's assertion holds true. The safest place undoubtedly lies beside Garen. His words resonate with Garen, filling him with an undeniable sense of pride. If you aspire to become a war machine, then let it be. Fire away. Tony raised a hand, directing the energy cannon towards his dear friend. Deep down, he wished for the other to take the Iron Man suit, for otherwise, with Jarvis's security protocols, there would be no possibility of equipping the suit he had developed, let alone standing here in such arrogance. If he were to perish, certain responsibilities would inevitably fall upon someone else, as Iron Man represents a legacy in its own right. The two energy cannons exchanged fire, resulting in a minor explosion. Demacia, the Iron Legion, Garen, effectively safeguarded Hill's well-being. With a flash, it became Garen's moment to shine. First, he swung his sword with ferocity, sending Rhodes flying, followed by a powerful charge that sent Tony reeling. You two have gone too far. Your actions threaten the safety of others, Garen admonished them with a righteous expression. Rhodes, having been struck by Garen's reckless blow, stood up, shaking his head. At that moment, he felt a ringing in his ears and a slight double vision. With his power systems fully engaged, he crashed through the roof of Tony's villa, soaring away at high speed. It seems I shall not have the chance to guide you. This big child appears to need some education, Garen remarked to Hill, indicating his departure. Without uttering a word, Hill rose and left, having contemplated her exit since realizing her plan had failed. Garen's display had provoked her greatly. Yet she chose to remain by his side in silent contemplation for the forthcoming potential Plan 20. Following the recent explosion, only Tony Stark and Garen remained in the villa. "Hey, Tony, I barely exerted any effort. Get up after resting enough," Garen said, standing before Tony and nudging his helmet with his sword. Tony Stark was unscathed. He simply lacked the desire to rise. The iron suit rebooted as Tony surveyed his home, now in ruins and engulfed in darkness, with only Garen still present. "Could you not let me rest a little longer?" Garen complained, plopping down onto the ground. He removed his Iron Legion and casually picked up a bottle of untouched champagne, sitting beside Tony. It seemed the time had come for Garen, the life mentor of Demacia, to serve Tony a dose of bitter wisdom. Pouring 2 glasses, he handed one to Tony, and they both sat on the ground, resembling friends. "Thank you," Tony uttered softly as he accepted the glass. "I am aware of your bodily condition. I heard everything that Whiplash said that day." Garen was prepared to deliver his troubling insights to Tony. "I'm fine, really." "He was just rambling," Tony replied. Having accomplished most of his significant desires, he now longed to relish life freely, engaging in activities he had previously refrained from due to his identity. "Do not deceive me, nor yourself. I am well aware of the truth. Your demise is imminent. However, fret not, dear Tony. Once you have departed from this world, I shall take it upon myself to spend the fortune you leave behind. I will also care for Pepper Potts. In the future, should we be blessed with children, we will remember you fondly." Upon uttering these words, Garen swiftly donned the armor of the Steel Legion. With unwavering courage, he unleashed a mighty blow. Enraged, Tony unleashed an energy blast that struck Garen with ferocity. "Your fantasies are unattainable, unless I meet my end." Tony, indifferent to the monetary matters, found the notion of Pepper marrying another utterly intolerable. Fueled by rage, he charged towards Garen. "Indeed, the truth is undeniable. Your end is near, and all that follows shall hold no significance for you." Garen swung his colossal sword, sending Tony hurtling through the air. "Remember, no one shall recall a dead man. You are but a relic of the past. Do you wish for Pepper to live a life of solitude?" As Garen spoke, he relentlessly struck Tony with his formidable sword. "Look at you, a pitiful wretch, incapable of accomplishing anything. You are a failure, and all that you possess, your wealth, your beloved, will belong to another." With a devastating blow, Garen shattered Tony's iron suit. Now bereft of his armor, Tony lay on the ground, gazing up as Garen approached, step by step. "No, none of what you claim will come to pass. I shall not perish, for I am Tony Stark, the greatest genius of this century." A renewed fire ignited within Tony's eyes. He now comprehended Garen's words as mere motivation to survive. "Welcome back, Tony Stark, or should I say, the illustrious Iron Man?" Garen shed his skin and extended a hand. On the rooftop of a restaurant, atop a colossal donut sign, Garen and Tony sat together, enjoying breakfast while admiring the sun rising in the distance, a truly delightful scene. "I had longed to do this, and it seems your thoughts align with mine." Tony had always yearned to relish breakfast here, indifferent to the gazes of passers-by. Indeed, dining atop the donut to witness the sunrise was Garen's idea. "Little Tony, through this experience, you should have learned to mature," Garen advised with earnest sincerity, embodying the essence of Howard Stark, Tony's father. "Please, do not address me with that infuriating tone." Tony felt as though Garen's manner of speaking mirrored that of his father, evoking an uncomfortable sense of familiarity. "Garen, the paternal figure? How did you conceive those words yesterday that so incensed me?" To Tony, Garen's motivational words seemed to stem from his own inability to best him, leaving him perplexed as to why Garen could utter such profound truths. "To sleep with your wife, spend your money, inhabit your home, and discipline your children. This will be the reality in your absence. Surely, another man will assume that role. It could be me, or Happy, or someone else. Of course, the last point is moot, as you have no children. Regardless, Tony cannot surpass me. The outcome is solely determined by me." Chapter 76. The man forever out of reach. "Well, you do make a compelling point." Garen's words left Tony without a retort. However, he would not allow Garen's words to manifest into reality. "Rest assured, there is no predicament in this world that cannot be resolved. Trust me, your fortune will soon take a turn for the better." Garen spoke the truth, for he could already perceive the bald egghead drawing near. Let's hope so. Although Garen had ignited a spark of determination within him, even Tony himself was uncertain of his own direction. "Both of you," Get down from that donut, Nick Fury said, gazing up at Garen and Tony. The matter concerning the problem children required his direct intervention, especially since it involved the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony was acquainted with Nick Fury, having had a prior encounter with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he was aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. was established by his father. Hey, buddy, do you always go out dressed like that at night? Aren't you afraid of scaring people? The black attire, black trench coat, black eye patch, and black trousers evoked less than pleasant memories for Garen. Indeed, a black man could truly vanish into the darkness. Does my dressing style concern you? Nick Fury was somewhat perplexed by Garen's inquiry. Look, he might be the one who steals your company and your women after you're gone. Garen speculated. If Tony Stark were to meet an untimely demise, S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly seize Stark Industries, a notion that felt instinctively correct. They would not let the Iron Man suit slip through their fingers. Upon hearing Garen's words, Tony scrutinized Nick Fury intently and shook his head vigorously. Potts would not be interested in a black man, let alone a bald, one-eyed fellow. The dialogue between the two men showed no regard for Nick Fury's presence, causing him to furrow his brow in irritation, wishing he could draw his weapon and silence the two rascals above him. Were they even speaking in coherent terms? One, with his square head and single-mindedness, boasted about stealing another man's possessions and wife, while the other, an egomaniac, declared himself a bald, one-eyed man. Although true, did they not realize this was the lament of men? Did they think he aspired to be a bald, one-eyed man? Did they ever consider the feelings of others before speaking? Beneath the donut, the restaurant lay desolate. Not a single customer was present, not even a server. The three men, each with a cup of self-serve coffee, exchanged glances, the atmosphere tinged with the peculiarity of Garen's earlier musings. Adjusting his sunglasses, Tony was the first to break the silence. Let me make it clear. I will not be accepting your invitation to that superhero boy band you mentioned last time. And as for Potts, she certainly has no interest in you, so don't entertain such thoughts. This marked the first conversation between Tony and Nick Fury, as Fury had previously invited Tony to join the Avengers, a proposition that had ultimately failed. At that time, Tony was an arrogant individual, convinced that he could handle everything on his own without any assistance. Upon hearing Tony's words, Nick Fury couldn't help but curse internally. Who would dare to covet your Potts? He had plenty of female agents at his disposal. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Nick Fury took a sip of coffee and slowly remarked, I understand that you believe you can handle everything on your own, that you are sufficient as you are. However, the outcome speaks for itself, does it not? And that is not a mere boy band. It is the Avengers. By the way, how is Garen? Are you interested in joining? A team dedicated to saving the world. Since Tony had already mentioned the Avengers, Nick Fury seized the opportunity to recruit Garen, despite the numerous intel indicating that the likelihood of Garen joining was exceedingly slim. I'm already affiliated. I am the Might of Demacia, and I cannot betray my brother Jarvan. Without a moment's hesitation, Garen dismissed the notion of joining the Avengers, realizing that doing so would render him a mere free agent for their battles. Speaking of which, Garen, do you not find it peculiar? Where are the employees? Tony, uninterested in the Avengers, aimed to form an isolated alliance with Garen against Fury, perhaps influenced by Garen's earlier remarks. He observed the man across from him with a hint of suspicion. What is strange about that? Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., could clear an entire street with just a stroll. Even if 500 agents surrounded us right now, I would not find it surprising, Garen replied. Just then, the restaurant door swung open, revealing a striking figure. Garen felt an eerie sense of déjà vu. I just cleared the entire area, but best not to linger. Natasha, clad in a form-fitting tactical suit, entered and casually took a seat opposite Tony. Damn it, you were a government spy. Tony felt a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing that his own assistant was a government agent. Effective immediately, you were fired. He could not afford to lose face, especially not in front of Garen, as it was a matter of pride for Tony. Wait a minute, damn it. Garen, you conspired with them to deceive me? I thought of you as a good friend, and she is hardly your ex-girlfriend. The realization struck Tony as he recalled why he had hired Natasha. Potts had mentioned she was Garen's former flame, which had ensnared him in this predicament. Good heavens, When did I ever say she was my ex-girlfriend? She was merely a suitor at best. And I am not the kind of man who casually entertains such advances, Garen asserted with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing Garen's words, Nick Fury, who had been sipping his coffee, nearly spat it out. Had he misheard? His top agent, who had never failed in captivating men, had been turned down? As Garen finished speaking, Natasha erupted in fury, slamming the table and standing up, ready to confront Garen about how she could possibly be deemed a casual person. What? Are you angry because I rejected you? Garen was unperturbed by Natasha's wrath. Not only did she owe him money, but he was confident that his physique and skills could withstand a prolonged battle against her. Repeat what you just said. Had it not been for Nick Fury intervening, Natasha would have already launched herself at Garen, driven by her wounded pride. At this moment, Garen rose to his feet, fixating his gaze upon Natasha, enunciating each word with gravitas. Today I solemnly declare to you, I, Garen, am a man you shall never possess in this lifetime. A chuckle escaped Tony, for he felt a sense of defeat. In the contest against Garen, he had lost. He pondered the irony that the personal secretary he had hired eluded his grasp, while Garen proclaimed himself a man Natasha could never attain. The logic of it all was perplexing, yet he conceded his defeat. Initially, Natasha had a more substantial role, but at this moment, she left behind a syringe-like object and resolutely seated herself nearby. She wished to avoid Garen at all costs, vowing never to utter another word to him throughout her life, as he had become her nemesis, her lifelong adversary. Chapter 77. Garen develops Jarvis, seizing a moment of distraction from Tony, our king of spies, Nick Fury, donned the guise of a nurse. He swiftly administered the injection Natasha had left into Tony's neck. Oh my God, are you attempting to harvest my organs for sale? And you, Garen, my bodyguard, do nothing to stop him. Tony exclaimed, startled by the surprise attack, for men generally harbor an aversion to needles. Though exceptions are made for the fairer sex, I sense no malice from him. That substance should prove beneficial to you, Garen mused, well aware that the intention was to assist Tony. If your instincts were accurate, I would already be dead, Tony retorted, though he held an inkling of trust towards the other party, refusing to concede verbally. If you truly were to perish, believe me, I would ensure that egg-shaped head of yours meets its end, Garen stated with a seriousness that pierced through the jest. Tony could contain himself no longer. The moniker of Egg was particularly vivid, revealing that not only was he at a disadvantage in Garen's presence, but Garen possessed the ability to provoke ire in many. Nick Fury's already dark visage deepened in shade. He abhorred such an amusing jest directed at him. Should anyone dare mock him in such a manner, he would ensure they understood the might of the king of spies and the director of S.H.A.L.D. However, regarding Garen's words, Fury merely wished to reflect on the bluntness of the other, feeling somewhat less angered. After all, most would choose to ignore the jibes of a fool. That medication can aid you. We hope you will return to work. Nick Fury shifted his focus from Garen back to Tony, no longer wishing to engage with Garen. Touching his neck, he noted the palladium poisoning symptoms had begun to markedly improve. If you provide me with a few more vials, I shall recover. With the current circumstances, coupled with Garen's sardonic wisdom, Tony felt a renewed sense of hope for his life. Restoring you is no simple task. You must understand that palladium poisoning has no antidote in this world. It all hinges upon your own resilience. Although Natasha had withdrawn into herself, she would not remain idle when duty called, for she was indeed the epitome of a consummate agent. Howard Stark's legacy had long been secured within S.H.I.E.L.D., and now it finally returned to its rightful owner, establishing a genuine connection between Iron Man and the agency. Behold, I had foreseen this. Matters are seldom as dire as they appear. Garen gazed at Tony, the child on the cusp of adulthood, with a benevolent expression, his face adorned with a smile of contentment. Having inherited his father's legacy, he returned home with his life mentor, Garen. Upon surveying his dilapidated abode, Tony felt a twinge of regret. He had once believed himself doomed, having bestowed all his collectibles to the Boy Scouts of America. Urinating in front of a group of alluring young women while clad in his Iron Man suit, inadvertently demolishing his own house. Most regrettably, he had also incurred the ire of Potts. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, and one can never anticipate what the next moment may hold. Tony's father's bequest was straightforward, a videotape and a research report detailing a novel element. However, due to the technological limitations of his era. Howard Stark had been unable to successfully synthesize it, although he held faith that his son could. Garen, we must venture forth, Tony declared. He had grown accustomed to Garen's steadfast companionship, although at times, Garen's demeanor was somewhat unsophisticated. Nonetheless, Tony could not deny that Garen was the most trustworthy of friends, straightforward and aligned with his standards of camaraderie. Wait for me. I have 28 kills. I'm on the brink of victory. Garen's sole purpose for visiting Tony's residence was to engage in gaming on the most formidable computer in the world. Recently, Garen had become enamored with a shooting game, and with the assistance of J.A.R.V.I.S., he transformed into an unstoppable force, vanquishing all in his path. Indeed, J.A.R.V.I.S. was not a cheat. Rather, it served as a supportive tool. J.A.R.V.I.S. lend me your aid. Tony had already changed his attire, unwilling to waste time waiting for others to conclude their game, as such behavior was utterly foolish. Ultimately, the last opponent fell before Garen's weapon, achieving 29 kills. The game concluded with celebratory triumph, and the promise of a feast awaited. Following Tony's command, J.A.R.V.I.S. assisted Garen in completing the game. "Oh, damn it, you have spoiled my enjoyment," Garen exclaimed, irate as he confronted Tony. "You employ my invention as a cheat, and you still find joy in gaming?" Although Tony did not partake in gaming, he was acutely aware that utilizing J.A.R.V.I.S. was akin to activating an invincibility cheat. Garen, the embodiment of Demacian justice, do not resort to cheating. A white sports car sped along the highway. Upon passing a strawberry stand, Tony halted the vehicle. "How much?" Tony deemed it prudent to bring a gift when visiting Potts. Indeed, our Iron Man was beginning to come into his own. "I know you would never buy strawberries." "That would be foolish, for Potts does not fancy them," Garen kindly reminded Tony. In a spirit of rivalry with Garen, Tony resolutely chose strawberries as his gift, refusing to believe that Garen could possibly know Potts better than he, having partnered with her for many years. In his retirement, Tony's standing within the company had plummeted, even falling below that of Garen, the deputy head of security. Ultimately, disregarding all objections, Tony forcefully entered Potts' office. At this moment, Potts was utterly exhausted, particularly regarding the issue of the ownership of the Mark II iron suit. Potts was certainly not the type to recklessly squander company assets, especially not the iron suit, which was emblematic of Stark Industries. "Galen, do as you please." With that, Potts casually greeted Galen before choosing to ignore Tony. Hey, give me 30 seconds. "Just 30 seconds, Tony implored. He was well aware that he had overstepped his bounds recently, but he had brought a gift, and he felt that he could appease Potts in 30 seconds, especially since he had strawberries in hand. His clumsy speech was filled with vague expressions, and it was clear that Potts would have difficulty understanding what he was trying to convey. Galen genuinely questioned how someone like Tony Stark, with such a convoluted way of speaking, could maintain a life filled with revelry and beautiful companions. Eventually, Potts interrupted Tony's stammering oration. Having been with him for so long, she had come to understand that he was merely apologizing to her. Of course, a necessary outlet for venting was still essential, and she could forgive him afterward. However, Tony was equally adept at inciting Potts' ire as Galen was. Observing Potts' grievances, Tony felt it was time to unveil his secret weapon, the strawberries. "You brought me strawberries, did you?" Potts inquired seriously as she gazed at the gift in his hands. "Do you even know that I am allergic to only one thing in this world?" Potts revealed a smile that was difficult to decipher. "Ha ha ha." Galen could no longer contain himself. Witnessing Tony's flustered expression, he unabashedly burst into laughter. "Serves you right for not believing me. You deserve to buy strawberries." "Miss Potts, the plane departs in 20 minutes, Natasha announced gracefully, clad in a sleek black dress. As she entered, followed closely by Happy, Tony's former driver and bodyguard. Chapter 78. Galen's silence on finances. Tony Stark felt a visceral discomfort as he watched Natasha introduce Potts to the itinerary, as if he had ingested something foul. This insufferable spy seemed to materialize out of nowhere. "I recall you two had some disagreements?" Tony subtly hinted to Potts, hoping she would dismiss Natasha. "No, we're quite fine," Potts replied, signing a few documents before standing to leave. Happy naturally assisted her with her luggage. Perhaps it was due to Galen's earlier remark about Happy potentially stealing both his woman and assets, but Tony now viewed Happy with a tinge of suspicion, noticing an unsettling closeness between him and Potts. "I knew you were an unwilling participant. You should be in your lab," Tony remarked, as S.H.L.D. hoped he would remain focused on researching the new element rather than gallivanting about. Due to Galen's influence, Coulson had not come to oversee Tony this time, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. "You truly excel at masquerading. You are a master of duplicity. How do you manage it? Have you mastered the art of deception? You are an outright charlatan, a three-layered fraud. I have never encountered anyone like you. Which version of you is the authentic one? Don't you ever tire of it?" Tony harbored no small grievances against Natasha. It irked him to no end that she seemed to revolve around Potts. And even more infuriating was her unsuccessful pursuit of Garen. Goodness, how could she have made him feel so inadequate? "Garen, take him back and keep him confined to the laboratory," he commanded. Natasha paid little heed to Tony's complaints, gathering her belongings and opting to depart. "What did you say?" Garen, who had been an innocent bystander, was taken aback when Natasha addressed him, as he was engrossed in examining a blueprint. He had entirely missed her words. Natasha, indifferent to whether Garen had heard her or not, exited, harboring an increased disdain for him. "You really are something, you two-faced charlatan," Tony scoffed, releasing some of his pent-up frustrations. He seized a strawberry from the table, preparing to discard it as he left, bitter about losing to Garen once again. How could he possibly know about Potts' strawberry allergy? Had he conducted some sort of investigation into her? Was he truly scheming to inherit everything Tony had after his demise? Such thoughts made Tony suspicious of Garen, viewing him as a potential threat to Potts. "Hey, are you going to throw those away?" Garen inquired, observing the irate Tony Stark. "Of course, why not? They are of no use," Tony replied, taking a bite of strawberry, surprised by its sweetness. It was astonishing to think that someone could be allergic to such a delightful fruit. "Pay me for my services. I've uncovered something intriguing that I believe will pique your interest," Garen continued, taking a strawberry from Tony's hand and savoring it. "What?" Tony was perplexed by Garen's cryptic words. "This is what you need. The key to the future," Garen stated, uncertain if his intrusion would lead Tony to discover the crucial key. Naturally, Garen would not work for free. Fortunately, he had been compensated with strawberries. After a moment of observation, Tony realized something amiss. The three-dimensional blueprint of Stark Industries left by his father was indeed the key to the new element. "I can hardly believe it. How did you uncover this?" Tony marveled, astonished that the reckless Garen had identified such a meticulous detail. Even more surprising was that Garen, whom Tony perceived as a money-driven individual, had accepted only a box of strawberries as payment today. "Humph, the narrow-mindedness of mortals. They measure everything with money," Garen disdainfully remarked. "You think I am fond of wealth? You are mistaken. I, the noble knight Garen of Demacia, have no interest in such trivialities. My fees are merely a reflection of what I deserve. Each service has its value, and my worth lies in assisting others to overcome their challenges," Garen proclaimed, attempting to elevate his own stature. "However, your fees are hardly affordable. Few in America can afford to enlist your assistance," Tony remarked, well aware of Garen's exorbitant rates. "Starting at no less than 100,000. Ah, mere mortals shall never comprehend my lofty heights. My fees are instituted not to transform them into idle beneficiaries, relying solely on the efforts of others. For those genuinely in need, such as you, a pauper, I will accept merely a box of strawberries." Once more, a king's disdain. Garen has thoroughly subdued Tony, a testament to the crushing superiority of ideological realms. "I am no pauper." Garen's assertions hold considerable merit. Yet Tony cannot concede to the label of a destitute man, for he is a billionaire. "Oh, have you forgotten that you relinquished all your fortunes to Potts? Mr. Stark, if you can produce even a single penny from your person, I shall rescind my previous statement." "How quaint. You just exchanged your watch for strawberries. So do not presume I am unaware." Tony Stark has indeed chosen isolation. He genuinely possesses not a single cent. Garen is the man Natasha shall never attain, and the man Tony Stark shall never surpass. To be scorned by a brute in terms of both realm and intellect is a profound humiliation for Tony, who silently vows that he shall reclaim his standing one day. Having concluded their banter, The pressing matter at hand is how to transport this colossal object back to his laboratory. Tony, that box of strawberries is quite valuable. One must assist to the very end. Having avenged himself with strawberries, he ought to aid in the entirety of the endeavor. A series of intricate scripts appeared, the blue luminescence shimmering like starlight, captivating Tony's attention. A staunch believer in science, Tony held that everything in the world could be elucidated through scientific principles. However, the device Garen employed was a novelty to him. Do not dawdle. Seasoned driver, I am about to set forth. With a swift kick, Garen propelled Tony into the teleportation array, marking him as the second male to board after Coulson. In the blink of an eye, Tony found himself back in his villa. My word, this is astonishing. What was that? A wormhole? Jump technology? Or perhaps a spatial gateway? Upon encountering Garen, Tony bombarded him with a flurry of inquiries. That is the power of Demacia, Garen replied, though you would not comprehend. Dismissed with a mere reference to Demacian power, Tony retorted. If you wish to know what that is, I am equally curious. Noticing the fervent curiosity in Tony's eyes, Garen resolved to share why the skies of Aloran are so blue, ensuring to distract him long enough to suffer from his palladium poisoning, preventing Tony from further questioning. Garen resumed his gaming pursuits, albeit this time without Jarvis's assistance. Tony Stark entered the laboratory in concert with Jarvis, the focused scientist exuding charm. It would have been even more perfect had he not disturbed Garen with the cacophony of crashing walls. In New Mexico, a meteor streaked across the sky, and a peculiar hammer plummeted into the desert. Nearby residents observed an extraordinary phenomenon. No matter the force exerted, the hammer remained immovable. Chapter 79. Physical Therapy Recently. Justin Hammer basked in the glow of triumph, convinced that fortune had smiled upon him. He had secured a 25-year contract with the government for his Whiplash project and had just been granted the rights to modify the military's war machine. This evening, he was poised to present his innovations at the Stark Industries Expo, a moment that could catapult him to stardom, perhaps even allowing him to ascend the ranks alongside Tony Stark. At the Stark residence, Garen was engrossed in a video game when he heard Tony's call, perfectly timed as he had just completed a match. Garen, come lend me a hand, Tony exclaimed, facing his final hurdle, activation, with Garen's immense strength aiding him. Tony effortlessly created a groundbreaking new element, an entirely new, stable, and harmless substance. I believe it should be called Triforce, Garen suggested, naming the new element. What? The element I created is named by you? Tony was taken aback, yet he accepted Garen's rather juvenile title, Triforce, acknowledging the significant assistance Garen had provided recently. Replacing the old arc reactor, Tony Stark exuded an overwhelming confidence. He felt invincible, believing no one could usurp his wealth or his women. Hello, Tony, do you remember me? Just as Tony reveled in his success, the shrill ring of a telephone interrupted him. Garen, without hesitation, answered the call, only to be met with a clumsy attempt at Russian-accented English, prompting a frown from him. Hey, Whiplash, I see your head injury has healed. Now you dare to speak to me like this? Garen chastised Whiplash mercilessly. Though Garen was indifferent to the adversary, Tony had a vested interest. Pepper was still at the expo. There's been an incident. We need to move quickly. Tony urged Garen to assist him with that remarkable teleportation array. I'm afraid I have no interest in your childish brawls, Garen replied without a second thought, as he had plans to game with friends that evening. 10 times your usual pay, Tony offered, and those 4 simple words swiftly swayed Garen. The embodiment of justice from Demacia, capable and valiant, having once turned down billions and spurned breathtaking beauties, now found himself tempted by the allure of wealth. He resolutely compromised his principles, betraying his former beliefs and succumbing to the embrace of avarice. Despite his newfound riches, he refused to squander any opportunity for profit, embodying the essence of a diligent, frugal man dedicated to hard work. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer was delivering a speech, showcasing his company's 3 types of iron soldiers, land, sea, and air, all boasting fully automated systems and formidable weaponry. The highlight of the presentation was the U.S. military's war machine, piloted by James Rhodes. Observing the audience's astonished expressions, Justin Hammer's vanity was greatly satisfied. The pinnacle of his life was within reach, and the future seemed destined to belong to him. It was not Justin who was the source of astonishment among the audience, but rather the peculiar phenomenon behind him. a blue circle emanating twinkling starlight, adorned with incomprehensible inscriptions. The final destination had been reached, and the seasoned driver had successfully initiated departure. A sudden sound startled Justin. Upon turning, he found himself face to face with Garen and Tony, who were standing directly behind him. "My goodness, that is Iron Man. Tony, I adore you." The immense popularity of Iron Man was beyond anything Justin could compare to. As soon as Tony made his entrance, he captivated the attention of the entire audience, igniting their fervor, with countless young women exclaiming their desire to bear Tony as children. The crowd was convinced that Tony had come to disrupt the event, and they eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, whether it be flamboyant displays of bravado or the typical squabbles of the affluent. Various journalists had already set up their equipment, ready to capture a sensational story. "Tony, please refrain from acting rashly. I will explain everything shortly," urged Rhodes, clad in the iron suit provided by Tony, as he assisted Justin at the industrial platform. Though he felt somewhat awkward, he hoped Tony would consider the larger picture and resist the urge to engage in conflict. "You are in trouble. Everything here is a conspiracy." No sooner had Tony spoken than dozens of Iron Soldiers, along with the War Machine, activated their weapon systems, aiming them menacingly at Tony Stark, poised to obliterate him at any moment. Demacia. As the Iron Soldiers readied their weapons, the blue greatsword was already swinging into action. "If you wish to fight, come at me. Do not harm the innocent." The valiant knight, the invincible Garen, always appeared just in time when someone was in need. With a swift judgment, he unleashed a 5-layered execution, triggering a blood rage, as the Iron Soldiers crumbled beneath Garen as colossal sword, akin to mere paper, reducing a pair of army Iron Soldiers to scrap metal. The remaining 2 squads of Iron Soldiers opened fire in an instant, all, including the War Machine, charging toward Tony. Fearing collateral damage to civilians, Tony took to the skies alone, accompanied only by the aerial Iron Soldiers and the War Machine, departing from the venue. A battle of robots, rich in science fiction elements, commenced. Such a spectacle had previously been confined to the realm of film, yet now it was materializing in reality. The naval Iron Soldiers, lacking flight capabilities, could only advance with their cumbersome strides. At this moment, Natasha pressed for the whereabouts of the mastermind behind it all, preparing to rush in to thwart Whiplash. The chaotic scene had now calmed. The Army and Navy Iron Soldiers were embarrassingly weak, easily dispatched by Garen. Following his skirmish with the Hulk, these scraps of metal proved insufficient in combat. "Garen, go assist Tony. I will stop Whiplash," Natasha stated. Despite her disdain for communicating with Garen, recognizing him as the most reliable ally in battle, she commandeered Happy, Pepper S. driver, and set off toward Justin S. factory. Meanwhile, Tony, having evaded the aerial Iron Soldiers, was engaged in a one-on-one duel with his dear friend. The War Machine, under the relentless control of the whip, showed no mercy as it unleashed a barrage of weaponry upon Tony. Demacia. Witnessing the War Machine relentlessly grinding Tony into the ground, Garen immediately sprang into action, wielding his 2-meter-long sword and delivering a reckless strike at the War Machine. "Hey, be gentle. He is merely under control, not an enemy." Tony, seeing his friend in distress, quickly gestured for Garen to ease up. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. The issue of being controlled is easily remedied. I excel at treating such conditions." Garen, with a nonchalant demeanor, approached the War Machine. "What do you propose?" Tony was skeptical of Garen's ability to resolve the mechanical's systemic issues. "Trust me, just one course of physical therapy will guarantee the return of your healthy and conscious friend." With that, Garen swung his sword with all his might, striking the War Machine's helmet, followed by a powerful upward swing that sent the War Machine soaring over 5 meters into the air. As it descended, Garen timed his strike perfectly, delivering a catastrophic blow that buried the War Machine deep into the ground. "Finished. Job well done. Is this your solution?" Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, look how compliant he is now," Garen boasted, pointing to the motionless War Machine lying on the ground. "What to do when the armored suit is under control? Simple, just smash it." Chapter 8, Demacia. "Rod, wake up." Tony forcibly lifted the visor of the War Machine, revealing his friend, now unconscious. "Hi, Tony. Did you subdue me?" Rod awoke to find Tony before him. Moments earlier, Garen had appeared and struck from behind, the reckless strike, known in reality as a brief amnesia technique, often caused those struck to lose several seconds of memory. How do you feel now? Seeing Rod was unharmed, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. My head feels a bit foggy. I can't recall what just happened, Rod said, shaking his head vigorously. No worries. It's merely a side effect of the treatment. Rest assured, you'll recover swiftly, Colonel Rod. Garen explained the peculiar situation. Meanwhile, Natasha had infiltrated Justin Industries, effortlessly dispatching numerous henchmen. She entered the control room of the whip like a queen, though unfortunately, she did not capture the whip itself. What are you doing? Happy asked. Observing Natasha skillfully maneuvering the computer, curiosity piqued by her remarkable prowess. I'm reinstalling the program for Rod to restore his normalcy. Tony, welcome your good friend. You can fight side by side now. Natasha connected to Tony's communication device, feeling quite pleased with herself for being of significant assistance, considering it a form of compensation for her previous deeds. Well, I don't mean to dampen your spirits, but the war machine has already been dealt with by Garen. I suspect it might struggle to even stand. Tony listened to Natasha's words while glancing at his steadfast companion beneath him. It was evident that they could no longer fight side by side. Garen maintained his composure, while Rhodes appeared unscathed. But if Tony did not retrieve and overhaul that suit of steel armor, it would surely be rendered utterly useless. Natasha, feeling a touch of awkwardness, shifted the conversation, remarking on his new energy source, which was indeed impressive, yielding a stronger output. Furthermore, his life signs indicated a return to normality. Indeed, I cannot perish now. All that I possess remains mine. Inform Nick Fury that he cannot usurp Potts, Tony declared. His motivation for survival seemingly rooted in the desire to prevent others from squandering his wealth and stealing his love. What do you mean you were supposed to die? Who else would dare to take me? Potts, unexpectedly, was also on the line and had heard Tony's every word. The banter between Tony and Potts resembled the couple's affectionate display, force-feeding Natasha a hefty dose of their amiable exchanges, while neglecting to clarify why Nick Fury would wish to claim Potts. Nevertheless, even Natasha found herself intrigued by the gossip surrounding their superior. Hey, enough of the lovebirds display. Enemies are approaching. You can save the conversation for your honeymoon, Garen interjected with a kick to Tony's backside, reminding him of the imminent threat. The Air Force's iron soldiers were as feeble as fledglings, easily dispatched one after another, akin to a child's play. While Tony shielded Rhodes, he became a mere bystander. Witnessing the elegant prowess of Garen, who left behind a flurry of afterimages as countless iron soldiers were reduced to heaps of scrap metal. Suddenly, a distinct suit of armor descended, heralding the return of the villain Whiplash, making his second appearance. Ah, it's good to be back. I ought to express my gratitude. Whiplash mused, reflecting on his previous defeat at Garen's hands, attributing his loss to a lack of protective armor. Fully equipped this time, he had enhanced the speed and power of his whips, each extending over 2 meters. The situation appeared dire. Rhodes lay beside Tony, having never encountered Whiplash before, yet sensing that the newly arrived suit of armor was anything but innocuous. The headstrong Russian, brandishing his formidable whips, swung them fiercely toward Garen, embodying the spirit of a warrior unafraid to confront the strong. Once he overcame the mountain that was Garen, he would easily crush a minor character like Tony. It was a clash of brutes, a contest of wills, as the second round of this masculine duel commenced. The Russian's pride was on the line, seeking to vanquish the man who had previously bested him. Utilizing the same strategy, 2 whips ensnared Garen, unleashing a torrent of electricity and sparks. Let you experience the sensation of electric therapy, Whiplash taunted, reveling in the sight of Garen ensnared by his new weapon. Overcome with arrogance, he even lifted his visor to laugh maniacally, as though victory were already his. Can you not display some wit, some intellect, to aspire to be the Lord of Thunder? You are but a novice, Garen thought, perceiving Whiplash as a disgrace to the term brute. He was a fool, an imbecile, devoid of reason. Justice must be upheld, either through law or through force. With that, he blinked out of sight. The azure sword emanated waves of cerulean light, complemented by the silvery glow of the electric whip coiled around Garen. In the night, he stood out conspicuously. The mindless strike was repeated, yielding the same result, as that familiar head was once again struck by the formidable sword. Blood flowed profusely from the head of the defeated villain, who spat out foam in tandem with his demise. From this day forth, I, as the president of the Brute Association, officially revoke your membership. You have utterly disgraced this sacred term. Garen dispatched the feeble antagonist, Winsuo, with ease, devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Huh, you have lost. Remarkably, Winsuo, in his final moments, chose to chuckle rather than utter a parting remark. The surrounding steel soldiers emitted a series of beeping sounds, their chests glowing ominously. These metallic sentinels were poised to self-destruct, a dire predicament. Tony immediately thought of Potts, unprotected. Help me safeguard her. He entrusted Rhodes to Garen and activated his armor's propulsion system, soaring into action. Damn it, I take back my previous words. You're not expelled, Winsaw. This self-destructing truck concept is quite ingenious, and I admire it. Every brute possesses unique traits, and in Garen's eyes, Winsaw was undeniably a benchmark in the realm of brutes. Innovating in his recklessness and sacrificing himself in the process, a quintessential brute. In a rooftop setting, Garen, accompanied by Rhodes, was watching the spectacle while Tony was sharing a kiss with Potts. You hand over the man to me, yet you indulge in the beauty's warm embrace. Do you find this fair? Garen's grievance was evident. My black friend is with me. The lovely lady can manage herself. They resembled two seals jostling for grapes. With matters resolved satisfactorily, Rhodes uncharacteristically ventured a joke. On the highway to New Mexico, Coulson drove alone to a gas station. After fueling his vehicle, he decided to seize the moment and purchase a late-night snack. Donuts were the quintessential choice, but he faced a dilemma between chocolate and cream. Don't move. Raise your hands, or I will blow your head off. Upon hearing the voice, Coulson glanced through the overhead mirror and discovered two robbers in the midst of a heist. Whose car is that outside? These seasoned criminals were no fools. A vehicle was parked outside for refueling, while only one cashier remained inside. A clear anomaly. It's mine, Coulson stated, standing tall and boldly admitting it. Throw me your keys. One robber, eyeing the vehicle outside, aimed a shotgun at Coulson. All right, but I also have a gun, which I believe you might find useful. He tossed the keys out cautiously, then held his handgun in a non-threatening manner. Observing Coulson's weapon, the two tense robbers immediately directed their aim at him. Drop the gun. One robber, drenched in sweat, gestured for Coulson to relinquish his firearm. I believe it is best not to throw it. Otherwise, the weapon may easily misfire. Coulson's every action was considerate of the adversary. He gently slid the gun from the ground. The bandit momentarily relaxed his vigilance. After sliding the gun over, as the bandit bent down to retrieve it, a bag of flour swiftly followed. Demacia! With that exclamation, Coulson executed a flying kick that incapacitated the bent-over robber. Seamlessly transitioning to seize the weapon and, with a powerful upward strike, delivered a devastating blow to another bandit with a commandeered shotgun. The skirmish concluded in a mere 8 seconds. Apologies for the chaotic scene. Coulson retrieved 2 types of donuts, chocolate and cream-filled, from his pocket and took out some money. No need for change. Wait, when the police arrive, what should I say? The cashier, observing Coulson's intent to leave, hastily inquired. Did you not hear my earlier shout? Just say a man shouting Demacia saved you.